Lady Xia, Song Shi greeted warmly. Have you just returned from the county school? Everyone in the Xia family knew that Xia Minghua was going to help at the county school's small dining hall for a few days. Exactly, Xia Minghua replied with a slight frown. Lady Song, have you just finished working in the kitchen and come home? Since the Xia food stall was franchised out, the central kitchen only supplies ingredients in fixed amounts. Recently, 2 more people were added, so work was less busy. Usually they could finish work before dinner. In theory, she should have time to go home and cook dinner. The work was finished early and I just finished dinner at home. Coincidentally, Lady Yu came to visit today, so I went out to buy a couple of snacks and some candies to take home, Song Shi explained. Lady Yu? Xia Minghua thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Is that Lady Yu from Luohua Alley? Exactly, Song Shi nodded with a smile. Lady Yu from Luohua Alley is famous throughout the West District as an ice artist. It's likely she came to Song Shi's house because of her younger brother. Water Sheng is getting older, and if his marriage can be arranged soon, Yu, as his older sister-in-law, can also feel at ease, Xia Minghua said with a smile. Once the marriage is settled, tell us about it, and we will celebrate for your family. Giving some gifts would also bring good luck. Right now, Song Shi was most concerned about Li Shuixing's marriage. She felt that once this important matter was settled, she would have completed a very significant task. Seeing Xia Minghua speak like this, Song Shi's smile grew even brighter. Once it's decided, I will definitely tell Lady Xia. After a few polite words, Xia Minghua didn't delay Song Shi's busy schedule and headed home first. Song Shi carried the snacks and candies and walked home. When she arrived, she saw Li Shuixing still sitting alone in the yard, leaving Lady Yu alone in the main hall. Song Shi frowned. Why aren't you inside? I don't want to go, Li Shuixing replied quietly. You little boy. Mrs. Song was a bit annoyed. That Lady Yu came here specifically for your matter. Just now, I asked you to buy 2 pieces of pastry, and you refused to go. Now you're acting so indifferent, which will make Lady Yu unhappy. The matchmaker, Bingren, was not very attentive, and the difference was obvious. Mrs. Song didn't want Li Shuixing to offend Lady Yu. Her being upset is her business, and has nothing to do with me, Li Shuixing said with a shrug. It would be best if she got angry and never came to his house again, so he wouldn't have to worry about marriage talks anymore. You're such a child. Mrs. Song sighed. Back inside the house, she hurried to pour a cup of tea for Lady Yu. It's getting late, and the pastry shop doesn't have many things left. These are the best we could find. Lady Yu, please don't mind. When I came back earlier, I ran into Lady Xia and exchanged a few words, so I made you wait a little longer. Mrs. Song, you're too kind, Lady Yu said, noticing that the pastries Mrs. Song bought were quite expensive. She seemed very attentive. When she heard the name Lady Xia, she smiled so much her eyes disappeared. Since Mrs. Song is working at Lady Xia's house now, naturally, she needs to be close to Lady Xia. Only then can her work be steady. That's right, Mrs. Song said with a smile. Today, I appreciate you coming here. But I wonder, which girl's family do you plan to suggest for Shuixing? My Shuixing looks good, is sensible and obedient, and does his work properly. Recently, he has earned a few more months' allowance, and his earnings have increased quite a bit. Honestly, my family is a bit poor, but Shuixing and I are willing to work hard, so we're not afraid of hardship. In a year or 2, we should be able to buy a small house. Also, Lady Yu knows I'm not a picky person. No matter which girl marries into our family, I won't treat her badly. Lady listened to Mrs. Song talk on and on. She was momentarily stunned but kept listening until she finished. She said, yes, Shuixing is a good boy, but he's still young. There's no rush.
No rush?
Mrs. Song was surprised. But isn't today the day you came to talk about marriage? I came to talk about marriage, Lady Yu smiled. But not for Shuixing. I'm here to talk about marriage for you, Mrs.
Song.
For me? Mrs. Song was again surprised.
Exactly.
Yao's smile disappeared from her face. She said, the man who asked me to marry him is Lu Taizhu. He lives in the South District. He's a spice seller, a traveling merchant. He's 30 years old, looks quite decent, tall and handsome. His parents died when he was young, and he has an older brother who is already married and works as a carpenter. She continued, Lu Taiju was married before, but his wife had a difficult childbirth and both mother and child died. Lu Taiju is hardworking and quick at his work. Over the years, he saved a lot of money selling spices and even bought a house. Recently, many women have shown interest in marrying Lu Taiju, but he didn't like any of them. He kept delaying. A few days ago, he was delivering goods in the West District. He ate some wonton at Xiaji's food stall and happened to see you, Lady Song. He immediately took a liking to you. At first, I thought you, Lady Song, dressed as a woman, wouldn't be interested.
So, I didn't mention it.
But then I heard others say that you are a widow, and I started to think about it again.
So, I came to tell you about it.
Lady Song, our homes are not far apart. We are neighbors. Honestly, I want to tell you the truth. Being a widow these days is not easy, especially for someone like you. When Shui Shin gets married and starts a family, even his wife might not get along with you. You should think carefully about your future. I've been acting as a matchmaker for many years. I've seen many good and bad matches. Lu Taiju isn't the absolute best, but he's truly a good man, one of the best options. If you miss this chance, Lady Song, there might not be another. Yao kept talking for a long time. Seeing that Lady Song remained silent, she smiled and said, I understand what you're worried about. We are both women, and we value our reputation very much. But nowadays, the new dynasty encourages marriage. Widowers remarry, widows marry again. It's very common. I have arranged several remarriages, and they are all happy. Others don't gossip about them. Lady Song, you really don't need to worry about this. Besides, those words come from others. If they want to find faults, they can pick bones from an egg. Living under others' gossip is exhausting. Think carefully, Lady Song. Isn't that true? Yao asked cautiously, or do you doubt what I said? Do you think Lu Taiju isn't as good as I described? So Lu Taiju was invited out, and Lady Song also wanted to see him to judge his appearance and character.
How about that?
Before Lady Song could reply, Li Shueishan quickly rushed into the house with a grim face. He shouted at Lady Yu, My sister-in-law won't marry anyone else. You leave. Lady Yu was not angry. She smiled softly and said gently, In the past, it was said that a girl follows her husband. Since your sister-in-law married into the Li family, logically, she can't remarry. But that was before. Things have changed now, and you can't stop your sister-in-law from making her own choices, right? I said, My sister-in-law won't marry anyone else. Li Shueishan said, grabbing Lady Yu's arm and trying to pull her outside. From now on, don't come to my house to talk about her marriage. Li Shueishan was tall and strong, and he pulled Lady Yu forcefully. She was short and slender, and she staggered several times as he dragged her. Finally, after regaining her balance, Lady Yu still tried to persuade him, Shueishan, you're not young anymore. You should understand some things. Besides, considering how hard your sister-in-law has worked pulling you along these years, you should think about her future too. Are you leaving or not? Li Shueishan casually picked up a big broom from the wall of the kitchen and made a motion as if to hit Lady Yu. Oh, you must be crazy. Lady Song hurriedly stopped him. But at this moment, Li Shueishan's eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead bulged, looking like a wild beast gone mad. Lady Song had never seen Li Shueishan like this. She was very scared. Seeing she couldn't stop him, she quickly sent Lady Yu outside. After leading Lady Yu out of the yard and walking half a lane away, Lady Song saw that Li Shueishan didn't follow, so she finally relaxed. She apologized to Lady Yu. Please forgive us, Lady Yu. Shueishan isn't usually like this. He probably just finds it hard to accept his sister-in-law remarrying into the Li family. I understand, Lady Yu quickly said. Men are proud and believe women should follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. A woman shouldn't serve 2 husbands. Shueishan is still young, so he might think that way. But Li Shueishan's feelings were his own. Ultimately, Lady Song had to decide for herself. If she truly wanted to marry, could Li Shueishan really keep her at home? Children often do things that are not meant to be taken seriously, so Lady Song shouldn't take it to heart. The main thing is to think about her own matters, especially Lu Tieju's situation. I understand this is sudden, and Lady Song might feel surprised, but there's no rush. She should think carefully about it, and I will come back in a few days to talk again. After saying this, without waiting for Lady Song to reply, Yushur gently patted her hand and hurriedly left. Lady Song wanted to stop her and say a few more words, but she saw Li Shuixing approaching and had to stop him. "Why are you here? Go home first,"
she said.
Li Shuixing still warned harshly, "If you come here again, I will send you away every time." Feeling anxious, Lady Song lightly hit Li Shuixing on the shoulder. "What's wrong with you? Not letting Lady Yu come into the house? What about your marriage in the future? Offending Bing Ren is the worst thing you can do." "I'm not getting married," Li Shuixing said angrily. Lady Song's anger rose, and she slapped him again, harder than before. Li Shuixing frowned and finally swallowed his words, not arguing. It wasn't that he was hurt, but he was worried about Lady Song's hand hurting. Seeing that Li Shuixing was silent, Lady Song sighed, grabbed his arm, and said, "Come back with me." Li Shuixing obediently followed her home. They returned to the main room and sat down at the square table. Both of them looked gloomy and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Lady Song sighed and said, "I didn't expect Lady Yu to come today to propose marriage. But don't worry, I don't want to marry Lu Taiju." Li Shuixing nodded. "Sister-in-law doesn't need to marry. I will work hard to earn money and support her. Take care of her." Hearing this, Lady Song felt a little comforted. She had been widowed for many years after marrying into the Li family, enduring a lot of hardship and hearing many harsh words. After her parents-in-law passed away, she and Li Shuixing suffered many hardships. But she had endured everything. People say the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, and Lady Song believed she had done her duty and cared for Li Shuixing with all her heart. Now that Li Shuixing was grown up and knew how to care for her and be filial, she felt relieved. However, in a couple of years, Li Shuixing would start his own family, take care of his wife, and raise his children. In the future, she would have to rely on herself. Whether she is cared for or filial, Lady Song didn't mind much. Although Li Shuixing had this intention, it made her feel that her many years of hard work had finally paid off. However, just earlier, she was upset about the marriage proposal, so Song sure didn't want to bring up the topic of Li Shuixing's marriage again. She simply said, "It's getting late. Go to sleep." "Okay," Li Shuixing replied, then went to wash up. After some busy work, they each returned to their rooms. Song Shi, tired every day, fell asleep quickly. In contrast, Li Shuixing kept turning over and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. His sister-in-law said she wouldn't marry Lu Taiju, but she never said she wouldn't marry anyone in the future. Would his sister-in-law get married?
Does she
want to get married? His sister-in-law also often mentions her own marriage prospects. Maybe he should just tell his sister-in-law directly, so she knows how he feels? But what if she cares about what others say? Or perhaps he could take his sister-in-law somewhere else to live, away from everyone? But right now, he doesn't earn enough money to support her in a new place. He'll wait a few more years until he saves enough silver, then tell her everything. If she agrees, he will be able to bring her to a new place to settle down. Li Shuixing made up his mind, yawned, turned over again, and closed his eyes. The night grew deeper, and the candle flickered. Xia Mingyue's eyelids felt heavy, but she forced herself to keep practicing calligraphy. She didn't expect to stay long at the county school, so she needed to learn all the characters her teacher Zhou Shan taught every day to speed up her progress and learn as many characters as possible. Thinking this, Xia Mingyue dipped a cloth in water, dampened her face to wake herself up. Next to her, Jianghua saw this and also wiped her face. But even so, she still let out a big yawn. Seeing how sleepy Jianghua was, Xia Mingyue smiled and said, "Your eyes are about to close. Go to sleep quickly." "I can still hold on," Jianghua said, patting her cheeks playfully. Mainly because I'm worried that Sister Xia is pretending to study hard, but once I leave, she won't write a single character, and will just go to bed. So I have to keep watch. Xia Mingyue naturally knew Jiangguo was worried she wouldn't finish her homework and would be upset the next day, so she stayed up with her. She smiled and said, "You don't play around, Sister Xia. Just focus on writing your homework," Jiangguo urged repeatedly. "Okay, I'll write faster," Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. After joking around a bit earlier, her sleepiness eased, and she felt more awake. She took a deep breath, gathered her energy, and tightly held her pen. She carefully wrote down all the remaining words, then asked Jiang Luogu to help copy them again, making sure Xia Mingyue remembered everything. Only after that did the two of them wash up and rest. The next morning, Xia Mingyue arrived at the county school's small dining hall just as dawn broke. At this time, the Nushis and others were busy preparing food as Xia Mingyue had instructed last night, rolling noodles, frying eggs, chopping cabbage, and frying tofu slices. Xia Mingyue put on her apron and started working too. She washed fresh scallions, drained the water, and cut them into small pieces. She fried the scallions in oil over low heat until they turned golden and crispy. Then she scooped them out with a skimmer. She let the oil cool slightly, then poured in a mixture of soy sauce and sugar, stirring well and simmering for a moment. Once ready, she poured the sauce into a bowl to cool. She boiled the thin noodles she had rolled and cut, adding a little oil and salt to prevent sticking. After draining, she mixed in a generous spoonful of rich scallion oil, stirred well, sprinkled some fresh chopped scallions, and topped it with a fried egg cooked until golden on both sides. The dish was flavorful, with a strong scallion aroma. The fried egg had a crispy outer layer and tender inside. The combination was perfect. To prevent the rich scallion oil and egg flavor from overwhelming the palate, Xia Mingyue prepared a side dish of finely sliced cabbage and fried tofu strips, which were refreshing and crisp, helping to cleanse the palate. She also served a bowl of hot noodle soup. This morning meal was truly delightful. The students marveled at how delicious the scallion oil noodles were. When they saw that the person helping with the noodles was Xia Mingyue, they were both surprised and happy. No wonder the food at the small dining hall has been so good these days. It turns out the new cook is Lady Xia. So, we're really lucky to have such good food now. It felt like starting the best life. Lady Xia, can we order dishes in the future? Yesterday's twice-cooked pork was very tasty. Can we make it again for lunch today? I prefer yesterday's luoyang cabbage. The students were happily talking with Xia Mingyue here. Someone reminded them, "Shou, speak softly." Then he nodded towards that side. The students immediately shut their mouths. As for inviting Lady Xia to cook in the small dining hall, it was purely by chance. They must not let Headmaster Shan or Mr. Dai find out Lady Xia's true skills. Otherwise, their wonderful life might suddenly end. Such a thing must never happen. After exchanging glances, everyone nodded at each other. They stopped teasing and joking with Xia Mingyue here, only giving a nod and a smile as a greeting. Xia Mingyue understood what the students were thinking. She smiled softly, still busy serving noodles with scallion oil for the students. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiqing and a group of scholars were still eating together. The noodles were chewy and flavorful. Zhou Jiqing ate happily, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. The other scholars also couldn't stop eating. Dai Changnian was the same, but since entering the small dining hall, he had been slightly frowning and silent. After finishing a bowl of noodles and drinking a small bowl of noodle soup, he left quietly without saying a word.
He didn't even say goodbye.
This was not like the usual polite behavior Dai often showed. "Is Mr. Dai all right?" one scholar asked worriedly. "Since yesterday, I've felt something strange."
"Yes."
Shen Yong'an nodded. "I'll go check on him later." "I'll go with you." Zhou Jiqing also felt worried. Originally, inviting Xia Mingyue was just to win over Dai Changnian's favor and understand his thoughts. If Dai Changnian became overly fixated on something, Zhou Jiqing was concerned about this. After quickly finishing the delicious scallion oil noodles, he and Shen Yong'an went together to Dai Changnian's residence. The door was slightly open. Through the gap, They saw Dai Changnian sitting at the desk, staring blankly with a face full of despair. Zhou Jiqing and Shen Yong'an had never seen him like this before and were very shocked and worried. They pushed the door open and went inside. "Mr. Dai, are you okay?" Dai Changnian looked up, forced a smile, and said, "Headmaster Zhou, Mr. Shen. I think I am sick. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Zhou Jiqing hurried over and touched his forehead. "Luckily, you don't have a fever. It's not a physical illness." Dai Changnian quietly explained, "It's here, here, and here." As he spoke, he pointed to his stomach, heart, and head. "How so?" Zhou Jiqing and Shen Yong'an both looked confused. Dai Changnian sighed first, then said, "I think the new cook in the small kitchen makes very delicious food, the kind I never thought was so good before. I thought it was something serious. It's normal for Lady Xia to cook well." But Dai Changnian treating it as a big matter, because yesterday they all pretended the food was not tasty, makes him wonder if he's doubting himself. "To be honest, Teacher Dai, we also think the food now is very good," Zhou Jiqing said, touching his nose awkwardly. "We just didn't praise it yesterday because we felt shy and said it wasn't as good as Chef Wei's." "Exactly," Shen Yong'an nodded. "Teacher Dai's taste is fine, there's no need to worry." But Dai Changnian shook his head. "That's not the point. The point is I want to eat some more now." Zhou Jiqing. Shen Yong'an. They thought there was some big problem again. "Then I'll ask the small kitchen to prepare some more for Teacher Dai," Zhou Jiqing said. "What does Teacher Dai want to eat? Luoyang cabbage, radish balls, garlic sprout twice-cooked pork? Or the scallion oil noodles and cabbage with fried tofu strips I had this morning?" Shen Yong'an added, "Whatever Teacher Dai wants, the small kitchen can make it. It's not difficult." "But I'm not someone who just cares about food," Dai Changnian said with clenched teeth. "Now I look like this. What am I supposed to be?" His tone was despondent, even choked with emotion. And at the end, there was some anger. He was furious. He is a scholar, a learned man, who only wants to teach and nurture others, guiding those young saplings to grow into towering trees, becoming pillars of the country. He prides himself on this one pursuit, usually not caring much about other things, having no desires or cravings. But now his stomach is upset, his heart is anxious, and his mind is not clear. He has started obsessing over food, even during the morning, wandering near the small kitchen several times just to think about eating early. He has changed. I have become almost unrecognizable to myself. The strong walls built from my past thoughts and beliefs have collapsed in these 2 days, shattered into pieces, with no defenses left. Dai Changnian looks exhausted and disappointed. Zhou Jiqing, seeing this, feels ashamed. He initially wanted to win Dai Changnian over with good food, but didn't expect to cause such a mental. He feels guilty and self-critical. Shen Yong'an smiles and sits beside Dai Changnian. "In my opinion, Teacher Dai's situation might actually be a good thing." "Good thing?" Dai Changnian looks at his friend in disbelief. "People rely on food. Only with food can they have strength. When they are full, they can focus on doing things well." Shen Yong'an continues, "Most people are busy just to fill their stomachs. As scholars and teachers, our goal is to help others learn so they can also fill their stomachs. So wanting to eat good food isn't a terrible thing. Everyone likes nice things, good books, beautiful calligraphy, fine paintings, and proper manners and speech. Wanting good food is just normal human desire. The so-called desire for food is about wanting. Desire can sound negative because it's often linked to greed, power, or money, which people dislike. But the desire for knowledge or self-improvement is also a kind of desire. It's not necessarily bad. Having desire makes people want to pursue and work hard for it. Yesterday, I discussed with other teachers that students studied especially hard because their basic needs were met. They wanted to do well, so as not to disappoint their teachers. When desire is managed properly, it can motivate students to study hard. On the other hand, people without desire tend to have no goals. Such a person, like an old monk in a temple, cares little about worldly affairs. How can such a person become a good student? How can they think about serving the people in the future? Teacher Dai, think about this carefully. Isn't that the truth? After hearing Shen Yong'an, Dai Changmian lowered his head and thought for a long time. Then he looked up and said, "But if I only satisfy them without making them work hard, how can they develop resilience? The sharpness of a sword comes from grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from enduring cold winter." This truth is always correct. In life, there are countless hardships. Every day, each person faces different challenges. The small daily satisfactions that allow us to smile are precious. If these are taken away or hardships are deliberately created, it might make people feel that life is only suffering, leaving them depressed. How can they continue? Shen Yong'an's question made Dai Changmian open his eyes wide. He opened his mouth to speak but couldn't say anything. Many things are better to go with the flow. Go with the flow. Does that mean not trying hard? Dai Changmian lowered his head again. Worried that Xia Mingyue wouldn't stay long at the county school, Zhou Jiqing came to the small dining hall in the morning to check on her studies. Reciting, writing from memory, explaining meanings. Xia Mingyue studied diligently, making no mistakes in reciting or writing, and her explanations were clear and detailed, earning nods of approval from Zhou Jiqing. Lady Xia learns very quickly. Thanks to Director Zhou's good guidance, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. Though it was obvious she was flattering, it sounded very pleasant. Zhou Jiqing chuckled happily and then continued with today's lesson plan. Xia Mingyue quickly focused on her studies again. By midday, she finished her lessons and began preparing lunch. Today, she planned to make fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. She sliced lean pork into strips, marinated them with salt, pepper, cooking wine, egg white, and sweet potato starch for about a tea's worth of time, then fried until they changed color and set aside. In the wok, she stir-fried bean paste, minced scallions, garlic, shredded carrots, wood ear mushrooms, green bamboo shoots, cooked pork strips, and a sauce made of sugar, vinegar, cooking wine, salt, soy sauce, water, and sweet potato starch. After stirring evenly, she drizzled a teaspoon of sesame oil. The fragrant fish-flavored shredded pork was ready to serve. To match the rich flavor of the dish, Xia Mingyue also cooked a simple and flavor-matching dish of vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes for a vegetarian option at lunch. When serving, she scooped 2 spoonfuls of plain rice, topped with a large spoonful of fish-flavored shredded pork, and another spoonful of vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes. The sauce of the shredded pork was dark and thick, with orange carrots, green bamboo shoots, black mushrooms, and pale yellow shredded potatoes, all beautifully contrasting with the tender white rice. Whether eating one bite of vegetables and rice at a time, or mixing the vegetables and rice thoroughly to eat as a mixed dish, the aroma of meat, the fragrance of rice, and the crispness of carrots and green bamboo shoots create a wonderful variety of flavors. Everyone ate very happily and kept praising Xia Mingyue's cooking skills. These praises were clearly heard by Dai Changmian, who had just entered the small dining hall alone. All morning, Dai Changmian had been in his room, thinking about what Shen Yong'an had said. Because he was lost in thought, his face looked quite unhappy. When the students noticed, they quickly stopped talking and lowered their heads, trying to hide their actions with their meals. After standing for a while, Dai Changmian reached out and patted one student's shoulder, asking, "Do you think the food is good?" The student first nodded instinctively, then shook his head, and finally lowered his head in frustration. It seemed nothing he said was right now. Oh no. Lady Xia would probably be driven away, and he might never taste such delicious food again. And he himself might soon become the villain of the entire county school. Just when the student felt exhausted and about to collapse onto the ground, Dai Changmian spoke, "If you think it's good, then eat more. Once your stomach is full, go study hard." Hearing this, the student suddenly looked up in disbelief and stared at Dai Changmian. Is this really what Teacher Dai said? But Teacher Dai reached out again and patted his shoulder. Yes, I remember, the student nodded firmly. In the afternoon, they continued reading and practicing calligraphy. At dinner time, Xia Mingyue made a large pot of hot spinach and minced meat tofu soup. The main food was a combination of wheat and rice flour pancakes. The soup was thick and flavorful, with crispy bottoms from the pancakes and soft, fragrant tops. The two dishes complemented each other perfectly. This time, the spinach and mincemeat tofu soup was unlimited, so everyone could help themselves freely. All the students ate happily until they were full and their stomachs were round before putting down their bowls and chopsticks. The next morning, fragrant water-fried small buns, soft rice porridge, and freshly shredded radish salad were served. By noon, they enjoyed delicious steamed noodles with soybean sprouts and sliced pork. Tonight's dinner includes millet porridge, stir-fried dried tofu with meat, and scallion oil buns. The delicious food at the small dining hall continues, and everyone is fully immersed and very satisfied. Especially when the students notice that Zhou and Teacher Dai have changed their attitudes, they feel more at ease. They no longer hide their praise for Xia Mingyue's cooking or their love for tasty meals. Of course, they still don't slack off in their studies. Instead, they work even harder and focus more. In their view, Teacher Dai has become more understanding and reasonable because he sees that even though the food is delicious, they can still study hard. So, they must work even harder. First, so that the teachers won't be disappointed in them. Second, so they won't disappoint themselves. Overall, these days at the county school are peaceful and harmonious. Looking around, it's like spring crops growing in the fields, vibrant and thriving, swaying in the wind, which makes people feel very happy. Seeing this, Zhou Jiqing stroked his beard and fiddled with a few pots of orchids in his room, humming a little tune. Head of the mountain, I think this is not the time to be happy. A young servant helping Zhou Jiqing with the flower pots reminded him.
Why?
Zhou Jiqing was surprised. Teacher Dai has changed his mindset. Now, everyone can enjoy the delicious meals at the small dining hall, and even the students are working hard to study. Why shouldn't he be happy? Lady Xia's cooking is tasty, but she only stays at the small dining hall for half a month, no more than 20 days. During this time, everyone gets used to her cooking, and their tastes become quite picky. When Chef Wei returns. When Chef Wei comes back and they eat his limited but familiar dishes again, everyone will frown and feel unhappy. The small dining hall will revert to tasteless, hard-to-chew food. Moreover, since they've grown accustomed to Lady Xia's cooking, their reactions will be even stronger. At that time, complaints will spread everywhere, and the place will become uneasy. Everyone will sweat and feel exhausted. Zhou Jiqing's smile instantly disappeared, and his brows furrowed deeply. What should he do now? Lady Xia's family runs a busy business. She agreed to help at the small dining hall for a little while mainly because her time was limited and she could read and write. She reluctantly agreed to help. It is impossible for Lady Xia to stay longer. Chef Wei, who is older and has worked at the small dining hall for many years, has deeper experience than the mountain master. During the previous chaos in Jinqiu County, Chef Wei did his best to protect some items in the county school. He cares a lot about the school and cannot be dismissed. It seems the situation has reached an unsolvable point. Master Zhou Jiqing, with a worried face, paced back and forth in the room several times, then looked at the young scholar and said, "You are young, clever, and quick to learn. Why not spend some time learning cooking skills? Or, you can see how I do. Though I am older, I have eaten many meals. As the saying goes, if you haven't eaten pork, you haven't seen a pig run. With my experience, I might learn faster. Instead of waiting for others, it's better to do it yourself." The young scholar was confused.
Perhaps the mountain master is
crazy? The days grew colder, and Xia Mingyue learned more characters each day. Every assignment given by Master Zhou was completed beyond expectations, and she even started preparing for the next lesson. Master Zhou was very pleased with such a diligent student and felt proud. He also gave Xia Mingyue 2 more books so she could study on her own. If she didn't understand a character, she could ask anytime. This would help her recognize characters faster, which suited her well. "Thank you, Master Zhou," Xia Mingyue said happily. Meanwhile, under the care of Madame Liu and Jianghua, everything needed for the breakfast stall was almost ready. While Xia Mingyue hesitated about which evening to start, thinking she should wait until she finished her work at the county school's small dining hall, she decided to let Madame Liu and Jianghua try first. Early in the morning, Zhou Jiqing came to find Xia Mingyue. He said Chef Wei would return this afternoon, and after she finished serving lunch, Xia Mingyue could go back to her own tasks. This period has truly been Lady Xia, Zhou Jiqing said. Master Zhou, you are too kind, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. It's also been you. In the future, I might need to trouble you more with reading and writing. Rest assured, Lady Xia. I've already spoken with a few teachers. Whenever you have free time, you can come to the county school to read and learn characters. Zhou Jiqing took the small bundle prepared earlier from the servant boy and handed it to Xia Mingyue. Inside are a few books I copied myself during my free time. They are not famous works and won't help much with the imperial exams, but the language is simple and easy to understand. They use common words, making them suitable for children learning to read. I thought they would also be good for Lady Xia, so I give them to you. Thank you very much, Master Zhou, Xia Mingyue said, receiving the books with both hands and bowing in gratitude. For lunch, Xia Mingyue prepared her last meal in the small dining hall for now. She thought for a moment and went out to buy half a freshly slaughtered lamb. She skinned the meat, soaking both the meat and bones in cold water to remove blood. Then she blanched them in water with scallions and rice wine to remove foam. After rinsing with warm water, she boiled the meat and bones in water with scallion and slices, simmering gently over low heat. The water in the pot boiled and bubbled, turning from clear to slightly white, and the fresh aroma of the meat broth gradually filled the air. Once the lamb was fully cooked, she removed it and sliced it thinly. The bones remained in the broth to simmer slowly, ensuring the soup stayed rich and flavorful. She mixed flour, water, and salt into a dough, let it rest, then divided it into small pieces. She rolled each piece into a tongue shape, brushed them with a little oil on both sides, and let them rest for half an hour. The rested dough was very elastic. She stretched each piece from end to end, pulling it to its maximum length, then tore it into strips about the width of a thumb. The noodles were boiled until cooked, then removed. In a bowl, she placed a few slices of cooked lamb, along with blanched tofu strips, wood ear mushrooms, and cilantro. She poured a ladle of hot, rich lamb bone broth over everything. The fragrant lamb stew noodles were now ready to serve. The steaming hot lamb stew noodles had chewy noodles, a rich and tasty broth, and a hint of chili oil or vinegar made the flavor even better. The delicious bowl was quickly handed out to each student. The lamb stew noodles were hot and fragrant, with chewy noodles and a rich, fresh broth. A little chili oil or vinegar made the taste even better, elevating the dish to a new level. Everyone in the small dining hall was so focused on enjoying their meal that no one chatted. The aroma of the delicious, hearty food filled the air, and the sound of slurping was everywhere. This made the students still waiting in line even more anxious. They anxiously scratched their ears and heads, hurriedly swallowed a few sips of saliva, and kept tiptoeing forward, watching the few people ahead and counting on their fingers to see how much longer they had to wait before it was their turn. When the delicious lamb stew noodles were finally served, everyone couldn't wait to taste the rich, fragrant broth. They took a sip without worrying that it might be too hot and burn their mouths. The teachers also praised the lamb stew noodles very much. After finishing one bowl, they felt it was not enough and went back for more. Xia Mingyue and the Niu family had already expected that today's lunch of lamb stew noodles would be very popular. They prepared plenty of lamb, broth, and noodles so everyone could eat happily. The students saw this and didn't hold back. Some ate 2 bowls, and if that wasn't enough, they ate a third. Today at noon, everyone leaving the small dining hall was full and happy. When Niu and the others started cleaning up, they looked at the empty dishes, with not a single drop of soup left, and joked, lately, washing dishes has become much easier. That's right. I think even if we leave the dishes there, no one can tell they've been used, Xia Mingyue joked as she rolled up her sleeves to help clean. Usually, Niu and the others didn't let Xia Mingyue do these chores, but since she was leaving soon and they didn't know when they'd meet again, they let her help. After all, this way they could spend a little more time together. During the 10 days Xia Mingyue stayed at the small dining hall, her skills and character were obvious to everyone. She was a good cook, hardworking, sincere, gentle, and polite. Most importantly, when she cooked, she never avoided letting them show their skills. Sometimes she even shared tips and tricks for cooking. Nyo and the others felt very respected and grew to like Xia Mingyue even more. After finishing their work, they sent her out of the county school and walked her part of the way. If Lady Xia has free time, she must come here more often. When we have free time, we will visit Lady Xia's home and chat. If I no longer work at the county school or the small dining hall, I will definitely find Lady Xia to help her. These are winter jujubes from my family's tree. They're sweet and crunchy right now. I brought some from home, but didn't want to share with others. Lady Xia, take some back and try the fresh ones. Their words were full of warmth and affection. Xia Mingyue smiled and responded to each, chatting for a while longer before they each went their own way. Walking westward, but after just a few steps, Xia Mingyue heard someone call out, "Lady Xia, please wait." Xia Mingyue turned around and saw Dai Changyan walking quickly toward her. "Master Dai," Xia Mingyue bowed politely. "Sorry to bother you, Lady Xia," Dai Changyan said with a respectful bow, then looked serious. "Thank you very much, Lady Xia." "Master Dai, your thanks. Where does it come from?" Xia Mingyue asked, a bit confused. She didn't remember doing anything to help Master Dai during these days at the small dining hall. Lady Xia's cooking has taught me a lot. Although I can't explain all the details, I still want to thank you, Dai Changyan said again, bowing his head. Seeing the peaceful atmosphere at the small dining hall these days, along with Dai Changyan's open praise for the food and his continuous refilling of bowls, Xia Mingyue roughly understood what was happening. Although my thanks may seem insufficient, since Master Dai has spoken, I will accept it graciously, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. Dai Changyan saw that Xia Mingyue was cheerful and straightforward, without any hesitation, and his smile grew wider. For scholars, the saying a person's character is reflected in their writing means that a person's inner nature can be seen through their calligraphy and words. Lady Xia is a cook, and her dishes are rich and flavorful, which also reveals her calm and deep personality. Dai Changyan bowed again. "I won't bother Lady Xia any longer. I will take my leave. Master Dai, safe travels." Xia Mingyue bowed again. After Dai Changyan walked away, she turned back and headed home. Once home, Xia Mingyue didn't rest, but started helping Jiang Guohe and Lady Lu check the supplies for the breakfast stall together. One day passed, and on the third day, just as the eastern sky was beginning to lighten, Xia Mingyue, Jiang Guohe, and Lady Lu appeared on West Street on time. There was a long bench, a long table, and 2 large pots nearby. One pot was steaming hot, filled with a fragrant, thick, spicy soup called hula tang. The other pot contained about half a pot of peanut oil. Xia Mingyue skillfully kneaded the dough, rolled it flat, cut it into strips, and then stretched the strips into long pieces before placing them into the hot oil. The sizzling sound and delicious aroma attracted early risers rushing out or people coming to buy breakfast, who all looked over and sniffed eagerly. "What smells so good?" "There is a new breakfast stall over there, probably because of the delicious smell coming from that direction. Let's go take a look." People attracted by the aroma arrived and saw that the stall was run by Xia Mingyue and 2 others. They all smiled and said, "So this is Lady Xia's new breakfast stall. No wonder it smells so good. Fried dough sticks, spicy beef soup. Would you like to try some?" Xia Mingyue recognized her old customers from her previous food stall. She was very friendly and generous. "Try some, it's free for you." Hearing this, the people couldn't help but step forward. After thanking Xia Mingyue, they sat on a long bench. Xia Mingyue took out the golden fried dough sticks from the pot, and Madame Lu served a few bowls of spicy beef soup, adding a little vinegar and sesame oil before bringing them over. The smell of the fried dough sticks and spicy soup was very tempting. Everyone picked up chopsticks and spoons, ready to taste. The fried dough sticks were crispy and fragrant, while the spicy beef soup was rich and flavorful, spicy and appetizing. The combination made the taste even better, delicious and addictive. These fried dough sticks and spicy soup are really tasty. Yes, they look interesting and taste great. The more I eat, the better they get. How much do the fried dough sticks cost? Do you sell by weight or by piece? I want to buy 5 or 6 to take home and share with my family. Give me another bowl of spicy beef soup. I'll pay for it. I can't let Lady Xia's food go to waste. Seeing how delicious the fried dough sticks and spicy soup were, everyone was deeply tempted. They took out their money to buy more and enjoy enough. Business was booming. The stall had customers, and the enticing aroma of the fried dough sticks and spicy soup spread, attracting even more people. The breakfast stall's business was better than Xia Mingyue expected. Even those buying fried dough sticks lined up in a queue. Although Xia Mingyue and her 2 companions were experienced and quick, they still felt a bit overwhelmed at times. Fortunately, everyone was patient because the food was so delicious. There were few complaints. After all, good food is worth waiting for. Anything worth waiting for must be tasty and worth it. So, patience was essential. By the early morning, all the spicy beef soup and fried dough sticks had been sold out. Xia Mingyue and the 2 others sighed with relief, but those who didn't manage to buy fried dough sticks and spicy soup felt a little disappointed. After confirming that Xia Mingyue would still be setting up her stall early tomorrow, they finally left. Having sent all the customers away, Xia Mingyue and the others began to pack up. This breakfast business is even better than the lunch stall. Lu Shi looked at her bulging money pouch, her eyes narrowing into a happy slit. Since the business was good, there was no need to worry about franchise issues, and money kept coming in steadily. Lu Shi felt very proud of earning money. Just thinking about it made her very happy. But our teamwork is still a bit messy, which makes us look hurried. Xia Mingyue thought about this. Tomorrow, I will focus only on frying fried dough sticks. Sister Lu will handle the soup and dishes, and Zhuguo will take care of the money and fried dough sticks. Once we do our main jobs well, we can help others when there's free time. That way, it won't be so chaotic. Okay, Lu Shi and Jiang Zhuguo agreed, each planning how to do things the next day. By the second day, everyone had gained experience and found ways to handle things, so overall, things went much better than the day before. Business was booming but organized. With the sales from the previous day as a guide, Xia Mingyue roughly estimated the demand for today, increasing the amount of dough for fried dough sticks and cooking more spicy soup than before. That day, the business was even better than the first day. Business was lively, and Xia Mingyue and the others were full of energy, smiling happily as they served everyone buying fried dough sticks and spicy soup. But soon, Lu Shi's face turned grim. She noticed a strange person. A woman about her age with a square face, slightly chubby, and a bit shorter than her. This woman came to the breakfast stall every morning on time. But besides buying 1 fried dough stick on the first day, she hadn't bought anything else. She just stood there, staring at the stall. At first, Lu Shi thought she just wanted to eat fried dough sticks but didn't have money, so she watched eagerly. But then she noticed her eyes fixed on Xia Mingyue making and frying the fried dough sticks, and she even unconsciously mimicked Xia Mingyue's actions. Lu Shi suddenly realized what was happening. This woman was trying to learn the skills secretly. Xia Mingyue also noticed this, and looked up at the woman. Do you want to learn how to fry fried dough sticks? The woman clearly did not expect Xia Mingyue to ask so directly. She was first surprised, then explained, I'm just curious to see. Just curious, just looking around, she said with a laugh and walked away, seeming guilty, like a thief. Jiangwa frowned. From the look of her, in a few days there will be another stall selling fried dough sticks. No matter how she tries to copy, she can't make it taste like mine, Xia Mingyue said with a small smile. She was very confident in her cooking skills. Don't worry, our business will definitely not be stolen, Xia Mingyue added. Jiangwa and Madame Lu agreed with her. But the new snacks Xia Mingyue carefully created were meant to be sold well and eventually franchised. If others wanted to learn honestly and do business properly, that was fine. But now, some people were secretly learning and secretly opening stalls to steal their customers. Just thinking about it made her angry. However, such things were hard to avoid. Many people in the world follow trends. When they see you making money, they copy you and want to share. Even if their stalls are not as authentic or their earnings are small, they can still make some money and feel more comfortable financially. It made her feel uncomfortable inside. Xia Mingyue saw Jianghua and Madame Lu's thoughts and knew it was hard to prevent. She smiled and comforted them. Since some want to follow the trend, we'll keep creating new snacks so they can't catch up. The next morning, Xia Mingyue's breakfast stall added a new snack, sweet fruit cakes. They were square-shaped, with 3 slits in the middle. They looked fluffy like fried dough sticks, with crispy crusts and soft, tender insides, delicious and fragrant. But unlike fried dough sticks, the sweet fruit cakes had a layer of sweet, crispy pastry on the outside, making them crunchy and sweet, with a special taste. These sweet fruit cakes tasted even better when paired with spicy, appetizing hot pepper soup, and they became especially popular among older people and young children. As a result, the new sweet fruit cakes quickly became more popular than fried dough sticks. By the 3rd day, Xia Mingyue's stall also introduced fried pouches, a rectangular fried snack that looks like a pocket made from dough. Before it fully sets, a long bamboo chopstick is used to make a small opening at one end, and 2 freshly beaten eggs are poured inside before frying again. The high heat makes the outer crust crispy and the inside of the eggs quickly solidify and cook. When eaten, it is taken out of the oil, cut into 4 pieces, crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a fragrant egg aroma, making it even more delicious. Fried dough pockets are popular among those who like heavy oil and strong flavors, and they sell quite well. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yu, who had been secretly learning from Xia Mingyue's food stall for several days, spent 2 days at home experimenting and even trying herself for 2 days, wasting several pounds of flour. Eventually, she managed to make fried dough sticks. Although her fried dough sticks are not as attractive in color as Xia Mingyue's and are a bit harder in texture, and not as soft inside, they are still fried foods with a rich aroma and are quite tasty. Mrs. Yu was confident. She used a clean bamboo cloth to line a small bamboo basket, filled it with the fried dough sticks, and took them to sell on the street. Because Xia Mingyue had been setting up breakfast stalls for several days, the term fried dough stick and its name gradually became familiar. When people heard Mrs. Yu calling out, they would stop to look. How much for a fried dough stick? 5 cents each, 1 cent cheaper than Xia's. Mrs. Yu hurriedly called out to attract customers. Freshly fried, crispy, fragrant, and very tasty. As she spoke, she shoved a fried dough stick into the hand of the person asking the price. The person saw that the color of Mrs. Yu's fried dough stick was not very appealing and didn't really want to buy it. However, since it was already handed to him, and he was a woman, he couldn't refuse. He took out his coin pouch and bought the stick, then took a bite. But after 1 bite, he frowned. He had eaten Xia Mingyue's fried dough sticks before. They were crispy, flavorful, and not greasy despite the oil. They were very tasty. He liked Xia's fried dough sticks and had been buying them for the past few days. But today, because he had some errands to run early in the morning, he hadn't had breakfast at Xia's stall before leaving. By the time he finished his work, Xia Mingyue and others had already packed up and gone home, so he couldn't buy from her today. His stomach was growling with hunger, so he bought one from another vendor as a substitute. But this fried dough stick didn't taste very good. The texture was hard and greasy, with a strange taste that wasn't fragrant, just greasy and heavy. After 1 bite, I didn't want to eat any more. But this fried dough stick only cost 5 coins, and the man didn't want to waste it, so he kept biting into it and walking forward. Mrs. Yu didn't notice this, smiled happily as she took the money, and warmly invited customers, "Take care and come back again if you like it." As soon as she left the door, she made her first sale, feeling happy inside, and continued calling out to attract customers. No matter how loudly she shouted, her business behind her was not very good. An entire morning passed, and she only sold a few fried dough sticks from her basket. Freshly fried snacks like these are best sold right away. If they sit too long, they become damp and soft, which ruins the taste. If she couldn't sell these dough sticks in the morning, selling them in the afternoon would be even harder because their appearance would worsen. If they stayed until the next day, they definitely wouldn't sell and would have to be kept for herself. But the money she earned now wasn't even enough to cover the cost, so eating these dough sticks would be a waste. Mrs. Yu felt anxious, squatting at the alley entrance, sighing loudly, one long sigh after another. "Your fried dough sticks, Did you secretly learn from that lady, Sister Xia? A woman selling eggs nearby squinted her eyes. Nonsense, Mrs. Yu refused to admit it. I came up with this myself. Why is it that only Sister Xia is allowed to sell fried dough sticks? No one else can do it. Cut it out. Stealing is stealing. If your skills aren't good, people will talk. And if you're still copying her, that's not good enough. Sister Xia has started selling sweet pastries and fried pouches these days. You're still here copying her fried dough sticks. TSK, you're falling behind. No wonder you're not making money.
What?
Did Sister Xia also start selling sweet pastries and fried pouches? What kind of new snacks are these? And the main thing is Sister Xia even human? How can she make so many different foods? Mrs. Yu's eyes widened in shock. After going out for a walk, Mrs. Liu was in a very good mood. When she returned, she excitedly told Xia Mingyue and Jiang Luoguo about her experience. You wouldn't believe it. I happened to meet that woman on the street. The fried dough sticks she made looked like sticks of wood, all uneven and lumpy, not neat at all. The color was like soy sauce and they looked unappetizing. Seeing her stand there for so long without selling a single one, I felt so happy inside. Lu's smile almost overflowed from her face, and she laughed heartily. People like this truly deserve it. In her past life, Xia Mingyue had many experiences of learning skills secretly, copying menus, and imitating dishes. Now, she was no longer surprised and simply nodded with a smile. Choosing to take crooked paths to make money was doomed to fail. It's better for people to behave properly. The breakfast stall's business continued to be very busy. People interested in joining started to come one after another to discuss franchise opportunities with Xia Mingyue. She sent out 2 very reliable intelligence agents, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, to gather information. Based on the details of the people interested in joining, Xia Mingyue selected a suitable candidate. Yang Dia, who was 1 year younger than Xia Mingyue, had a 13-year-old second sister and twin younger sisters aged 11. The 4 sisters originally came from Yangjia village, 40 miles outside the county. They lost their mother early, and their father passed away this spring due to an illness. Their family owned a house and about 10 acres of land. The sisters lived frugally and helped others with some work, which was enough for food and drink. However, Yang Dia's uncle took over the house and wanted to claim the 10 acres of land as his own, arguing that since the second house had no children and their parents were gone, the house and land should belong to the eldest uncle. Yang Dia naturally refused and took the matter to the village head. Although the village head sympathized with Yang Dia's situation, according to the rules, women could not inherit property. All of Yang's family's belongings could only go to the eldest uncle. Legally, the eldest uncle was supposed to support the 4 children until they married. After negotiation, the village had decided that the house and land would go to the eldest uncle, but he had to pay 10 taels of silver as support for the 4 children. The 4 sisters felt unhappy but understood that this was the best outcome the village head could secure for them. Otherwise, they would have to live in the big house of the Yang family, and future marriages would be controlled by the eldest uncle. The bride price would go to the big house, and they would have nothing to bring as dowry. Moreover, the eldest uncle was only interested in money. In the end, he might not choose a good match for them, and even if he knew it was dangerous, he might push the sisters into trouble just for the money. The village head's decision was already the best plan for the 4 sisters. Yang Dia understood this situation and stopped causing trouble. She took the 10 taels of silver and, with her 3 younger sisters, went to the county town. They rented a courtyard to live in and looked for ways to make a living. Coincidentally, she heard about Xia Mingyue and Xia Ji's business. She came to ask if she could take over this venture to help her earn a living smoothly. Yang Dia is the eldest sister. After their mother passed away, she has been caring for her 3 younger sisters, acting like a mother. She is quick, diligent, responsible, and hardworking. Her sisters are also sensible early on. They do laundry, cook, farm, and help out at home in many ways. In short, Xia Mingyue liked Yang Dia, who is honest and hardworking but also brave. She decided to make her the first partner to join her breakfast food stall. The partnership fee is the same as the stall's standard, 5 taels of silver paid in full at the start, and then 1 tael each year afterward. The central kitchen supplies fresh fried dough, spicy soup ingredients, and seasonings daily. Xia Minghua taught Yang Dia how to fry dough sticks, sweet pastries, and prepare the spicy soup. Considering that after the breakfast stall is franchised out, the central kitchen will increase supplies and the workload will grow. If the last self-operated stall is franchised, there might still be a shortage of workers. Xia Minghua decided to franchise the first self-operated stall to avoid this problem. This way, Yang Dia can take over an existing business immediately, ensuring she can take care of her 4 sisters' meals and needs. However, Yang Dia needs to pay Xia Minghua an additional 4 taels of silver for the stove, iron pot, bowls, chopsticks, and long tables and benches. Since Yang Dia just moved to the county and needs to buy supplies from the central kitchen, Xia Minghua allowed her to pay 1 or 2 taels up front, with the remaining 3 taels divided into 3 monthly payments of 1 tael each. Yang Dia didn't expect to successfully negotiate the franchise, nor did she expect Xia Minghua to be so gentle, kind, and understanding, allowing her to delay paying the rest of the money. She felt deeply grateful, her nose sore with emotion. She pulled her 3 sisters and repeatedly thanked Xia Minghua, saying, "Thank you, Lady Xia. Thank you, Lady Xia. Our 4 sisters will do our best to run this breakfast stall well. They will work hard to earn money, not disappoint Xia Minghua's kindness, and not shame her." After speaking, tears almost welled up in Yang Dia's eyes. Thinking about crying in someone else's house is the worst thing. Yang Dia clenched her teeth and forced all her tears back. "That's good to have that determination," Xia Minghua said with a smile. "It's not late today. You all should go home, tidy up, and discuss how to divide the work. Tomorrow morning, come to my place to learn how to make fried dough sticks and spicy soup." "Okay, we'll come early tomorrow." Yang Dia nodded and, after thanking Xia Minghua a few times, led her 3 sisters to leave. The courtyard where Yang Dia and her sisters rented was located 3 alleys away from Xinghua Lane, in Sifu Lane. The owners were a couple with a son and a daughter. The courtyard originally belonged to their second younger brother's family, but he moved away to settle elsewhere, leaving it empty. The couple didn't pay much attention to them, but weren't stingy either. They charged a fair rent, and since the sisters helped raise the courtyard gate and added 2 clotheslines, they were quite kind. The yard wasn't big. It had a main hall, an inner room on the east and west sides, a western room for miscellaneous items, and a kitchen. At this moment, the sisters had cleaned everything very well. Inside the main hall, Yang Dia was still feeling grateful. "Lady Xia is really a good person," she said.
Yang Sanya and Yang Sisi nodded in agreement.
Yang Arya frowned and said, "But I overheard some people talking outside these past 2 days. They said Lady Xia used to treat others the same way, to make people wholeheartedly work for Xia Ji and earn more silver. Yet, Lady Xia earned money and also gained a good reputation for being kind." Second sister, Yang Dia interrupted, "Lady Xia runs a big business and makes a lot of money. Naturally, some people will be jealous and dislike her. Now, many outsiders are eager to join Xia Ji and earn money. But with so many wolves and few sheep, those who are dishonest or clumsy and don't meet Lady Xia's standards will definitely hold a grudge and secretly scheme against her. Some of these words are meant for us to hear. If we believe them and don't trust Lady Xia or do good business for Xia Ji, we'll fall into their trap. Then, we won't get anything, and those gossipers will be happy. Just like when Uncle Li Zheng helped us break away from Big Uncle's family, some people spoke unkind words. Luckily, we didn't listen to their bad advice. If we had, we might have been sold to others by Big Uncle and his wife. Also, Lady Xia could have chosen not to do this business for us or delay giving us money. But she did help us, and we must remember to be grateful. Even if we can't fully repay her, we should at least not hurt her kind heart. So, we must be careful not to make mistakes in these matters. Otherwise, we would hurt Lady Xia's good intentions and cause trouble for ourselves. Do you understand?" Yang Arya heard this and immediately understood. She nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, big sister, I remember." Just like what Big Sister said, if we're not careful, we could fall into someone else's trap and ruin ourselves. That would make the dishonest little people happy. In the future, we should ignore gossip from busybodies and trust our own judgment. That's right. Yongdea understood her younger sister's cautious nature. She knew she wasn't mean-spirited, just careful. She didn't say much, and only discussed how the four of them would divide the work for preparing breakfast. Frying fried dough sticks, making sweet treats, and cooking spicy soup are busy and tiring jobs, especially near the hot oil. Yongdea thought she should do these herself, while Yongarea could learn by helping out when she's busy. Learning how to cook the spicy soup can be done first by Yongarea. That way, they can learn separately and improve faster. As for Sanya and Sia, they're still young. They can do simple chores first, like washing vegetables, cleaning the yard, fetching water, and washing dishes. This way, they won't all rush to learn everything at once, which might be noisy and troublesome. After planning this, the next morning, the four sisters went to visit Xia Mingyue's house. Yongdea and Yong-er mainly focused on learning how to fry fried dough sticks, make sweet treats, and cook spicy soup. Yang Sanya and Yang Si mainly came to see if they could help Xia Mingyue with anything, like chopping vegetables, cleaning the yard, fetching water, or washing dishes. Xia Mingyue understood Yang Deya's intention and didn't refuse. She focused on teaching them. Both sisters were used to cooking at home, so they learned quickly. Xia Mingyue grew more confident in their abilities. In the following days, the teaching went smoothly. But at this moment, Zhou Jiqing was feeling a bit worried. Since Chef Wei returned and took over the small dining hall's kitchen again, the happiness level throughout the county school has dropped sharply. The students dare not complain, instead turning their frustration over the lack of delicious food into motivation to study harder, hoping to pass exams soon, leave the school, and see the wider world. Meanwhile, the teachers who need to stay at the school for a long time have visited Zhou Jiqing several times over the past 2 days. They subtly suggest that Zhou Jiqing talk to Chef Wei about the food issue, hoping Wei will put more effort into improving the meals. After thinking it over, Zhou Jiqing decided to bring Dai Chongnian with him, and they went to the small dining hall at noon. Chef Wei is in his 40s, not tall, slightly overweight, with a round face that lights up with a smile when he sees Zhou and Dai. Why are Dean Shan and Teacher Dai here now? Chef Wei warmly greets them. Are you thinking about the new tea I got, and want to have tea together? Yes, we want to have tea with Chef Wei, Zhou Jiqing replies, rubbing his nose. That's great. I was just looking for someone to talk to. Chef Wei happily goes to get the tea leaves and teapot, then boils water himself, brews the tea, and pours it for Zhou and Dai. The tea is fresh and clear, with a bright, transparent color, and tastes smooth with a lingering fragrance. Good tea, Zhou Jiqing keeps praising. Right, Chef Wei proudly lifts his chin and pours another cup. Zhou and Dai pick up their cups and drink them all. Chef Wei refills their cups. They drink again, finishing the tea. Chef Wei pours more, and they drink again. He keeps pouring and pouring. Watching 3 pots of tea all go into Zhou and Dai's stomachs, Chef Wei frowns slightly and sits up straight. Dean Shan and Teacher Dai, is there something you want to tell me? If there is, just say it. Don't keep taking my tea to drink.
Well,
Zhou Jiqing hesitates, nudging Dai Chongnian, then quietly says, maybe Teacher Dai should speak? If what he says isn't pleasant, I can still try to mediate. That's fine, Dai agrees. Then I'll trouble Teacher Dai. And you know Chef Wei's temper, so please speak gently, Zhou Jiqing advises cautiously.
understood, Dai nods.
First, he finished drinking the tea in his cup. Dai Chongnian then looked at Chef Wei and spoke. Recently, the food in the small dining hall hasn't tasted quite right. Is it possible to make some improvements? Zhou Jiqing. Where is the gentle tone I expected? When Chef Wei heard Dai Chongnian's words, he first widened his eyes, then reached out to touch Dai Chongnian's forehead. You're not running a fever. Then he looked up at the sky above and muttered to himself, the sun still rises from the east. Is it really Dai Chongnian, who usually doesn't care much about taste, saying that the food isn't good? Chef Wei looked surprised, then laughed after a moment. He laughed so hard he leaned back and pounded his thigh, Pointing at Dai Changnian, I knew it. This day would come sooner or later. Where is there anyone who doesn't like good food? If someone doesn't like it, it just means the time hasn't come. When the time comes, no one can resist the appeal of delicious food. I heard from the kitchen helpers that while I was away these days, you found a lady named Xia, who cooked here for a few days. Is this Dai fellow changing his ways because of that? Chef Wei said, well, that counts too.
All right.
Since Dai and Zhou Shanchong are now both more open-minded, I also know what to do in the future. I won't say more useless words now, just wait for lunchtime. After saying that, Chef Wei stood up and headed to the kitchen. He had only taken a few steps when he turned back to collect all the teapots and cups from the table. The tea leaves had been changed twice. The teapot was freshly brewed, so he needed to keep it for himself. He couldn't let those two guys take advantage of it again. Zhou Jiqing rubbed his nose again and pulled Dai Changnian away first. Once in the kitchen, Chef Wei told Niu and the others to cut all the pork they bought today into small 1-inch cubes. Not making a big pot dish for lunch? Niu asked in surprise. No, not this time. Chef Wei tied on his apron. We'll make braised pork, pickled cabbage, and remember to steam the rice a bit firmer. If it's too soft, soaking in the braised pork's broth will ruin the taste. While speaking, Chef Wei found a wooden box on the shelf in the kitchen. Inside the box, there were various spices, all looking high quality. This is Chef Wei's usual collection of ingredients kept here. Normally, he often looks through and replaces items inside, but when cooking, he rarely takes anything out to use. Now, Chef Wei is choosing some spicy seasonings from inside. The Niu family members immediately brighten their eyes. Chef Wei, are you planning to show off your special skills? Of course, Chef Wei raises his eyebrows and smiles. Otherwise, people might look down on me, thinking I have no real talent.
Just joking.
He's a cook who has spent most of his life in the kitchen. With just a knife, a cast iron pot, and a spatula, he's run a small restaurant for many years. Of course, he has some skills. But earlier, Dai Changnian often mentioned not pursuing food pleasures and Zhou Jiqing agreed, so he just went along with their wishes when cooking. Now he's thinking about making some tasty dishes? No problem. It's time to show some real skill. Chef Wei's eyes are wide open, bright and focused, with a serious expression, like a soldier about to go into battle. Seeing this, the Niu family members all smile quietly. It looks like they will enjoy some good food soon. After more than 10 days of dedicated teaching by Xia Mingyue, Yang Dia and Yang Erdi have almost mastered the skills of frying fried dough sticks and making spicy beef soup. Once again, she let the sisters try their hand, then had everyone in the central kitchen taste the food. After confirming everything was fine, Xia Mingyue told the sisters to start selling their food the next day. The sisters had been looking forward to this day for a long time and eagerly agreed. But while they were excited, they still felt unsure about actually doing it. Especially since it was their first time working in the county town and doing business, they lacked confidence. That night, the sisters couldn't sleep, feeling anxious. When morning came, they all had dark circles under their eyes and used hot towels soaked in water to warm their faces, trying not to scare the customers coming for breakfast. After tidying up, the four pushed their small carts, first going to Xia Mingyue's house to pick up the ingredients for the day, then heading to the stall. They lit the stove, set up the stand, and arranged bowls and chopsticks. Xia Mingyue and Lu also came along to help, making sure everything went smoothly on the first day. Yang Dia and Yang Area were originally feeling nervous and a bit clumsy because of their fear. Their actions were also somewhat awkward. However, seeing Xia Mingyue and the Lu family nearby, they felt much more at ease. Even so, when Yang Dia started frying the fried dough sticks, she still misjudged the heat, and the first few sticks didn't look very good. This made Yang Dia feel a little disappointed and even a bit embarrassed, so much so that she didn't dare to look at Xia Mingyue. Every beginning is hard. Take your time, no need to rush. Her tone was gentle, like a warm spring breeze, making people feel cozy.
Yes, Yang Dia nodded.
I understand. Then she pushed aside her initial nervousness and focused quietly on her work. Yang Dia was already quite skilled, and now that she was calmer, she worked even better without any mistakes. The fried dough sticks, sweet pastries, and cloth bags were fried in turn. This time, they came out with golden, crispy exteriors and looked very tempting.
See?
I can do it well. Xia Mingyue still smiled happily. Yang Dia felt even warmer inside and nodded again, yes. Thanks to her earlier success, Yang Dia regained her confidence and continued working diligently, becoming more skilled with each step. Meanwhile, Yang Aria's spicy soup was nearly ready. Xia Mingyue tasted it and found it fine, then reminded her about the right timing for adding vinegar and sesame oil. Only then did Yang Aria start selling normally. The sky in the east gradually brightened, and customers began to arrive at the stall. Many people knew about Xia's business style. Although they didn't recognize the young girls selling the food, the stall displayed Xia's sign, and Xia Mingyue and the Lu family were helping, so they understood the situation. Xia's food, even when franchised, was guaranteed to taste good. People could buy and eat with confidence. With the foundation laid by Xia Mingyue's efforts over the past 20 days, the breakfast stall was busy as usual today. On the first day of opening, thanks to Xia Mingyue and the Lu family's help, the four sisters managed to run the stall smoothly without any mistakes. By the second day, with the experience from the previous day, and after discussing and reviewing their shortcomings, they improved and did even better than on the first day. After about 3 or 4 days, the breakfast stall run by the Yang sisters was running smoothly. Even without Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu helping, they could still operate normally. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue felt relieved and decided not to go to the food stall to help anymore, joining Madame Lu. The weather had already turned to the beginning of winter. The north wind grew stronger each day, and the temperature dropped daily. Xia Mingyue had already put on a cotton coat. In the past 2 days, she and Madame Lu also went to the fabric store to buy winter clothes for themselves and their families, preparing for the cold winter ahead. Each of them also made 2 sets of clothes for Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. When they received the cotton clothes, on the way back, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu discussed whether to ask someone to deliver the clothes to the military camp and give them to Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. While they were talking, Hong Tu who saw them and greeted them with a smile. When he saw the bundles Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu carried, his smile grew broader. He said, I thought I knew everything happening on West Street, but I didn't expect that Lady Xia and Lady Lu are even more clever than me. His words sounded a bit strange, and both Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu were surprised. Why do you say that? They asked. You're carrying winter clothes. Aren't you going to Xiaohe village? Hong Tu, who was also surprised. What Xiaohe village? What are we going there for? Xia Mingyue became even more confused. Please, Brother Hong, tell us. It seems you two don't know? Hong Tu who chuckled and scratched his ear. I just heard about it. Even though there's no war now, many places still need to build city walls, repair roads, and build bridges. There's not enough labor, so the army is recruiting people everywhere. The bridges at Xiaohe and Dai villages were destroyed in the war, but now they're being repaired. I heard Lu Dutu is in charge of leading the workers, and Zhao Daidutu is also there. When I saw Lady Xia and Lady Lu with the cotton clothes, I thought you knew about this, and were going to deliver clothes there. Turns out you didn't know. But since I just found out, I thought I'd tell you. Do you want to go there? The military was strict, so delivering things wasn't very easy. But now they were outside, and Lu Qian was the leader, the highest-ranking officer inside. It wouldn't be difficult to deliver clothes or food. This bridge repair was just one project. Who knew what would be next? Even if there was no war for half a year or a year, the military would still be very busy. They might not meet again for a long time. Although the Great River Village is far away, it is only about half a day's journey from Jinqiu County. If they leave early in the morning and return late at night, they can make a round trip in 1 day. At worst, they can find someone to stay with for 1 night and come back the next day. The central kitchen is now running smoothly, with everyone doing their part. Jianghua has been following Xia Mingyue closely and has developed some organizational and management skills. For now, both Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi can go out for 2 days without much trouble. After discussing for most of the day, Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi finally decided to make the trip. They reminded Jianghua, Zhou Shi, and Song Shi, who were experienced, and also told Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru to help with work and watch over the house. Then, Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi went to the street carriage shop and rented a cart. The shopkeeper learned that this was their first time going out alone, so he arranged an experienced driver to accompany them. The driver's name is Su Yongfu. He has been driving for many years, is steady and familiar with the routes. He advised Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi to bring water bags, snacks, and possibly a soft pillow and small blanket for rest and warmth during the journey. After agreeing, Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi planned to pick up people at Xia Mingyue's home early the next morning and then go back to prepare things. They also needed to prepare the items Su Yongfu said they would need for their trip, as well as things for Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. Besides the cotton clothes they already packed, they bought 2 pairs of cotton shoes in their size. They were also considering whether to bring some food along. During the war, the court spent a lot on the army to motivate soldiers, on weapons, pay, rewards, and food. Now that the fighting has paused and they are resting, these expenses will be reduced. The quality of food in the army will likely decline significantly. The food they bring should include meat for a good meal, be easy to store, and ready to eat directly. After thinking for a moment, Xia Mingyue went to Hong the butcher and bought a lot of pork belly and tenderloin. Hong the butcher was puzzled about why Xia Mingyue bought so much tenderloin. Tenderloin is tender and tasty, but has little fat, making it quite bland and not as flavorful as pork belly. Even in regular cooking, people usually choose fatty cuts like shoulder or rear ham. Meat should have enough fat to taste good, right? But then again, since Lady Xia wanted to buy it back, even a simple stick of firewood might be turned into something delicious. Huang the butcher licked his lips at the thought. Suddenly, he became curious about what kind of dish Lady Xia was making. But it seemed he could only continue to wonder. After Xia Mingyue brought home a large amount of pork belly and tenderloin, she started working with Lu Shi. She cut the pork into 1-inch cubes, blanched them to remove foam, then cooked them with sugar until caramelized. She added water, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves into a clay pot, brought it to a boil over high heat, then simmered on low. To make the braised pork more flavorful and shiny, Xia Mingyue added some fermented bean curd and soy sauce. After cooking, she drizzled honey for extra aroma and taste. When she lifted the lid, a rich aroma filled the air. The pork looked tender and tempting. Just by smelling and seeing it, one's mouth would water. She cooked 3 pots of braised pork. 2 of these were poured into clay jars, sealed tightly with cloth strips, and wrapped with small woven baskets made from bamboo leaves. These were for Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. The last pot was kept for Jianghua and the 2 Zhaos, Dahu and Eru, to enjoy over the next 2 days. The braised pork was soft and tender, with thick, flavorful broth. Whether served with rice, stir-fried vegetables, or mixed with rice and sauce in a bowl, it was delicious. You could also boil wide noodles and toss them with the pork and broth for a tasty dish, or simply heat it and eat with steamed buns. As for the large pot of braised pork, Dahu and Eru discussed with Jianghua how to eat it. They planned to heat 2 pieces in the morning and evening, then chop them up and stuff them into baked flatbreads to eat with rice porridge and pickled vegetables. The leftovers would be cooked with soaked dried beans, cabbage, potatoes, bean curd sticks, and vermicelli to make a big pot of braised pork stew. As for why they ate like this, to be honest with Aunt Jiang, just the 2 of us brothers, if we only ate meat, not to mention this whole pot of braised pork, even adding half a pot wouldn't be enough for us in a day. Dahu looked serious. Adding other ingredients and cooking it all together, we can eat it over 2 more meals. They said that young boys, even at half-grown age, could eat their father out of house and home. Dahu and Eru were growing fast, and their appetite was indeed impressive. Jianghua thought there was some truth to it and nodded in agreement. Zhao Eru, standing nearby, said, "Actually, it's not necessary. Just take 2 spoonfuls each meal, heat them up, and eat slowly." This pure and authentic braised pork is the most delicious when eaten as is. If other ingredients are added, even if Xia Mingyue's braised pork is used as a base, the flavor wouldn't be bad, but it wouldn't be as satisfying as the purest taste. As for the issue of not having enough, with a fixed portion each meal, how could it not be enough? Seeing Zhao Eru express a different opinion, Zhao Dahu tilted his head and said, Aunt Xia's braised pork, can you really eat it slowly? TSK, if it were me, just seeing that pot of braised pork would make me want to eat the whole pot. Eru, could it be that you don't like Aunt Xia's braised pork? Zhao Eru was silent. This rare moment of cleverness felt a bit misplaced. Jiang Wei saw the two arguing and couldn't help but smile, planning to split the pot of braised pork into two parts later, one part to eat alone, and the other to be paired with other dishes.
But
this braised pork was very tasty. When Xia Mingyue asked her to taste it earlier, she also enjoyed the flavor. Melt in the mouth, fatty but not greasy, lean meat tender, fragrant beyond words, with a hint of sweetness after each bite. She had eaten several pieces before feeling satisfied. This pot of braised pork was also reserved by Sister Xia for the three of them to eat. So, she felt she could decide how to enjoy this portion of the pork. Thinking this way, Jiang Guo lifted her chin, planning to cook some eggs later. She would simmer them together with the pork's flavorful broth, then take them out, cut in half, and drizzle some of the braised sauce over them. These days are perfect for gaining some weight. Jiang Guo's plans were unknown to Xia Mingyue and Madame Liu, who were busy preparing the well-looking tenderloin. They cut the meat into strips about the width of a finger and 3 inches long, then mixed them with cumin powder, soy sauce, rice wine, minced bay leaves, salt, and chili powder. They marinated the meat overnight. The next morning, Xia Mingyue laid each on a bamboo tray and left it to dry in the sun for half a day. The dried meat surface was no longer soft and sticky. Some parts had solidified and become hard. Xia Mingyue took it back and threaded each through one end with a bamboo skewer. She stacked 4 or 5 strips on a single skewer and placed it horizontally on the rack above the charcoal stove, letting the meat hang down and be smoked by the charcoal fire. As the heat from the fire cooked the meat, the moisture inside gradually evaporated. The meat, which was originally light yellow-brown from marinating, slowly turned a deep red brown. After about 3 or 4 hours, the dried meat was mostly cooked through. Xia Mingyue then started preparing the second batch of pork strips. Since the house had only a few small charcoal stoves, by the time the coachman, Su Yongfu, arrived to pick them up, Xia Mingyue had only finished drying a small bundle of meat. It seemed they needed to invite Lu Kaixing soon to come and build a larger stove, which would make cooking much easier in the future. As for the limited amount of dried meat they brought this time, with the 2 large jars of braised pork as support, the dried meat was just a daily snack for gnawing, not a main dish. Thinking this, Xia Mingyue began loading everything onto the cart. Jiang Guohe and others helped, sending Xia Mingyue and Lu's cart out of Xinghua Alley. After giving some instructions to Jiang Guohe and the others, Xia Mingyue and Lu got on the cart. Su Yongfu cracked his whip, and the cart slowly moved westward. Jiang Guohe and the others watched the cart leave before returning home. Everyone then started busying themselves with their tasks. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru also helped with chopping vegetables and fetching water, doing what they could. After sweeping the entire yard and placing the broom back by the wall, Zhao Eru saw the black glazed ceramic basin. Inside was the breakfast prepared for Wujin, white flour pancakes, rice porridge, with some fresh meat skin and strips added. At that time, Zhao Dahu had personally given Wujin a bone to chew and patted Wujin's head. Wujin was wolfing down his meal at that moment. According to Wujin's usual habits, he would eat everything inside the basin completely, even licking it clean as if it had been scrubbed. But now, surprisingly, there was still half a bowl of food left inside. Next to the meat bones, they are still there. The black gold shelter is partly covered with oilcloth to block the wind and rain. When looking inside, all you see is a dark mass. Is black gold sleeping inside? At this moment, Zhao Dahu saw Zhao Eru tilting his head and walked straight over. What are you looking at? I think black gold doesn't seem very happy, Zhao Eru said. He hasn't finished his breakfast. Maybe it's because Aunt Xia went out and black gold is upset, Zhao Dahu replied. Usually black gold likes Aunt Xia the most. It's normal for him to be sulking now. Is that really the case? Zhao Eru scratched his head. Zhao Dahu raised his chin. Why don't you believe that Aunt Xia is good at making black gold like her?
Zhao Eru.
Are you afraid of that too? The carriage headed west out of the city gate, continuing along the official road.
Shu-Yong-fu drove skillfully.
Even on the bumpy official road, the carriage was very steady and not too shaky. Xia Mingyue and the second Mrs. Liu didn't feel uncomfortable, only a bit sleepy from the gentle rocking of the carriage, and they couldn't help but yawn. Just outside the city gate, still half a day's journey from Little River Village, Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Liu closed their eyes, leaning on soft pillows, covering themselves with small blankets, and took a short nap. The sun gradually rose higher, and the carriage moved farther away from Jinqiu County. In the cold winter wind and dry weather, the wheels turned, raising dust behind them. A shadow slowly passed through the dust, approaching the carriage. At first, it followed behind the carriage at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Later, it started running alongside the horses, maintaining a certain distance. Su Yongfu was initially startled when he saw a large, all-black dog with only a small patch of golden fur on its tail. He thought it was a mad dog from somewhere and instinctively pulled his legs back from the front of the carriage. But then he realized the dog didn't seem to have any bad intentions. Although it was panting loudly with its mouth open, its lips curled up slightly, as if it was smiling at him. The dog was well-fed, with shiny, neat fur.
It was clearly a pet owned by someone.
He guessed that it might be a guard dog from a nearby farm, wandering around the village. Not seeing a carriage before, it was curious and came over to check. This was Su Yongfu's guess. As the cart gradually moved forward, passing several villages, the big dog still followed closely without any intention of leaving.
Shu-Yong-fu frowned.
Could it be that the dog is going all the way to Xia Village? Not to mention such a long distance, it's a big challenge for a dog's stamina. If it runs that far, it might never find its home again. That wouldn't be good for the dog. Since the dog is well cared for, its owner must value it greatly. If the dog gets lost, they would be very upset. When Su Yongfu was a child, he once had a small black cat, but it got lost when it was 1 year old, and he never found it again. He remembered how he cried so hard, heartbroken, and he still remembers that feeling. He understands what cats and dogs mean to people. Su Yongfu slowed down the cart, wrapped his whip around his hand, and waved it toward the dog's direction, saying, "Stop following. Go back. Go home." Seeing that the dog ignored his actions, Su Yongfu loosened the whip a bit and flicked it in the air, trying to scare the dog away. But after glancing at Su Yongfu sideways, the dog slowed down a little, keeping its balance with the cart. Now, Su Yongfu couldn't use the long whip to point and shout at it. He thought this dog seems a little clever. But he had plenty of ways. Su Yongfu decided to stop the cart slowly and talk to the dog properly. Running around outside wouldn't end well. Going home was the right thing to do. But before he could speak, Xia Mingyue and Madame Liu, who had been startled by the stopped cart, opened the curtain on one side to check what was happening. They saw a dog crouched on the ground, panting heavily. Wu Jin? Xia Mingyue was surprised. When Wu Jin heard her voice, it immediately perked up. It barked twice at her, then tried to claw at the cart with its front paws, and its tail wagged so fast it looked like a spinning propeller. "It really is Wu Jin," Madame Liu exclaimed in amazement. "Did it follow us all the way from home?" Woof. Wu Jin's tail wagged even faster. Xia Mingyue covered her face and said, "You're very brave to run out like this." Not only did it run out, but it followed all this way. Xia Mingyue looked back and estimated the distance. She discussed with Wu Jin, "We're not far from home now. Maybe you should go back quickly?" If Zhang Ruo and the others found Wu Jin missing, they would definitely search everywhere. Hearing this, Wu Jin's tail immediately drooped, and even the originally grinning mouth gradually closed. It also turned its head to the side.
"What did you say? Too noisy to hear."
Seeing Wu Jin like this, Xia Mingyue knew it wasn't listening at all. She sighed. "It might be best to let it go back on its own, but we've already come this far, so we have to bring it along." Woof woof. Wu Jin suddenly perked up. Its tail kept wagging, and its mouth stayed open. The dog even jumped a few times in place to show how happy it was. But I told you in advance, you need to behave well on this trip. Once we arrive, no running around, Xia Mingyue warned.
Woof woof woof. Wu Jin responded loudly.
Seeing this, Su Yongfu smiled and said, your dog really seems to understand people. Wu Jin is smart. Some big dogs are said to have the intelligence of a 4-year-old child, but Wu Jin is different. Xia Mingyue smiled. Wu Jin is as smart as a 5-year-old. Wu Jin. Is it common to praise dogs like this? But at least it was a compliment, and it agreed to come along, so that was a good thing. Wu Jin happily barked twice. After settling Wu Jin, Su Yongfu continued driving the cart. They still had a long way to go. Letting Wu Jin run along all the time wasn't practical, so they put it on the cart, where it squatted in front of the cart, sitting side by side with Su Yongfu. As the cart moved, a breeze rose. Wu Jin held its head high, letting the cold wind across its face. The dog stood very straight, sitting proudly at the front of the cart, looking very imposing. This attracted children playing nearby on the official road, some of whom stared with their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. Only after the cart had gone far away did they hurriedly run home in groups.
Dad, Mom, guess what I saw?
I saw a dog driving the cart. After noon, Xia Mingyue and her group arrived at a small town and had a simple meal. Pork-filled buns, chicken noodle soup, tastes so, but cheap and affordable. Wu Jin should not eat greasy or heavy foods. Xia Mingyue bought 2 plain steamed buns and also found a meat shop in town to buy a bone for Wu Jin to chew on during the journey. After finishing lunch and continuing to drive, Wu Jin happily held the bone and gnawed on it with a cracking sound. Su Yongfu, while driving, occasionally glanced at Wu Jin's actions and the teeth marks on the bone, feeling a shiver down his spine and a cold sweat on his forehead. In front of great strength, it's better to stay cautious. The carriage moved forward, and by late afternoon, Xia Mingyue and her group arrived at Xiaohe village. They stopped a shepherd at the village entrance to ask about Lu Qian and others' location. The old man grinned and said, "You're looking for those silly soldiers, huh?
Not hard to find.
There are many of them, staying in a few houses at the north end of the village. But I guess they're not there now. They're busy by the river up north." "Thank you, sir." Xia Mingyue bowed politely. "May I ask, why do you call them silly soldiers?" Xia Mingyue didn't think the soldiers brought by Lu Qian would be foolish in their work. The river north of our village is called Yongfeng River. The old bridge there was destroyed in a previous battle. Now, the soldiers are repairing it, the old man explained. There's no problem with fixing the bridge, but in winter, the nights freeze over. If they don't finish the repairs by spring, what's the point now? They're just doing the repairs, but they've brought in rough soldiers who don't know whether to cut wood or break stones. Isn't that foolish? Hearing this, Xia Mingyue pressed her lips together. Although she didn't understand the official ranks or the work process here, common sense told her that repairing a bridge should involve skilled workers guiding the work. It shouldn't be a situation where the soldiers don't even know whether to chop wood or quarry stones. It seemed Lu Qian was also facing trouble. Xia Mingyue bowed again to the old man and said, "You're right. Thank you, sir." "You're welcome, young lady." The old man chuckled, picked up his whip, and continued driving the sheep toward the wild grass area. Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Lu got on the carriage. Su Yongfu drove the cart, and following the old man's advice, they crossed the village heading north. When they reached the northern edge of the village, they indeed saw several courtyards with soldiers busying around, and many military clothes hanging to dry in the yards. Xiaohe village usually has no outsiders, so when the soldiers saw a carriage coming, they all looked over. A young soldier quickly ran over and stopped the carriage with his hand. "What's your business?" he asked. "Excuse me, is Commander Lu Qian here?" Xia Mingyue leaned out of the carriage and asked softly. "Looking for Commander Lu?" The young soldier sized up Xia Mingyue. "Who are you, and why are you looking for our commander?" "I'm a family member of Commander Lu," Xia Mingyue replied. "My surname is Xia." Family member, and such a young lady. The young soldier immediately understood. His serious face turned into a smile. "Oh, So it's the sister-in-law coming to see our leader. But our leader is busy by the river right now. Would you like to wait here for a moment, or go find him now? The young soldier smiled. If you want to find him, I can show you the way. It's not far, only about 2 miles. Please, brother, lead the way. Since it was still early, Xia Mingyue decided to deliver the items, meet the soldiers, and maybe find an inn in the nearby town to stay overnight.
All right.
The young soldier responded. He didn't get into the carriage but ran ahead on his legs. As he ran, he called out, "Sister-in-law is here to see our leader." His loud voice drew the attention of soldiers busy cooking and doing logistics in the village, as well as those by the river and villagers. Xia Mingyue, who had been peeking out the curtain to see what was happening, had to lower the curtain to avoid being stared at by everyone. Seeing this, Madame Lu smiled and nudged Xia Mingyue's arm. "Sister-in-law, you need to get used to this. If Qi Yan becomes a commanding officer someday, you might feel shy like this. But sister-in-law is confident and poised." Still, before reaching Xiaohe village, she already hid in the corner. "Luckily, our carriage is just the size. If it were a double-decker, I'm afraid sister-in-law would hide in the middle layer." Teased by Madame Lu, Xia Mingyue playfully responded. Madame Lu blushed immediately. After many years of marriage, Zhao Yukai has also been in the army for a long time. Usually, Zhao Yukai only visits her when he returns from the military camp. This time, she took the initiative to visit him, which was truly the first time. She didn't know how her simple-minded husband at home was doing in the army. He is a squad leader, responsible for dozens of soldiers. Does he care about face? Does he think her visit might cause trouble, or does he see her as a village woman and feel embarrassed in front of the soldiers? Mrs. Lu started to overthink and became more shy, hiding in a corner. When she tried to tease Xia Mingyue, she was caught off guard and blushed. "It's not like that. Actually, everything seemed to happen at once." Xia Mingyue smiled quietly, while Black Gold grinned and stuck out his tongue, barking twice in a playful manner. It was clear he was joking with Mrs. Lu. Su Yongfu watched Black Gold and, feeling playful, said seriously, "Black Gold, don't be too proud. I heard that people around here like to catch dogs and eat their meat. You better be careful and not show yourself too often." "Eat dog meat?" Black Gold was shocked, quickly pulled his tongue back, and closed his mouth tightly. After thinking for a moment, he simply stuck his head into the wagon. "No more dogs to see." Laughter erupted from inside the wagon. Meanwhile, the young soldier had already arrived at the riverbank and found Lu Qian, who was busy building a pier in the river. "Captain, your wife is here to see you." Lu Qian was checking how to build a pier in the river, focused on how big it should be. When the soldier reported, he casually asked, "My wife?" "Which wife? What's going on?" Could it be that his own captain doesn't even know he has a wife? The young soldier was stunned. "I don't know much, but someone said her surname is Xia."
Xia?
"Is Xia Mingyue here?" Lu Qian finally realized and asked, "Where is she?" "That carriage over there." The soldier pointed to the carriage slowly approaching.
I'll go see.
Lu Qian rolled up his drawings and was about to go to meet the carriage. After taking a few steps, he turned back to find Zhao Yukai. When Zhao Yukai hurried over, the carriage had already stopped by the river. The coachman first got off the carriage and placed the small stool at the front. Lu Qian reached out to help lift the curtain. As the curtain was pulled back, a large black head appeared first, staring directly at Lu Qian. Lu Qian thought, "Why is it everywhere?" Clearly sensing Lu Qian's dislike, the black dog snorted through its nose, then skillfully jumped down from the carriage, barked twice in a playful manner, and obediently sat beside the carriage waiting. Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu got off the carriage one after another. "Why are you here?" Lu Qian asked. "A butcher on the street told us you were repairing the bridge here. Thinking about the cold winter weather, we wanted to bring some winter clothes," Xia Mingyue replied. "We also cooked some braised pork and roasted some tenderloin jerky to give you and brother Zhao a snack." While speaking, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu first took out the padded clothes. Madame Lu pulled Zhao Yukai aside to check if the clothes fit, while Xia Mingyue handed the padded clothes to Lu Qian. Since the battle at Changzhou City, military supplies have visibly decreased. This winter, there are only a limited number of winter clothes. Even those issued contain little cotton. Most soldiers who have been in the army for a long time are still wearing last year's old padded clothes, many mended and patched, with some new cotton added to make do. The padded clothes Xia Mingyue prepared are thick and soft, but the fabric used is the simplest dark blue cotton linen cloth. Even the shoes are very ordinary cotton shoes. It's clear they want him to stay warm but also don't want to attract too much attention given the limited military supplies at this time. In front of hungry people, not smacking their lips while eating is the basic courtesy. Lu Qian's eyes brightened as he took the parcel from Xia Mingyue with both hands. Thank you for your trouble. Brother Lu, you're too polite, Xia Mingyue said with a small smile. She then looked around at the scene in front of her. The Yongfeng River was quite wide, but since it was winter dry season, there wasn't much water in the river. Most of the riverbed was exposed, covered with gravel, and many soldiers were digging large holes in the dry riverbed with shovels. Is everything going smoothly on your side, Brother Lu? Xia Mingyue asked. Lu Qian frowned slightly. It's okay, he replied, though his words sounded insincere. In fact, he was facing some difficulties. Building roads and bridges was originally the work of the Ministry of Works in collaboration with local officials. However, now that the war has mostly ended, officials are changing frequently, and repairs are needed everywhere. Additionally, supplies for the front lines, such as silver and grain, have drained the resources of various government offices, leaving not enough labor for work. When the new dynasty was established, to show that the new emperor cared for the people, they stopped randomly conscripting civilians for hard labor. Instead, some of this work was assigned to the army. The first reason was that even though there were no major battles recently, maintaining the army still cost a lot of money for salaries and food. The soldiers could also be used for many tasks, making full use of their skills. The second reason was that after expanding the territory, the court worried that the common people might not be loyal enough. Sending soldiers to build bridges and roads could help the people see the emperor's kindness and the discipline of the army, encouraging loyalty to the new dynasty. This was reasonable, and even if soldiers were sent to do this work, it made sense. However, after this began, experienced old craftsmen who could help with bridge construction kept having accidents. First, one fell at night and broke his leg, so he couldn't go to the river to check the work. The next day, someone accidentally ate poisonous dried mushrooms and fainted, currently lying in the town's medical clinic. On the third day, another worker was knocked over by a wild ox while transporting materials. Now, both of his arms are in splints, and he can't draw the plans. Seeing this, the remaining craftsmen became frightened and kept making excuses to quit. Those who couldn't leave pretended to be sick or faint and refused to work anymore. In the end, Lu Qian only had one young craftsman he could use. The young man drew a rough plan, but he was only 20 years old and said he didn't have much experience. He was unsure if the bridge would be strong and durable once built. He also lacked experience in estimating how much material was needed, so Lu Qian told him to try slowly. At this point, Lu Qian knew someone was trying to sabotage him. However, he couldn't be sure who was behind it. He had risen quickly in the army and was now highly valued by the camp commander. Many people were jealous or resentful. There was also competition among camps and commanders, and some might want to see their camp fail. At this moment, successfully completing the bridge construction and uncovering the mastermind behind scenes are equally important. Therefore, Lu Qian secretly investigates while also seeking more skilled craftsmen to ensure the smooth progress of the bridge project. But so far, there haven't been many gains. However, these are difficulties he faces himself, and Lu Qian doesn't plan to tell Xia Mingyue much about them. First, because it would be useless, and second, because it might worry her unnecessarily. Of course, this assumes Xia Mingyue would worry about him. Lu Qian lowered his eyes and said, "Things are going relatively smoothly." Xia Mingyue pursed her lips. She naturally noticed Lu Qian's hesitation, but since he didn't say anything, she understood there was a reason for his silence. She didn't ask further, only nodded with a smile. That's good. Meanwhile, Zhao Yukai was smiling so broadly that his eyes disappeared. I knew my wife cared about me the most. Let me tell you first, I didn't want to come originally. I only came because my sister-in-law wanted to, and I was worried she might be unsafe traveling alone, so I accompanied her. Lu Shi still stubbornly denied. It's not because I care about you that I came. Understood, understood. Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly, unable to hide his smile. After chatting for a while, Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi discussed their next plans. If we go back now, we might arrive in town after dark, and if the inns are full, it will be hard to find a place to stay. Lu Qian suggested, why not stay at Xiaohe village for the night? We've been here for a few days, and the villagers are familiar with us. We can find a place to rest. That makes sense. Zhao Yukai agreed immediately. That's good too. Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi also approved. Winter days get dark early, and traveling at night is indeed unsafe. Once the decision was made, Lu Qian ordered people to arrange accommodations for Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi. He also took out the 2 clay jars of braised pork brought by Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi, asking the soldiers to prepare them and add some other vegetables for a hearty dinner in the evening. Lu Qian, as the leader, and Zhao Yukai, as the squad leader, shared in the joy of the meal. Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi didn't oppose or mind the prepared braised pork. Instead, they handed over a special dried meat they had prepared for Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. Originally, I thought that since we had braised pork, we could enjoy it for a few days without preparing dried meat snacks, but now my sister-in-law guessed correctly. Social manners are everywhere, and the military is no exception. When they are at home, neighbors often visit. When men are away, sometimes being generous is understandable. Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi are not bothered by this, but they regret not making more food when they arrived, so Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai could eat more. The accommodation was quickly arranged at the home of a family named Yin Sanshui. Yin Sanshui is from the 3rd branch of the Yin family. Years ago, they sold leather goods and dried fruits, and they owned about 30 acres of land with 5 tiled houses, living quite comfortably. When they learned that Lu Qian was looking for a place for his family to stay overnight, Yin Sanshui volunteered to give up the west wing where his eldest daughter lived and let her squeeze in with his younger daughter. The couple cleaned the house again and changed the new sheets and quilts, warmly welcoming Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi. Thank you, brother Yin and sister-in-law, Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi repeatedly said. You're welcome, ladies, said Yin Sanshui's wife, Li Shi, a friendly woman with a bright smile. My husband said that Lu is leading people to build a bridge, which is good for the people. Once the bridge is finished, we can go to Dawazhuang without taking the long 30-mile detour, saving a lot of trouble. Our villagers are very grateful and want to help with some work, but Lu doesn't want us to work hard, only to take care of the fields. We're worried we can't help much, so this is a rare opportunity. Yin Sanshui smiled and said, Ladies, don't be polite. Just treat this place as your own home. The couple was simple and warm, and Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi felt very comfortable talking with them for a while. Not far from Yin Sanshui's house, the yard where all the soldiers were staying was especially lively. The soldiers were busy frying large pieces of tofu and radish balls, peeling old leaves from fresh cabbage, washing and cutting it into squares. Some soldiers who finished work early saw the mountain of cabbage on the cutting board and in the wooden basin, and their brows furrowed. Are we having a big pot meal again tonight? With many people and limited food options, there are only a few stoves and pots. Currently, the only way to let everyone eat freely is through the dishes cooked in large pots. Today, they are boiling cabbage. Tomorrow, potatoes. The day after, radishes. In short, every day is different, but they all taste the same, bland and lacking flavor. The taste is different today. The cook in charge of chopping vegetables said with a slight smile. Today's food is delicious. Everyone looked at the frying tofu slices and radish balls in the pot and shrugged. It was indeed different, more fried items, but overall, not much change since there's no meat. Thinking about it carefully, at least there's some oil in it, which might make the food taste better. While pondering this, someone suddenly widened their eyes, stretched their neck, and sniffed eagerly, exclaiming, "Smells so good. Really, I'm so hungry I'd think even tofu slices and radish balls smell delicious." Someone nearby teased him with a playful remark. Look at your appetite. No, it's not. The person being teased rubbed his forehead and explained, it's not the tofu or the radish balls that smell good. It's the meat. If I'm not mistaken, it's definitely braised pork. And it's the especially tasty kind. Hey, I say, you little guy, you know we haven't had meat for several days. Now hearing the word meat, my stomach's craving is fighting itself. Are you just trying to make us drool to death? As he spoke, the man raised his hand again, ready to give him another slap. But after hesitating in midair for a long moment, he finally lowered his hand to his ear. He scratched his ear vigorously, then even rubbed his nose, looking incredulous. There really is a meaty smell. But I haven't heard of the kitchen buying meat. This morning, a few squad leaders even complained about wanting some animal fat. Where could this meat have come from? You don't know? Someone with inside information raised his chin and said, today, Lu Dutu and Zhao Dui's wives came to deliver cotton-padded clothes. But I heard they didn't just bring clothes, they also brought 2 big jars of braised pork. Lu Dutu and Zhao Dui are thinking about how we've been eating light lately, so they asked the kitchen to turn this braised pork into a big pot dish for us to enjoy tonight. As soon as this was said, it immediately sparked enthusiastic responses among the soldiers. It's been so long since we last had meat. Finally, we can indulge today. It was still Lu Dutu and Zhao Dui too, who cared about their brothers. Tonight, no one should compete with me. I want to eat 3 bowls. Just 1 bowl is enough for me. After saying this, the speaker took out a large basin about a foot in diameter from under his bed. Everyone gasped. Why didn't we think of that? Amidst the laughter and anticipation, dinner was served in the kitchen. Everyone lined up to get their food, then found a place to eat. Some squatted, some stood, some gathered in small groups, and others simply moved a stone or a wooden block to sit on or use as a table. Different postures, various shapes, but at this moment, everyone was doing the same thing, quickly scooping food into their mouths. They didn't chat or comment on the taste of the food. They just mechanically repeated the same actions. Occasionally, they paused because the kitchen announced there was enough steamed buns, but only 1 bowl of dishes, so they didn't want to finish too quickly. They quickly ate a few bites of buns first. Some people finished their bowls quickly, then regretted it but could only add a spoonful of boiling water from the kitchen and soak some buns in it, slowly eating. There was no choice. The food was just too delicious tonight. Because there were many people but little meat, no one got more than a few pieces of braised pork in their bowls, making the pork even more precious. This small amount of braised pork was truly excellent, cooked thoroughly, full of flavor, with a rich aroma. The fat was soft and tender, the lean meat fresh and tasty. Even those who usually ate too much of plain cabbage and potatoes found them delicious now, as they soaked up enough meat juice. Lu Dutu's wife. No, it was Lady Xia's braised pork, and it was truly delicious. A good cook needs to have their own name. Another person who also found the dinner tasty was a young craftsman named Zhang Anyuan. He held his bowl, repeatedly exclaiming in surprise. When he learned that the delicious meal was thanks to Lady Xia's braised pork, he was lost in thought for a long time. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue, Lu Qian, the Lu family's wife, and Zhao Yukai were eating together alone. Apart from the large pot of braised pork, the kitchen also kept a separate dish of pure braised pork. They served it with a cold tofu and cabbage salad, radish balls, and a bowl of radish soup. The radish soup was made by slicing radish and cooking it with fried eggs until it became a clear, white broth. No need for fried noodles or extra seasonings, just a little salt made it light and tasty. The flavor of the eggs added a rich aroma, making it very delicious. The 2 families, each with 4 members, hadn't gathered together for a long time. Now, they were talking happily, eating with joy and sweetness. After the meal, the 2 families separated to chat in different places. Lu Qian took a small pouch of money from his pocket and handed it to Xia Mingyue. This is the military pay for these days. Xia Mingyue looked at the heavy pouch and smiled happily. It seemed that every time Lu Qian saw her, he wanted to give her money for the family. He was quite responsible after all. Brother Lu, you're out now and have many expenses. You should keep the money yourself, Xia Mingyue politely refused. Since arriving here, Xia Mingyue had noticed many difficulties Lu Qian faced. Lack of money was one of them. Whether it was the current situation in the army or someone deliberately making things hard for Lu Qian, he needed to find a way out. Until he found a breakthrough, Lu Qian had to endure the tough times. Money, besides loyalty, character, and strength, was the most needed thing in the army. For example, today's meal of braised pork was enough to win people's hearts. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qian opened the pouch, took out a small silver piece, and put it into Xia Mingyue's hand. He then put the rest back into his pocket. Let's consider this a loan. I'll pay you back later. Xia Mingyue blinked. If Lu Qian saw her as an outsider, he always thought of giving her family money, worried she might run out of funds. But if he saw her as family, he used the word loan today. His thoughts really were hard to understand. Xia Mingyue shook her head and smiled. Seeing this, Lu Qian asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Xia Mingyue said. "I was just thinking I really am a merchant." "How so?" Lu Qian tilted his head. "I saw you building the bridge, but your funds are limited, so I thought about asking someone to donate." Mingyue Xia said, "Anyone who donates funds can have their name engraved on the bridge to show their virtue. Building roads and bridges is a good deed, and everyone is willing to contribute generously, especially those local gentry and wealthy families who want to leave a good legacy for their family and are very interested in this matter." Furthermore, since the area was incorporated into the new dynasty's territory not long ago, big clans with deep roots in the region also want to gain a good reputation and maintain good relations with local officials and border troops. Among these people, some have made large profits from the recent wars, and they see this as an opportunity to make some money from those with shady sources. Lu Qian nodded. He also had this idea. However, the local gentry and wealthy families tend to be indecisive and quick to follow the wind, and seeing that Lu Qian's progress on building the bridge was slow, they refused to step forward. It's likely that someone was speaking behind the scenes. But there are ways to get these people to support it. Right now, the most urgent thing is to build the bridge quickly. Otherwise, even if the money is gathered, the bridge cannot be built, and it might be exploited by those with ill intentions. So, finding skilled craftsmen as soon as possible is the priority. While thinking, soldiers entered the courtyard, saying Zhang Anyuan wanted to see Lu Qian urgently. "Bring him in." Lu Qian raised his hand.
Yes.
The soldier turned and soon brought Zhang Anyuan over. When Zhang Anyuan saw Lu Qian and Xia Mingyue, he bowed respectfully. "Commander Lu, Lady Xia, is there any change regarding the bridge construction?" Lu Qian asked.
No.
Zhang Anyuan shook his head, then paused before saying, "I came to see you because I know someone who might be able to help you."
Who is it?
His name is Fong Linwang. He's originally from Jiaxing and is very skilled in stone bridge construction. He lives not far from here, in Lu Family Village, Zhang Anyuan explained. If Commander Lu can find him to help build the bridge, it will definitely be twice as effective. Really? I dare to guarantee it. Zhang Anyuan scratched his ear. But this person has a stubborn temper and speaks very harshly. Previously, some officials asked him to do tasks, but they couldn't stand him and had many arguments with him. As a result, Fong Linwang's reputation is poor and no one asks him anymore. Fong Linwang himself also disliked dealing with those officials and often kept to himself. I heard that someone wanted to ask him to build a bridge before, but because of disagreements in speech, he was driven away. If I go to ask him, how can I persuade him? Lu Qian frowned. You don't know Lu Duzhu, Zhang Anyuan replied. Besides loving to build bridges, Fong Linwang also loves to eat. If you can bring some tasty food when you visit, I think it might work. So, Zhang Anyuan hadn't mentioned Fong Linwang before, but today he suddenly brought him up, probably because he tasted the braised pork made by Xia Mingyue and thought there might be a chance. And since there is this possibility, he definitely needs to try. But if that's the case... Xia Mingyue didn't wait for Lu Qian to speak, but looked at Zhang Anyuan. Does he have a favorite food? I heard he likes mutton and good broth. Zhang Anyuan answered honestly. Mutton and broth. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment, and then smiled at Lu Qian. It seems that Lu Duzhu will need to go there himself tomorrow.
All right.
Lu Qian nodded, then arranged for someone to go find fresh mutton early the next day. It will be a bit hard for you tomorrow, Lu Qian said, feeling a little guilty about asking Xia Mingyue for help. Xia Mingyue smiled gently. Big brother Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Her smile was bright and graceful, with a gentle charm. If you had to describe it precisely, it matched tonight's bright moon in the sky. A name truly fitting the person. Perhaps that's just how it is. Lu Qian withdrew his slightly distracted gaze and smiled slightly. Next to him, Wu Jin saw this and looked very long-faced. He knew. Some of those flashy people just love to steal the spotlight. Always handing out things and grinning widely, afraid others won't notice them. Really exhausting. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some attention, or some people truly don't know their own limits. That night, after washing up and resting, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Only Wu Jin wandered around the yard for a long time.
房三水家的房子很宽敞，院子也算大，墙也很高，但院子里没有乌金想找的东西。
After hesitating for a moment, Wu Jin looked at the sturdy Polonia tree at the base of the wall. He finally made up his mind, took a few steps back, then sprinted and jumped, using the tree trunk as a stepping stone to easily climb over the wall and land safely on the ground. Covered in starlight, Wu Jin headed north. Because Lu Qian planned to find Fong Linwang tomorrow, he ordered all soldiers to stop work tonight and not to work on the river. At this time, only night patrols were near the river. 5 people formed a small team, patrolling their areas back and forth, changing shifts every half hour. Late at night, with frost in the air, the firelight was limited. The patrols mainly listened carefully with their eyes wide open. Suddenly, the front person of one team stopped abruptly. The others behind almost bumped into him. After steadying himself, he said, "What's wrong with you? Can't you walk steadily?" Someone or something just darted past over there.
He gestured with his hand.
It's so tall and long, crawling on all fours. It doesn't look like a person. Not like a person? Then, could it be a water monkey? Someone exclaimed. As soon as that was said, everyone became very alert. Where there's water, there are usually some deaths and bad rumors. Yongfeng River was no exception. Don't talk nonsense. The speaker's voice trembled a little, but he tried to stay calm. We must have seen it wrong. We 5 strong men aren't afraid of that. If we tell others, they'll laugh at us. Before he finished, there was a rustling sound nearby. Under the faint moonlight and the glow of the torch, all 5 saw a shadow quickly dart away. It was agile. It probably had strong fighting ability. The 5 were stunned for a long time, looking at each other. Suddenly, I feel a little sweaty. I want to go to the bathroom. Early in the morning, Wu Jin sat in front of Xia Mingyue's door. When Xia Mingyue opened the door, Wu Jin excitedly barked twice, then lowered his head and nudged the ground with his nose, pushing something towards Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue crouched down, gently petting the black dog's head while looking at what it wanted to show her. It was a small pile of stones. They were different shapes and colors, but all about the size of a thumb or a copper coin. When stacked together, they looked quite nice. Some of these stones still had dirt on them, clearly picked up from the Yongfeng River to the north. The black dog had gone to the river to gather stones. Is this for me? Xia Mingyue asked, picking up one.
Woof.
The dog nodded, confirming. Very pretty. I like it a lot, Xia Mingyue said with a big smile, rubbing the dog's head again. Seeing this, the dog barked happily twice. It was even more excited when it saw Xia Mingyue wrapping the stones in a cloth and carefully placing them away, then turning around in circles happily. No wonder the always noticeable bag liked to give small stones. She really liked these things. It was worth the night the dog stayed up, digging by the river for so long. The dog lay contentedly on the ground, yawning widely. Breakfast was still brought over from the kitchen, eaten together with Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai. The soft, sticky porridge made from millet grains smelled very good. The pickled white radish was crisp and tasty, and the steamed buns, soft and fresh, were especially good. The kitchen also specially fried a plate of tender scrambled eggs. The eggs were cooked just right, fresh, tender, not greasy, and very delicious. Xia Mingyue asked the kitchen for an extra bowl of millet porridge, soaked with a pancake she brought, and served it to the dog for breakfast. But at this moment, the dog was lying on its side, sleeping soundly. Why isn't the dog waking up this morning? Usually it's up early, Lu Qian asked curiously when he saw this. Maybe it's just not used to being here, Xia Mingyue blinked. Pets have unpredictable thoughts, so it's best just to be grateful. Seeing Xia Mingyue smiling mischievously and keeping her thoughts to herself, Lu Qian guessed she knew something but didn't ask. Following Lu Qian's orders from yesterday, the others bought a whole lamb and some lamb spine bones. Xia Mingyue used the kitchen stove, put on an apron, and started working. A few cooks in the kitchen hurried over to help. First, because of Lu Qian's special instructions, he insisted on helping out and trying to prevent Xia Mingyue from getting too tired. Second, he also wanted to learn from Xia Mingyue. Last night, everyone tasted the delicious braised pork and thought Xia Mingyue's cooking skills were really good. They also felt that their own cooking was far behind hers. Although cooking in the military camp is mainly about filling stomachs and making sure the food is cooked well, as cooks, they still have their own professional standards. Of course, to learn from Xia Mingyue, they needed to ask her first, because secretly copying her cooking would be considered very shameful. So, the squad leader personally stepped forward with a very flattering smile and approached Xia Mingyue. "Madam Xia, I have a small favor to ask," the squad leader said shyly. Cooking skills are a special talent, after all. Even though there's no rule that Xia Mingyue has to teach her skills to others in the military camp, the more people who learn this skill, the less valuable it becomes. Especially in the squad leader's view, they wouldn't bring much benefit to Xia Mingyue by learning. "Do you want to learn?" Xia Mingyue asked with a smile. Yes, the squad leader nodded, surprised that Xia Mingyue saw through him so clearly and was straightforward enough to ask directly. He felt a bit embarrassed and nodded again. Sure, Xia Mingyue agreed quickly. If the lamb stew she cooked this time could impress Fong Linwang, she might make it again in the future. Teaching the cooks in the kitchen could also be very helpful. But just watching this once probably won't let you learn the real skill. You can watch for now, and later I'll write down the recipe for you. Seeing Xia Mingyue so generous, the squad leader was quite excited. He nodded happily like a chick pecking at grains. Okay. Then he thanked Xia Mingyue and told the other cooks to come over quickly and watch carefully. However, one of the cooks rolled his eyes and said, "Learning cooking from a woman. Where will I put my face after that?"
He was a grown man.
As soon as he finished speaking, the squad leader gave him a slap on the head and scolded, "If you want to learn, learn. If not, get lost. What's wrong with a woman? Isn't your mother a woman? Without women, how could you even survive? You came out of a woman's belly, and now you're still complaining? If you have the ability to jump out from between the stones, that's your skill. I can respect you for that. But here you're being picky and difficult, which is really giving you face." After scolding him, the team leader still felt unsatisfied and didn't let him work here anymore. Instead, he was sent to fetch water and fill all the water jars. If you look down on women, then don't let them be a bother here. Otherwise, it might affect their learning of skills later. The person being scolded looked embarrassed and didn't dare say anything else. He took his pole and water bucket and went out. Xia Mingyue didn't know about this small argument. She was busy preparing spices and ingredients needed for cooking. She cut the lamb leg into big pieces and soaked them with the lamb spine in clean water for half an hour, changing the water twice to remove the strong smell. She put the lamb and bones into cold water with chopped green onions and slices. When the water boiled, she added a spoon of yellow wine. As the water kept boiling, impurities floated to the surface and were skimmed off with a ladle. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she took out all the lamb and bones and rinsed them with warm water. Then she put everything back into the pot with more water, green onions, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and cinnamon to stew. When it boiled again, she added more yellow wine and let it simmer for an hour. During this time, Xia Mingyue made dough by mixing cold water and flour, kneading it into small portions and rolling each into a round pancake about the size of a palm. She cooked the pancakes on a dry pan until the surface was slightly crispy and golden, about 80% done. When all the pancakes were cooked and placed in a small basket, the aroma of the lamb soup was already spreading. Xia Mingyue then cut soaked black fungus and vermicelli into strips or pieces, prepared salt, pepper, and chili powder, and packed everything into a clay pot for later. She checked the soup. It was almost done. She scooped out the meat, bones, and broth into another clay pot until it was about 80% full. She took the cooked pancakes, prepared side dishes, seasonings, and charcoal stove, and packed everything. She told the team leader and others to first remove the lamb from the pot. The lamb bones soup would simmer for another half-hour. Then, Xia Mingyue was helped onto the carriage by Lu Qian. They were accompanied by Guy Zhongyuan, the coachman, and 2 soldiers who were also driving and traveling with them. The carriage was small, filled with various belongings that needed to be taken along. Xia Mingyue and Lu Qian sat inside, already packed tightly. To avoid the heat from the charcoal stove and the boiling lamb soup in the clay pot, Xia Mingyue had to move slightly away. As a result, they sat very close, shoulder to shoulder. Since arriving here, and since their marriage, this was the first time they were so close. Perhaps because of the charcoal stove, the inside of the carriage felt a bit warm. Xia Mingyue moved slightly to the side. Lu Qian noticed this movement. After a moment of frowning slightly, he reached out to lift the curtain on both sides to let in some cool outside air. Just as he raised his hand, the wheels seemed to run over something, causing the carriage to shake hard. Xia Mingyue lost her balance and tilted toward the stove. Quickly, Lu Qian reached out and held her shoulder to prevent her from hitting the stove. Xia Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she was now being held firmly by Lu Qian and leaning on his shoulder. Her cheeks turned slightly red. She quickly sat up and brushed her slightly messy hair behind her ears. "I'm fine," she said. "That's good," Lu Qian sighed, his eyes darkening a little. He reached out to lift the curtain and told the soldiers to drive the carriage more smoothly. Then he pushed the small curtains on both sides of the carriage aside. Cold wind rushed in, dispersing much of the heat inside. Xia Mingyue no longer felt uncomfortable and sat up straight. "How much farther is the journey?" she asked. Lu Qian looked up and checked. "About half an hour." Almost. Xia Mingyue opened the lid of the clay pot to check the simmering soup inside, then covered it again. The timing should be just right. "Yes," Lu Qian nodded and quietly moved to sit beside Xia Mingyue. "Huh." Xia Mingyue tilted her head to look at Lu Qian. Lu Qian only turned his face to look out the window, seeming unaware of anything. Xia Mingyue touched her nose and looked away, feeling a bit shy. The carriage continued to the Lu family village. After asking around, Zhang Yuan and the soldiers found the place and stopped the carriage at the west side of Lu family village, in front of Lu Linwang's house. The yard at Fong Linwang's house is small and run down. The 2 tiled houses are a bit old, with green bricks used for building that have grown moss, and some are crumbling due to weathering. The wall around the yard is low, only about half a person tall, but there is a neat fence gate at the entrance. The gate is tightly closed, and the house door is also shut, so it's unclear if anyone is home. "Let me go in and take a look," the soldier said, about to step over the yard wall. "Wait a moment." Lu Qian stopped him with his hand, then cupped his hands toward the house and asked, "Is the master of the house at home?" No response came from inside, but shadows flickered behind the windows. Lu Qian saw clearly and asked again, louder this time, "Is the master of the house at home?" His voice was raised by about a third, loud and clear. Next to him, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but cover his ears. Suddenly, there was noise at the quiet gate. The house door was kicked open with a bang. An old man, short, slightly hunched, with sparse white hair, rushed out from inside and pointed at Lu Qian's nose, shouting, "What are you howling about in the middle of the day?" "I am Lu Qian," Lu Qian said politely, cupping his hands. "Are you the master of the house?" "That's right, I am." Fong Linwang raised his chin. He looked at Lu Qian and the soldier beside him with a frown. "People from the army?" I heard that recently the army has been busy building bridges and roads everywhere. Since you found this place, I guess you want me to help build a bridge?
Exactly.
But I wonder. No time. Fong Linwang interrupted. Don't even think about it. He turned and headed into the house. After a few steps, he turned back and shouted at Lu Qian, if you keep howling here, don't blame me for scolding you later. With that, he quickly went inside and slammed the door shut. Lu Qian even heard the latch being secured. Seeing Lu Qian frown slightly, Zhang Anyuan hurriedly said, that master of the house is just like that. Don't take it to heart, Lord Lu. Inside the carriage, Xia Mingyue, who was peeking through the curtain, smiled softly. The master of the house is indeed quite special. It seems they need to show some sincerity to get anywhere. And I hope these sincere efforts will suit his tastes. Xia Mingyue got off the carriage and, with Lu Qian's help, carried the charcoal stove, clay pots, and other items down from the wagon, placing them outside Fong Linwang's low courtyard wall. The charcoal stove was still burning, and the lamb and bone soup in the clay pot was just about to boil, but hadn't yet boiled. At this moment, Xia Mingyue simply lifted the lid of the pot and used a small fan to on the fire in the charcoal stove. The fire grew stronger, and the soup in the pot quickly boiled, bubbling loudly. The hot steam, mixed with the rich aroma of lamb and nourishing bones, spread out. Xia Mingyue deliberately used the fan to direct this fragrant, hot air into Fong Linwang's yard. Soon, the strong smell filled the entire small courtyard.
Bang!
The door was pushed open forcefully, and Fong Linwang appeared at the entrance. He first tilted his head slightly, sniffed vigorously a few times, then clicked his tongue. When he realized the aroma was coming from outside the wall, his eyes lit up immediately. But when he saw that the people hadn't left and were all looking at him with faces that seemed to hide something, his expression darkened. Fong Linwang's face grew grim. He quickly stepped forward again to where Lu Qian and the other stood. Why haven't you left yet? Was this supposed to be a way to make him agree to help build the bridge? Thinking about fishing instead? Why, he was so easy to talk to, willing to abandon principles just for a bit of food. Forget about whether this was really the case. Even if it was, does that mean the lamb soup is definitely delicious? What was he thinking? Fong Linwang sneered at the behavior of these people. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue calmly scooped a spoonful of soup from the boiling pot with a wooden spoon, then handed the bowl to Fong Linwang. This lamb soup is already cooked. Before we leave, Master Fong, would you like to taste the saltiness first? Taste the saltiness? Fong Linwang glanced sideways at Xia Mingyue, but didn't reach out to take the bowl. Instead, he snorted coldly. I don't just drink any lamb soup. Why should he taste it? Don't think about trying to flatter him. That's true, but this lamb soup is a bit different. After tasting it, Master Fong will definitely like it, Xia Mingyue said. Seeing that Fong Linwang remained unmoved, she smiled. How about this? If after tasting it, Master Fong finds the flavor unsatisfactory, we'll leave immediately, no hesitation. They could leave happily after drinking the soup. Fong Linwang thought for a moment, then reached out to take the bowl handed by Xia Mingyue. You said it yourself. If you finish drinking and still don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. A group of stubborn people who refused to turn back without hitting a wall. Fong Linwang, feeling annoyed, brought the bowl to his mouth. After blowing on the hot steam, he took a big sip and drank the soup clean. The rich, fragrant, and delicious taste immediately spread in his mouth. Fong Linwang was momentarily stunned. After savoring the wonderful flavor and licking his lips, he looked at Xia Mingyue with a dazed expression. This soup. Master Fong, do you still find it tasty? Xia Mingyue smiled brightly. Tasty or not? Fong Linwang paused for a moment, then his expression turned serious. He handed the bowl back to Xia Mingyue. I was just thinking of sending you all away. I drank too quickly and didn't notice the saltiness or blandness of the soup. I need to try more. Xia Mingyue understood Fong Linwang's meaning and knew he was too embarrassed to say it openly. She didn't point it out but took the bowl from him and scooped 2 more spoonfuls of soup. This time, Fong Linwang didn't gulp it down like before. After blowing on the hot steam, He sipped it slowly, small mouthfuls. As the saying goes, lamb and sheep are fresh, and eating lamb is especially delicious. The lamb soup also tastes very fresh and tasty. Since the lamb was cooked long enough and used few seasonings, the strong mutton smell was completely removed. At the same time, the natural flavor of the lamb was preserved and enhanced. So, this soup wasn't very strong in flavor, but had a light, refreshing taste. Yet, the deliciousness of the lamb was enough to make anyone want to keep drinking. After drinking half a bowl of soup, Fong Linwang's mind was full of thoughts about having another bowl. No, a whole pot. After finishing that half bowl, Fong Linwang's craving was fully awakened. He no longer cared about saving face or changing his attitude. He directly handed the bowl back to Xia Mingyue. More, please. Of course, more is fine, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. But it's almost lunchtime now. Just drinking soup might not fill you up. How about some main food? While speaking, Xia Mingyue took out the prepared pancakes, cooked lamb, sliced noodles, and other ingredients. Seeing the situation, Fong Linwang's eyelids drooped, and he crossed his arms behind his back. He squinted and smiled, saying, "Little lady, are you planning to use this lamb soup to soak the bread and eat?" "Exactly," Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. But making lamb soup with bread is quite particular. Fong Linwang's eyes narrowed into a thin slit. "I see you're still quite young. Are you sure you can make it taste authentic?" "Whether it's authentic or not, Master Fong, you'll find out once you try it," Xia Mingyue said with a smile. "But on the street, there are no tables or chopping boards. Not to mention, it's not very convenient to make lamb soup and bread here. I guess Master Fong might not enjoy it fully either." "Perhaps." Xia Mingyue hesitated, but kept smiling and looked at Fong Linwang with a clever grin. Fong Linwang, with his hands behind his back, turned to walk away. He reached out and opened the low fence gate, giving a slightly annoyed look at Lu Qian and others. "Come in, everyone." Having received permission, Lu Qian cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Then, he helped Xia Mingyue move the charcoal stove, clay pots, and other items outside into the yard. Fong Linwang brought out a square table and a few stools. He then went into the kitchen, took out a chopping board and a kitchen knife, and handed them to Xia Mingyue for use. After finishing the preparations, Fong Linwang sat nearby, watching Xia Mingyue busy with interest. This lamb soup with bread should actually be called beef and lamb soup with bread. The broth should be made from beef and lamb bones in a specific ratio to ensure the soup is flavorful, rich, and fragrant, leaving a lasting taste. However, in this era, farmland is the foundation of the country, and draft animals are vital tools for farming. The government has issued orders that, regardless of status, people are not allowed to slaughter draft animals or eat beef. As a result, beef is unavailable and cannot be eaten. Therefore, the lamb soup Xia Mingyue made this time used only lamb meat and bones. Due to the sudden situation, she lacked proper seasonings and ingredients, so she made some modifications to the ingredients, seasoning, and cooking time. The thick broth was brought to a boil, then added sliced cooked lamb, vermicelli, black fungus, and other ingredients, simmered briefly. Next, she added torn bread pieces and seasonings, cooked for a little longer, and drizzled some cooked lamb fat on top. Thus, a bowl of lamb soup with bread was ready. When eating, one could add cilantro, chili oil, and other condiments according to personal taste. While making lamb bread soup, Xia Mingyue followed the traditional method she learned from modern times, using different ratios of broth to bread to create 3 styles. The first style, called dry soak, involves fully immersing the bread in the broth while cooking. The second style results in soft, smooth bread with some broth remaining in the bowl, called dipping soup. The third style uses a wide bowl with lots of broth, a mound of bread in the center, and broth surrounding it, called water fortress. 3 bowls of lamb bread soup were served one after another. Xia Mingyue also arranged condiments like cilantro and chili oil nearby. "Try some, Chef Fong?" Fong Linwang looked at the 3 very different bowls, and his frown eased. "You really have some skill, little lady." He eagerly picked up a wooden spoon with his left hand and chopsticks with his right, starting with the first bowl. The bread in the first bowl was chewy and elastic because it had been cooked in the broth. It was a bit sticky, but very smooth to eat. Each bite absorbed the flavorful broth, rich and fragrant, without feeling dry or tough. The second bowl had bread pieces that were appropriately sized, smooth, and softer than the first. The flavor was even more intense. The third bowl had more broth, with scattered bread, a fragrant and silky taste, and an excellent texture. Fong Linwang even added some chili oil, making the dish more spicy and appetizing. Eating it in the cold winter made him sweat happily. This lamb bread soup tastes really good. Fong Linwang kept nodding and even let out a satisfied burp. Each bowl of lamb bread soup used only one piece of bread, but with the broth and meat, it was very filling. Fong Linwang was already full but had not finished all 3 bowls. Leftover delicious food is a big waste, especially the lamb meat in the soup. He wanted to eat it all. Despite feeling quite full, Fong Linwang still slowly ate the remaining bread and broth from the bowls. He even sighed it would be even better with some pickled garlic. Eating meat without garlic reduces the flavor by half. Especially with lamb, without garlic, the taste is a bit less fresh and delicious. But garlic is spicy. After eating a clove, it often feels hot and sharp, making it hard to eat more. This pickled garlic is different. It is very sweet with a bit of spiciness. It tastes refreshing and enhances the flavor of the meat. More importantly, it might help reduce the greasy feeling after eating too much lamb. Fong Linwang thought that if he had a small plate of this pickled garlic, he could finish all the remaining lamb soup and bread in one go, without even needing to wash the bowl. Actually, I do have some of this pickled garlic, Xia Minghua said with a smile. The homemade pickled garlic tasted excellent. However, since she had to wait for new garlic to make more, Xia Minghua didn't want to eat too much at once. She only scooped out a few each time, and now she still had a small jar left. She had planned to enjoy it during the new year. Really? Fong Linwang was excited. Where is it? Bring it out quickly. Right now. But it's not here, Xia Minghua said. If Master Fong wants it. I know. Fong Linwang interrupted her. If I want to eat the pickled garlic and more of this lamb bread, I need to help your man build a bridge, right? Hearing this, Xia Minghua immediately swallowed the honest words she was about to say. I'll bring it to you another day, she said with a smile and nodded. Exactly. Using this pot of lamb soup and pickled garlic to make me do this work, honestly, it's not a good deal. Fong Linwang looked at Lu Qian. Are you the one in charge of building the bridge? An order from above, Lu Qian replied honestly. This time, I am fully responsible for building the Yongfeng River Bridge. Even the workers helping with the construction are soldiers, and they listen to my commands. It's good that it doesn't involve the county government, Fong Linwang nodded. You seem like a refined person, probably reasonable. You don't have much power or greed, and you came up with this idea to help me. You're probably clever. Alright, I've been idle at home for a while. My old bones are getting stiff. Going out to loosen up my muscles is good, so I'll go with you. This was a kind of invitation. Lu Qian felt relieved. Thank you, Master Fong. Fong Linwang squinted again. But let's agree on one thing. I won't live with you. I want to drink a bowl of hot lamb soup every day, and I'll decide about the bridge building. If you people who know nothing keep talking nonsense in front of me every day, or if you're just trying to save face or act superficial, don't blame me for walking away. All right, Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Before going with Zhang Anyuan to find Fong Linwang, Lu Qian had already sent someone to gather information. Fong Linwang was not only skilled at bridge building and good at drawing plans, but he also had a lot of experience choosing sites for bridges. He was well known in this field. However, earlier he had argued with the officials over site selection and materials. He was meticulous in his work, a bit stubborn, straightforward in speech, and sometimes unknowingly offended others. Over time, people began to say he was eccentric and sharp-tongued. When Fong Linwang heard about this, his stubborn nature made him give the officials a cold look, which confirmed his reputation. But in truth, Lu Qian pursed his lips. Seeing Lu Qian agree so quickly, Fong Linwang nodded. Since you're so straightforward, I won't waste time. I'll pack my things today, and tomorrow I'll come with a cart to pick me up. All right, Lu Qian cupped his hands. I'll send someone to pick up Master Fong early tomorrow. Good. Fong Linwang nodded. It's getting late. My place is small, so I won't bother you for lunch.
Goodbye.
Lu Qian, Xia Mingyue, and the others stood up, ready to pack their belongings. Hey, you're leaving, but you still need to take your things. Fong Linwang hurriedly stopped them. Xia Mingyue was surprised. There's no lamb soup left here. Well, there are some lamb bones and lamb meat. I can add water and stew it again tonight, roll out some noodles, and it'll be a meal. Fong Linwang said, Your wastefulness is not good. Food should be eaten properly. That's true. Xia Mingyue smiled softly and left the remaining buns behind. If Master Fong doesn't want to make noodles tonight, soaking the buns is fine too. That's not bad. Fong Linwang nodded. Your suggestion is good. The lamb noodle soup at noon was very tasty. Even now, his stomach was full, but he still felt it wasn't enough. He thought about coming back in the evening for another bowl. That would be perfect. Although the flavor of the buns in the evening wouldn't be as good as at noon, at least there was some lamb meat. Better than nothing. Fong Linwang was very easy to satisfy. At this point, Xia Mingyue and Lu Qian decided to leave behind the remaining charcoal stove, clay pots, and some leftover ingredients. On the way back, only Xia Mingyue and Lu Qian were inside the carriage, while Zhang Anyuan and 2 soldiers sat in front, driving the cart. Without the charcoal stove and boiling pots, there was no extra heat inside the carriage. Xia Mingyue felt the temperature was just right and very comfortable. However, this comfort, combined with the slight bumping of the cart, made Xia Mingyue feel very sleepy. Feeling sleepy, she kept yawning one after another. Did you not sleep well last night? Lu Qian asked with concern. Not too bad, but since I changed to a new place, I guess I'm not used to it yet, so I didn't sleep deeply. As she spoke, Xia Mingyue yawned again. Lu Qian moved to the side to give her more space and handed her a soft pillow from behind. If you're sleepy, just take a short nap. Xia Mingyue was very tired, so she took the pillow and stacked it with the one behind her, placing them in the corner of the carriage, leaning diagonally against them. She initially just wanted to rest her eyes, but once she closed them, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lu Qian saw this and raised an eyebrow slightly. Last night, because she was in a new place and not used to it, she didn't sleep well. But now she was sleeping so quickly. Lu Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. The carriage continued forward, and because the road was uneven, it bumped more, causing Lu Qian's figure inside to sway. Xia Mingyue, leaning at an angle, was disturbed by the bumps and kept hitting the wooden frame of the carriage corner twice. She vaguely pulled her soft pillow closer and shifted slightly outward to avoid hitting again. But because of the continuous bumps, she kept slipping outward without the support on the outside. Suddenly waking up, she quickly moved back inward. Lu Qian, seeing this, subtly shifted closer to Xia Mingyue and raised his hand to support the soft pillow under her head, lifting it slightly. This way, Xia Mingyue's 2 pillows could fully surround her, allowing her to sleep peacefully again. Perhaps because she was sleeping so soundly and comfortably, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she was carrying a gentle smile. Xia Mingyue's natural appearance was delicate and elegant. Without makeup, she looked even more refined and graceful. Now, with a gentle smile, she appeared even more refined and charming. Lu Qian looked at her, lost in thought. At this moment, 2 soldiers outside, bored with their carriage driving, whispered to each other. Did you notice? When we went to find Master Fong earlier, we only told him our names and didn't mention Xian Yangzi's identity? How did he know that Xian Yangzi and our captain are married? One soldier was puzzled, scratching his head as if trying to figure it out. That's so silly. Do you really need to think about it? The other soldier said, with a smirk. He probably just saw that Xian Yangzi is pretty and our captain is handsome and charming. It's obvious they're a good match, no need to guess. Yeah, I guess so. The first soldier suddenly understood. Zhang Anyuan, who had been silent all along, disagreed. But if the man is handsome and the woman is pretty, they must be a couple, right? I think Master Fong could tell at a glance. It's mainly because Lu looks at Xian Yangzi differently. Different? The two soldiers became even more curious. How is it different?
Don't you see?
Zhang Yuan was surprised. It's so obvious. That look in his eyes was exactly the same as when Fong Linwang was looking at lamb soup. We don't see it. The soldiers still looked confused. Zhang Yuan sighed. Serves you too right for still not having wives. But he only thought this. He didn't dare say it aloud. The voices outside were very soft, but Lu Qian had sharp ears and heard everything clearly. When he heard Zhang Yuan say, he looks at Xia Nyangzi differently, Lu Qian reached up and touched his nose. Was it really that obvious? And was it truly like that? When the carriage arrived at Xiaohe village in the afternoon, it was already late afternoon. After entering the village, Xia Mingyue opened her eyes. Lu Qian quietly withdrew his hand, which had been supporting her with a soft pillow. Supporting her like that required effort and constant adjustment based on how she was leaning. His arm felt numb. You're awake? Lu Qian instinctively moved his hand behind his back. Xia Mingyue stretched lazily. At first, she hadn't slept well, but later, she felt very peaceful, more restful than sleeping in her bed. Indeed, the carriage served as a cradle, acting like a perfect sleep aid. When Lu Qian saw that Xia Mingyue looked refreshed and energetic, he knew she had rested well. He felt very happy. After the carriage stopped, he helped Xia Mingyue get down. Everyone had breakfast in the morning but hadn't eaten well since then. Now they were very hungry. Lu Qian quickly ordered the kitchen to prepare some food. The head cook received the order and immediately called 2 cooks to start working. Soon, they brought out large bowls of hot, steaming noodle soup for everyone. The noodles were not hand-pulled but pulled noodles, thinner than belt noodles, but wider than typical stir-fry noodles. They were thin, chewy, and very firm. The broth was made from the large pot of lamb and bone soup Xia Mingyue had cooked in the morning. The head cook added some seasonings based on his experience. Now it tasted fresh and delicious. The large pieces of lamb used in the soup were taken out and sliced into cold lamb dishes, dipped in spicy and cumin-flavored sauces. 1 bite of noodles, 1 bite of meat, 1 sip of soup. All the flavors went down smoothly, filling the stomach with delight. After finishing a bowl of lamb-pulled noodles, Xia Mingyue rested a bit and shared her recipes for making lamb bone broth and the techniques for making lamb bread soup with the head cook and others. The head cook thought that if one person tried to learn all these skills at once, they probably wouldn't master them in just half a day. So he divided the tasks into parts, each learning 1 skill. Xia Mingyue herself learned how to cook the lamb bone broth. 1 cook focused on making the bread for lamb bread soup, and another carefully noted the differences and methods for 3 different types of lamb bread. The 3 cooks studied carefully, and Xia Mingyue taught them thoroughly. She even brought paper and pen to write down all the steps and tips for making lamb bread soup. Worried that they might not recognize the characters or understand her instructions, she drew simple diagrams beside her explanations. The drawings and descriptions were very detailed. The head cook and the others didn't expect Xia Mingyue to give them the full set of recipes and teach so carefully. They also didn't expect her to share all the diagrams. Lady Xia. She truly is a kind and good-hearted person. The team leader, a man in his 30s, didn't know what to do and kept bowing to Xia Mingyue, saying, "Thank you, Lady Xia. Thank you so much." "You're welcome," Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. "In the future, please take good care of making the lamb noodle soup and also ensure that Master Fong can focus on building the bridge. This way, the whole project can be completed sooner." "Certainly, certainly," the team leader nodded repeatedly. Until Xia Mingyue left the kitchen, the team leader kept sighing. Lady Xia is truly a kind and good person. Her cooking skills are so impressive, and she was willing to teach us so easily. She's very generous. It was truly touching. The team leader's eyes started to turn red. "Team leader, we shouldn't go overboard," someone nearby said. "Lady Xia teaching you this shows she cares about you making the Fong family happy. If the Fong family is happy with the food, they'll be willing to help build the bridge. Once the bridge is finished early, Lord Lu can go back to report, and maybe he'll even get a reward from the higher-ups." All this talk about Lady Xia being so generous She's doing it for Lord Lu. Don't think too highly of her. You shouldn't take this kindness too seriously. Are you talking nonsense about cloth and scissors again? The team leader suddenly glared and spoke harshly. What's wrong if Lady Xia is thinking of Lord Lu? As a wife, helping her husband shows she's smart and capable. If she can help but chooses not to, that's foolishness. Besides, even if Lady Xia is doing it for Lord Lu, she's just running a food business. Sending her own people to make lamb noodle soup isn't impossible. It wouldn't earn much money and would keep her business safe. But she didn't do that. She chose to teach us instead. That's showing respect and generosity. If you keep spouting such nonsense to stir trouble, don't blame me if I get angry and punch you so hard your parents won't recognize you. The team leader was a big, strong man with great strength. Even though he didn't usually go into battle, he trained at the training ground and could easily flip a large iron spoon in his hand. His strength was not something ordinary people could match. Honestly, if he punched someone, they'd either get a broken bone or internal injury. Seeing this, the young soldier who was talking nonsense quickly shrank back and avoided him. The team leader snorted coldly and then went back to studying the recipe Xia Minghua left for him. Lu Qian called Zhao Yukai to his side. Big brother Zhao, take 3 or 4 trusted people and quietly go to the house of Master Fong without being seen. Stay outside his door and don't disturb him or others. Make sure everything is ready to bring Master Fong here tomorrow. Lu Qian thought for a moment and said, if anything goes wrong, act immediately. If someone questions you, I will take responsibility. Zhao Yukai was surprised and asked, brother, do you mean someone wants to harm Fong Linwang? Just in case, Lu Qian replied. The bridge building project has already been sabotaged by someone. He must be cautious and not underestimate the enemy's cunning and cruelty. Lu Qian said seriously, at least, we can't let innocent people get involved again. The craftsmen working on the bridge faced many problems. Zhao Yukai, who is usually slow to understand conflicts, now realized how important this matter was. He nodded and agreed. Don't worry, brother. Zhao Yukai is always careful in his work, so Lu Qian felt assured and also nodded. Then, they announced to the outside that Zhao Yukai needed people to go to the mountain to pick stones, and they sent Zhao Yukai and his team away from Xiaoa village. After Zhao Yukai and his men left, he ordered some of his men to go to the mountain, while he led a few trusted followers to Fong Linwang's house. It was early winter, and the sunset was fading. After a simple dinner, everyone went back to rest, regardless of whether they were tired or not. Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi had already arranged to leave early the next morning. No matter how tired they were, after washing up and tidying, they curled up in bed. Even Wu Jin had already gone into the warm nest that Xia Mingyue prepared for him, closing his eyes. Night fell deeper, and lights in each household gradually went out. The whole land was covered in darkness. Lu Tugen yawned loudly. Zhao Yukai kicked him dismissively. Make less noise. Boss, Lu Tugen complained, rubbing his sore backside. Are there really thieves coming tonight? In this cold weather, going out takes courage and perseverance. If someone really comes, it must be because they are after something very valuable, something big enough to overcome the cold. But Fong Linwang's house. It's not just poor, it's truly impoverished. Is there really someone who would target a family like this? Surely they must be blind. Just guard it as it is. Why talk so much? Zhao Yukai said. Keep your eyes open and don't let your guard down. But it's so cold and I'm so sleepy. Lu Tugen said with a grin, leaning closer to Zhao Yukai. But I'm sure there are good things here. If only the boss could share some with us brothers. Go away, go away. All day long. All you think about is my hidden treasures. Greed isn't supposed to be this way. Zhao Yukai said with annoyance. That's because the boss's wife cares for him. We're not being watched. Lu Tugen still didn't give up. Don't be stingy, boss. Just share some of the tasty food your wife gave you. If we eat it, our hearts will feel warm and we won't be afraid of the cold weather. Yeah, the others whispered in agreement. Seeing that they couldn't sneak their fingers in, Zhao Yukai reluctantly reached into his pocket. Others keep their close friends close, but I've got a bunch of hungry ghosts. I really don't know what kind of trouble I've gotten into, he muttered. After complaining, Zhao Yukai only pulled out 2 pieces of dried meat. Only this much? Lu Tugen looked disappointed. Eat it if you want, don't if you don't, Zhao Yukai said, about to put the dried meat back. Wait. Lu Tugen quickly took it from him. Thanks, boss. Then he shared it with the other brothers. There were 6 people but only 2 pieces of dried meat, so they tore it into small strips, giving each 2 tiny pieces. They eagerly chewed the dried meat, which had a strong flavor and a chewy texture. The more they chewed, the tastier it became, perfect for grinding their teeth. They whispered in praise of how good the dried meat tasted, chewing it over and over, reluctant to swallow. They kept savoring the flavor in their mouths. But even so, the pieces were small, and they couldn't help but eat them little by little, swallowing what they could. Eventually, all the dried meat was gone, and they sat quietly, thinking about what to do to pass the long night and get through until morning. They hoped to smoothly meet with Lin Wang from the new house when dawn came. Suddenly, in the darkness, there was a rustling sound. The sound of footsteps approached from afar, quiet but quick, clearly indicating that the person was moving very fast and agile. Because of this speed, the clothing on the person rubbed together, making a soft rustling sound. All these sounds reached Zhao Yukai and the others, making them excited. Finally, they arrived. They had waited through half the night, and now it was time to stretch their muscles. Everyone was eager to act, wishing they could immediately swing their swords and quickly catch these thieves, who even targeted poor people like Fang Linwang. But Zhao Yukai signaled everyone to stay calm. When the black-clad men, holding steel knives and rushing toward Fang Linwang's yard, finally reached the front, Zhao Yukai forcefully waved his hand. Charge! At his command, Lu Tugen and others immediately rushed out, their swords slashing straight at the black-clad men. The black-clad men didn't expect an ambush. After a moment of surprise, they raised their large knives to fight back. 2 groups clashed fiercely. Zhao Youcai's 6 men were all skilled fighters, quick, fierce, and working well together. In a short time, half of the black-clad men were injured and losing ground. The leader of the black-clad men, seeing the situation turning bad, whispered, "Retreat." The others, hearing this, quickly dragged their injured comrades and hurriedly retreated into the distance. Lu Tugen saw this and immediately chased after them. These men were average fighters with limited stamina. If he ran after them now, he was sure to catch at least 2. They had guarded all night. Now, if they didn't catch a couple of thieves, they'd feel like they'd lost a lot. Come back, Zhao Yukai shouted. Boss, shouldn't we chase and catch 2 alive? Lu Tugen was a bit unwilling. The black-clad men had fought in a neat and disciplined way, not like ordinary robbers. They must have been sent by someone powerful. Catching one alive for interrogation might lead to catching a big fish. Don't chase after the fleeing enemy, Zhao Yukai said. Our task is to protect Fang Linwang. If the other side is trying to lure us away, are we falling into their trap? Military tactics often involve deception, and such tricks are common. Lu Tugen and the others, having served in the army for a long time, understood this well. Though reluctant, they didn't pursue anymore. Instead, they returned to their hiding spots and continued to guard Fang Linwang's house. After the outside returned to calm, Zhang Linwang stood inside the house, watching the outside through the door frame. Only then did he close the door tightly and put the butcher knife back on the bedside table. Some ungrateful people think he is just an old man barely holding on, and they can bully him freely. They should think about why he can stand tall and challenge others. Without some skills or strength, how could he stay safe for so long? As for Lu Qian, he's smart. Not only clever, but he also thoughtfully sent a few people to guard him. It seems he needs to pay close attention to the bridge-building project at Yongfeng River this time. They had a good sleep that night. In the morning, Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu woke early to start packing, preparing to leave. They ate a simple, tasty breakfast in the kitchen, flatbread with bean paste, porridge made from millet, and cold dishes like shredded cabbage, shredded radish, and boiled eggs. After breakfast, Su Yongfu prepared the carriage and got ready to leave. Zhao Yukai told Lu Tugan early in the morning to keep watch at Zhang Linwang's door until his carriage arrived to pick him up. Zhao Yukai then hurried back himself, along with Lu Qian, to see Xia Mingyue and Madame Lu off. Seeing Zhao Yukai panting from running, Madame Lu felt a bit worried. You should go ahead and tend to your own affairs, she said. They are an old married couple. Why fuss over this? That's not right. Zhao Yukai wiped the sweat from his forehead. The more an old married couple cares about each other, the more they pay attention to these things. That's how their relationship can last long, isn't it? He didn't say these words aloud, but Madame Lu understood in her heart. She just watched Zhao Yukai smile and keep his lips pressed together. Since she arrived here 2 days ago, Zhao Yukai had been full of joy, looking very proud. He kept showing off to everyone that she was here to see him, and his smile was as bright as on their wedding day. Her initial worries disappeared completely, and she found Zhao Yukai more and more agreeable. She only asked him to eat well and not work too hard. Meanwhile, Lu Qian and Xia Mingyue seemed much calmer. They didn't say much. When the carriage was about to leave Xiaohe village, Lu Qian said, "Be careful on the way." Xia Mingyue nodded. "Big brother Lu, take care of yourself here." "Okay." Lu Qian nodded in return. Then he stopped and watched as Su Yongfu waved his whip, carrying Xia Mingyue, Madame Lu, and Wu Jin, gradually walking farther away. Until the entire carriage disappeared from sight, Lu Qian and Zhao Yukai turned back together. Before reaching the riverbank, they saw the team leader hurriedly running over, calling out Lady Xia. When he saw the small carriage, about the size of a bean, he paused to catch his breath, then sighed with regret. "What's wrong?" Lu Qian asked. "Lady Xia taught us how to make lamb noodle soup. We're grateful, so some of us found some dates and steamed red sugar date buns to give to Lady Xia for her journey. But in the morning, we were in such a rush that the dough didn't turn out well, and by the time they were steamed, it was a bit late." The team leader looked disappointed at the red sugar date buns wrapped in a cloth, sighing, "We should have gotten up earlier in the morning." It's not like Lady Xia didn't get to eat. In a few days, Mingyue will send someone to deliver some things. If you want to give her something then, just make a few more to take back, Lu Qian said. The team leader's face lit up. That's good, that's good. By the way, I haven't eaten yet. Since the buns are freshly steamed, give me 2. Zhao Yukai reached out to take one. "Did you wash your hands?" The team leader raised his hand to stop Zhao Yukai, then took a red sugar date bun from the cloth, reluctantly handing it over. "Lady Xia didn't get to eat, so it's a bit of a bargain for you." "That's just talk. I'm also the team leader, I shouldn't be eating buns," Zhao Yukai said with a grin. "Is this just an ordinary bun?" The team leader rolled his eyes. "This is a red sugar date bun." He had carefully made it. "For Lady Xia. It's also precious." Zhao Yukai scratched his ear, savoring the sweet taste of the red sugar bun, then comforted the team leader. "Lady Xia called me big brother, and we're like family. So I've also eaten for Lady Xia, right?" "That's nonsense," the team leader said with a sneer. "You and Lady Xia aren't family. You can't teach us how to make lamb noodle soup, nor can you cook good lamb broth." After saying that, he tightened the cloth wrapping the red sugar date buns, then moved closer to Lu Qian, avoiding Zhao Youcai's reach. "Zhao Yukai. What's so proud about? If you have the ability, don't ask him for dried meat to satisfy your cravings." But if you really investigate, the dried meat he ate was also made by Lady Xia. With the experience from the trip, Su Yongfu was familiar with the road on the way back, knowing where villages and towns were for rest and food. Overall, the return journey was smooth, and because Su Yongfu planned the timing well, by mid-afternoon, the carriage reached Jinqiu County. Going along West Street, the carriage stopped at Xinghua Alley. Thinking that there was nothing left on the carriage when returning, and that it would be hard to turn around in the narrow alley, Xia Mingyue told Su Yongfu not to go further inside, just to take the things with Lu Shur and go in. The items were few, just a small bag each, so it was manageable. Seeing this, Su Yongfu didn't insist. After receiving his payment, he headed to the carriage. Xia Mingyue and Lu Shur walked side by side into Xia Mingyue's home. Jianghua at this moment was busy in the yard and kitchen, happily exclaiming when he saw Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi. Sister Xia and sister-in-law Lu are back. Mother and Aunt Xia are back? Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru also ran over when they saw this. But they stopped a few steps away from Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi and suddenly burst into tears. Crying with tears and snot, gasping for breath, after a moment, they sniffled and choked out, "Aunt Xia, Wu Jin is gone."
Who is gone?
Wu Jin, following behind Xia Mingyue and Lu Shi, stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail, squeezing through the gaps between the two people, sitting down on the ground, ready to listen to Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru gossip.
Wu Jin?
Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru were first stunned, then both rushed forward, hugging Wu Jin's head tightly. "Where did you go these days? You scared us to death." Then they started crying loudly again. Their voices were hoarse, tears and snot covering Wu Jin's body. Wu Jin usually liked to stay clean and kept its nest tidy, but now it was covered in tears and snot, making it want to show its teeth in annoyance. But it had indeed run out secretly, probably scaring these two. Well, let these two have their fun now. When Xia Mingyue and the Lu family realized that Wu Jin was quietly following their carriage, they expected something like this and didn't say much. Seeing the situation, Zhang Guo smiled and said, "It looks like Wu Jin secretly followed Sister Xia and Sister Lu." This Wu Jin. Jiang Guo'er shook her head helplessly. She has a brave heart, but she is also very clever. After letting Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru carefully show affection to Wu Jin for a while, Jiang Guo'er prepared some food and drinks for Xia Mingyue and the Lu family. They had no appetite for lunch and only bought some pea cakes when passing through a town. Now, they felt neither hungry nor full, but their stomachs felt a little empty. Seeing this, Jiang Guo'er didn't prepare a full meal but only served each of them a bowl of sweet fried noodle soup, cut an apple, and brought some snacks like fried sesame leaves and cat ear-shaped pastries to nibble on. While eating, Xia Mingyue and the Lu family asked Jiang Guo'er about the recent status of Xia Ji. Jiang Guo'er reported on time, one by one. Everything was fine at the central kitchen, and the franchise stores were all operating normally. The breakfast stalls were also calm, mostly stable these days. Only one stall selling cold pot skewers and oden had a temporary increase in supplies due to a missed delivery, which caused some chaos for Jiang Guo'er and her team. "We hurried to prepare the skewers and deliver them, but I also said a few words, asking them to avoid such situations as much as possible," Jiang Guo'er explained. Xia Mingyue nodded. Sudden restocking is the easiest way to disrupt the central kitchen's rhythm, but delaying supplies can also hurt franchisees' businesses and affect Xia Ji's reputation and partnerships. So, it's important to ensure reliable suppliers and remind them to keep everything running smoothly. "You handled this very well," Xia Mingyue praised. She didn't throw a tantrum or refuse to handle the matter, but also didn't blindly accommodate the franchisees. Everything was done according to the rules, which allows the business to grow long-term. It must be said that Jiang Guo'er has improved a lot in handling matters since working at Xia Ji for so long. Feeling a bit shy from the praise, Jiang Guo'er smiled and said, "It's mostly because I've been following Sister Xia and learning some ways to handle problems. I still have a lot to learn and need to keep studying with Sister Xia. Mastering the art of using people is a very important skill, often requiring a lifetime to learn. Then study hard, take action, and practice well," Xia Mingyue said. "Strive to be able to stand on your own in the future." She is her right-hand person. Jiang Guo'er clearly understood Xia Mingyue's expectations and nodded firmly. Yes, she wants to become as outstanding as older sister Xia. Seeing Jiang Guo'er full of enthusiasm, Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Lu smiled knowingly, then went to enjoy the fragrant fried noodle soup and crisp, sweet apples. While they were happily eating, there was a knock at the door. "I'll go see who it is," Jiang Guo'er said, getting up to leave. Soon after, she returned and explained, "Someone came looking for Lady Song." "Looking for Lady Song?" Xia Mingyue was a bit surprised. "Is it Li Shuisheng?" "No, it's not him," Jiang Guo'er replied. "It's an older middle-aged man. I think his name is Lu Taizhu. He seems to be a peddler from the southern district." "A peddler?" Mrs. Lu put down her bowl. Coming here to find Lady Song. That's not related to our xia shop, is it? Logically, if it was a personal matter, people usually went to her home, not here. It probably isn't related, Zhangguo said quietly, glancing outside. I heard someone mention earlier that lady you came to propose marriage to Lady Song, and it was this Lu Taizhu. Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows. So, Li Shuixing doesn't agree with this marriage? According to the customs of this time, even if Lady Song was from the Li family, she couldn't marry without Li Shuixing's approval, even if he was her brother-in-law. Lu Taizhu came here likely to avoid Li Shuixing. That's right, Sister Xia, Zhangguo nodded slightly. I heard Li Shuixing reacted very strongly, almost hitting Lady Yu with a broom. So, not only did Lu Taizhu not dare to come again, but Lady Yu also wouldn't go back to talk about it. Did Lady Song agree or refuse this marriage? Mrs. Lu asked curiously.
I don't know yet.
Zhangguo didn't hear any news about her. Xia Mingyue pursed her lips. Let's wait until Lady Song tells us later. Since Lu Taizhu found this place, Lady Song probably will explain a little. Whether she remarries or not will directly affect her work here at Xia shop. Lady Song is responsible, so she should clarify in advance. Mrs. Lu and Zhangguo both nodded. Outside, Mrs. Song was surprised to see Lu Taizhu, then her face grew a little unhappy. She had already clearly refused Yu's proposal for her marriage and asked Yu to tell Lu Taizhu the same. Yet Lu Taizhu still came here and found her. Fearing others working nearby might gossip, Mrs. Song took Lu Taizhu to the door. Do you need something? She asked. Lu Taizhu hurriedly said, Last time, I asked Lady Yu to speak to Lady Song about marriage. Did she think it over? I can offer more bride price. If Lady Song agrees to marry me, I will handle all the chores at home. Lady Song can just enjoy her life peacefully. If she still worries, I will give her all the money I earn in the future. Is that okay? Lu Taizhu looked sincere and hopeful. Seeing this, Mrs. Song was touched and her expression softened a bit. She sighed and said, Brother Lu, I can see you're a good person, but I really don't want to remarry. Please find someone else who suits you. Lu Taizhu felt very disappointed. After a moment, he asked cautiously, Is it because Li Shuixing doesn't allow it? If so, I can go talk to him. I'll treat him like a brother and help him find a wife. Would that be okay? It's nothing to do with Shuixing. I just don't want to marry anyone, Mrs. Song replied seriously. Please don't come to ask me again. Even if you do, I will say the same. If you have nothing else, I'll go now. I still have work to finish. After saying that, Mrs. Song turned and went into the yard. Lu Taizhu stood there for a long time, wanting to go inside and say a few more words, but he hesitated. In the end, he clenched his fists sadly and left quietly. Is something the matter? Zhou asked with concern when she saw Mrs. Song's unhappy face after she returned. Nothing, Mrs. Song replied with her eyes lowered, her hands still busy. Zhou opened her mouth to ask more but swallowed her words and hurried to do her own work. After a short rest, Xia Mingyue wandered around the yard and the kitchen, checking everything was fine. Once she was sure, she went into the kitchen to choose ingredients. After a few busy days of traveling and work, she wanted to reward herself. She decided to make something delicious. It's already quite late, and going out to buy ingredients might result in a variety of items that are not very fresh. So, Xia Mingyue decided to use what was available nearby. She prepared a hot pot with ready-made fish balls, fish tofu, sliced pork tenderloin, and various vegetables like sliced lotus root, potatoes, cabbage leaves, radishes, wood ear mushrooms, dried bean curd strips, and mushrooms, all cooked in boiling water. In a hot pan with cold oil, she stir-fried Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers and minced garlic, and scallions. Then she added bean paste, her homemade spicy chili oil, a little salt, soy sauce, sugar, and cooking wine. She stir-fried these with the cooked ingredients until fragrant. Just before serving, she sprinkled some sesame seeds and chopped cilantro on top. The fragrant, spicy hot pot was served in the evening. It had a variety of meats and vegetables, all seasoned with bold, spicy, and fragrant flavors, especially the bright red chili oil. It was delicious, spicy, and very appetizing, making everyone want to keep eating. Later that evening, Lu's family steamed a large batch of plain steamed buns, and half of them was quickly eaten. Despite that, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru each took another serving and filled their bowls with more spicy hot pot dishes. Why is it that just a few days after Aunt Xia and I left, you two are starving like ghosts? Lu's wife said with a pout. Since they had been eating delicious meals at Xia Mingyue's house regularly, their tastes and horizons had improved a lot. They shouldn't be eating so little anymore. It's not that we're starving, Zhao Eru quickly replied. It's just that we haven't eaten Aunt Xia's cooking for a few days, and we're really craving it. In the past couple of days, Zhao Dahu had been teasing them, so Zhao Eru had learned to be clever. Didn't we leave you a pot of braised pork before we left? Xia Mingyue asked, a little surprised. If she remembered correctly, she had overheard the brothers discussing how they planned to eat the braised pork over the next few days. The pot was quite large, and logically, there should have been enough for everyone. Forget about it, Jianghua said helplessly. We had already agreed that we would eat half of the braised pork as it was, and the other half with some dried beans and tofu to make a dish. That way, we could eat it for several days. But that very night, after eating about a third of it, she put the pot back in the kitchen and covered it. When she woke up the next morning, the lid was open and the braised pork was gone. She guessed it had been eaten by some living creature, so the remaining 2 days, they could only eat the food she cooked. Regarding the incident of the braised pork being stolen by a living creature, Zhao Eru was very angry. I went to the street and bought 2 mouse traps, which I placed in the kitchen. If I catch that nasty mouse, I will skin it, draw its tendons, and cut it into pieces. Actually, Zhao Dahu slowed down his eating and unconsciously shrank his neck. He whispered, "It's not that serious." Not that serious? Zhao Eru gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Dahu. Do you feel sorry for the mouse?
No.
Zhao Dahu lowered his head and continued to enjoy the fragrant spicy hot pot in his bowl, timidly saying, Mice are the most hateful creatures. Now it's winter, so there shouldn't be any thunder, right? Zhao Dahu felt guilty and scared, more so annoyed and self-blaming. Why didn't he control his hand and mouth back then? Why was he so greedy that he couldn't wait until the next day and went to steal food that very night? And he only stole a piece or two, which would have been enough, but he ate all the remaining braised pork. He was guilty. Tomorrow morning, he planned to go to town to buy some sesame candies to bring back for Aunt Jiang and Zhao Eru as a kind of apology. Zhao Dahu's little plan was ticking loudly in his mind. Meanwhile, everyone else continued eating the spicy hot pot, their faces full of secrecy. Because the business of hot pot had been very good lately, Song's family and Zhou's family had been working longer hours. After dinner at Xia Mingyue's place, they each went home. Before leaving, Xia Mingyue asked everyone to pack some hot pot leftovers to take home as overtime compensation. Song's family happily took some and headed home. When they arrived home, Song saw the courtyard gate slightly open and the candles lit inside the main room. When she entered and saw Li Shuixing sitting at the table, she smiled and asked, "Why are you back so early today?" "Just in time. Lady Xia made a new dish today called spicy hot pot, and she told us to bring some home to try tonight." Li Shuixing, who had been lowering his head, looked up at Song with red eyes and said, "This afternoon, Lu Taizhu came to Luo's house to see me." "Why did he come to see you?" Song was a bit displeased. This Lu Taizhu, they said she didn't want to remarry not because of Shuixing but because she didn't want to remarry herself. Why would he go looking for Shuixing again? Is it necessary for everyone to know about this matter? He said he talked to your sister-in-law, and as long as I agree, this marriage can be settled. Li Shuixing choked, his eyes turning red. Sister-in-law, didn't you say you didn't agree with this marriage? I do not agree with this marriage. Song Shi hurriedly explained. Then what did Lu Taizhu say? Did you already promise him? Li Shuixing suddenly raised his voice and asked loudly. Song Shi was stunned. Before she could say Lu Taizhu is talking nonsense, Li Shuixing suddenly stood up and looked at her steadily. Sister-in-law, please don't marry Lu Taizhu, okay? I'm not going to marry Lu Taizhu. Sister-in-law, would you marry me instead? What? Originally, Song Shi wanted to explain and comfort Li Shuisheng, but it was like a thunderbolt. She froze in place. What did you say? Sister-in-law, would you marry me? Li Shuisheng said. I've grown up now, I can earn money, and I can support and take care of you. I'm your sister-in-law. Song Shi stopped him. I know. Li Shuisheng's voice was hoarse. But I like you, sister-in-law, and I want to take care of you. It's not uncommon for sister-in-law to marry her younger brother-in-law after the older brother passes away. You could marry me too. Song Shi was stunned again. Indeed, after her brother died for various reasons, it was not uncommon for a sister-in-law to marry her younger brother-in-law. And, because of the ongoing wars in recent years, such situations even happen from time to time. According to outsiders, it was all family living together with nothing wrong, just changing the pillow partner. Men and women are the same, nothing bad about it. So, when Song Shi was widowed, someone suggested she marry Li Shuisheng directly. But Song Shi couldn't accept it. She was Li Shuisheng's sister-in-law and had always regarded him as a younger brother, not a husband. If sister-in-law is afraid of others gossiping, then after I save enough money in a couple of years, we can go somewhere else and settle down. Others won't know about our relationship anymore. Do you agree, sister-in-law? Seeing that Song Shi remained silent, Li Shuisheng knelt on the ground and begged, Please, sister-in-law, don't marry someone else. Just marry me, okay? Song Shi came back to her senses, looked at Li Shuisheng's earnest face, and her face turned pale. Sister-in-law. Li Shuisheng reached out to hold her hand. But as soon as he touched her fingers, Song Shi suddenly screamed and dodged away. After standing still for a moment, Madame Song quickly stepped outside. Brother-in-law. Li Shuisheng hurriedly got up to follow her. Noticing all this, Madame Song felt more anxious and quickened her steps. She ran out of the house and headed straight for the street. Brother-in-law. Li Shuisheng chased after her, but stopped when he saw Madame Song had already left the alley and was running onto the main street. Could it be that he scared her? But he felt he hadn't done anything wrong. His sister-in-law remarried her younger brother-in-law, which was not a common thing. If someone really wanted to investigate carefully, it was probably because he acted too suddenly and Madame Song still couldn't accept it. Maybe if she thought about it again, she might understand. Li Shuisheng felt lost and headed back home. Madame Song reached the main street and, once she confirmed Li Shuisheng wasn't chasing her, she slowed her pace. The words Li Shuisheng just said kept echoing in her mind, giving her a terrible headache and making her feel very uncomfortable. Since she married into the Li family, she had been taking care of her young brother-in-law. To be blunt, she had been raising him almost like her own son. After her parents-in-law passed away, Madame Song took on the role of a mother for him and did everything she could for him. When they settled in Jinqiu County, she was busy planning her brother-in-law's marriage, hoping he would have a peaceful and happy life in the future.
But now,
Li Shuisheng actually had the idea of marrying her. How could this be? When did he start thinking this way? Did she do something wrong that made Li Shuisheng misunderstand her? Or was someone saying something behind her back? Madame Song's mind was in complete chaos. On a cold winter night, even though the wind was not strong, it felt like tiny knives cutting her face, making her feel sharp pain. This cold wind made Madame Song wake up a little from her tangled thoughts. She stopped walking and saw the sign of Qianji shop nearby. Unknowingly, she had come here. But where should she go next? Where could she go? Madame Song felt a bit confused and a little sad because she seemed to have nowhere to go. Madame Song, what are you doing here? Zhou Shi saw Madame Song and looked surprised. Mrs. Song was surprised to see Zhou at such a late hour on the street. What are you doing here at this time? Zhou smiled and explained, My in-laws asked me to deliver some things to my sister-in-law's house earlier. I just came out. Seeing Mrs. Song looking so sad, she asked, Did something happen? No, nothing much. Mrs. Song quickly shook her head. You haven't looked well all afternoon, and now you seem like you've been crying. You must have had some trouble, Zhou said, holding Mrs. Song's arm. Come, let's go to my house and sit for a while. If there's anything bothering you, tell me. I can try to help you feel better. Zhou was very kind and warm. Mrs. Song felt a bit overwhelmed, but thought she had nowhere else to go, so she followed Zhou to her home. When they arrived, Zhou poured a cup of hot tea and took Mrs. Song to the inner room to talk. As she drank the tea, Mrs. Song started to feel warmer and her face looked better. "Tell me what happened. If you need help, just say so. Maybe we can do something," Zhou said kindly. Mrs. Song hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "Actually, it's not really my business. I just heard about it and argued with someone about it. I can't quite understand, and it's been bothering me." "What was the argument about?" Zhou asked, more curious. Mrs. Song was gentle and humble, always polite and never causing trouble. She believed that suffering was a blessing, so why would she argue with others? But now she was arguing about something serious. It's about a woman whose child died at 3 years old. Her husband passed away the next year. She stayed a widow for several years. Now someone outside wants to marry her, and her brother-in-law also wants to marry her. She doesn't know what to do, Mrs. Song explained, biting her lip. "So, that's what it's about," Zhou said, suddenly understanding. This woman's situation was similar to Mrs. Song's, so no wonder she argued about it. "Actually, there's no need to argue about this," Zhou said with a smile. "It all depends on who she likes more or who offers her more benefits. She can marry whoever she chooses." "But," Mrs. Song clenched her teeth, "does she have to choose someone to marry? Can't she just not marry? Then what should she do?" Zhou asked in surprise. "If no one proposed before, that's one thing. But if the court now allows remarriage and someone proposes, why not marry? Does she really want to spend her life alone and lonely?" "But Aunt Fong has been a widow for most of her life and has never married," Madame Song argued. "That's different. Aunt Fong has 2 nephews and hope for the future. A woman without children has no one to rely on later," Madame Zhou said. "Now is the time to marry quickly, have a son or daughter, and then there will be hope." Madame Song fell silent immediately. "If you think my words are wrong, you might as well ask others and see what they think," Madame Zhou smiled. "Or you can ask my mother-in-law." After hesitating for a moment, Madame Song and Madame Zhou went together to ask her mother-in-law, Madame Chen. Madame Chen's answer was exactly the same as Madame Zhou's, and she added, "You're still young, so you don't have to worry now. But later, you'll see how hard it is. Don't get stuck on stubborn ideas." "Madame Song, you're a bit off. Please don't say such things again, or it might make that woman refuse to marry and ruin her whole life. Does not marrying mean a lifetime of harm?" Madame Song's eyes widened in surprise. After staying a little while at Madame Zhou's house, Madame Song finally stood up to leave. Madame Zhou saw her off and only returned after watching her leave the alley. At home, she couldn't help but sigh. Madame Song is usually very gentle, but now she's stuck on stubborn ideas. That's quite rare. It's not that unusual. When people face problems, it's easy to get like that. Just think it through early, Madame Chen said with a sigh. "I'm just worried she can't see clearly, thinking of learning from you or Sister Feng. That wouldn't be good." Madame Zhou listened and felt something was off. After thinking for a long time, she widened her eyes and asked, "Mother, do you mean the woman Madame Song mentioned? She's talking about her?" Madame Song is usually not the type to speak ill of others behind their backs, so how could she argue with someone? "A few days ago, I heard someone saw Lady Yu visiting her home. It's probably because someone wants to propose marriage to Madame Song," Madame Chen said, "but this is just between us. We can't tell outsiders. People who are willing to share their inner thoughts are trusting. But if you talk carelessly everywhere, it's your fault. Not only do you hurt others' feelings, but you also won't benefit yourself. What's the point?" Madame Zhou nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Mother. I won't say anything outside. I just don't know who Madame Song will marry. Anyone is fine." Mrs. Chen sighed and said, "This woman, living alone outside is hard. Luckily, she met Lady Xia, who is a kind employer. Without Lady Xia, I don't know if she could survive. She married early and has a family now, helping each other to get by in this world. It's not just Lady Song. If you find a good family in the future, you should marry them. Your mother will prepare a dowry for you." Mrs. Zhou was surprised when Mrs. Chen suddenly mentioned her. She paused first, then said, "Mother, what are you talking about? I won't remarry. Just now you mentioned Lady Song. But here with you, you're also being stubborn." Mrs. Chen scolded gently. Remarrying isn't something shameful. You usually aren't strict about customs, so why are you acting like those narrow-minded people now? Lady Song has no children, no parents, no in-laws. I am different. I have parents and children, and I have hope for the future, Zhou said with a smile. Mother, now you're talking about me remarrying because you think I eat too much at home and want to send me away early to save some food? You child, what are you saying? I just thought. Mother, don't think too much. Just live a good life, Zhou said as she helped Mrs. Chen inside. It's late now. You should rest early. Life and death. Unpredictable. Today is peaceful. Tomorrow there might be war. Who knows when someone might be gone? Why worry so much? Mrs. Song wandered aimlessly on the street for a while and then realized she had reached the entrance of Xinghua Alley. After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward to Xia Mingyue's door. After hesitating, she raised her hand and tapped the door knocker. Who's outside? Xia Mingyue asked with a lantern in hand. It's me, Lady Song, she replied. Xia Mingyue opened the door. Lady Song, why are you here now? Seeing Song's face full of hesitation and confusion, she said, Come inside and talk. They both entered the main room. Lady Xia, I feel bad to bother you now, but I really have no choice. I can only ask to stay here for a while, Song said, looking embarrassed. I want to stay overnight at your house. Now, asking to stay? Mingyue was a bit surprised, but seeing Song's red eyes, she said, Actually, that room has 2 beds, and the bedding is already prepared. Lady Song can stay directly, and if you need to, you're welcome to stay for a little longer. Since Lady Song came to stay, it means she has no home to return to. She and Lady Song are employer and employee. To Mingyue, helping her staff solve difficulties is something a good employer should do. Lady Song didn't expect Mingyue to agree so quickly, nor to invite her to stay longer. She felt warm inside, and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Lady Mingyue. Thank you very much. It might really be necessary for you to stay here for a while. Lady Song looked ashamed and sighed. This is your personal matter. Normally, I shouldn't ask too much. But I see that Lady Song seems to be facing some trouble. If that's the case, feel free to tell me. Maybe we can help. Mingyue said. Lady Song paused, swallowing her words. Zhou and Chen both thought she was overthinking and that she was mistaken. They wondered if Lady Mingyue also thought the same. Seeing Lady Song hesitant to speak, Mingyue understood and said, It's okay. When you're ready to talk, it's not too late. Just one thing, Lady Song, you can do things more freely and not worry too much about others' opinions. In the afternoon, Mingyue had just heard from Jianghua that someone was planning to propose marriage to Lady Song. Now, seeing her like this, Mingyue guessed she was in a difficult situation, probably related to the marriage proposal. To prevent Lady Song from overthinking, Mingyue gently guided her. Hearing this, Lady Song's mind moved, and she asked, Lady Mingyue, do you think a widow must remarry? Sure enough. Mingyue pressed her lips and smiled. In my opinion, it's not necessary. If she has hands and feet and can support herself, she doesn't need to remarry to live. Of course, this is just my personal view. Whether she remarries depends on her own choice. If she wants to remarry, then marry. Don't worry about others' opinions. If she prefers to live alone, she can do that too, without caring about others' views. These days, everyone lives their own life. Each person's situation is different, so it's best to focus on your own path. There's no need for everyone to be the same. People are naturally different. If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. After repeatedly saying these words, Song's dull and cloudy eyes gradually brightened again. It was as if a house that was about to collapse was suddenly supported by a strong pillar, transforming from unstable to firm in an instant. Song felt she saw the light again and nodded firmly. Lady Xia, I understand. If you've understood, then you should be more firm in your attitude, Xia Mingyue smiled. Otherwise, others might not know your true feelings. In this era, Most people believe that women cannot live independently without men, so if suitable marriage prospects appear, marriage is inevitable. It's considered normal, so even if someone refuses, others might think it's just shyness or hesitation. If you don't show a strong attitude, you might face more trouble. Song was surprised. After she refused Lady Yu, Lu Taizhu came again, and even after she refused once more, Lu Taizhu went to find Li Shuixing to talk about it again. This was probably because she wasn't firm enough in her stance. I know what to do now, Song nodded. Good. Xia Mingyue also nodded, then said, actually, whatever Lady Song wants to do, as long as she works at Xia's shop, I can make sure she has enough to eat. Hearing this, Song's eyes welled up with a little mist. Thank you, Lady Xia. Really thank you. She now had a direction and confidence, knowing what to do. Seeing Song look so spirited, unlike before when she was so despondent, Xia Mingyue felt she had probably come to terms with her situation and felt at ease. It's getting late. Rest early. You too, Lady Xia. Meanwhile, after Jiangwa learned that Song would stay for a few days, she had already helped prepare the bed and set out toiletries for Song. Thank you, Gua, Song said gratefully. No need to be polite with me, Lady Song. Jiangwa smiled warmly. Since Sister Xia has already spoken, you can stay here peacefully these days. Make this place your home. Don't be too formal, or Sister Xia might feel uncomfortable. Okay, Mrs. Song replied repeatedly. After tidying up, she went to bed. Mrs. Song's bed was made with new mattress and blankets, both soft and fluffy, making it very warm to lie on. But at this moment, Mrs. Song wasn't very sleepy. Her mind was full of thoughts about Li Shuixing and Lu Taizhu. Lu Taizhu was easier to talk to since he was an outsider, but Li Shuixing. Tonight, she wouldn't go home, and Li Shuixing would definitely look for her everywhere. He would find her here by tomorrow morning at the latest. She must talk to Li Shuixing about this matter carefully. How could Li Shuixing have such an idea? Mrs. Song sighed repeatedly, full of frustration. The next day, everyone woke up early. Jiangguo, Mrs. Song, and others were busy with kitchen chores, while Xia Mingyue and Mrs. Lu prepared breakfast together. They seasoned the ready-made minced meat with soy sauce, salt, chopped scallions, and cumin powder, Sichuan pepper powder, and sesame oil, mixing well. They spread this evenly on thin dough skins, then folded the dough from one end, folding it 3 times to seal the edges. The stuffed dough was then fried in oil until both sides turned golden brown and fully cooked. Once done, it was cut into small pieces and served on plates. These meat pies had crispy outer shells and juicy, flavorful fillings inside. Each layer of dough and meat created a rich, layered taste that was both delicious and satisfying. They paired the meat pies with refreshing pickled vegetables, which helped cut the greasiness and made the flavor even richer. Everyone was eating eagerly, their mouths full of oil, praising the dish nonstop. Last night, Xia Mingyue had indulged in spicy hot pot and ate too much. Even after a whole night, her stomach still felt uneasy, so she decided not to eat more of the fragrant meat pies. Instead, she only ate a boiled egg and sipped a bowl of 5-spice bean puree. Despite its name, the main ingredient of 5-spice bean puree was millet, not beans. The millet was soaked for 2 hours beforehand, then blended with toasted Sichuan peppercorns and star anise into a fine millet paste. This was mixed with shredded fried tofu slices, cooked soybeans, vermicelli, dried lily buds, chopped spinach, and salt, all cooked together until ready. When served, it was topped with crushed roasted peanuts and sesame seeds. The texture of the puree was thick and sticky, with a salty taste. Each spoonful was full of the rich aroma of millet and soybeans, with a hint of spiciness and numbing sensation from Sichuan pepper and star anise, making it very appetizing. When drinking, it was best to sip it while it's still hot, taking small mouthfuls to enjoy the full flavor. This delicious 5-spice bean paste made Mingyue feel increasingly hungry, even though she initially had little appetite. She drank 2 large bowls without realizing it before finally putting down her chopsticks. After setting them aside, Mingyue felt very regretful, thinking she shouldn't have overeaten. She already had some indigestion and needed to give her stomach a break for her health and comfort. Now, she worried that her overeating might make her indigestion worse. She told herself she must control herself during lunch. Li Shuixing arrived at Mingyueyu's door before she had finished cleaning up after breakfast. Songshi saw him and stood up, wiping her wet hands on her apron. After taking a deep breath, she approached Li Shuixing. Li Shuixing, who hadn't slept all night, looked tired and exhausted. When he saw Songshi, he felt both relieved and very happy. "Sister-in-law," he said, knowing she was there. Now that she was willing to see him, he wondered if that meant. "Shuixing," Songshi closed the door behind Mingyueyu. "I am your sister-in-law. I was before, I am now, and I will be in the future. I will not marry you, and you are not allowed to have such foolish thoughts anymore. In the next few days, I will rent a new place and move out. From now on, take care of yourself. If there's nothing urgent, don't come to see me. But don't worry, since I am your sister-in-law, I will still look after your marriage and family matters." Songshi spoke calmly but firmly, her expression serious. Li Shuixing had never seen her like this before. He was stunned at first, then panicked. "Sister-in-law, are you trying to cut all ties with me?" "Yes," Songshi nodded calmly. "To be clear, I want to draw a line." She was his sister-in-law, and Li Shuixing was her younger brother-in-law. This would never change. "Are you planning to marry Lu Taizhu?" Li Shuixing asked sadly. "Or do you just not want me anymore?" "I won't remarry," Songshi replied. "I won't marry Lu Taizhu, and I won't marry you either." She added, "I've already said what I needed to say. Whatever you think, that's up to you. One last thing, no more big issues in the future. Don't come to see me anymore. Don't say things you shouldn't. Don't have any wrong thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother-in-law anymore." After saying this, Madame Song didn't give Li Shuixing a chance to speak again. She directly pushed open the door and entered Xia Mingyue's yard. Li Shuixing stood there in a daze for a long time. His sister-in-law didn't want to marry him. Does she really want to spend her life alone? Li Shuixing felt confused. Meanwhile, Madame Song, who had expressed her attitude and poured out all her feelings, felt a great sense of relief and was very happy. Indeed, following one's true heart is the best way. She wants to live according to her own wishes. No hesitation, no regret, no self-doubt. Suddenly, Madame Song smiled and looked up at the rising sun. She tidied her apron and sat down again to continue her work. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue also felt relieved. It seemed that Madame Song's problems had been somewhat resolved. When the staff can work happily, her role as the employer becomes easier. Next, she needed to do what a good employer should do. First, she took out the preserved sweet garlic she had kept carefully and prepared to send it to Lu Qian. Xia Mingyue went to the carriage shop and specifically asked Su Yongfu to go along. Knowing the place well made her feel at ease, and it would be more convenient to visit Lu Qian. Both the carriage shop and Su Yongfu agreed, but since Su Yongfu had other work, he would have to leave a few days later. "That's fine," Xia Mingyue said. "Actually, I plan to prepare some other things in the next couple of days so I can take them all together." Since she was making this trip, bringing more things would be more worthwhile. And this time, going to Xiao village, Xia Mingyue understood things clearly. In the army, authority is one thing, personal ability is another, and whether one can benefit the soldiers below is also very important for gaining their support. Currently, military funds are limited, and occasional subsidies can make people feel more favorable and respectful toward Lu Qian. Xia Mingyue decided to cook more braised pork and take it over, so everyone could enjoy a good meal again. This also helps Lu Qian strengthen his support within the army. After leaving the carriage shop, Xia Mingyue went straight to the meat shop and asked Hong Tuhu to reserve more marbled pork. She arranged everything and then headed back home. When she arrived, Zhao Dahu greeted her and handed her some food, saying, "Auntie, eat quickly." Summer Mingyue saw Zhao Dahu give her a stick of glutinous rice snack. She took a bite and asked who bought this. "I bought it with my pocket money," Zhao Dahu said proudly. "To share, for everyone to enjoy." "That's quite surprising," Summer Mingyue said with a smile. Zhao Dahu is usually known for being very stingy, never sharing his things. Today, he even wanted to treat everyone. Not really, Zhao Eru said while chewing the snack loudly. The sun still rises from the east today. They all laughed. Zhao Eru was always joking around. But really, how could he not be stopped? After eating the rice snack, he wouldn't dare to mention stealing the braised pork again. For now, he decided to let it go. Zhao Eru grabbed a handful of the rice snacks Zhao Dahe bought and pushed them into Jiang Gugu's hand. Aunt Jiang, eat some. Since the braised pork was stolen, they all had to eat a little more to make it fair. Jiang Gugu smiled and took the snacks. Summer Mingyue and Mrs. Lu looked at each other and smiled quietly. Over the next 2 days, Summer Mingyue and Mrs. Lu were busy preparing things to send to Xiaohe village. Besides the braised pork, Summer Mingyue also made many crispy fish. Fresh Crucian carp were scaled, gutted, and cleaned. After drying, they were fried briefly in oil until slightly firm, then removed and layered with green onions in a clay pot. They added sugar, vinegar, sesame oil, shredded, cooking wine, hot water, and some coriander. They boiled it on high heat, then simmered on low heat for 2 or 3 hours until the sauce thickened. They left it overnight. Once the crispy fish cooled completely, they could start eating. Because the fish was fully cooled, the texture was chewier than when hot, but the bones had softened completely after long cooking, almost melting in the mouth. Both the fish meat and bones were full of flavor, salty, fragrant, and delicious, with the natural freshness of the fish. It was not only very tasty but also safe to eat, making it perfect for those who wanted fish but were afraid of bones. The carp is inexpensive, so even though Xia Mingyue cooked 5 or 6 dozen carp in a large clay pot, it didn't cost much money. Compared to braised pork, it's really cheap, filling, tasty, and satisfying. Xia Mingyue cooked 4 large pots of crispy fish. 2 of these, along with the braised pork, were sent to Lu Qian in Xiaohe village by Su Yongfu. The remaining 2 pots were shared among family and friends. For their own family, the Lu family, and those working at Xiaji franchise or doing other jobs, it goes without saying. Some were also given to Aunt Han, Sister Foam, Farmer Hong, Shopkeeper Qian, and Dixin Garden. Everyone praised the crispy fish highly. Even at Dixin Garden, He Shunzi sent a message saying, Manager Fu said that lady he thinks the crispy fish Xia Nyangzi made is really delicious and wants to buy some more. This is the money for the purchase. He Shunzi handed over a small money pouch. Manager Fu said he doesn't know the price of these crispy fish, so let Xia Nyangzi decide. If it's more than needed, consider it as a thank you gift for her hard work. She can keep the rest. Okay, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. At Dixin Garden, when they paid for food, they always paid generously, showing great generosity. Xia Mingyue opened her money pouch and took out a small silver piece, giving it to He Shunzi. Lately, if brother he isn't busy, could you help me find some good quality brewing yeast? Just a little, no need too much. Some farmers brew their own wine to drink or sell, so brewing yeast isn't hard to find. The money Xia Mingyue gave was quite a lot. But since they often dealt with each other, many accounts weren't very clear, so He Shunzi didn't refuse much.
Got it.
I'll go find some when I get back. Meanwhile, Su Yongfu had been driving all day and successfully delivered everything to Xiaohe village. When Lu Qian saw that the items unloaded from the cart were more than just a jar of preserved garlic, he was a bit surprised. What are these?
Yes, Su Yongfu nodded.
Besides the preserved garlic, there seems to be braised pork and crispy fish. Lady Xia asked me to bring everything here and told me to give it to Head Lu. Just let him arrange it. Let him arrange, it meant sharing everything with everyone. Perhaps because last time he looked a bit short of money and everyone liked the braised pork very much, they made so much again, so he could do a good deed by selling it. This summer, Mingyue. She is smart and seems very generous to him. Lu Qian slightly smiled and ordered the kitchen staff to bring in the braised pork and crispy fish, preparing to serve a hearty meal in the evening. The head of the kitchen was very happy to see delicious food and quickly called people to carry the dishes, getting ready for the dinner. That night, all the soldiers ate a big pot of braised meat, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much, shouting in satisfaction. The next morning, Su Yongfu got up early, packed his carriage, and prepared to head back. This time, the head of the kitchen remembered and took out the prepared brown sugar, red dates buns, and the rice cakes made in the past 2 days, giving them to Su Yongfu to take to Manhwa. I really can't match Lady Xia's cooking skills. Please kindly tell Lady Xia not to mind.
Certainly, Su Yongfu replied happily.
Lu Qian saw Su Yongfu off and, before leaving, handed him a cloth bag. Please take this back to Lady Xia, Lu Qian said. Su Yongfu saw the bag was heavy and thought it was household supplies from Lu Qian for Lady Xia, and he couldn't help but smile. Although Lady Xia now mainly sells snacks and drinks, with many people joining her earnings are almost enough to run a small restaurant. She probably isn't short of money. But then again, no matter how much Lady Xia earns, all these are just Lu Qian's kind thoughts. Kindness is the most important thing. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver it, Su Yongfu said carefully, placing the bag in his. Safe travels. Head Lu, please wait. Until the carriage disappeared into the distance, Lu Qian finally went to the riverside. At the edge of Yongfeng River, Fong Linwang was walking and sketching with paper and pen. He handed over the nearly completed blueprint to Lu Qian. Lu Qian examined it for a moment, frowned slightly, and said, Master Fong, about the location of this bridge. Yes, Fong Linwang nodded. This bridge cannot be built at the original spot. It needs to be moved 2 miles east. That way, the water flow impact will be the weakest, making the bridge the most stable and longer lasting. The previous location wasn't very good. The piers would be hit hard by the water, and even with good materials now, the bridge might only last 20 or 30 years. The reason it could be easily destroyed before was because the site was poorly chosen. Why did you choose this place to build the bridge? Zhao Yukai was a bit confused. Couldn't the other craftsmen see the reason? Do you think everyone has my skills? Fong Linwang first gave Zhao Yukai a sidelong look, but then patiently explained. The person in charge of overseeing the bridge construction was the county magistrate of Tsong County. I heard he believed strongly in ghosts and feng shui. It's likely that some wise master told him that building the road here would bring him good luck and official success. That's why the bridge was built here. Building a bridge might seem simple, just crossing water, whether big or small, adding more piers or making them wider.
But it's not that easy.
From choosing the site to deciding the shape of the bridge, every detail must be carefully checked. Any mistake could cause the bridge to fail in a flood. Fong Linwang suddenly paused. He was from Shaoxing and had learned excellent stone bridge building skills when he was young. Since he started making bridges, his designs were praised for being innovative, delicate, and skillfully made. At that time, he was proud and confident, sometimes arrogant. Believing he had a talent for bridge building, he didn't pay attention to small details. His bridges looked fine at first, but after 5 days of heavy rain that year, they were completely washed away. Fong Linwang still remembered the promises he made then, which turned into a slap in the face, leaving him humiliated. Although the flood and rain had destroyed most of the bridge, the local officials said it was a natural disaster and didn't blame him. But the scene of the bridge collapsing and people dying that day stayed in his mind for decades. It felt like sharp arrows piercing his heart. After that, he vowed to be very careful when rebuilding bridges. Every step, from choosing the site, designing the shape, setting out on site, to driving piles, had to be done with full attention. No mistakes could be allowed, and no one should be tricked. Basically, the site should be here. Also, the design should be simple, just a regular stone beam bridge, sturdy and durable, using common materials to keep costs low, Fong Linwang said. Okay, Lu Qian nodded. Let's follow Master Fong's advice. But Zhao Yukai was a bit worried. If we do that, could it be a problem? Lu Qian was currently under a lot of scrutiny. If he made any small mistake now, it could cause trouble. People only said to build a bridge, but they didn't say it had to be at the original site, Lu Qian said with a smile. Brother Xiao must have forgotten. When the military commander ordered the bridge to be built, he only said that the bridge over Yongfeng River was destroyed and needed to be rebuilt. As for where to build the bridge, whether it should be in the same spot or not, and what it should look like, those details weren't mentioned. Since they weren't specified, it could be decided based on the situation. That's how it is. Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly and also touched his nose. He had been in the army for many years and fought many battles. Now, he was just a squad leader, but Lu Qian was quickly promoted to a higher position, and there was a reason for that. Young people are always more clever. After deciding on the new location and the type of bridge, Fong Linwang started choosing suitable wood and stone materials. Lu Qian sent Zhao Yukai along to make sure everything was safe. After giving these instructions, Lu Qian ordered someone to saddle a horse, gather a few soldiers, and prepare to leave. He planned to visit nearby gentry and wealthy families again. As a squad leader, it was time for him to show some authority and get things done. When Su Yongfu was returning, he was riding an empty cart and knew the road very well. He drove quickly and, just after noon, arrived at Xia Mingyue's house. "This is the red sugar, red date buns, and rice cakes from the kitchen for Lady Xia," Su Yongfu said, taking out a small bag from his arms and handing it to Xia Mingyue. "Lu Jida asked me to bring this back for you." Did Lu Qian tell Su Yongfu to bring money? Earlier, in Xia village, they agreed that Lu Qian should focus on his own affairs first. Why was he bringing something now? "Thank you, Brother Su." Xia Mingyue accepted the items one by one. When she took the cloth bag, her eyebrows raised slightly. The weight was heavier than when she was in Xia village. Could it be that Lu Qian had made some money recently? Xia Mingyue smiled softly and opened the bag. When she saw that inside were not silver but small cobblestones, she was momentarily stunned. Then she chuckled to herself. Last time, Wu Jin had found many small stones for her, and she liked them. Lu Qian must have thought she enjoyed collecting stones, so he specially brought some back. To be honest, the small cobblestones Lu Qian brought back were smooth and round, with different colors. When piled together, they looked a bit like jade, quite pretty. This time, Lu Qian brought back more small stones than the last time Yujin searched for. Xia Mingyue weighed the bag of stones in her hand, thought for a moment, and then went to the market. In the afternoon, someone delivered a small fish tank carved from stone, with a few bright red koi inside. Xia Mingyue washed all the small stones thoroughly and placed them into the tank. The bottom of the fish tank immediately became colorful and beautiful. Come spring, planting a water lily in it will make it look even better, Jianghua suggested. That's a good idea. Xia Mingyue smiled as she played with the small stones in the tank. The cold of winter grew stronger day by day. Despite this, Xia's various businesses were like warm sunshine in winter, common and thriving. Recently, Xia Mingyue confirmed 2 more breakfast stalls to join her, started new training, and gradually increased the production at the central kitchen. Song has been looking for a place to live these days. After some inquiries, she finally stayed at Feng's house. Feng was the one who offered, because her yard was quite large and she had extra rooms. She usually lived alone and felt a bit lonely. Song was alone, with no family to worry about, and spent her days working at Xia Mingyue's place, so she wouldn't disturb her. As for rent, "You don't need to pay," Feng said. "No, I must pay." Song refused immediately. "Renting a place means paying, and I won't take it for free." She planned to stay long-term, and with her ability to work, she couldn't rely solely on others' kindness or charity. "Let me finish," Feng said. "I'm getting older, and my body isn't as strong. Washing clothes and cooking can be tiring. If you help me with some daily chores, that's enough to cover the rent." Seeing this, Song nodded and agreed. "I'll follow Aunt Feng's words." She decided to live alone from now on, so she needed to save more money. Rent costs a lot each month, and working for free would be best if she could exchange labor for rent. She was still young and strong, so she wasn't afraid of hard work. After confirming everything with Feng, Song took some free time to pack her clothes, bedding, and daily necessities, and officially moved into Feng's house. Life continues steadily and peacefully. In the afternoon, Xia Mingyue, after flipping through a page of a book, folded the corner of the page and copied difficult words onto blank paper. Recently, Xia Mingyue has been making good use of her spare time, reading a few pages whenever she has a moment. She reviews and consolidates what she learned before and studies new things. The book given by Zhou Shanchang is very helpful, simple and clear, perfect for a beginner like her. But Xia Mingyue is a self-learner, so some parts are still hard to understand. She plans to gather everything and find time to visit the county school to ask questions and learn. When Mrs. Liu entered the room and saw Xia Mingyue writing, she smiled widely. "Sister-in-law, stop working so hard. Go out and take a look, it's very lively outside." "What's so lively?" As soon as Xia Mingyue put down her brush, she heard loud drums and gongs, mixed with cheers and applause. She laughed and said, "Could it be that there's another victory somewhere?" The last time it was so lively was after the big victory at Changzhou Prefecture. Since the new dynasty was established, besides the western border, there are military garrisons in the east, south, and north. Whether facing enemies or expanding territory, there's always a risk of new battles. "No, that's not it," Mrs. Liu said with a smile. "It's the autumn imperial exam this year. Many students at the county school scored highly. The county magistrate is so happy he's having drums and gongs to celebrate, and even brought in lion dancers. It's very lively. I heard that the magistrate will go to the Confucian temple and the city god temple tomorrow to burn incense. Even the Yuan restaurant and several tea houses in the town are giving out money and cakes to celebrate," Jiang Wei added. "That's definitely good news," Xia Mingyue said with a smile. A talented person coming from a county shows that the place is full of capable and respected people. In the future, if these successful examinees become officials, they will support their hometown within their abilities and help develop the area. Many people rise from humble beginnings to become prominent families, step by step. During those days at the county school's small dining hall, the students worked very hard, studying late into the night. Their results this time are excellent. Besides those who passed the exam, Zhou Shanchang and the teachers must be very pleased and happy. Xia Mingyue sighed. Talking about Zhou Shanchang and the teachers, having students succeed everywhere is truly something to celebrate. Isn't it proper to offer congratulations to her as a student just to show good manners? After thinking for a moment, Xia Mingyue decided to visit the county school and take the opportunity to clear up some recent doubts about her studies. Since she was going there, she thought it wouldn't be right to go empty-handed. Xia Mingyue put on an apron and went into the kitchen to start working. She soaked the bones to remove blood and smell, then boiled them in water for an hour until they turned into a thick, white bone broth. Next, she added oil infused with green onions, scallions, cilantro, and slices, along with rice wine, soy sauce, salt, and rock sugar, and simmered for another half-hour. Then she added a mixture of caramelized sugar and a bundle of spices wrapped in cloth, including cinnamon, dried tangerine peel, cumin, grassfruit, bay leaves, dried chili, cloves, Sichuan pepper, and angelica root. With that, a large pot of seasoned broth was ready. She cleaned up, removing the blood from a whole chicken, pork knuckles, pork liver, and cut tofu skin, lotus root slices, and potato slices, all of which could be cooked in the seasoned broth. She also boiled many eggs, peeled them, and cut 2 small slits in each before placing them into the broth. To keep the rich aroma of the broth long-lasting, Xia Mingyue covered the pot tightly. Still, the unique scent escaped through the gaps in the lid, filling the entire yard with a fragrant smell that made everyone sniff eagerly. Zhao Dahu, Zhao Eru, and Wu Jin, along with the dog, peeked at the kitchen door. After inhaling the delicious aroma deeply, they licked their lips repeatedly. "What's Auntie Xia cooking? It smells so good." "Just some seasoned stuff." Xia Mingyue opened the lid to check the contents. The aroma rose with the steam, filling the kitchen with a rich, inviting smell. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru were very glad they had kept their mouths closed earlier. Otherwise, the smell might have made their mouths water uncontrollably. Wu Jin also kept his mouth shut, but a string of saliva hung from each side of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on the large pot Xia Mingyue was inspecting. "Delicious food. I want to eat." When Xia Mingyue saw that the meat was almost done, she added vegetables and simmered for a little longer. Then she took out a piece of pork belly, cut it into small pieces, and placed them on a plate. "Try some first," she said, carrying the plate out. She skewered each piece of meat with a bamboo stick for easy eating. The bamboo skewers were specially made by Xia Mingyue, with about half the length of skewers used for hot pot. They are usually used for piercing fruits or tasting food, which is quite convenient. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, the brothers, eagerly each took a piece of braised meat and took a bite. The flavor was rich, the meat tender, with just the right amount of fat and lean meat, leaving a strong aftertaste. Delicious. Before they could swallow, the brothers loudly praised the taste in their unclear voices, then quickly grabbed another piece to eat. Seeing that the brothers were busy eating and not planning to share, Wu Jin was anxious, jumping up and down at the door, barking twice, then spinning around in place. Xia Mingyue saw this and also gave Wu Jin a piece. Wu Jin happily opened its mouth to take it, then chewed carefully. But Wu Jin's mouth was big, and no matter how carefully it chewed, it swallowed the meat in a few bites. After licking its lips, it sat back on the ground, waiting for Xia Mingyue to feed it again. However, after waiting and waiting, Xia Mingyue kept taking the braised meat to others to taste, with no intention of giving Wu Jin more. Seeing the meat on the plate almost finished, Wu Jin was anxious and ran directly to Xia Mingyue. Bark, bark, bark. Want to eat more? Xia Mingyue reached out and patted Wu Jin's head. Bark, bark. There are many things here. If you eat too much, it might not be good. Xia Mingyue turned back into the house and took out a fresh bone. The bone still had some meat on it, large enough to satisfy Wu Jin. Wu Jin looked at it, its ears drooping. After hesitating for a moment, it finally opened its mouth, took the bone, and carried it back to its den, nibbling on it little by little. While eating, it kept staring at the kitchen, sniffing the delicious smell from time to time. It looked very pitiful. Xia Mingyue felt sorry, but didn't dare let Wu Jin eat too much. In the end, she boiled 2 plain eggs for it as a treat. Watching Xia Mingyue peel the eggs carefully and place them in its bowl, Wu Jin felt much happier and rubbed against Xia Mingyue's hand again. Good boy, I'll roast sweet potatoes for you tonight, Xia Mingyue comforted him. Recently, Wu Xiong brought some sweet potatoes. They are not very big but very evenly shaped. These are yellow soil sweet potatoes. After steaming, they taste like chestnuts, soft, sticky, sweet, and delicious. If you slowly roast these sweet potatoes, they become crispy on the outside and tender inside, with a sweet and tasty flavor. Wu Jin heard this, and the originally drooping corner of its mouth lifted again. Although it can't eat delicious meat, there are other things to eat, so it's still okay. Wu Jin is truly loved by someone. Excited, Wu Jin licked Xia Mingyue's hand and then happily continued to enjoy boiled eggs and meat bones. Xia Mingyue put aside the large pot of marinated food, planning to soak it overnight so the flavors could fully develop. The next morning, after breakfast, Xia Mingyue started packing. They kept some for lunch and dinner, and the rest was packed into clay jars. Xia Mingyue had cooked a lot of marinated food, separating the meat and vegetables, filling 4 jars. Once all the marinated food in the pot was cleaned out, Xia Mingyue filtered out any leftover small bits of meat and impurities, then skimmed off the floating oil. Finally, she poured the broth into the jars and stored them in a cool place to use as a base for next time's marinated dishes. After finishing everything, Xia Mingyue pushed a cart and headed out towards the county school. As she approached the school, she thought for a moment and decided not to go through the main gate, but instead went to the side gate. She knocked on the door and boldly opened it. Seeing Xia Mingyue, he was surprised and happy. Is that Lady Xia? Why aren't you using the main gate? Right now, the autumn exams are going well, and many people are coming to congratulate. The students, teachers, and the head of the mountain are busy, so I don't want to disturb them. Xia Mingyue smiled. It's also easier to carry these things through the side gate. Lady Xia, you're overthinking. Actually, you've come at a good time. If you went through the main gate, they might not have opened it. Old Li chuckled. Many students have passed the exams, and quite a few people came to congratulate. Even the county magistrate came. But Head Zhou said that although the autumn exams are over, the spring exams are coming soon. They want the students to focus on studying, so they politely declined all visitors. Over the past 2 days, Master Zhoushan specifically instructed me to keep the main gate closed, unless the county magistrate came with something urgent. For anyone else wishing to come and offer congratulations or visit, I was told to politely refuse. He also asked me to watch the side gate more closely. If the visitors were acquaintances, they would usually avoid the main gate and come directly through the side gate. Those who didn't know about the side gate or didn't want to come through it probably didn't have a close enough relationship to be allowed in. Understood, Xia Mingyue said, feeling a bit emotional. During her time at the county school's small dining hall, she could tell that both Master Zhoushan and the teachers were dedicated to teaching and nurturing students. Even now, they could stay calm and focused, not distracted by the busy outside world or superficial praise. That was truly admirable. I was thinking of preparing some marinated snacks to celebrate the students passing their exams. I also had some questions about reading and studying that I wanted to ask for guidance, Xia Mingyue said. But I wonder if Master Zhoushan has free time today to talk about these small matters, she added. Lady Xia, you are too polite, Old Li said with a smile. Master Zhoushan already told me that you are free to come and go from the county school. He also asked me to inform him if you come seeking knowledge. Moreover, Lady Xia brought so many marinated snacks today. Although Old Li didn't know exactly what she marinated, the heavy, fragrant aroma from the covered jars was enough to make him think the taste would be excellent. He hurriedly said, Please, Lady Xia, have a seat at this table. I will go find Master Zhoushan right away. Next to the side gate was a flower corridor covered in climbing vines. Beneath it was a stone table and a few stone stools, perfect for cooling off in summer or warming up in winter. Old Li quickly settled Xia Mingyue here and hurried off to find Zhou Jiqing. Zhou Jiqing was discussing the spring examination plans with Dai Changnian when he heard Xia Mingyue was here. He immediately stood up and said, as expected, Lady Xia is diligent and eager to learn. Yes, indeed, Dai Changnian nodded. What's most impressive is that Lady Xia's cooking skills are excellent. It seemed like he was hinting at something. Zhou Jiqing quickly explained, I was in a rush to meet Lady Xia because she is my student and very clever. It's not because of the marinated snacks she brought today. I don't think I said anything, Dai Changnian said without lifting his head. Why is it like this, with no silver here? Zhou Jiqing. Then you should first read these students' essays here. We will discuss it in detail at lunch. This time, Xia Mingyue definitely came with many questions. To answer her doubts, Zhou Jiqing estimated it would take about an hour or two. Lunch. Dai Changnian put down the student's essay in his hand. I think I should go with Zhou Shanchang. He teaches Lady Xia to read and write. The rest of the matters I will handle. The rest of the matters? There's nothing else really. It's just about dealing with the marinated dishes Lady Xia brought. Zhu Beng's face. Actually, Zhou Shanchang can handle it himself. It's just that Chef Wei. Dai Changnian looked at Zhou Shanchang. Zhou Jiqing immediately looked serious. Last time, he and Dai Changnian went together to find Chef Wei. They questioned his cooking skills, hoping he would improve. After that, Chef Wei was so angry that he focused on cooking, trying to restore his reputation. But that anger only lasted a little while. The food in the small kitchen did get a bit better than before, but only a little. Most of that improvement came from using a bit more oil and fat. Because Chef Wei was furious, but still limited in skill, they came excited but left feeling a bit awkward. Chef Wei is very sharp. He noticed their subtle reactions and asked them how they thought his current cooking was. Faced with Chef Wei's sincere question, full of hope, Zhou Jiqing and others didn't want to hurt his confidence. They just laughed and nodded in agreement. Pleased with their approval, Chef Wei was very proud. He would personally serve them a lot of food at each meal. If they couldn't finish it, it meant they thought Chef Wei's cooking was not good enough. For a moment, Zhou Jiqing didn't know how to describe his current situation. But thinking about how these marinated dishes might make Chef Wei doubt his cooking and how he would keep asking him for confirmation made him shiver. Master Dai's suggestion is excellent. Let him handle this, Zhou Jiqing quickly said. As for how Dai Changnian would deal with Chef Wei later, that was his own matter. Yes, Dai Changnian nodded. The two of them agreed and headed together toward the wisteria vine corridor at the side gate. When they saw Xia Mingyue, the three of them exchanged greetings for a while. Zhou Jiqing and Dai Changyan expressed their thanks to Xia Mingyue for bringing the marinated dishes to congratulate her on her excellent exam results. Dai Changyan and Old Li took the marinated dishes away together, while Zhou Jiqing answered Xia Mingyue's questions. Seeing that Xia Mingyue listened carefully and marked notes in her books while studying and reviewing, and that her written questions were neat and detailed, they felt quite pleased. As a teacher, the most important thing they valued was never a student's talent or intelligence, but their attitude towards learning. Taking it seriously and persevering are what they admire most. After all, intelligence and talent are gifts from heaven, rare and hard to find. Most people are ordinary and rely on effort to achieve what they want and change their fate. While Zhou Jiqing was earnestly teaching Xia Mingyue, Dai Changyan and Old Li pushed a flat cart inside. Master Dai, where should I deliver these? Old Li looked ahead. To your place or to the headmaster's? Dai Changyan said, to the small dining hall.
Oh.
Old Li was surprised. He knew well about the small dining hall lately. Chef Wei's cooking was still criticized. Now Dai Changyan was planning to send the delicious marinated dishes made by Lady Xia there. Was he trying to let Chef Wei taste others' cooking to make him realize the gap between himself and others? And then perhaps motivate him to study harder and improve his cooking skills? But on the other hand, such a method might work for young, energetic people. Chef Wei, being older and very confident in his cooking, might be easily discouraged if he found out about this plan, which could cause him to fall into a slump. Old Li was a bit worried. Are you really going to send it to the small dining hall, Master Dai?
Chef Wei.
Let's try it first, Dai Changyan replied seriously. Try what? Old Li was confused, but seeing Dai Changyan deep in thought, seemingly planning something, he didn't ask further. They pushed the flat cart toward the small dining hall. Inside, everyone was busy preparing lunch, and Chef Wei was also busy working. After hearing the noise, Chef Wei came out from inside, brushing his hands on his apron and smiling. He said, Master Dave, why are you here now? Are you thinking about my cooking skills? I can't forget about it, and decided to come early just to have a taste? Lady Xia came today to ask Long Zhoushan for advice and also brought many marinated snacks because she's proud of the recent exam results at the county school. I was thinking whether to share some with the students at noon, Dai Changyan answered honestly. Lady Xia made this?
Chef Wei blanked.
Since he returned from taking leave, he had heard a lot about Lady Xia. Whether from students or the cooks helping in the small kitchen, everyone praised her character and cooking skills, more often than they praised him, the head chef. Chef Wei became curious about Lady Xia too. Was her cooking really that good? Could she possibly be better than him? This question had been in his mind for a long time, and he wanted to taste her food. But the busy small kitchen kept him occupied. Now, food made by Lady Xia was brought into the small kitchen. Should he try it? Seeing that Chef Wei seemed eager to taste, Dai Changyan said, Chef Wei and Lady Xia are both skilled in cooking. Usually they might want to learn from each other. Would you like to try Lady Xia's cooking? Yes, that sounds good, Chef Wei nodded. Tasting it would help him judge the quality. He took a clean pair of bamboo chopsticks, opened a clay jar, and scooped out some marinated snacks. Inside were mainly vegetarian items like tofu and dried bean curd. After scooping about half a bowl, Chef Wei switched to another pair of chopsticks and brought some to his mouth. He tried a piece of tofu, a piece of dried bean curd, a slice of lotus root, and a slice of potato, each one. Finally, he even put a marinated egg into his mouth. After swallowing all these with a cup of tea, Chef Wei frowned slightly. This is Lady Xia's marinated food? Exactly. Dai Changyan also frowned slightly. Chef Wei, what do you think of the taste? To be honest, Chef Wei said with a pout, it's not very good. Compared to his own cooking, it was far worse. Old Li was stunned at once. From just opening the jar lid, he could smell a strong aroma of braised spices. Watching Chef Wei eat, he felt so hungry that his mouth was watering. Yet now, Chef Wei said the braised flavor wasn't very good?
Impossible.
Seeing Old Li's disbelief, Chef Wei pushed the bowl over. If you don't believe it, try some yourself. Old Lee picked up his chopsticks, took the bowl, and hesitantly scooped some food into his mouth. As soon as the potato slices entered his mouth, he was hit with a rich, strong aroma. The full, smooth taste burst in his mouth, freely spreading around. Just this plain braised dish, Old Lee thought it was incredibly delicious. As for the braised meat or chicken, Old Lee couldn't quite find the right words to describe how wonderful it tasted. How could Chef Wei say it wasn't tasty? Confused, Old Lee looked at Dai Changmian for help. Dai Changmian also tasted the plain braised dish, then frowned and looked at Chef Wei. Chef Wei, do you really think it's not good? Of course, Chef Wei said seriously. It really isn't very tasty. Seeing Dai Changmian's brow furrow more deeply, Chef Wei looked a bit annoyed. What? Do you think I'm lying? Taste is subjective. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, then it's not. I'm not the type to criticize others or pretend someone isn't capable. Why would I lie? But I'm also very puzzled. I've heard people say that Lady Xia is an excellent cook. So, why did she make such a bad braised dish this time? Did she just not know how to make braised food? Or is this not even her work? Are you trying to trick me? Seeing Chef Wei become more agitated, Dai Changmian understood he wasn't lying. Chef Wei truly thought these dishes weren't tasty. But everyone else found them delicious, while Chef Wei felt they lacked flavor. Considering that Chef Wei's usual cooking wasn't very good, but he was confident it seemed. Chef Wei might be sick. His sense of taste could be impaired or confused, causing him to perceive the flavors completely differently from others. That's why, even though Chef Wei worked hard to cook, the dishes he made didn't taste right. Dai Changmian felt a complex mix of emotions. And seeing Chef Wei, already somewhat angry, become more impatient as his expression changed, he said impatiently, "Speak up. These marinated dishes.
Dai Changmian paused.
They are indeed mixed in opinion. As the saying goes, everyone has their own taste. The flavor of these marinated dishes naturally receives different comments from each person. But since this is Lady Xia's kind intention, we shouldn't waste it. For lunch, we should ask Chef Wei to distribute them carefully." Regarding Chef Wei's illness, he needed to inform Zhou Jiqing and then consider how to invite a doctor to come and see him. Dai Changmian's way of changing the subject still made Chef Wei a bit unhappy, but he agreed with Dai Changmian's idea about distributing the marinated dishes. It was a kind gesture, and it shouldn't be wasted. However, the taste of these dishes wasn't very good. Well, just this once. Everyone could endure a little discomfort. In the evening, he would improve the meals for everyone as a way of making up for it. Chef Wei thought this and called the kitchen maids to bring out the dishes. The sun gradually rose higher and soon reached noon. All of Xia Mingyue's questions and unfamiliar characters were fully explained. Zhou Jiqing, seeing there was still plenty of time, also taught Xia Mingyue a few pages of books. Until Xia Mingyue could read aloud fluently, Zhou Jiqing stroked his beard and said, we can stop here for today. Even if she studied diligently, it was good to set a limit each day. Trying to learn too much at once could be overwhelming, and learning hurriedly was not very efficient. Zhou Jiqing valued the quality of learning. Thank you, Zhou Shanzhong. Xia Mingyue bowed politely. You're welcome, Lady Xia, Zhou Jiqing replied. After you finish these books I gave you, you can look for others. You can read the 4 books and 5 classics, or books about women's teachings. It's all up to your preference. Some women are strong-minded and ambitious, and they can read broad-minded books like men do. If in the future she only wanted to focus on supporting her husband and raising children, that was also a good choice. In short, as long as she read, it didn't matter what kind of books. She could learn something from all of them. Just pick out the good parts and discard the bad. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment. Can I read storybooks? Zhou Jiqing hesitated. Yes, storybooks are mostly written in plain language, which makes them easier to read. They are also good for practicing the characters you've learned, Zhou Jiqing said. All right, Xia Mingyue nodded happily. She was excited. Zhou Jiqing instinctively touched his nose. Seeing how happy Lady Xia is, I wonder if reading and learning to write is just to be able to read stories independently someday? Maybe that's not a bad idea. After all, writing is like a tool, just like a for tilling the land or a metal spoon for cooking. It's not only for earning titles or composing poetry, it can also be used for entertainment.
Right?
Zhou Jiqing cleared his throat and said, in any case, if you encounter any unfamiliar characters or unclear parts next time, Lady Xia can always come to the county school to find me. Yes, Xia Mingyue nodded politely. Thank you, head Zhou. Then she took her leave, pushing the flat cart that old Li had already prepared, heading back home. On the way past the bookstore on East Street, Xia Mingyue stopped. She pinched her purse, making sure she had enough silver for today's expenses, then stepped inside. The shop assistant saw someone enter and hurriedly greeted with a smile, honored guest. When he realized it was a woman, his smile faded somewhat. The bookstore mainly sells books, ink, paper, and inkstones, items mainly used by students and scholars. Most customers are students or their attendants, or at least young servants or page boys. Women rarely come to buy things, and when they do, they are often not very pleasant customers. Women tend to be picky and don't understand the products well, requiring many explanations about why one book costs more than another, or why certain paper is used for one purpose and different paper for another. They often talk at length, getting more confused themselves, and finally leave saying, "Let my husband buy it," then walk away. It's a waste of time and effort. The shop assistant looked a bit resigned but still managed to respond politely. May I ask what this lady is looking for? I want to find a few storybooks. Xia Mingyue smiled and asked, are there any popular storybooks right now? Popular ones are mostly proven by the market. Even if some people don't like them due to personal taste, they are generally not bad. Buying storybooks? The shop assistant immediately perked up. First, because storybooks are not cheap and can bring in good profit. 2 reasons why women come to buy storybooks. Either they can read and understand the stories themselves, or they are sent by their husbands who allow them to read these books. These women are very different in personality, but regardless of the reason, this business is generally not hard to run. Yes, I have some. The shop assistant quickly took a few books from the shelf. Take a look at these, they're very popular right now. Xia Mingyue took the books and looked them over. Jade Flower Record, Golden Hairpin Collection, Spring Boudoir Dreams. After flipping through a few pages, Xia Mingyue noticed most of the stories were about talented scholars and beautiful women, or about family conflicts and forbidden love, or about disagreements over social status. All were passionate love stories that touched the heart. At first, the plots seemed a bit cliché and melodramatic, but the writers of these storybooks were talented students with strong writing skills. Their words were precise, and the characters vividly came to life on the pages, making reading very enjoyable. Xia Mingyue chose 2 books she wanted to see and asked, do you have any strange tales or supernatural stories? Yes. Seeing a big customer, the shop assistant hurriedly brought out some hidden storybooks. These are strange stories and supernatural tales. Would you like to see them? Xia Mingyue flipped through them briefly. Many seemed to be folk stories from different regions, and some were mythological stories. She decided to take them all. She also picked a few travel and adventure stories. In total, Xia Mingyue took 11 books and paid with her money pouch. That will be 2 taels of silver. The shop assistant brought out another storybook and handed it to Xia Mingyue. Since you're buying so many, this one is a free gift. Xia Mingyue noticed that the gift book had no name written on it. Its content appeared to be about a noble lady from a grand household. At first glance, the writing and story were quite good. She was a bit surprised. This one looks nice too. Why didn't I see it earlier? Honestly, this storybook isn't finished yet, the shop assistant explained. It's the first volume and the second volume isn't done. The shopkeeper didn't want to sell unfinished storybooks, but the writer was in urgent need of money. So he agreed to sell the first volume early. The writer is still working on the second volume, which should be finished by the end of the year. The shopkeeper liked the quality of the storybook and felt sorry for the writer, so he agreed to sell it. But unfinished storybooks don't sell well, and he's worried buyers might get upset if they don't see the ending. So he's selling at half price for now, to see how people respond. Once it's finished, he'll decide whether to sell the second volume. At that time, it would depend on the pricing. I see. Xia Mingyue nodded, instructing the servant to carefully wrap all the storybooks. After paying, she left with a hug.
Take care.
The servant saw her off. When Xia Mingyue reached the door and pushed the cart, she casually placed the books directly on it, looking unconcerned, with a slight frown. After she walked away, the servant shook his head. People say you can't judge a book by its cover, and it's true. This lady looks simple, wearing plain clothes made of ordinary fabric and pushing a cart. She clearly seems like an ordinary worker. Yet, she is willing to spend 2 taels of silver to buy storybooks. Are storybooks really that good? The servant smirked slightly and continued to watch the shop. Seeing that it was already noon and no customers had come, he stayed behind the counter, picking up the unfinished ghost story book from yesterday to read. In the story, the moon was dark and the wind was strong, with chilling gusts. A pair of red embroidered shoes. It's quite scary, but he really wanted to keep reading. Xia Mingyue pushed the cart all the way home. She packed up all the storybooks, washed her hands, and found Jianghua and Mrs. Lu already preparing lunch. They had steamed white rice, cabbage stewed with tofu, and the meat dishes, pickled chicken and pickled pig's liver that Xia Mingyue had left. Thanks to Xia Mingyue's usual guidance and influence, their cooking skills had improved a lot. The cabbage with tofu was fragrant and tasty, quite delicious. The pickled chicken was shredded into small pieces and served on a plate, and the pickled pig's liver was sliced thinly. No need for dipping sauce. It was already very flavorful on its own. Your sister-in-law's pickled dishes are really delicious. I think they taste better than those from Yuran restaurant. Have you considered franchising your pickled dishes outside? Mrs. Lu asked. Now, the central kitchen was starting to take shape, with everything running smoothly. In the past 2 days, Xia Mingyue had reorganized the internal division of labor again, assigning specific staff to supply ingredients for snacks, hot pot, and breakfast stalls. The stoves, firewood, and ingredient procurement were also handled by dedicated workers. With clear responsibilities and proper coordination, the entire kitchen operated smoothly. Even if they added another station for pickled dishes, it could be managed easily. During the winter, preserved foods are easy to store, and with the new year approaching, the demand for such foods is quite high. This is a good opportunity to make some extra money. A month or 2 earlier, Xia Mingyue was very cautious about expanding her business. After visiting Xiaohe village, Xia Mingyue felt that Lu Qian was very caring towards her, and she believed she should do something for him during his difficult times. To help Lu Qian, she needed money. Today, she spent a little on some storybooks, which cost about 2 taels of silver, making her realize that a comfortable, leisurely life requires a lot of money. So, she needed to earn more silver. Immediately, Xia Mingyue nodded and said, "That sounds good. Let me think about it for a couple of days." Her plan was similar to her usual approach. First, they would set up a small stall on the street to test sales, then consider expanding or franchising. Alternatively, they could rent or buy a small shop to run independently. If the preserved foods were made in a central kitchen, the shop's role would be mainly to sell, so the storefront didn't need to be large. Since she had saved some silver, buying a small shop wouldn't be too difficult. Xia Mingyue thought about the preserved food business for a few days and also took a walk around the town. She wanted to see what shops were selling preserved foods, what kinds they offered, and their quality. She also looked for suitable storefronts. That morning, while wandering the street with a curious eye, she was stopped by someone. "Lady Xia," called the shopkeeper Qian quickly, "are you out for a walk?" Just looking around, Xia Mingyue replied with a smile. "Trying to see if there's a good small shop available." "A small shop? Lady Xia, are you planning to start a new food business?" Qian asked cautiously. "Something like that, but I haven't decided for sure yet." Seeing Qian hesitate to speak, Xia Mingyue raised an eyebrow slightly. "Qian, do you have something to tell me?"
Yes.
Qian hesitated, rubbing his hands nervously. "Come inside the shop, and I'll tell you." "All right," Xia Mingyue agreed, following Qian into the Rouge shop. Lu was also there. When she saw Qian and Xia Mingyue come in together, she was both surprised and happy. She greeted Xia Mingyue and poured her a cup of hot tea. "Yesterday, I bought some new tea called by Luo Chun. After brewing, It has a fresh and strong aroma. Manager Qian and Lady Lu also think it's quite impressive. Since Xia Mingyue sat down, she felt the eager looks from the couple. She smiled and said, "We're not strangers. If you have something to say, Manager Qian and Lady Lu, please go ahead." The couple looked at each other. Then Lady Lu spoke first. As Xia Lady said, "We've known each other for a long time. So, I'll be straightforward. We want to talk about doing business. Our family's cosmetics shop has not been doing well since last year. We thought about placing Xia Lady's food stall near our shop to attract some customers. That might help a little. But recently, Zhao's cosmetic shop got many new goods and hired 2 skilled workers. Their products are better and cheaper than ours. This makes our stuff seem expensive and hard to use. Business has been getting worse these days. We discussed with my husband whether to change our business and try something else to make better use of our shop. But we don't know much about other businesses, and we don't have reliable people to help us. So, we're afraid to try something new." Manager Qian spoke up. "Lately, I've noticed that Xia Lady's breakfast stall is doing quite well, and not many people have joined. I wanted to ask if my wife and I could also join your business? Do you want to do a breakfast food business?" Xia Mingyue paused, thinking about the situation of Manager Qian's shop. She said seriously, "Joining is possible, but I don't recommend you do a breakfast stall."
Why?
Manager Qian and Lady Lu looked at each other. "Your shop isn't very big. If you turn it into a breakfast place, you'll need to put pots outside. Inside, there's not enough space for many tables. It might have fewer customers than a food stall." Xia Mingyue continued, "Plus, the space in front of your shop is already used for a lunch food stall. There's no room for your pots. Forcing them outside would look messy. Also, passers-by might accidentally get burned if they bump into hot pots, which would be troublesome."
Then,
Manager Qian and Lady Lu looked disappointed. "Is it really impossible to do a food stall? But you can try other food businesses," Xia Mingyue said with a smile. "Other food businesses?" Master Qian's eyes lit up immediately. "Lady Xia means she has made some new, fresh snacks? Just now, I mentioned wanting to find a small shop which is for these new snacks," Xia Mingyue said. "But although they are new snacks, they are not really fresh. They are quite common outside, just ordinary braised dishes. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as Lady Xia makes the food, it will surely taste good," Lu said. "Even if it's braised dishes, they won't taste the same as others." Lu has tried all of Xia Mingyue's dishes and loves their flavor, having eaten each many times. Lu highly approves of Xia Mingyue's cooking skills and is quite confident. Hearing this support, Xia Mingyue smiled slightly. "Since Lady Lu says so, I might as well franchise this braised dish to your family." Her playful words made Master Qian and his wife laugh, and they felt happy that Xia Mingyue agreed. But since Master Qian and Lady Lu have never run a food business before, and this is my first time making braised dishes, I don't have much experience. I suggest not changing the whole shop at once. Instead, set up a small stall at the door to sell for a few days and see how it goes, Xia Mingyue proposed. When she tries selling, whether she makes money or loses some, it's all on her, so she feels no burden. Now that they have a franchise store, she, as the brand owner, must be responsible and try to avoid problems as much as possible. "Okay, we agree," Master Qian and Lady Lu nodded repeatedly. "We will follow Lady Xia's lead." They reached a basic agreement on cooperation, and Xia Mingyue and the Qian couple discussed the start time and types of braised dishes. Once the details were settled, Xia Mingyue went back and began preparing the braised dishes according to what they had agreed upon. Vegetables are essential, including dried tofu, peanuts, bean curd sticks, and braised eggs. Lotus root slices and potato slices are seasonal winter vegetables, inexpensive and very suitable. For meat, popular choices include whole braised chicken, braised pig liver, and dishes like braised pork knuckles and pig faces. Since they were just starting, Xia Mingyue decided to keep it simple, braising only a few whole chickens and pork knuckles to try. By early afternoon, all the marinated dishes were prepared, and in the evening, they soaked in the broth overnight to absorb full flavor. The next morning, a stall selling marinated food was set up at the entrance of Qian's shop. Qian's powder shop was an old business that everyone knew and was used to. It was surprising to see a stall selling marinated food here, especially with Qian the shopkeeper calling out to customers. Is shopkeeper Qian planning to change his business? Wow, shopkeeper Qian is really good at making money. When his powder was popular, he sold powder. Now that Xia Ji's reputation is rising, he quickly started working with Xia Ji. If he keeps this up, he might earn all the money in the world. Congratulations on your opening, shopkeeper Qian. Shopkeeper Qian, how much for this plain marinated food? Many acquaintances greeted him, each saying different things. Their attitudes toward Qian's marinated food varied. Some were sarcastic, some genuinely supportive, and others indifferent. Having been in business for a long time, Qian was used to the ups and downs of social interactions. For those who weren't sincere, he just responded with polite laughter. For those who supported him sincerely, he gave generous tips and even added a few extra items. The initial excitement for the new stall quickly faded. The plain marinated dishes sold fairly well, but only 2 whole chickens and 2 pork hocks, bought by friends of Qian, were the only regular customers. No one else came to inquire. As the sun rose higher and noon approached, Qian began to feel anxious. Although marinated foods could last a day or 2 in winter, Xiaoji never sold leftovers overnight. By the next day, the appearance and taste would decline, damaging Xiaoji's reputation and making future sales harder. Qian and his wife had tasted the marinated chicken and pork hocks. They were much tastier than those from Yueran restaurant, but now they couldn't sell them. This only shows that his selling skills are lacking. The Ru shop was struggling, and now, even the delicious marinated dishes made by Lady Xia couldn't be sold well. Qian was very discouraged, losing the motivation to call out and sell. Meanwhile, Lu was lost in thought for a long time, then took out a large plate, scooped a chicken from the broth, and began tearing it apart with chopsticks and a small fork used for marinated chicken. The marinated chicken was tender and flavorful. Lu quickly tore the whole chicken into small pieces. Then she loudly called out, "Summer's marinated chicken, free tasting. Try before you buy." When the chicken was torn open, its rich aroma spread out. The lively call immediately attracted some passers-by. Even the customers at the nearby summer snack stall couldn't help but glance over. After confirming that they could try a free piece of the chicken and that they could buy more if they liked the taste, people started to come over to try it. The chicken was tender and tasty, full of rich flavor. With each bite, the mouth was filled with delicious aroma. Not bad, this marinated chicken tastes pretty good. Yes, better than the previous marinated chicken I tried. Give me one. Can I try the pork knuckle? Not many places do it well. Most are too salty. If it's not too salty, I'll buy one. One pork knuckle, please. Gradually, people bought whole chickens and half pork knuckles. The marinating broth was almost emptied. After the last half pork knuckle and some marinated potato slices were sold, shopkeeper Qian and Lu started to pack up. It's really the lady's skill. She knows how to sell this marinated meat well, shopkeeper Qian said with admiration. Lu smiled slightly. It's not that I'm so skilled, I just follow the example and do what I see. Earlier, when Xia Minghua set up a new stall to try selling new snacks, Lu had visited because she was curious and wanted to support. She noticed this. No matter how famous Xia's stall was, whenever they sold new food, they used this method to attract customers, and it worked well. Thinking about it carefully, there's some truth to it. Even if Xia's previous snacks were good and well-liked, people still felt a bit unsure about new items. Their money didn't come easily. They worked hard for it. If they bought something that didn't taste good, they'd be disappointed and feel like they wasted their money. They'd be upset for a long time. So, trying a sample first and then deciding to buy gave people confidence. They could taste it and feel assured about spending their money. Especially since the food sold by Xia Minghua before was only a few cents per serving, with low risk of failure. Most people couldn't see its value. However, marinated chicken and pork hocks cost dozens of coins, and marinated dishes are different from regular snacks. Many people can't make them taste good, so they're very careful. When unsure about the flavor, they don't dare to spend money, which is understandable. At this time, tasting samples becomes very important. Shopkeeper Qian listened to his wife's explanation and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Look at my dull mind. I almost forgot about this, Qian said self-deprecatingly, patting his head. I'm really getting dumber. After doing business for so many years, he's now like a beginner. He's very ashamed. You're not stupid, Lu said with a sigh. It's just that you're anxious, lacking confidence, and afraid. That's why your mind isn't working well, and you don't know what to do. Business at Qian's cosmetics shop has been slow for a long time. Qian is very anxious and has invested all his hopes in joining Xia's franchise. Naturally, he's very eager. When people are anxious, their minds don't work well. That's right, Qian nodded again, feeling even more ashamed. I'm getting old, and I still can't see through this. It's okay if you can't see through it now. Just learn from it, Lu said earnestly. Since we've decided to join Xia's franchise, we should focus and do our best. First, to seize this opportunity and turn things around. Second, we can't embarrass Lady Xia. Others who joined Xia's franchise are doing very well, their business thriving. They're still selling marinated dishes that Xia Mingyue values highly, so they must do a good job. Yes, you're right, wife. Qian quickly nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, with a wise wife at home, worries disappear. Fortunately, his wife is here. Qian's smile was so broad that his eyes couldn't be seen. Far away, Xia Mingyue saw this scene and also smiled softly. In the past, when trying out sales or opening a trial run, Xia Mingyue would usually help for a day or two either to support the scene or to teach how to do business. But this time, when Qian and his wife sold marinated dishes, Xia Mingyue thought she didn't need to. After all, she's been in business for many years. Even if she occasionally forgets something, she can quickly remember and do very well. Perhaps, with their combined business experience, they could offer Xia Mingyue some new ideas. At the moment, her guess was confirmed. Overall, the first day of trying to sell marinated snacks went pretty well. Tomorrow, she could consider adding a few more items. While thinking, Xia Mingyue bought some fresh ingredients on the street to prepare lunch at home. She slaughtered and cleaned a whole chicken, cut it into small pieces, blanched it in cold water to remove blood foam, then placed it in a pot with fragrant seasonings like bean paste, scallions, garlic, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, bay leaves, grass fruit, and cinnamon, stirring evenly. She added soy sauce and bone broth to fully cook the chicken pieces. Then she added mushrooms, dried bean curd, lotus root slices, tofu skin, fish tofu, and cabbage hearts, and simmered for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Once done, she added cilantro before serving. She steamed a pot of rice. When eating, she could either pour the chicken and vegetables directly over the rice or eat directly from the clay pot, both ways being delicious. The chicken was very tender and fell off the bone, and the vegetables absorbed the flavors. The mildly spicy taste was very appetizing, and eating it in such cold weather was quite warming. When served in a clay pot, the steam stayed hot, keeping the dish warm and comfortable even at the end. The chicken hot pot she made for lunch was excellent. After everyone finished eating, only a little broth remained in the pot. Jianghua saw this and smiled, saying, I thought we wouldn't finish such a big portion, and I was planning that if there were leftovers, we could have some noodles in the afternoon. Once they're ready, I'd make some pulled noodles for dinner. It would still taste good. Now, everything was eaten up, so there wouldn't be enough time to make the pulled noodles tonight. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, who were nearby, immediately brightened their eyes when they heard the words pulled noodles. After muttering for a while, the two of them took some money from their allowances and went to buy another chicken from the street. They even personally slaughtered, plucked, cleaned, and prepared the chicken, then brought it to Xia Mingyue. They discussed whether they could make the chicken hot pot again tonight, paired with pulled noodles. Seeing how much they liked the chicken hot pot, Xia Mingyue didn't refuse. She let Jianghua knead the dough for the pulled noodles, while she cooked up another big pot. Considering that dinner would be served with pulled noodles, Xia Mingyue did not add lotus root slices or dried bean curd this time. Instead, she used black fungus, radish slices, and fresh spinach. During cooking, she added some bone broth, making the dish more flavorful and tender, with both soup and meat, providing a more pleasant taste. Jianghua's pulled noodles are smooth and chewy. When dipped in the rich broth of the chicken pot, the noodles become even more fragrant and flavorful. Overall, the chicken pot with pulled noodles for dinner was very delicious, making everyone feel full and happy. After dinner, she prepared the marinated snacks she discussed with manager Qian and the Liu family. This time, Xia Mingyue also made a small pot of crispy fish. Crispy fish keeps well, can be eaten anytime, pairs well with drinks and rice, and is cheap, making it very suitable to sell together with marinated snacks. The next day, the Qian couple, who picked up the marinated snacks from the central kitchen, used the experience from the previous day to attract customers again. They continued to offer tastings and shout to promote their products. With Xia Mingyue's signboard and the tasting, more customers visited today than yesterday, and the business was booming. Qian and Liu did not become complacent or proud. They remained focused and worked steadily to avoid any mistakes. The marinated snacks were sold smoothly, and Xia Mingyue focused more on improving the marinated items. Marinated pig liver, tender and rich in flavor, is one of the few widely accepted internal organs at this time. It's inexpensive, large in portion, and easy to sell, so it must be included. Marinated pig head meat, with chewy texture and no greasy fat, is tender and a great accompaniment to drinks. It's very popular and a common item in marinated snacks, so it must be prepared. Additionally, Xia Mingyue tried boiling some pig skin jelly. She cleaned fresh pig skin, removing fat and excess oil from the surface. After boiling briefly until a chopstick can easily pierce through, she took it out. She rinsed it in cold water, scraped off more fat, and rubbed it with a little coarse salt to remove impurities and oil. Then, she cut it into thin strips about half a finger long. The strips were placed in a pot with water, rice wine, star anise, and slices. The mixture was brought to a boil over high heat, then simmered on low heat for a full hour. After cooking, she removed the star anise and slices and poured the strips and broth into a clean, dry porcelain basin. She covered the porcelain bowl with a basket and placed the meat skin and shredded soup in the yard to cool completely overnight. During this time, she stirred it once to ensure the meat skin was evenly distributed in the soup and not all settled at the bottom. The next morning, the pig skin jelly was ready. She flipped the porcelain bowl upside down onto a cutting board, and a perfect, clear, round pig skin jelly was released. You could see the meat skin strands inside clearly. She cut it into pieces about an inch long, half an inch wide, and as thick as chopsticks. Then she added some salt, vinegar, garlic juice, and a little sesame oil. It was ready to eat directly. If someone liked spicy food, they could mix it with chili oil. No matter what sauce or seasoning was used, the pig skin jelly was smooth to taste, but still had the chewy texture of the pig skin. After proper preparation, there was no fishy smell, only a fresh aroma from boiling the pig skin. The pig skin jelly was light, not greasy, and had a cool, refreshing taste. It was especially appetizing during the dry winter days. A plate of pig skin jelly brought out by Xia Mingyue quickly satisfied everyone and received high praise. Xia Mingyue decided to cook some more immediately and planned to have the shopkeeper Qian and his wife start selling it the next day. In the afternoon, Shunzi came. He brought the usual bamboo skewers and also brought the rice wine yeast she had asked for earlier, along with 2 large white geese. The white geese were quite fat, with shiny, smooth feathers. Those are the big white geese raised at home, very tender and fatty. Lady Xia can stew goose meat or make goose soup. They look perfect, Shunzi said with a smile. Thank you, brother Xia Mingyue replied, noticing the yeast was also dried well and of good quality. She smiled happily and packed some of the whole chickens, pork knuckles, and the freshly made pig skin jelly she had marinated over the past 2 days. Some to eat yourself, some to send to Dashin Garden. I plan to have Qian and his team sell marinated snacks during this period. As the new year approaches, if villagers want to buy snacks, they can help promote them, she said.
Got it, Shunzi agreed readily.
He didn't refuse the food Xia Mingyue gave him and carefully loaded everything onto a bullock cart. After seeing off Shunzi, Xia Mingyue settled the 2 white geese. Usually, all live animals in the house were under the care of Wu Jin, and this time was no different. Wu Jin, being very observant, ran over and tried to herd the 2 white geese toward the corner of the wall, just as he usually did, so they would stay quietly. The 2 white geese, upon seeing the black gold, were not as timid as chickens or ducks. Instead, they raised their heads high, spread their wings, and stretched their necks to peck at the black gold. Seeing this, the black gold quickly dodged to the side, then lowered its body and let out a low, humming sound. Looks like a tough opponent is here. I need to show you what real strength is so you can understand who's in charge here. The black gold's feathers bristled, and the 2 white geese refused to back down, each stretching their necks and attacking. Woof woof. Honks. Suddenly, the yard was full of noise. The fight was so fierce that dust rose into the air, startling Xia Mingyue and others. They even thought about moving some of the vegetable washing activities into the kitchen to avoid getting caught up in the chaos. After a long battle that lasted through a whole meal, the black gold, with its claws on the geese's necks, completely subdued the big white goose. At this moment, white goose feathers still floated around the black gold's forehead and body. Clearly, the cost of victory was quite high. But in the end, they won. The black gold barked several times at Xia Mingyue, clearly showing off. Xia Mingyue didn't expect such a fierce fight to break out, but seeing how the black gold could tame all the poultry and manage the household animals so well, she prepared a special afternoon tea just for it, a bowl of fresh, tender steamed egg custard. 4 eggs were used, along with 12 eggshells of warm water. The mixture was stirred evenly and then strained through a sieve to remove bubbles caused by stirring. It was then placed on a steaming rack over boiling water. After steaming on low heat for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, it was ready to serve. This method produces a tender, smooth, and fragrant steamed egg, which has become Yujin's favorite lately. After eating the steamed egg, Yujin was very satisfied. It kept a close watch on the 2 mischievous white geese to prevent them from running around, pecking at people, or causing trouble in the yard. Since harvesting radishes, mustard greens, and cabbage, Xia Mingyue had planted some winter vegetables in the yard: cilantro, spinach, and garlic. All 3 are growing bravely despite the cold, still green and lush, but they look quite fragile now and need extra care. These are all Summer Bright Moon's treasures, and they need to be carefully protected by her black gold. The trial sales of Qianji Shop's marinated dishes continue to be very popular. All the marinated foods are sold out, yet people still come to buy, and some customers even start reserving in advance. Qian the shopkeeper and Lu are watching this, so they keep running the marinated food stall while also repairing the shop inside to turn it into a professional marinated food store. As for the old blush powders and various face and hand creams in the shop before, Qian and Lu are selling some at low prices to clear the stock quickly. The remaining high-quality items are meant to be given as gifts to maintain good relationships. Since they are gifts, Summer Bright Moon naturally receives some. Lu also remembers that she often works in the kitchen, and her skin can become rough from oil, salt, and other ingredients. So she gives her plenty of moisturizing creams and pig pancreas powder that cleans oil without hurting the skin. Additionally, thinking that Summer Bright Moon is a young wife and might be a bit delicate sometimes, Lu also prepares a few boxes of sunflower powder, blush for the face, and lip balm to keep her lips moist. Summer Bright Moon accepts all these without refusal and shares them with Jianghua and Mrs. Lu. The large amount of pig fat ointment for hand care is also shared with Zhou and Song, who often do chores. Even in winter, they try to use warm water for cleaning, but when the north wind blows, their hands easily. Applying some pig fat ointment helps protect their hands from frostbite, which is very practical. Everyone thanks Summer Bright Moon and also remembers to thank her when shopkeeper Qian and Lu come to pick up marinated foods in the morning. Qian and Lu giving her so many things was meant as a favor, and now the favor has come back to them and their family. They feel a bit shy, but also very warm-hearted. The marinated food business continues steadily. Mrs. Song, in charge of the marinated foods, pays close attention to the work. Because the marinated dishes need to be prepared in advance and soaked in broth for a while to absorb flavor, but not too early so they don't seem fresh, Mrs. Song strictly follows Summer Bright Moon's advice. She prepares everything late at night, around the end of the evening, and then goes home to rest. Early in the morning, she arrives at Summer Bright Moon's house to check all the marinated foods, making sure everything is fine before distributing the goods. This work schedule is very demanding, with early mornings and late nights, working under the stars. Seeing Song's attitude, Xia Mingyue felt both happy and worried. She gently advised her to rest more and insisted that she go back at noon to take a break for an hour before continuing work. Most of the work in the central kitchen is busy in the morning and afternoon. During this period, there isn't much work at noon and in the afternoon. Everyone can work steadily. Xia Mingyue decided to implement a noon shift system, so everyone could rest enough. Lady Xia just increased our monthly wages, and we are thinking of ways to do more for her. Now you want us to rest, and we feel a bit guilty about it, Song said unhappily. Rest when you need to, Xia Mingyue replied. People are not made of iron. Overworking can harm health. If exhaustion causes poor work, that's not good for anyone. Rest well so you have energy and strength to do your best work. It's more efficient that way. Don't you agree? A sharp tool makes work easier. Hearing Xia Mingyue's words, everyone stopped arguing and followed her plan. Except for those on shift duty, everyone else went home to rest for an hour before returning to work. Today, Song was not on duty, so she went back to the Feng family's house to rest first. As she left Xinghua Alley, Song saw Li Shuisheng rushing over. She didn't hide, but frowned slightly. Is something the matter? Yes, Li Shuisheng nodded. Sister-in-law, I came to tell you that I've returned the courtyard I rented earlier. Seeing that Song didn't speak, Li Shuisheng explained further, I have a servant's room at the Luo family. Renting that house is a bit of a waste, especially since I pay rent. Now I can save some silver each month. Don't worry, sister-in-law. The Luo family is kind and well off. I can eat and live comfortably. After working hard for a few years and saving some money, you can help me find a marriage. I want to settle down and start my own family. When he finished, Li Shuisheng's eyes turned red and his lips trembled slightly. Honestly, he didn't want to say this or get married, but given his current situation, if he didn't think about it, he might lose his only family. He really didn't want to face such a terrible outcome. Seeing that Li Shuisheng had made up his mind, Song relaxed and said, That's good. Just keep working hard and try to earn more money. Your sister-in-law is also saving some money for you so that when the time comes, you can buy a house. When you get married, you can settle down peacefully. Yes, Li Shuisheng nodded heavily. I have nothing else to say. I'll go now. If your sister-in-law needs anything later, she can come to the Luo family to find me. All right, Song sure nodded in response. But usually, she probably didn't have anything urgent to deal with. Seeing this, Li Shuisheng smiled and quickly left. After Li Shuisheng walked away, Song Shi looked after him and then headed to Feng Shi's house. As she walked, she thought about what Li Shuisheng had just said. Knowing she would marry and start a family, and that she was planning for the future, she must have come to terms with it. That's good. Song Shi felt much lighter in her heart and couldn't help but smile. But her smile disappeared completely when she saw Lu Taizhu. Since moving out of her family home earlier, Song Shi had first made things clear with Li Shuisheng, and when Lu Taizhu came to find her again, she also firmly refused. However, Lu Taizhu seemed not to understand and kept coming to see her every few days. He was determined not to give up easily. Now, seeing Song Shi, Lu Taizhu still wore an eager smile and hurried over. Lady Song, what a coincidence to meet you here. It's not a coincidence, Song Shi said coldly, not wanting to talk much with Lu Taizhu, and she lifted her foot to leave. Lady Song, Lu Taizhu raised his hand to stop her. I know you like me too, but it's just because of face that you find it hard to say you want to remarry. But we've been together for so long. I've been very earnest, and others see that I'm eager to marry Lady Song. It's not that Lady Song is rushing to marry me, but I've done enough to show my sincerity. Lady Song, don't be so proud and aloof. If you really upset me, I might get angry, and then no one will want to marry you. When that happens, you'll really have nothing. That's a bit funny to say. Seeing him say these words, Song Shi felt both angry and amused. I never planned to remarry. It's you who keeps pestering me, either coming to find me or asking Lady Yu to talk to me. Now, it's my fault? I'll give you a warning. If you keep bothering me, I'll report to the authorities. Let everyone see who's shameless here. Seeing Song's firm words and reporting the official, Lu Taizhu was suddenly stunned. Does this Song truly not want to remarry him?
But why?
If we judge by appearance, he looks quite impressive. If by family background, although not extremely wealthy, they are well off and have enough to eat. Since his wife passed away, many matchmakers have come to suggest marriage, including some young women. Now he just wants to marry Song, the widow, but she refuses? Lu Taizhu was a bit angry. Why didn't you say this earlier? If she had said she didn't want to remarry, he wouldn't have gone to so much trouble or wasted so much time. He was worried that others would laugh at him, saying he couldn't even marry a widow. Song immediately chuckled softly. She had already said before, even when Yu's family first came to propose marriage, she refused, but no one believed her. Everyone thought she only agreed because she was a widow and saw this good marriage opportunity. The reason she didn't agree quickly was just because she felt shy about remarrying as a widow. They had to make the suitor show clear intentions or even persist stubbornly, and everyone convinced her that she had to marry him. But few knew she never wanted to remarry from the start. She just wanted to live quietly, as a widow others talked about, and survive in this world. But now that she had clearly expressed her stance, others still complained, asking why she didn't say earlier. Say earlier?
Ha.
Song was too lazy to explain herself to Lu Taizhu, who was stubborn about her attitude. She thought no matter how she explained, Lu Taizhu would blame her entirely for this matter. So she simply kept silent, gave him a glance, then turned and left. Being ignored made Lu Taizhu feel even more embarrassed. He spat at her back.
Bah.
What kind of thing are you? Wasting so much time and not even saying a word. Just a widow, and if you didn't dislike your tough luck, that would be fine. Now you're acting all high and mighty, thinking you're something special. Don't you see your own conduct? As long as I want to marry, I can marry a young girl. When that time comes, you'll regret it too late. A widow who doesn't want to remarry, how good can her future days be? By that time, she truly might have cried. Lu Taizhu had been cursing from afar for a while but received no response from the Song family. Instead, some people nearby, hearing what he said, frowned slightly. Some even glared at Lu Taizhu and scolded, "I wonder why my family's toilet is shallower today. Did you go sneak a snack and make your mouth so foul?" The world has been chaotic for many years. Many men from families were drafted into the army or forced into hard labor, leaving many households with widows or daughters. Without men at home, widows often struggled to get by and looked very pitiful. Now, some people, unable to marry widows, scolded them, which made others think of their own families. Widows raised their brothers and sisters, enduring many hardships. Young widows, nieces, and other female relatives might also be being harassed and insulted by such unpleasant people. Thinking of this, some even clenched their fists, wanting to hit Lu Taizhu. But when they saw his furious, almost fiery eyes, they quickly backed down, instinctively shrinking back and hurriedly leaving. Only after they were far away did they dare to glare back fiercely. Who is that person?
Pa.
The sun gradually moved from directly overhead toward the horizon and finally set. The next morning, it rose again, shining brightly as before. Shopkeeper Qian and Mr. and Mrs. Lu continued selling their marinated snacks well. Xia Mingyue even increased the portions of her marinated treats. The marinated chicken and pigskin jelly she sent to Dashin Garden were very popular. He Shunzi came twice more, bringing some silver to buy more. Knowing that people like Lady he might be tired of eating pork, Xia Mingyue decided to marinate some fish balls and fish tofu, which could be served as side dishes or snacks. On a nice day, Xia Mingyue took out the brewing yeast that he Shunzi had found for her and steamed a pot of glutinous rice. Before steaming, she soaked the rice in cold water for 2 hours, then placed it in a wooden basin directly into the steamer. The steamed rice was fragrant and sticky, with a hint of a sweet silkiness unique to glutinous rice. Freshly cooked sticky rice is cooled to about hand temperature. The brewing yeast is dissolved in cold water and evenly poured into the rice. Then, the entire wooden basin is placed inside the house, on the bed where Ji Yan is sleeping. To ensure the fermentation of the rice wine, Xia Mingyue wraps a thick quilt around the basin and lights a fire in the earthen bed to keep the environment warm and suitable for fermentation. The fermentation process takes several days. During this time, Xia Mingyue focuses on important tasks. First, she continues to negotiate with potential franchisees for the breakfast food stall. Currently, there are 2 stalls, and Xia Mingyue plans to develop each into a branch in different districts, following the original standards. Xia Mingyue's reputation is now quite good, and her breakfast stalls are well recognized. She expects some people to want to join, so she doesn't need to look for them far away. She just needs to select suitable candidates from those interested. After meeting a few potential franchisees, Xia Mingyue sees an acquaintance, Wu Xiong. She's not surprised to see Wu Xiong come to her house, but when she learns he's not here for anything else, but because he wants to join as a breakfast stall owner, her eyebrows lift with interest. Brother Wu, what's going on? Has he run out of money? Lady Xia, you're joking, Wu Xiong scratches the back of his head.
My mother always says staying at home is boring. She wants to do something.
But she's not young anymore, and I don't know what she can do. After thinking it over, I decided to set up a stall for her, hire a few reliable people so she only needs to go and check on it daily. It gives her something to do and keeps her busy. Besides, I have many ways to make money now, but most of them are not very reputable. I worry that if things don't go well, I won't be able to earn anymore. Having a breakfast stall is a proper, long-term business, and the earnings are enough for my mother's retirement. It also makes me feel more at ease. If his mother has something to do, she probably won't keep looking at him with suspicion all the time, and he can be more peaceful. Furthermore, if he can successfully join, he will need to come to Xia Mingyue's house daily to get supplies, which means he can visit more often without any trouble. Hee. Wu Xiong laughs happily, full of hope for this plan. Xia Mingyue listens and nods in agreement. As he said, selling breakfast at a food stall is indeed a long-lasting and legitimate business. If the right people are hired, it's not very busy, and the stall can close by late morning, so Madame Han doesn't need to worry too much about the workload. I must say, Wu Xiong still cares a lot about Madame Han. Brother Wu, first find a good place and also arrange for the people needed, Xia Mingyue said. These days, I've also been helping to find staff. The central kitchen has been hiring workers for a long time, and many people come because of its reputation. Recently, they have enough staff, so Xia Mingyue didn't add more people, but kept a record of names and background information for future needs. Among them are capable and diligent workers. If they can be introduced to work now, it would be beneficial for both sides.
Got it.
I'll go back now and look for a good, clean, bright, and busy place, Wu Xiong promised happily. He also thanked Xia Mingyue sincerely for helping him find staff. You're welcome, Brother Wu, Xia Mingyue said with a smile. They discussed the details of Wu Xiong's breakfast stall again. When Wu Xiong left, Xia Mingyue packed some marinated snacks for him to take home. She wanted Madame Han to try them, and also her brothers, as a way to indirectly attract more customers to her marinated food shop. Wu Xiong left feeling very happy, almost smiling from ear to ear. In the afternoon, Jin Bao arrived in the county with a carter. Recently, Steward Fu had found many reliable cooks from various places, and the food they prepared was delicious. Occasionally, He Shunzi would bring some special dishes from Madame Xia's kitchen as a gift. The small kitchen at Dashin Garden rarely lacked good food. Old lady, he was also no longer dissatisfied with the food. However, due to a previous oversight that led to neglect in the small kitchen, Steward Fu still felt uneasy. Whenever he had free time, he sent Jin Bao to explore nearby markets and buy famous delicacies to bring back. Compared to Jiangnan, Jinqiu County is much poorer, so there are fewer places to buy good food. Jin Bao wandered around and finally managed to buy some signature dishes from the Yueran restaurant. Over time, Jin Bao became quite familiar with Yueran restaurant. Seeing that he often made impressive purchases and hearing about Dashin Garden, the restaurant increasingly regarded him as a major customer. They treated him with warmth and respect, showing both friendliness and admiration. What would Brother Jinbao like to have today? The head manager of Yueran restaurant, Zhou Fuchuan, smiled and said, "Today's 8 treasures soy sauce duck and steamed pork are both very good. The new winter bamboo shoots are also quite fresh. Or perhaps some crystal jelly and marinated pig's liver." These crystal jelly and marinated pig's liver look like they are made from pig offal scraps, but the former is clear and refreshing, very tasty, while the latter is tender and nourishing. Both are made in small amounts each day, with rare flavors. If it weren't for loyal customers like Brother Jinbao, I wouldn't be willing to serve them. Manager Zhou meant well, but although the crystal jelly and pig's liver at Yueran restaurant are made with care, their taste still falls short of what Lady Xia makes. "I'm afraid the old madam at home wouldn't be satisfied." Jinbao said, "Winter bamboo shoots are quite rare. Let's prepare a dish of braised winter bamboo shoots and add some 8 treasures soy sauce duck." The previous soy sauce duck Lady Xia made was quite good. The old madam ate a few more bites. "All right, then let's prepare these 2 dishes first," Zhou Fuchuan said, raising his hand to signal the kitchen staff to deliver the dishes. Once the dishes were ready, he personally handed the food box to Jinbao and saw him off in his carriage. "Take care," Zhou Fuchuan said with a bow. "Goodbye, Manager Zhou," Jinbao replied as he got into the carriage. The coachman slowly drove away until the carriage disappeared from sight. Zhou Fuchuan stood up, and the bright smile on his face suddenly faded completely. Did Jinbao just say that our Yueran restaurant's crystal jelly and marinated pig's liver are not as good as Lady Xia's? Zhou Fuchuan adjusted his sleeves and asked the nearby servant calmly, "Which Lady Xia is he talking about? I've never heard of any female chef in Jinqiu County running a restaurant." Replying to the shopkeeper, the Lady Xia Jinbao mentioned is probably Lady Xia, the owner of Xiaji, the servant explained softly. "Xiaji?" Zhou Fuchuan raised his eyebrows. "Isn't Xiaji just a small stall selling food?" "Yes, but that stall's food is quite tasty, and it's often busy. I heard that recently Lady Xia teamed up with a shop that used to sell cosmetics to sell marinated dishes. I guess they might also have crystal jelly and marinated pig's liver. I just don't understand how the food from that little stall caught the eye of the Xian Garden. There are always some people who are eager to climb higher, but they don't look at whether they have the ability," Zhou Fuchuan said with a slight smirk. "A person running a small food stall, thinking they can climb higher and become successful? What a joke." Zhou Fuchuan was very dismissive of this, while a nearby worker looked worried. If the staff at Dexin Garden are willing to say such things, maybe that summer guy really has some skills? Even with skills, how can he compare to our Yueran restaurant's head chef?
Zhou Fuchuan sneered.
"I think it's just that Summer used some tricks and Jinbao is speaking up for her." "Tricks? What tricks?" Seeing the worker look confused, Zhou Fuchuan reached out and gave him a nudge. "Fool. It's not hard for a woman to ask a man to speak up for her. It's probably just some benefits that outsiders can't see but understand well." The worker was stunned at first, then chuckled. "You're right, boss. But if Jinbao keeps speaking for that Summer, and in the future if they start refusing all our dishes, wouldn't that ruin Yueran restaurant's business? As a servant, there's no reason to think we can do everything ourselves," Zhou Fuchuan said. "Dexin Garden is also one of our regular customers. Now that it's December, we shouldn't ignore our loyal patrons." He ordered the kitchen to prepare some crystal jelly and marinated pig liver and to send them to Dexin Garden tomorrow, saying they were from Yueran restaurant. Delicious food delivered directly, and when comparing, everyone would naturally see where the food is better. They would also know where to continue buying these dishes. Of course, Yueran restaurant's business was thriving. They didn't care whether these 2 dishes sold well, or whether there were customers like Dexin Garden. But in Jinzhou City, if anyone said Yueran restaurant's food was not as good as others, that was unacceptable. They wouldn't let others steal their reputation just for a little pride. Especially since it was a woman running a small food stall with improper manners. She needed to understand that selling some food at a small stall was fine, but she shouldn't think about climbing higher. The worker understood Zhou Fuchuan's intentions and nodded quickly. "Yes, I will order it now."
"Good."
Zhou Fuchuan nodded and turned to go upstairs. After walking a few steps, he stopped again. Has the goods from Jinhua arrived? It's not yet time, but the message has already been sent, saying there are at most 4 days left, the clerk replied. 4 days. Zhou Fuchuan counted on his fingers and said, roughly, I think we can still make it. Shopkeeper, the clerk frowned. I dare to say, you know that steward Shui, and you have never gotten along well. He has often spoken badly of you in front of the master. This time, he clearly came here to show off his power.
Why are you still so kind to him?
The goods coming from Jinhua were famous Jinhua ham. The ham was made from the hind legs of local two-headed black pigs, using special climate and curing methods unique to Jinhua. The ham skin was yellow and shiny, shaped like a pipa, a Chinese lute, with red meat, a rich aroma, and a delicious taste whether used in cooking or soups. Now, the world was unstable, and Jinhua had suffered from ongoing wars. The production of ham was limited. Places like Yuran Restaurant managed to get only 2 pieces after much effort. Such a good product was meant to entertain enemies? The clerk was very confused. That's something you don't understand, Zhou Fuchuan chuckled. The worst thing to do to an enemy isn't to ignore or trouble them, but to let them see that their rival is living very well and is very capable. That makes them even angrier. And it's not just anger, but silent frustration, like eating bitter medicine. That's much more satisfying than arguing loudly. Hearing this, the clerk suddenly understood and said, I see now. The shopkeeper is very clever. Go do your work, Zhou Fuchuan said, folding his arms and slowly heading upstairs. As the sun set in the west, Xia Mingyue, after reviewing recent accounts, stretched a very satisfying yawn. The central kitchen was doing well financially. By the end of the year, she would have about 400 taels of silver left over. And with some reserve funds kept in the bank, this money was fully at her disposal. But what to do with this money was something she needed to think about. If kept in the bank, aside from management fees, there was little interest, and since the world was still unstable, banks were not very secure. It was better to invest in industries. I'm unsure whether I should develop new industries or simply buy a new, spacious courtyard to live more comfortably and expand the central kitchen. Currently, the yard feels a bit cramped. While Xia Mingyue was thinking, a commotion came from the yard. First, 2 loud calls from the geese, then a series of barking from Wu Jin, and finally, some flapping sounds. Xia Mingyue lifted the curtain and looked into the yard. She saw Wu Jin fiercely barking at 2 large geese, trying to chase them away. The geese, having seen Wu Jin's strength these days, dared not resist and only stretched their necks, hiding in the corner. What's going on? She asked. Earlier, the geese ate some spinach. Zhao Era hurried to explain. Luckily, Wu Jin stopped them. Otherwise, those 2 geese might have gobbled up all the spinach in that small patch. Xia Mingyue looked up and saw that several of the carefully tended spinach had been eaten, which made her feel a bit sad. Yesterday, one of the big geese took 2 garlic sprouts when Wu Jin wasn't paying attention. The day before, another goose tried to loosen the soil around the cilantro while Wu Jin was napping. It seems that geese and vegetables don't get along. Also, this morning, Xia Mingyue saw Zhang Ernie's wife, Feng, looking at the 2 geese hesitantly but ultimately not saying anything. Having too many animals at home isn't good for the cleanliness of the central kitchen. She decided it was best to deal with the geese soon. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment and said, "De hu and air, hu, go catch a goose." Catch a goose? Are they going to eat it? She had only heard others talk about eating goose meat. They had never tried it themselves. Zhao De Hu and Zhao Er, who immediately got excited, rolled up their sleeves and started to catch the geese. Both geese were fat and of similar size. The brothers didn't bother choosing. They simply went for the closest one. They slaughtered and plucked the geese. The large, clean, and beautiful goose feathers were carefully saved by Zhao De Hu and Zhao Er, who to make feather toys later. The softer feathers were also collected carefully to trade for maltos when the feather merchants came around selling chicken, duck, and goose feathers. The 2 brothers worked quickly. They cleaned a whole goose thoroughly, removing all the internal organs, and then delivered it to Xia Mingyue. With sharp knives, they cut the goose into suitable-sized pieces. The pieces were soaked in cold water to remove blood, then boiled with slices and yellow wine to remove impurities and smell. Afterward, they rinsed and cleaned the meat. They made caramelized sugar and added it to the goose meat, then seasoned with green onions, garlic, yellow wine, soy sauce, sweet bean paste, and salt. To ensure the meat was flavorful and tender, Xia Mingyue didn't add water but used a broth made from cooked bones and chicken carcasses, along with 2 dried chili peppers for extra flavor. The mixture was brought to a boil over high heat, then simmered gently for about half an hour until the sauce thickened and the goose meat became tender and soft. The entire goose yielded a large amount of stew, enough to fill a big bowl. It was placed on the table, looking very hearty and plentiful. The caramelized sugar and soy sauce gave the stew a bright color. The sweet bean paste and bone broth enhanced the rich aroma and taste of the goose meat. The slight spiciness from the chili peppers made it very appetizing. This braised goose was incredibly delicious, tender meat with a rich, lingering flavor. It was best enjoyed with soft, fragrant steamed flatbreads. Taking a bite of meat and bread together in the cold winter was truly satisfying. Most of the stew was eaten by noon, leaving only a few bone-in pieces. Xia Mingyue didn't waste anything. In the evening, she used the remaining bone broth to make a rich soup, adding some noodles made from Jiangnan wheat and garnishing with fresh, green spinach. The fragrant, tasty goose and spinach noodles quickly became popular among everyone, who praised and enjoyed it eagerly. However, a single braised goose couldn't satisfy everyone's craving. After a day, Xia Mingyue cooked the remaining goose again, adding ingredients like wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu, and dried bean curd strips. The wood ears were crisp, the dried tofu rich in flavor, and the dried bean curd strips, after soaking and cooking with the meat, absorbed the broth well. They became chewy and flavorful, with a taste even more intense than the meat itself. This time, Xia Mingyue used broad bean paste instead of sweet bean paste for the base and didn't add dried chili peppers. The stew had a mildly spicy taste, with a fragrant red oil, making it quite different. She also added extra bone broth and cooked some noodles directly in the pot as a main dish. The chewy noodles soaked in rich goose stew are full of flavor and very satisfying to eat. While the entire Xia Mingyue household was filled with the aroma of stewed goose, shopkeeper Qian and the Liu couple finished the main renovations of their dye shop. They no longer sold marinated dishes at the door, but moved all the food inside the shop. The old Qianji sign was taken down and replaced with a new sign that read Xiaji Marinated Delights. In short, there were no fireworks or drums when the new shop opened. The Xiaji Marinated Delights shop officially opened quietly. Even so, the regular customers who had tasted the wonderful flavors of Xiaji Marinated Delights, along with new customers introduced by others, all came to visit without hesitation. They acted as if the shop had been around for many years, not a new opening, showing familiarity and confidence. Seeing the busy flow of customers and the lively business, some people nearby couldn't sit still. People say kind-hearted folks can't run good businesses. But I think shopkeeper Qian is really good at it. To make some silver, he's even willing to give up his family name. Is he planning to change his surname to Xia? I think the most daring is Lady Liu. She even allowed her husband to run someone else's business, and they work together harmoniously. Truly a good wife. Honestly, if the ancestors of the Qian family knew their good shop was being turned into someone else's business, they might be so angry they'd jump out of their coffin. Maybe they don't know, but they'd definitely be ashamed underground. These sarcastic words floated through the air, eventually reaching shopkeeper Qian and Lady Liu. Shopkeeper Qian frowned deeply. These people, they never do their own work, but spend all their time scheming behind others' backs. If they have so much energy, they should clean the dust off their own door first. Their door was covered in thick dust, so even if a customer came, they probably wouldn't want to step inside. If their own business was poor, they should first find the reason within themselves. Staring at others won't make their own business better. They can't expect to share the money others earn. Honestly, I don't understand what these people are thinking. Let them not clean the dust if they don't want to. Mr. Liu was not convinced. Maybe wiping off the dust will attract a few customers. If we don't wipe it, we might lose all our customers, which would be better. This could be seen as a form of karmic retribution for gossiping behind someone's back. That's true, but the less profit we make, the more we tend to watch others. That's not a good thing, Manager Qian said with some worry. An angry rabbit might bite if it gets upset. People who keep an eye on others will do so even if their own business is busy and profitable. They might even stay awake at night just to keep watch. Mrs. Liu said there's no need to pay attention to those people. Let them be prickly. Only those who dare to speak behind your back are truly cowardly. They probably wouldn't even dare to do anything truly bad. Manager Qian thought Mrs. Liu's words made sense. After nodding repeatedly, he stopped paying attention to the gossip and focused on running the pickled food business. Making good money and earning silver was the most important thing. As for everything else, people who aren't envied aren't successful. A few words of criticism won't take away their share of the profits. In fact, those who like to gossip behind others' backs talk too much and accomplish nothing. They'll end up needing more tea to relax, which is just a waste of time. Meanwhile, Wu Xiong found a suitable place in Dongqing district to open a breakfast stall. He ordered all the necessary equipment: stoves, iron pots, long tables, benches, bowls, and spoons, according to the specifications set by Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue also helped find 2 people who could work long-term, and Wu Xiong found 2 more himself. They all began learning how to fry fried dough sticks, make spicy soup, and other dishes. Mrs. Han also came to Xia Mingyue's house to learn as well. Her reason was that since she was the owner of the breakfast stall and had no staff who knew how to cook, she needed to understand everything herself to manage the stall properly. Additionally, if someone needed to take leave due to personal matters, she could help out, preventing chaos and staff shortages. The agreements for franchise and hiring staff were all signed with proper documents. Xia Mingyue was responsible for teaching her franchisees the skills they needed to learn. For Xia Mingyue, teaching one person or many made no difference. She was happy that Granny Han could visit her home often and chat during these days. After her lessons, Xia Mingyue lifted the lid off the wooden basin that had been placed on Lu Qian's bed. The strong aroma of wine hit her face, rich and fragrant. Xia Mingyue sniffed and carefully examined the glutinous rice inside the basin, then took a clean spoon to taste a spoonful. It was cool and sweet, with a hint of spiciness, but not too strong. Instead, it left a fragrant aftertaste that was very enjoyable. Xia Mingyue pouted her lips and nodded in approval. This fermented rice wine was somewhat successful. Fresh fermented rice can be eaten raw, with a smooth, moist texture, rich aroma, and sweet flavor. It can also be mixed with hot water and sugar, stirred, cooled, and then enjoyed as a refreshing, mouth-watering drink. But Xia Mingyue still preferred to make it into a soup. She would scoop some fermented rice into boiling water, add some rock sugar and goji berries, in a few eggs to make egg drops, and once cooked, serve it in a bowl. This fermented rice egg drop soup was sweet and sour, with a unique aroma from the rice wine and a gentle, rich flavor from the eggs. It was smooth and tender, delicious to eat. On such a cold winter day, whether as breakfast in the morning or as a late-night snack, it was warm and sweet, very comforting. It was now mid-morning. Everyone had woken early and been busy for most of the day. At this moment, they felt a bit tired and hungry. One person drank a large bowl of the fermented rice egg drop soup, feeling refreshed and energized, as if all their strength had returned. Even Madame Liu, who generally didn't like sweets, drank a full bowl and praised Xia Mingyue highly. Mrs. Han also liked the fermented rice egg soup very much. She asked Xia Mingyue how to make it, so she could prepare it for herself often. Older people tend to enjoy sweet foods, and fermented rice has benefits like promoting blood circulation and metabolism, helping to replenish blood, improve health, and prolong life. For someone like Mrs. Han, who is older, these benefits were very helpful. Xia Mingyue generously shared the recipe for the fermented rice egg drop soup, even briefly explaining how to make the fermented rice. However, Mrs. Han had never worked with fermentation or fermented rice before and was quite confused about the fermentation process Xia Mingyue described, especially the importance of controlling temperature during fermentation. It's okay. This time, I also tried making some fermented rice wine, making only a small amount. Since the method was somewhat successful, I decided to make a bit more. Now it's the 12th lunar month, and the new year is approaching quickly. Preparing more fermented rice wine will make it easier to cook various soups and dishes during the festival. During the new year, the men will drink alcohol, and she, Madame Liu, and the children can also enjoy some of the fermented rice wine as a toast, creating a lively and happy atmosphere. Xia Mingyue said, "I'll send some to your mother then. Not too much, just a small jar, enough for her to enjoy for a while." "Then I'll wait for it," said Madame Han. Since she often interacted with Xia Mingyue's family and they planned to work together in the future, they weren't strangers. Madame Han agreed, without hesitation. After finishing the fermented rice wine egg drop soup, everyone continued with their own tasks. Xia Mingyue kept teaching, and Madame Han and others kept learning. In the afternoon, clouds covered the sun, and the sky gradually darkened. By evening, tiny snowflakes started falling. The snowflakes increased in number and size. After dinner, when it was completely dark, the snow was falling heavily, covering everything in white. The ground quickly became a thick layer of snow, and as people stepped on it, it made a creaking sound. Since winter began, this wasn't the first snow, but it was the biggest snowfall so far. There's a saying that lucky snow signals a good harvest. Such heavy snow can keep the fields warm and provide water for crops, helping them grow strong and full of grains next year. However, heavy snow also brings many inconveniences. For example, the snow on the roads makes travel difficult, reducing the number of pedestrians and affecting market stalls and business. Fortunately, the weather forecast wasn't very good today. When the vendors submitted their supply lists for tomorrow this afternoon, Xia Mingyue reminded everyone to order fewer goods to avoid leftovers or spoilage. With such heavy snow falling now, the farmers supplying vegetables to the central kitchen might not be able to deliver on time tomorrow. If that happens, they will need to find some backup supplies. Also, with such thick snow and cold weather, building bridges will be much harder. I wonder how Lu Qian is doing now. Is everything going smoothly for him? Xia Mingyue tilted her head and watched the scene outside the window, where snowflakes were falling gently. She felt completely awake and decided not to try sleeping anymore. She lit 2 candles, took out a storybook, and read by the candlelight. The storybook was called Spring Boudoir Dream, which told a simple love story between a wealthy young lady and a poor scholar. They fell in love at first sight, faced family opposition, but their love remained strong. Unlike usual stories, the scholar was talented and handsome. When he went to the capital for exams, people noticed he looked very much like a nobleman, the current duke. The duke was over 60 years old, happily married for many years, and had no concubines or servants. When rumors about an illegitimate child appeared, the duke was very angry and wanted to find out the truth. After several days of investigation, they found out that the scholar was not the duke's son but the child of his 3rd son. The duke's 3rd son loved medicine, traveled around helping people, and once fell in love at first sight with the scholar's mother. They promised to marry after he returned home and told his parents. However, on his way back to the capital, the 3rd son caught a serious illness and sadly died. No one knew about his marriage plans, and the matter was forgotten. Now that the truth was out, the duke and his wife, already heartbroken over their son's early death, took extra care of the grandson. The poor scholar suddenly became the duke's grandson, his status rising quickly. Because he was handsome and talented, many people wanted to marry him. The marriage proposals kept coming, but the scholar still missed the young lady he had secretly promised to. The young lady was from a high-ranking family, the daughter of a local official, but in the capital, she seemed less impressive. The duke's family did not agree with this marriage. The scholar argued passionately for their union. Xia Mingyue watched happily, flipping through the pages of the book. At this moment, the snow outside was falling less heavily. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, like a blanket. The black cat, curled up in a warm spot, found it very amusing. It stretched out its paw, dipped it into the snow, and after feeling the cold, pulled it back and kept it under its body to stay warm. After playing for a while, it licked the white snow off its paw. The snow was cold and tasteless, not as delicious as the sweet rice wine egg drop soup they had last night. Talking about this sweet fermented egg drop soup, it's rare to find a bowl of such tasty broth. After drinking a big bowl, I still feel it's not enough. I really hope I can often enjoy this kind of egg drop soup in the future. While thinking this, Wu Jin squinted his eyes. Suddenly, he saw something appear on top of the wall, which made his eyes widen. He quickly stood up and stared carefully at the wall. On the wall, there was only a layer of snow, with no other movement. Could I be seeing things? Just as Wu Jin doubted himself, a head slowly peeked over the wall.
Someone.
In the middle of the night, are they trying to steal something? Wu Jin immediately became very alert. He quickly moved to the base of the wall, leaning forward with his neck stretched out and his teeth bared, ready to attack at any moment. When the head was fully above the wall and the whole face was visible, Wu Jin was stunned. A conspicuous bag? Meanwhile, Lu Qian was doing a pull-up, with his upper body sticking out from the wall. The first thing he saw was Wu Jin, ready to pounce. He was also surprised. Sure enough, every time he came home, there was always a guard dog blocking the way. He and Wu Jin seemed to have some bad luck with each other. But now it was late at night. He had been hesitating whether to knock on the door and wake Xia Mingyue. Since Wu Jin was awake, maybe he should just call it to open the door? Thinking this, Lu Qian leaned on one arm against the wall, hanging there with effort. He waved to Wu Jin with one hand, signaling him to come over. Wu Jin wanted to say something to Lu Qian, but glancing at the inner room and worried about waking Xia Mingyue, he had to hold back. He glared fiercely at Lu Qian. Say what you need to say quickly, and don't beat around the bush. Wu Jin, can you help me open the door? Lu Qian whispered. Don't even think about it. Don't tell me you've forgotten who I am? Lu Qian frowned. We just saw each other at Xiao village a few days ago. We're family. You can open the door for me. Bah, who's your family? You're just a conspicuous bag, not the same as him. Besides, who keeps hanging on the wall in the middle of the night? Wu Jin didn't want to bother with Lu Qian. After glaring at him for a while and feeling tired of the conversation, he simply turned around to go back to his nest. If he didn't like knocking on doors and preferred hanging on the wall, then let him hang there slowly. Lu Qian said. As expected, their words didn't match, and they couldn't agree. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qian still waved to Wu Jin. It's too late now. If Minghua opens the big door, she might catch a cold. Why don't you help me open the door? I can knock on the inner door instead. Seeing that Wu Jin still ignored him, Lu Qian gritted his teeth and threatened. If you don't open the door now, when I get home tomorrow morning, I will eat all the food in the house. Tomorrow, you'll only be able to eat plain steamed buns. Wu Jin looked confused. Eat all the food? If anyone else said that, he wouldn't believe it. But this is an obvious dog. An obvious dog that can do anything. It's really annoying coming back late or not at all, and now coming back in the middle of the night, making it this dog open the door. How embarrassing. Wu Jin cursed silently for a while, then slowly walked to the big door. He bit the latch and pulled it out little by little. Until all 3 latches were opened, Lu Qian finally managed to open the door. He brushed the snow off his clothes and then shook the snow from his shoes outside the door before stepping inside and gently closing the door again. Thank you, Wu Jin. Lu Qian finally expressed his gratitude, reaching out to pet Wu Jin's head. Wu Jin skillfully dodged. Humans and dogs are not close. Don't get too familiar. We are not very familiar. Seeing Wu Jin snort through his nose and swagger back to his den, Lu Qian shrugged helplessly. He put the riding horse back in the stable, crossed the yard, and knocked lightly on the door of the main hall. His voice was soft, but Xia Mingyue inside heard him clearly. At this time, was Jiangguo knocking? She put down her book, quickly put on her coat, and asked, Is there something, Jiangguo? It's me, Lu Qian replied. His voice was deep and magnetic, very distinctive, so Xia Mingyue recognized him immediately. He was indeed Lu Qian. He was back now. Xia Mingyue put on her coat, put on her shoes, and went to the main hall. When she looked through the door and confirmed that the person outside was Lu Qian, she then opened the latch. "Why are you back at this hour?" Xiao Mingyue reached out to brush off the thin layer of snow on Lu Qian's clothes, then hurried to get a water jug filled with water wrapped in cotton mats and baskets for insulation. The tea in the jug was still warm. Xiao Mingyue poured a cup and handed it to Lu Qian. "Drink some hot tea to warm up." Lu Qian carefully closed the door, tidied the cotton curtain at the entrance to prevent cold air from coming in, then took the teacup from Xiao Mingyue. The cup was warm, but when he took it, his fingertips accidentally touched Xiao Mingyue's. They felt a little cold. "Go lie down on the bed quickly. It's cold outside," Lu Qian said. Although there was a charcoal basin for heating inside, coming out suddenly from a warm bed made him feel quite chilly. Xiao Mingyue, who was quite sensitive to the cold, did not refuse. She ran to sit on the Kong bed and covered herself with a quilt. Seeing this, Lu Qian continued, "The bridge at Yongfeng River is being built day and night. Most of it is done, but recently, the stones are running out a bit. I've ordered people to hurry up, so the progress is slowed a little. I also have some free time now." He came back to check on her. "Today, it snowed again. It might delay things for a few more days. To finish the bridge completely, it probably won't be done until the end of the month," Lu Qian said. Xiao Mingyue nodded from inside the room. "Is it because of the lack of stones or because of a shortage of money?" "That's not it," Lu Qian paused. "The local gentry and wealthy families are quite generous and very concerned about the bridge. They donated a lot of silver. Right now, there's no shortage of funds for the construction." Since Lu Qian personally visited these people one by one, they had become much more obedient. Some even donated not only silver but also a lot of food and meat, trying to curry favor. Now that there was enough silver, even the soldiers working on the project had their daily meals improved. Lu Qian and Fong Linwang estimated that after the bridge was finished, there might still be some silver left. The donors were generous, and Lu Qian was not stingy either. The names of these gentry and wealthy families would appear on the bridge and its supports, serving as a reminder to others who might try to profit unfairly, showing them how they should act in the future. Lu Qian then said, "As for the shortage of stones, it is only because of the cold weather. It snowed in the north a few days earlier, which delayed the stone extraction. It's not a big problem. If we work quickly, it won't cause any delay." "That's good." Xiao Mingyue felt relieved that the difficulties Lu Qian was facing seemed to have been resolved. She let out a long, slow sigh of relief, which made Lu Qian raise his eyebrows. It seemed like Xiao Mingyue was very worried about him. She then poured herself a cup of tea and drank it all. Lu Qian sat by the charcoal basin, warming himself for a while to make sure he wasn't too cold. When he entered the house, he didn't want Xiao Mingyue to notice he was cold, so he blew out the candle on the table and went inside. In the afternoon, the fermented rice wine had already been moved outside. Now Lu Qian's bed was tidied up and the bedding was laid out. Because Xiao Mingyue was afraid of the cold, she always kept both beds heated at night to keep the room warm. So Lu Qian's bed was warm too. When Lu Qian felt his bed was warm, he had a little thought. He took off his armor, leaving only his inner shirt, and lay down on the bed. After turning over, he noticed that Xiao Mingyue was probably asleep because her breathing was steady and heavy. She was probably worried about how the story Spring Boudoir Dreams would end, so she didn't extinguish the candle. Instead, she propped her pillow up and kept reading the last few pages. Lu Qian noticed that Xiao Mingyue wasn't sleeping and was a bit surprised at first. When he heard the faint sound of flipping pages, he slightly turned his head to confirm she was reading a storybook. He then felt at ease and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. But before he could fall asleep, he heard a soft snap. Lu Qian supported himself with his arm and sat up to look. He saw that the storybook Xiao Mingyue was holding had fallen to the ground, and she was already deeply asleep, leaning to the side. From the moment Xiao Mingyue started reading the storybook until now, not even the time it takes to drink a cup of tea had passed. She was so tired that she fell asleep so quickly, yet she still wanted to keep reading. She was truly both sleepy and playful. Lu Qian silently chuckled, but as he looked at Xia Mingyue's arms sticking out from under the blanket, he worried that if she didn't cover herself properly, she might wake up with sore shoulders tomorrow. If only I could go and cover her with a blanket without waking her up. After hesitating and thinking for a long time, Lu Qian finally decided to get up. He tiptoed over to Xia Mingyue, carefully lifted her arm, and gently pulled the blanket up a bit. Throughout the process, Lu Qian held his breath, not daring to make a sound, afraid of waking her. He only relaxed when Xia Mingyue's arm was fully covered with the blanket. Noticing that beads of sweat had formed on his back, feeling cold and sticky, Lu Qian frowned slightly. He picked up the fallen notebook from the ground and then blew out the candle. It was late at night, quiet and still. Lu Qian yawned and closed his eyes again. The next morning, Xia Mingyue got up early as usual and started her busy day. Lu Qian woke up even earlier than Xia Mingyue. Besides stretching his muscles before work, he also needed to feed the horses properly. After Xia Mingyue renovated the yard according to her needs, the open space became smaller. Now that vegetables were planted, there was even less room left. Feeding the horses required hay, which had a strong smell. Watching the busy activity in the kitchen, Lu Qian thought for a moment and decided to take the horses to find a carriage shop in the county town. He paid some silver to ask them to feed the horses for 2 days. Many people from the military returned home to visit family and couldn't properly care for their horses, so they looked for carriage shops to help. The shop owner was used to this and promised to take good care of the horses, reassuring Lu Qian. After settling the horses, Lu Qian headed back home. On the way back, he passed by Xia Ji's breakfast stall. At the stall, Yang Dia and her 3 sisters were busy selling various breakfast foods. The stall was lively with many people coming and going. Lu Qian saw the sign for Xia Ji on the stall and realized he hadn't seen this food stall before. It seemed new and interesting, so he slowed down and looked at it for a while.
Yang Daya also noticed Lu Qian.
Seeing that he looked familiar, she remembered that he had gone to Xia Mingyue's house earlier with Yang Area to fetch goods. She had seen him there and recognized him as Xia Mingyue's husband. She smiled and nodded politely to greet him. Lu Qian also nodded slightly in response. Since they weren't familiar, they didn't exchange words. Yang Dia continued her work, and Lu Qian kept walking toward his home. Mrs. Yu watched this scene carefully. After turning her eyes around, she smiled and spoke to Yang Dia. Madam Yang, was that head Lu you greeted just now? Yang Dia did not know Lu Qian well. She had only heard people mention earlier that Xia Mingyue's husband was named Lu, and he worked in the military. She nodded, yes, that's right. By the way, head Lu is quite a remarkable person. He looks gentle and scholarly, like a scholar, but he is very skilled in martial arts. He's been promoted steadily in the army, and his future is very bright. Mrs. Yu sighed and shook her head. It's a pity. Head Lu married early. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trouble finding a good family girl to marry. Did she mean that Madame Xia was not good? Yang Dia paused her actions and looked at Mrs. Yu with some suspicion. Marriage is all about fate. I think head Lu and Madame Xia are well matched. Of course, it's about fate. In my opinion, Madame Yang, you are also destined for something good, Mrs. Yu said with a smile. How so? Yang Dia was a bit confused. Head Lu has a bright future ahead. He won't have only Madame Xia as his wife. He will take several concubines. You are about the same age, look good, and are close to Madame Xia. You have the advantage of being nearby. If you pay a little more attention in the future. Mrs. Yu stopped talking but made a knowing expression, as if saying, you understand. Was she suggesting that Yang Dia should become a concubine for head Lu? Seeing that Yang Dia remained silent, Mrs. Yu continued, this kind of thing, the reputation isn't very good. But nowadays, reputation doesn't matter much. What really counts is the real gold and silver in your hands. If Madame Yang can follow this path, in the future, Madame Xia will be the head lady of the household. You will be well taken care of at home, with enough food and clothing. Your 3 younger sisters can also rely on you to have a better life, marry into good families, and in the future, you won't have to wake up early and work so hard.
Do you see?
Isn't that the truth? Yang Dia slightly pulled her lips and put down the long chopsticks she was using to grab fried dough sticks. She moved closer to Mrs. Yu. Madam, do you see that big locust tree over there? I see it, Mrs. Yu replied in surprise. What's wrong with that tree? Go to that big locust tree, then walk east to the third shop. The third shop. Yu sure followed the direction pointed out by Yang Dia, counting on her fingers. When she saw the sign hanging outside the third shop, she was even more surprised. Isn't that a clinic? Why would anyone go there? Of course, I'm going to see if the doctor can cure my illness, Yang Dia said with a mocking smile. Let the doctor take a good look at your head and see what's wrong with it so you don't say such strange things again. If she was sick, she should get treated early and not delay. Feeling embarrassed by Yang Dia's teasing, Yu sure looked upset. I'm just trying to help you find a way so you won't suffer so much in the future. I'm also trying to help you so you won't delay your illness, Yang Dia replied sharply.
You.
Yu sure's lips trembled with anger. You don't understand good intentions. I won't buy anything from you anymore. You will lose a loyal customer like her forever. Then don't come, Yang Dia said calmly. Even if you do come, I won't sell you anything. This is a skill she learned from Lady Xia, and she was now part of Lady Xia's shop, Xia's record. People with bad minds don't deserve to enjoy such good food, especially those who secretly plan to harm Lady Xia. Seeing that Yang Dia wouldn't listen, Yu Shi's face darkened. She cursed under her breath and turned to leave. Even after walking away, she spat bitterly at Yang Dia's breakfast stall.
What kind of person is she?
Just a stubborn, unworthy woman who ruins her own life. Selling food is just smiling and doing business, yet she looks down on women who serve as concubines? She should look at herself. Her face probably isn't good enough for anyone to want her as a concubine. Pa, enough talking. Yang Dia is truly useless. She originally wanted to persuade her to be more ambitious, to stir up some trouble for Xia Mingyue's family, so she could enjoy some entertainment. But Yang Dia, she's so useless. She has no desire to climb higher, so she deserves to suffer for the rest of her life.
Pa.
She doesn't care about fried dough sticks or fried bags. She isn't interested at all. Lu Qian returned home, where Xia Mingyue had already prepared breakfast with Jianghua. Xia Mingyue fried sweet fruit and fried bags, boiled some spicy soup, and let Lu Qian taste the breakfast she sold at her stall. She also sliced a plate of marinated pig's liver and prepared some pickled vegetables as side dishes. This breakfast was quite a feast. Lu Qian returned late at night, exhausted from riding in the carriage. His stomach was empty, and now, seeing all the delicious and fragrant food on the table, he couldn't help but feel very hungry. He sat down to eat, trying to resist the urge to gobble everything down quickly. Instead, he ate slowly and carefully. Because of this, his mealtime took longer than usual. Everyone finished breakfast and started tidying up, but Lu Qian was still at the table, chewing and swallowing. He paused as he looked at the conspicuous bag. It was clear that this bag had the ability to eat all the food in the house. It seemed he would need to take better care of this bag in the future, or else there might not be enough food for it. Dogs shouldn't go hungry. While Yujin ate breakfast thoughtfully, Lu Qian was unaware of this and only thought the food on the table was all very tasty. Xia Mingyue saw that Lu Qian's bowl was almost empty, so she took it to the kitchen and filled it with spicy beef soup. Brother Lu, eat slowly. He was already eating very slowly. Lu Qian took his bowl back and took another sip of the spicy beef soup. The hot soup, freshly ladled from the pot, was very flavorful and made him want to drink more. Your cooking skills are improving, Lu Qian praised with a smile. You're too kind, Brother Lu, Xia Mingyue replied with a small smile. When you come back tomorrow morning, how many days do you plan to stay? She wanted to plan the meals for those days and see how to prepare them. Tomorrow morning, Lu Qian answered. From how things look now, everything at home was fine, so he could rest assured. Then I'll prepare lunch, Xia Mingyue offered with a smile. Okay, Lu Qian nodded. No matter what Xia Mingyue cooked, he knew it would be delicious, and he liked all kinds of food. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue first checked the main kitchen to make sure everything was in order. After confirming everything was safe, she began preparing the ingredients for lunch. Lu Qiyan saw Xia Mingyue busy in the kitchen and wanted to help, but the space was limited. With Jiang Gua and brothers Zhao Dahu and Zhao Arrow helping, he didn't know what to do. He paced around the yard for a while and finally decided to go to the market. Every time he saw Xia Mingyue, he gave her silver and money. Although it was his duty as a husband, it didn't seem very thoughtful. It was better to buy some things for her. But here's the question: what should I buy? When giving gifts, it's best to choose something that suits the person's tastes. Xia Mingyue loves cooking, so maybe I should give her a handy kitchen knife? Every day when she uses it, she might remember that I gave it to her. Having made up my mind, Lu Qiyan went straight to the blacksmith shop to buy a kitchen knife. Master Gua, you came at a good time. We happen to have a ready-made one here. If you think it's suitable, I can help sharpen it now, said shopkeeper Gua. I want to make a new one myself, Lu Qiyan said. All right, what kind of knife do you want? Shopkeeper Gua took out paper and pen. Why don't you draw a picture so I can understand better? Just make it like this. Lu Qiyan pointed to the knife that Gua had just put down. Shopkeeper Gua was silent. Does it seem like Lu Qiyan is joking? Also, I want to do it myself, help with forging and shaping, Lu Qiyan added. You want to forge the knife yourself? Shopkeeper Gua looked at Lu Qiyan carefully again, his face serious. Lu Qiyan, I'll tell you up front, if you help with the work, you still need to pay the full price. After working hard at the forge, earning money is tough. Now Lu Qiyan wants to put in effort himself. How can he run his business like this? It's clear that the couple at home are really opposite in nature. Lady Xia is a businesswoman, but whenever she comes to the blacksmith shop, she conducts her business efficiently, doesn't lower prices, and only sells quality items with a good margin. On the other hand, Lu Qiyan, who is in the military and holds a fairly high rank, should be easygoing, but he's actually quite petty. It's really hard to know what to say. When shopkeeper Gua looked at Lu Qiyan again, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lu Qiyan felt a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and said, Don't worry, shopkeeper Gua, I won't shortchange you. I just want to try forging the knife myself. Hearing this, Gua's expression softened a bit, but he still didn't quite understand why Lu Qiyan wanted to forge the knife himself. Blacksmithing is a labor-intensive job. Once you pay, no one would be foolish enough to put in extra effort. Yet Lu Qiyan seems to be that kind of fool. It's true, people in the military often have strength but lack finesse. Master Gua frowned but nodded, saying, All right, since Lord Lu has spoken, I can't refuse. I'll just have Lord Lu do whatever he needs to later. No causing trouble. Okay, Lu Qiyan agreed. The two agreed and started forging a kitchen knife. At Lu Qiyan's request, the knife should be strong, durable, somewhat heavy but not too much, made from good materials. Seeing this, Master Gua decided to show his best skills and forged a top-quality steel kitchen knife. Making a knife involves about 10 steps: rough forging, heating, steel clamping, melting, rough shaping, sharpening the edge, and more, which is quite complicated. It takes over 2,000 hits to make a single knife. Because such a knife is expensive and not often needed, Master Gua usually doesn't bother making it. Now, with free labor available, he decided not to hold back and planned to have Lu Qiyan hit the knife with all his strength until the 2,000 hits were done. Lu Qiyan, who looked slim but was very strong, initially struggled to control his strength, and Master Gua corrected him several times. After some adjustments, he roughly got the feel for the right force and accuracy. From then on, each strike became more precise. Master Gua's gaze, initially critical, gradually softened, and eventually showed some admiration. When I first learned blacksmithing, I spent over 10 days just practicing my accuracy with the hammer and another half a month controlling my strength. Lord Lu, in just 1 hour, has done so well. You're truly a talented blacksmith. If Lu Qiyan wasn't already a military officer, Master Gua thought he would definitely persuade him to come work in the blacksmith shop. Even paying more wouldn't be a problem. Lu Qiyan was happy to hear the praise, smiled, and saw that the rough knife on the anvil was almost finished. Following Master Gua's instructions, he placed the rough shape into the furnace for more heating. Then he continued hammering. The sound of hammering, the huffing and puffing, the crackling of flames, and sparks flying made the shop lively. Lu Qian worked until noon, and by then, the knife on the anvil was nearly complete. Master Gua picked up the knife for a careful look. It's time for lunch. Lu Qian, go eat first. I still have some finishing touches to do. Come back around mid-afternoon to pick it up. Master Gua, why don't you take a break first and wait for me to come in the afternoon to continue? Lu Qian said. Since you've already started, just finish making a kitchen knife. It would be meaningful to make it yourself. Master Gua. He truly has no strength left anywhere. Or maybe, Lu Duda's hobby is blacksmithing, so he must forge until he's satisfied. Does that make him feel happy? But regardless of the reason, since Lu Qian is putting in effort, he can relax and take it easy. Why not? Master Gua hurriedly nodded. All right, we'll follow Lu Duda's plan. I'll wait for you to come in the afternoon to continue. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Qian smiled and left. After he walked away, Master Gua frowned and shook his head. He's really a fool. I don't know how he became Dutu. His wife, Go, rolled her eyes and said, I think it's not that Lu Dutu is foolish, but that you're the fool.
How am I a fool?
Master Gua argued.
Can't you see?
Go almost rolled her eyes to the sky. Lu Dutu is a soldier in the army. Now he's rushing here to personally forge a kitchen knife for you, and not asking for a penny.
Why is that? Why?
Master Gua almost scratched his head in frustration. After a long hesitation, he said, I think he's just foolish. If he wasn't, why would he come here to work for free?
Yeah.
Forget it. No point arguing with a fool. Go waved her hand and stormed off to the backyard. Master Gua spread his hands in confusion. He didn't say anything wrong, so why was he angry? Women's thoughts are really hard to guess. When Lu Qian returned home, Xia Mingyue was preparing lunch. Steamed buns. All steamed buns in one place. Diyiche's steamed buns were famous for being awarded a plaque by Qianlong and for their thin skin like cicada wings, pure white like jade. Each bun had 24 pleats and looked like a beautiful flower. Diyiche's steamed buns were not traditional. Their fillings changed with the seasons. In spring, they used shepherd's purse for jade green buns. In summer, winter melon. In autumn, shrimp. In winter, sticky rice. Different seasons, different flavors, but all delicious. Today, Xia Mingyue was making sticky rice buns, specifically sticky rice and meat buns. The glutinous rice was soaked in advance for half a day. It was then steamed with bone broth until it was about 80% cooked. After cooling, it was mixed with finely chopped dried shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, carrots, and cooked lean pork, seasoned with soy sauce, salt, pepper, and other spices to make the filling for steamed buns. The flour was mixed with a little starch to form a smooth dough, which was then divided into small portions. Each portion was rolled into a round wrapper, like a dumpling skin. One hand held the wrapper, while the other gently rolled the end of a rolling pin to shape it into a leaf-like, pleated wrapper. The filling was placed in the center of each wrapper. The edges were pinched together to close the bun, and the filling was gently pressed to ensure the bun stood upright and looked nice. The assembled buns were placed in a steamer with boiling water. They steamed for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, until the wrappers turned translucent and shiny. Then they were ready to serve. This was Xia Mingyue's first time making steamed buns, so she carefully took one to taste the flavor. The freshly steamed buns were very hot. Xia Mingyue blew on one several times before finally taking a bite. The wrapper had a strong aroma of wheat and was chewy. The sticky rice inside was soft and sticky. Since it was steamed with bone broth and mixed with meat, it had a rich, savory flavor. The aroma of shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and carrots added freshness and balanced the meat's flavor. Because the meat was pre-fried to release its fat, the buns didn't feel greasy when eaten, and the meat didn't overpower the other ingredients' flavors. Overall, the combination of sticky rice, pork, and vegetables was just right, fresh, tasty, and delicious. It was a success. Xia Mingyue felt confident and decided to wrap up the remaining buns. But she knew these buns tasted best when eaten hot. Once cooled, the wrappers and rice inside would harden and ruin the texture. So she planned to serve the steamed buns to everyone first. Seeing Lu Qian at the kitchen door, Xia Mingyue quickly waved her hand. "Brother Lu, you're back? Come try these buns." Buns? Lu Qian hadn't heard of such a food before and found it quite interesting. He washed his hands and took the plate from Xia Mingyue. "The name is quite special." "Yes, and they look very nice too," she said. As she spoke, Lu Qian picked one up and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing, he said, "The flavor is..." He thought, "I need to try another one to be sure." He had been working with iron all morning, and now he was very hungry, so hungry he could almost press his chest to his back. When he suddenly saw food, and it smelled so good, he couldn't help but eat quickly and carelessly. Oh, what a sin! He quickly grabbed another piece and put it in his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he said, "It tastes really good." It was truly delicious. His mouth was filled with the smell of sticky rice and meat, and it wasn't greasy or heavy, just fresh and tasty. He took a third, then a fourth, and kept eating. Looking at the plate of steamed buns, only one was left now. Xia Mingyue, who had been about to say everyone should try some, swallowed her words again. The buns and filling were ready, and they could be steamed quickly, so waiting a little longer wasn't a problem. But did Lu Qian look very hungry? He had a hearty breakfast in the morning and ate a lot, so logically, he shouldn't be this hungry so soon. And in the cold weather, it seemed like sweat had dampened the sides of his forehead and temples. Had he been doing physical work outside? Maybe he went to help the soldiers' families with some chores. Xia Mingyue didn't think too much and called Jiangguo over to help wrap the buns. When Lu Qian finished eating all the buns, he still licked his lips, looking satisfied but not full. These buns tasted really good, and wrapping sticky rice in dough like that was quite special. As expected, Xia Mingyue always comes up with new and surprising dishes. I really hope I can enjoy Xia Mingyue's delicious food forever. Thinking this, Lu Qian's gaze naturally fell on Xia Mingyue, who was wrapping buns in the kitchen, and he stared for a long time. Next to him, Wu Jin snorted through his nose when he saw this. Clearly, the buns were eye-catching. And he was a glutton, too. His appetite seemed even bigger than Wu Jin's, and he wondered if one day he might eat his family out of house and home. That would be worrying. Xia Mingyue and Jiangguo wrapped the buns quickly and skillfully. Soon, all the buns and filling were packed and placed on steaming baskets. Both baskets were full, and they started a fire to steam the buns. The aroma of steamed dumplings quickly drifted out along with the warm steam from the steamer basket. The entire yard was filled with the smell of glutinous rice and mincemeat, making everyone slow down their work. But when they realized it was lunchtime, they hurriedly picked up their pace again. Finish work early, so you won't delay your meal. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the steamed dumplings were ready. To keep the dumplings warm and tasty, everyone didn't have to sit at a formal table. Instead, they each took their own bowls, plates, and chopsticks, served themselves the dumplings, and enjoyed the delicious food. Xia Mingyue even cooked a pot of tofu soup, using bone broth as the base. The soft tofu was cut into fine strips with little seasoning, just a sprinkle of chopped green onions and a pinch of salt, making it light and tasty. It paired perfectly with the rich flavored dumplings. Everyone agreed that the dumplings were very good. Xia Mingyue was happy inside, and since she also thought the dumplings tasted nice, she eagerly started eating. After eating 7 or 8 dumplings and drinking a large bowl of tofu soup, Xia Mingyue even let out a satisfied burp. Lu Qian also felt full after lunch, but in the end, he still ate 2 more dumplings before he was satisfied. After lunch, everyone tidied up. Except for those on duty, everyone else went back to rest. Lu Qian thought about the knife and said, "I'll go out for a bit." "Okay." Xia Mingyue nodded, adding, "Brother Lu, come back early." After visiting the small river village, Xia Mingyue saw how difficult it was to build bridges and knew Lu Qian must have worked very hard. He had finally come back, but still spent most of his days helping others. Being a team leader was indeed not an easy job. Lu Qian raised an eyebrow at her words, then nodded after a moment, saying, "All right." He left the house and headed straight to the blacksmith shop, continuing the work that was still unfinished. Shopkeeper Gu was helping out as an assistant. Since the snow stopped around late morning, by noon the sun was shining brightly, and signs of melting snow appeared. In the main street of Jinqiu County, merchants actively cleaned the street. The remaining thin layer of snow was trampled by pedestrians, turning into slush. The melting snow soaked into the ground, mixing with dirt to form a thin layer of mud, making many passers-by walk carefully. Carriages moved slowly to prevent the horses' hooves from slipping. Zhou Fuchuan was sitting with Steward Shui. Steward Shui lifted the curtain on the carriage and looked at the street scene of Jinqiu County, sighing softly. Jinqiu County is quite remote and small. It's a bit unfair to have Master Zhou work here. Steward Shui, you're being too kind, Zhou Fuchuan replied with a polite smile. It's my blessing to serve my master. I do my best to do my work so I don't feel wronged. Indeed, Master Zhou is very sensible. When I saw the master recently, he said you are very capable. When you first arrived in Jinqiu County, you only took over a small, struggling restaurant. Now you've made it the most famous tavern in the whole county. It shows how dedicated you are. Steward Shui smiled and said, when I saw the master happy, I took the chance to suggest he reward you. The master agreed happily. I expect someone will send the reward soon. Master Zhou, you just need to wait to receive it. Thank you for your kind words, Steward Shui, Zhou Fuchuan said with a bow, but a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He was happy because his master was rewarding him. But what was Steward Shui implying? Did he want him to feel grateful? Master Zhou, you're too modest, Steward Shui patted Zhou Fuchuan on the shoulder. We both serve the master and are old friends. Naturally, we should look out for each other. By the way, I've known Master Zhou for many years. We started as workers under the master, working hard and struggling. Now, you're the head of the tavern, and I am the master's right hand. Time really flies. Steward Shui looked wistful, full of emotion. But these words sounded very harsh to Zhou Fuchuan. Yes, they both started as workers and were once friends. But Zhou Fuchuan had noticed that Steward Shui was good at flattery and pleasing those above him. He thought Shui's character was not upright and didn't want to be close to him. Now, Shui was working for the master, controlling supplies of medicine and military provisions, and his status was clearly higher than Zhou's. All this talk about time passing and old friendship was just Shui showing off his higher position now. This person with the surname Shui. Zhou Fuchuan almost clenched his back teeth, but still smiled warmly. Manager Shui is right. Time really flies. It's been so many years. Luckily, we both work hard for our master and can sit here and chat.
Yes.
Manager Shui nodded with a smile, reached out to lift the curtain, and looked around. Is this Yueran restaurant still ahead? On East Street, Zhou Fuchuan replied. In Jinqiu County, the city is divided into 4 districts, East, South, West, and North. The East District is the busiest, and Yueran Restaurant is located on the most lively street. Manager Zhou has good judgment and manages well. Manager, Shui chuckled. He lifted the curtain on the side of the carriage. On the snowy street, there weren't many pedestrians. There's a food stall with many customers, lively and bustling. On the sign hanging at the stall, it said Xiaji in big characters. Nearby was a shop with a sign that read Xiaji Braised Meat Shop. It was also busy with people coming and going. A little further along, there was a snack cart steaming with hot, fragrant food. About 4 or 5 people were gathered in front, buying food on bamboo skewers and in paper cups, which looked quite interesting. Hanging on the snack cart was a wooden sign with the words Xiaji in big characters. Continuing forward to East Street, the same Xiaji snack cart was there, selling Xiaji snacks. Who exactly is this Xiaji? How come they have so many stalls? Manager Shui asked in surprise. Or is it that many people in Jinqiu County have the surname Xia? These stalls aren't owned by people with the surname Xia, Zhou Fuchuan explained. Actually, they're not all owned by one person but by different individuals. A person with the surname Xia makes various foods at home and then sells them through others. They even came up with a new name called joining. People who join don't need to know how to make all the dishes. They only need to steam, boil, and sell simply to attract customers. So, some people come to do business. Every day, they buy supplies from the Xia family using the Xia Ji brand, which makes Xia Ji stalls appear everywhere. I see. Manager Xue nodded slightly. That's a clever method. The person with the surname Xia is quite smart. This summer, the business has grown to such a scale that if it continues like this, it will surely surpass the Yueran restaurant. Why isn't Manager Zhou thinking about controlling it? Xue asked with a smile. Everyone is just doing their own business, relying on their skills. There's no need to interfere with others. Also, Summer's business is mainly small food stalls, with nothing fancy or high-end, so there's no conflict with Yueran restaurant. Zhou Fuchuan sneered slightly. If Manager Xue says that, does it mean in your eyes anyone better than you must be eliminated early? Are you, like Manager Xue, just trying to climb higher at any cost? Bah, I, Zhou, am a proper businessman, working steadily. I definitely won't do shady tricks behind people's backs like you, the Xue family. Zhou Fuchuan openly mocked and questioned, making Xue's smile fade and even show some displeasure. But after a moment, he still kept a smile. Zhou, your words seem a bit too much. But after so many years of friendship, I have to consider your interests. Right now, Summer's business is mainly small food stalls, but people's greed is endless. As these stalls grow and their pockets get fatter, they will naturally want to expand into bigger businesses. Since we're all in the food business, eventually they might think about opening a restaurant to compete with your Yueran. If that day comes, do you think you'll still be so relaxed? Some things are better planned ahead, otherwise, it might be too late when the time comes. After speaking, Xue patted Zhou Fuchuan on the shoulder with a full smile, meaningfully. Zhou Fuchuan pursed his lips. He disliked Xue, but at this moment, what Xue said made some sense. Looking at it alone, Summer is just a small food stall, making at most 1,000 coins a day. But small amounts add up, and if Summer keeps growing, in the streets of Jinqiu County, all the food stalls might end up being Summer. By then, Summer would truly be well known, even more famous than Yueran restaurant. As Xue said, people's greed is endless, and everyone has ambitions. After accumulating enough money, will the Summer family also open a restaurant like Yueran? Based on the popularity of Summer Records in the future, once the restaurant opens, it will surely attract many customers away from Yueran restaurant. Speaking of which, Jinbao from Dexin Garden once said that the dishes made by the Summer family are quite delicious. The culinary skills of the Summer family are not to be underestimated. Planning ahead like this. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Fuchuan still lowered his eyelids and said to Steward Xue, "Steward Xue, you're overreacting." "It's true I spoke too much." Steward Xue smiled. "Manager Zhou, just pretend I never said those words." "Yes, earlier Manager Zhou said that Yueran restaurant has received some very good things, and he told me I must try them."
I wonder what exactly is so special.
"Once Steward Xue arrives, you'll find out," Zhou Fuchuan said calmly. "Then I will wait and see." Steward Xue chuckled softly, a gleam flashing in his eyes. The carriage slowly moved forward until it stopped in front of Yueran restaurant. Zhou Fuchuan and Steward Xue got out of the carriage and entered together. Someone was sent ahead to prepare the way. Tired and dusty, Steward Xue went to the backyard for a bath and to change clothes, tidying up a bit. Zhou Fuchuan went to the kitchen to check and instructed the staff to prepare the dinner carefully. Manhwa ham must be prepared meticulously to do justice to such fine ingredients. As always, even if Steward Xue is sometimes dissatisfied, the strength of Yueran restaurant must be showcased. Meanwhile, Steward Xue was in the backyard taking a bath, served by his close servant Wu Quan. "Jinqiu, this place really is a remote and poor village. The water even has an odd smell," Wu Quan frowned. "It's truly a shame for the steward. Doing things for the master. How could there be any hardship?" Steward Xue said nonchalantly. "This poor place. Manager Zhou has been here for so many years without complaint. If I start complaining, wouldn't that make me seem troublesome?" That's right, Wu Quan agreed, then added, but I'm just speaking my mind. Since Steward Shui and manager Zhou don't get along, why bother worrying about him or giving advice? In my opinion, if Summer Records can grow big and take away Yueran Restaurant's business, it would be good. The master would surely be unhappy and might punish him. Watching from the side and enjoying the show would be quite fun, wouldn't it? You don't understand this, Steward Shui chuckled softly. Those who can establish Summer Records probably have some brains, and since they've opened so many branches, they must have some connections or roots in Jinqiu County. If Zhou Fuchuan goes to cause trouble for Xiaji and they end up fighting, the Yueran restaurant will naturally be affected. Wouldn't it be better to wait a few more years? Even if it doesn't affect the restaurant, such behavior will reach the owner's ears. For the sake of reputation, the owner will definitely be unhappy. In short, he can see everything he wants to see. As for Xiaji, it's just bad luck for him. I see, Wu Quan suddenly understood, but he also looked worried. But from the way Zhou's shopkeeper acts, he doesn't seem like someone who will listen. Could it be that he won't let the manager get his way? Rest assured, said Shui, with a mocking smile. Zhou Fuchuan is very good at pretending to be a gentleman, but in reality, he's much harsher than anyone else. Just wait and see. Within 3 days, Zhou Fuchuan will make a move. Manager Shui's words made Wu Quan doubt, but since Shui was so confident, he didn't say more. He just added another bucket of hot water to the bath. After inspecting the Yueran restaurant, Zhou Fuchuan called over Zhen Sheng, one of his trusted helpers. Zhen Sheng had worked at Yueran restaurant for many years and was personally trained by Zhou Fuchuan. He helped manage many daily affairs and was very trusted, almost like his right hand. Shopkeeper, he said, do you think Xiaji can really threaten Yueran restaurant in the future? Zhou Fuchuan asked with a frown. It's hard to say. Zhen Sheng thought for a moment. But I agree with what Manager Shui said. It's always good to be prepared. Right now, you only help the owner manage this one business. If you can't even handle this well, you won't be able to stand tall in front of the owner later.
Yes, Zhou Fuquan shined deeply.
He was a practical man, not like Manager Shui, who was used to flattering others and going along with trends. If he couldn't handle practical matters, he really wouldn't have a say. Since that's the case, leave this matter to you, Zhou Fuchuan said. Do whatever needs to be done. Just make sure no one catches any evidence.
Understood, shopkeeper. Gen Sheng nodded.
But Xiao's husband seems to hold a high rank in the military and is often close to Wu Xiong from the Four Directions gambling house. Could this cause some trouble? Even a commander is just a soldier in the army. A powerful dragon can't overpower a local snake. How could he possibly send troops to guard Xiaji? Zhou Fuchuan disagreed, saying, as for Wu Xiong, there's no need to worry. If a conflict really happens, first, Manager Ge can tell which side is more important, and second, it would also fulfill our wishes. Zhen Sheng understood what Zhou Fuchuan meant and nodded quickly. You're right, manager. I'll go handle it now. Go ahead, Zhou Fuchuan said, crossing his arms and walking slowly forward, looking grim. In the corner, a shadow appeared, face complicated. The sun was setting, and Lu Qian finished the last step, attaching a handle to the kitchen knife and carefully sharpening the blade himself. He then held the knife in his hand and examined it closely again. After checking thoroughly to make sure there were no issues, even testing the sharpness and comfort of the grip, Lu Qian was satisfied. He took the cloth handed by Manager Gu and wrapped the knife carefully. Thank you, Manager Gu. Lu Qian paid the normal price. I haven't been tired all day, but Lu Dutu has worked hard, said Manager Gu. Although initially, he said, he wouldn't charge even a penny. Seeing Lu Qian work so hard and sweat so much, he felt a bit reluctant. He took out a small string of copper coins and handed them to Lu Qian. Lu Dutu has helped me a lot.
Here's your change.
Seeing this, Lu Qian didn't refuse. He took the coins and the knife, then headed home. On the way, he saw someone selling chestnuts. They were raw, freshly picked from the tree, and not expensive. Only 3 cents a jean. Lu Qian bought some chestnuts and also bought some fresh hawthorn berries from a nearby stall, spending all his small change. Then he headed back home. When he arrived, Xia Mingyue and Jiangguo were cooking dinner. They were making fried lotus root slices. They chopped pork shoulder into chunky pieces, mixed in chopped green onion and garlic, added water, egg liquid, sweet potato starch, soy sauce, pepper, and a little sesame paste, stirring until the pork was fully coated. They sliced fresh lotus root into continuous pieces, carefully spreading the meat mixture onto the slices with a knife to avoid breaking the lotus root. All the lotus root slices are stuffed with enough meat filling, then coated with a little dry sweet potato starch and dipped in a batter made from flour, glutinous rice flour, salt, and pepper. They are then deep fried in hot oil. First, fry at a low temperature until cooked through, then increase the heat to brown the outside. After 2 rounds of frying and being removed from the oil, the lotus root pieces are golden and crispy on the outside, with a rich aroma. After slightly draining the oil and blowing off the hot steam from the lotus root, Xia Mingyue first tastes one to check the flavor. The fried lotus root has an incredibly crispy shell, followed by the fresh, crunchy aroma of the lotus, with juices bursting out. The meat is chewy with a good texture, and the aftertaste is very rich. The refreshing taste of the lotus combined with the pepper added in the batter makes the fried lotus root not greasy or heavy. Overall, the lotus root dish turned out very well, and Xia Mingyue is very satisfied with it. She continues to fry all the remaining lotus root slices, then also fries some tofu slices to prepare for a cold tofu salad later. For dinner, with this hearty fried dish, Xia Mingyue also makes a tangy cabbage dish and a spicy stir-fried shredded radish salad, both refreshing and tasty. The main staple is boiled wheat pancakes, along with a pot of millet porridge. Xia Mingyue invites everyone to enjoy the meal. The flavorful fried lotus root is delicious, and Xia Mingyue prepared plenty, enough for everyone to eat happily. They all eat heartily and enjoy themselves. After dinner, Zhang Guohao cleans up, while Xia Mingyue goes to feed Wujin. This time, Xia Mingyue gives Wujin 6 fried lotus root slices. Wujin happily spins around several times and then rubs against Xia Mingyue's feet before starting to enjoy his treat. Lu Qian sees this and quietly asks, "Aren't you supposed to avoid giving Wujin too many? Because too much seasoning can make him sick?"
Sure.
Xia Mingyue quickly pulls Lu Qian aside and whispers, "It's true, you shouldn't give him too much seasoning, but this time I fed him special lotus root slices with less seasoning." "I see." Lu Qian nods, understanding. But making 2 completely different versions of fried lotus root from the same recipe is quite a challenge. "You've done well," Lu Qian comments. "It's just something I had to do." Xia Mingyue helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Wujin is greedy and always wants to eat human food, but he's much smarter than I thought. You can't fool him just by pretending. You have to do things genuinely. Only then will he be satisfied. Although such words might spoil Wujin a bit. But Wujin is responsible for guarding the house every day, so giving him some rewards is appropriate. Wujin is a dog, and an adult dog at that, with only a few years left in its life. So, it's okay to make it happy once in a while. After all, pets in your own home should be loved and cared for, right? Lu Qian listened to Xia Mingyue's explanation and couldn't help but reach out to touch his nose. What Xia Mingyue said was true, but seeing how carefully and thoughtfully she treated Wujin, he suddenly felt a bit jealous. Why was he feeling this way? But then again, Wujin really has been a good companion and helper to Xia Mingyue, so she deserves to be kind to it. In the future, if he has free time, he should come back often to visit. After all, he now has a home here.
But
why did he have to compare himself to Wujin? Lu Qian awkwardly touched his nose again and went inside, taking out a tightly wrapped kitchen knife. "I passed by the blacksmith shop today and saw this kitchen knife. It feels quite good and I thought you might need it, so I bought it for you." "A kitchen knife?" Xia Mingyue was overjoyed. She reached out to take it, untied the rope wrapping the cloth, and examined the knife carefully. The blade was thick but not very large. It had a good weight, suitable for a woman to use. The handle was smooth with no burrs, even coated with a layer of tung oil, making it look shiny. Most importantly, the blade was very sharp. Xia Mingyue tested it slightly. It wasn't as exaggerated as a hair-splitting sharpness, but it was still very sharp. This knife is good. It can probably cut meat and chop bones easily, Xia Mingyue said happily as she looked at the knife. A couple of days ago, I was just saying that the kitchen knives at home weren't very good. I was thinking of buying a new one and coincidentally, Brother Lu bought this today. Thank you, Brother Lu. There's no need to be so polite with me, Lu Qian said, seeing Xia Mingyue's face full of smiles, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. He felt warm inside. But Xia Mingyue frowned slightly while handling the knife. I used to go to the blacksmith shop often, but I've never seen such a high-quality kitchen knife. Are blacksmiths now making such good knives? Has the industry already started to get competitive? Cough. Lu Qian cleared his throat lightly. Today was just a coincidence. Someone ordered a custom knife, but later said they didn't want it, so Gua the shopkeeper took it out to sell. I see. Xia Mingyue nodded. No matter the reason, having a handy good kitchen knife makes things much easier in the future. Seeing Xia Mingyue happy and Lu Qian seeming quite satisfied for giving her a knife, Madame Lu, who was checking the braised meat in the yard, couldn't help but rub her forehead. What can I say? If Lu Qian is a thoughtful person, then giving his wife a useful kitchen knife is quite considerate. If Lu Qian is a bit slow-witted, then at least he knows to give Xia Mingyue something she uses and likes. All that matters is the kindness behind it. The rest isn't important. The next morning, Lu Qian had to leave early to return home. After finishing the chores in the central kitchen that evening, Xia Mingyue and Jiangguo washed up early and went back to rest. Just as they blew out the candle on the table, there was a loud knocking at the door. The knocking was urgent. Clearly someone was very anxious. Wu Jin, the guard dog, sensed this too and barked twice. It's already this late. Who could it be? Xia Mingyue got up and put on her coat. I'll go see, Lu Qian said as he got off the bed and put on his shoes. Xia Mingyue thought for a moment, then lit a lantern. I'll go with you. Since Lu Qian was often away, she thought it was better for her to check. Okay. Lu Qian nodded, took the lantern, and they both left the main hall. In the yard, Jiangguo also carried a lantern. Seeing Xia Mingyue and Lu Qian come out, he headed toward the door. The knocking at the door continued, growing louder. Who is it? Xia Mingyue called out. It's me, a voice replied from outside the yard door. Lishanzi. Lishanzi? Xia Mingyue thought for a moment and remembered the young man who helped with meals at the city god temple. She hurried to open the door. Seeing that it was indeed Lishanzi, and noticing he looked anxious with beads of sweat on his forehead, she was surprised. Brother Lu? Is something wrong to come so late? Yes, I have something urgent, Lishanzi replied as he looked behind him. Confirming no one else was in the alley, he quickly entered the yard and hurriedly closed the gate tightly. This cautious behavior made Xia Mingyue and Lu Qian both become alert. What's going on? Xia Mingyue asked with a frown. To be honest with Lady Xia, I am currently working in the kitchen of Yuran restaurant, doing chores like chopping vegetables and washing dishes. It was fine before, but today I overheard the manager Zhou from Yuran restaurant. Lu Shanzi told Xia Mingyue everything he heard today about Zhou Fuchuan and Zhen Sheng. I don't know who the manager Zhou and the person called Shui Guanshi really are, but it's clear someone is stirring trouble and encouraging Zhou to make things difficult for Xia's business. I wanted to come earlier, but the kitchen was busy. I was worried that during the day, too many people and eyes might find out about my connection with Lady Xia. So I slipped out at night to tell her. From what I hear, it seems Zhou is planning to cause trouble for Xia's business this time. Lady Xia should prepare early and think about how to handle it. I understand. Xia Mingyue nodded tightly. Please, Brother Lu, go and check on this. You're too polite, Lady Xia, Lu Shanzi said. This afternoon, I saw Zhen Sheng leave for a while, but I don't know what he was doing. It's better for you to prepare early. I sneaked out of Yuran restaurant and can't stay outside too long. I need to go back soon. Take care, Brother Lu, Xia Mingyue said, opening the courtyard gate. Lady Xia, wait a moment. Lu Shanzi looked around and then hurried away, disappearing into the night. After Lu Shanzi left, Xia Mingyue closed the gate and frowned deeply. She didn't know who the person with the surname Shui was, nor why this person was encouraging Zhou Fuchuan to target her business. But Lu Shanzi was right. It's better to prepare early. She just didn't know what kind of task Zhou Fuchuan sent Zhenxing to do, or how to deal with Xia's business. Xia Minghua looked serious, and Jianghua, standing nearby, also looked worried. After a long while, Xia Minghua said, "Maybe it's better to tell Brother Wu about this? Trouble among colleagues is delicate. Openly reporting it might not help. Even someone like Lu Qian, who holds a military position, often finds it hard to intervene in such matters. Having someone like Wu Xiong step in could help solve some problems. That's the advantage of his kind of status." "I will go for a short trip," Lu Qian said. "Okay." Xia Minghua nodded, opening the door for Lu Qian. After he left and disappeared into the endless apricot blossom alley, she closed the big door. Lu Qian headed towards the Four Directions gambling house. When he arrived, Wu Xiong was inside patrolling the place, as usual. He sipped his drink from time to time and casually tossed a few peanuts into his mouth. The boiled 5-spice peanuts were bought from Xia Ji's preserved food shop. They were crispy and refreshing, perfect for drinking with alcohol. When Wu Xiong heard that Lu Qian came to find him, he quickly brought him to the back, poured a glass of wine, and cheerfully asked, "Lu Duzhu, are you here to have a drink with us?" "Yes, I was thinking of drinking with Brother Wu Xiong, but today I came with a request." "I need Brother Wu Xiong's help," Lu Qian said. Wu Xiong immediately became serious and sat upright. "Just tell me what you need, Lu Duzhu." Lu Qian explained, "I just received news that Zhou Fuquan, the owner of the Happy Joy restaurant, was influenced by Steward Shui and seems to be targeting Xia Ji." He continued, "Since I need to return early tomorrow morning to oversee the bridge construction at Xiaohe village, I can't stay at home to watch over things. I need to trouble Brother Wu Xiong to pay more attention these days, so Xia Ji won't be bullied easily. If things get difficult, please send someone to Xiaohe village to inform me," Lu Qian added, placing a small bag of money in front of Wu Xiong. "This is to thank you and your brothers for the drinks. Don't say I've joined Xia Ji's food stall now. Even based on my previous relationship with Xia Ji, this matter is also my own concern," Wu Xiong said. "Rest assured, Lu Duzhu. I will take responsibility for this. I will assign people to watch over Xia Ji's business to prevent those with bad intentions from succeeding." Wu Xiong pounded his chest loudly, but then pushed the money bag back to Lu Qian. "Lu Duzhu, this isn't right. I told you, Xia Ji's affairs are my own. Since it's my own matter, why should I accept your money? Brother Wu Xiong is one of us, but you also need to look after your brothers. They shouldn't work for nothing. Some things still need to be done," Lu Qian said. Wu Xiong paused for a moment. Indeed, he is quite respected among these brothers. Usually, he is known for loyalty, good fighting skills, and being generous by providing food and drink, which is very important. These funds really need to be spent. Head Lu is a generous and straightforward person. If I speak too much, I might seem petty. Wu Xiong took the money pouch. "Let me thank Head Lu on behalf of the brothers first." "You're too polite, Brother Wu." Lu Qian cupped his hands and drank the drink Wu Xiong poured earlier. "Today, time is tight, so I can't stay and drink with you properly. Next time I come back, we'll have a good drink together. I also need to go handle some things nearby, so I'll take my leave. Take care, Head Lu." Wu Xiong stood up to see Lu Qian out. Outside the gambling house, Lu Qian cupped his hands again. "Brother Wu, please stay a moment." Wu Xiong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. After Lu Qian left, he called all his men over and told them to keep an eye on the area around summer records in the coming days. Things might be a bit tough for a while. Just patrol around summer records more often. If anyone causes trouble, handle it. But remember, just chase people away to avoid disrupting the normal business of summer records. In this cold weather, it's you to be outside so much. These coins are from Head Lu, meant for you to buy drinks and keep warm. Wu Xiong distributed the silver from the pouch to his men. Everyone received a small piece of silver. When they checked the weight and found it was enough, they happily pocketed it and promised to do their best to protect summer records from outsiders. Taking money for helping others and solving problems is natural. But once they had the money, it meant there was alcohol, yet wasn't there still a need for some snacks? Someone scratched his head and tentatively asked Wu Xiong about it. Are you thinking about snacks or about the braised dishes from Summer Records Braised Meat Shop? Wu Xiong rolled his eyes impatiently. His men chuckled. Boss, isn't it all the same? If the snacks aren't from Summer Records Braised Meat Shop, then what's the point of drinking? Greedy little thing. Wu Xiong reached out to give him a slap. Always thinking about food. You've got no ambition at all. Think carefully and protect Xiaoji. Are you still worried about not having enough marinated snacks to eat? Yes. The person who first asked the question suddenly realized the truth. Since they protected Xiaoji, Lady Xia also owes them a favor. A bowl of marinated snacks is definitely necessary. Maybe in the future, they won't need to queue to buy marinated snacks and can get those delicious but rare items like marinated chicken gizzards and hearts easily. Just thinking about it makes me feel very happy. This Xiaoji, I am definitely going to protect him. Meanwhile, Lu Qian left the Four Directions gambling house and headed towards the county office. At this time, County Magistrate Pei Qinghe was already lying down. He had just sorted out a bunch of official documents and was planning how to report to the district governor at the end of the year. Pei Qinghe looked tired, and his head felt heavy. He had just closed his eyes and was feeling a bit like drifting in a dream when suddenly, a servant outside called out, "Sir." "What is it?" Pei Qinghe, startled awake, was a bit annoyed. "There is someone outside looking for you, saying it's urgent." "Who is it?" Pei Qinghe's head was buzzing more. "It's late. Just tell him I'm already asleep and ask him to come back tomorrow morning." "But sir," he said his surname is Wen. The servant hesitated. "Wen? What's wrong with the surname Wen? Even someone with that surname should let me sleep." "That one." "Wait, one?" Pei Qinghe shivered, suddenly jumped out of bed, didn't even put on his outer robe, and put on his shoes before rushing to the door. He flung the door open loudly. "Where's the person?" When Lu Qian returned home, it was already late at night. Xia Mingyue was waiting in the main hall. Seeing Lu Qian come in cold and tired, she quickly poured him a cup of hot tea. Lu Qian drank half the cup and said, "I've already arranged with brother Wu Xiong. He has plans on his side. If there's something he can't handle, just send someone to send me a message, and I will come back quickly." Xia Mingyue nodded and let out a small breath. She was worried about Zhou Fuchuan targeting Xiaoji, but before anything happened, worrying too much would only cause internal conflict. Xia Mingyue understood this and didn't talk much about it with Lu Qian. After tidying up a bit, she went back to sleep. Although she understood the truth, her subconscious worries about her feelings still made Xia Mingyue sleep poorly. As a result, she woke up slightly earlier than usual. Lu Qian also got up early, brought back the horses from the stable, and began packing his belongings. His bag was as simple as ever, containing a change of clothes and a water pouch. Xia Mingyue prepared a new pair of cotton shoes for Lu Qian, a warm fur-lined cloak to block the cold wind, and some portable meat pies. To prevent the meat pies from cooling and losing flavor during the trip, she wrapped them in several layers of cloth and oil paper. Inside the oil paper, there were 2 small packets, one with water and one with quicklime. When leaving, she pierced these packets with a needle so that the water and quicklime would mix and generate heat, keeping the pies warm and providing some warmth. Xia Mingyue thought this oil paper method was very practical and made several more, tying them into bundles for Lu Qian to hide under his cloak. After finishing these tasks, she prepared a simple breakfast. She blanched spinach in boiling water, chopped it finely, and mixed it with eggs, flour, water, and salt to make a smooth batter, which she then cooked into thin spinach and egg pancakes on a griddle. For side dishes, she cooked dried bean curd and pickled mustard strips she had prepared earlier, and the soup was sweet wine egg drop soup. The pancakes were tender and chewy, the mustard strips crisp and refreshing, and the egg drop soup rich and flavorful, with a strong aroma of rice wine. Lu Qian's appetite was greatly stimulated. Before leaving, he ate until he was full and satisfied. Because he ate so much, he hesitated before mounting his horse. Instead, he led the reins and planned to walk to the city gate, waiting for some digestion before riding off. Xia Mingyue saw Lu Qian to the alley entrance. "The wind outside is strong. You should go back early. Lu Qian paused and said, if anything happens, send someone to find me immediately. All right, Xia Mingyue agreed, watching Lu Qian lead his horse away before heading back. Back home, the merchants arrived in turn to pick up the goods needed for the day. Regarding Zhou Fuchuan, Xia Mingyue thought that since it hadn't happened yet, mentioning it might cause trouble if rumors spread, and she could be accused of spreading false accusations. So she didn't say anything directly, only warning, as the new year approaches, things are a bit unstable. Some people with bad intentions might try to extort money or cheat others. Everyone should be more careful. Brother Wu is worried about the business at Xia's. Recently, he has sent more people to watch over the various Xia stalls. Everyone need not be too afraid. Just speak up if something happens. If things can't be resolved easily, report to the authorities. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Xia, they said repeatedly, feeling grateful for Wu Xiong and others willing to help oversee the business. They thought it was only right to show appreciation and not let these people work for nothing. Aside from that, food and meals are necessary. We need to fill our stomachs to work, right? Seeing everyone discussing, Xia Mingyue did not stop them. She only asked Jiang Guo to give discounts when calculating the silver needed for supplies during this period and to keep some change. Zhou Fuchuan came for her. Since he was covering the costs for Wu Xiong and others, there was no need to let the partners bear all the expenses. As the sun rose higher, apart from the breakfast stalls closing up for the day, all the Xia stalls began to set up and do business. After briefly checking the main kitchen, she instructed Mrs. Liu and Jiang Guo to take good care of it. Xia Mingyue then left the premises. The gambling houses and Wu Xiong's home are in the East District, while the main kitchen and she are in the West District. Xia Mingyue thought the most likely places to be watched were the food stalls in the South and North Districts. She thought for a moment, then decided to head south first. As the sun rose higher, the clear weather for 2 days melted most of the snow on the ground. With many people coming into the city after the Lunar New Year, the streets gradually became busier. The Xia's food stalls, snack carts, and braised meat shops were doing business as usual, prosperous but normal. Xia Mingyue stayed at the Xia stalls on South Street and North Street for a while. After lunch, all the stalls had closed, and everything remained quiet. This quiet lasted for another 2 days. Everywhere was peaceful, without any trouble or unusual activity. It was as if nothing had happened and nothing would happen. Waiting for something to happen was the most painful part, even making people anxious. Could it be that Lu Shanzi misunderstood and gave the wrong message? Mrs. Liu was quite worried. It probably won't happen, she replied. Xia Mingyue also frowned and said, Brother Liu doesn't seem like someone who acts impulsively. He wouldn't just believe rumors without proof. But this Shui family person was the one who tried to stir trouble, and now that he's in Jinqiu County and plans to stay a few days at Yuran restaurant, I guess Zhou Fuchuan is hesitant to confront him openly. Maybe he's waiting for a couple of days. We should be careful, but I think there won't be any big problems. As the saying goes, caution is the best way to stay safe. Lu agreed with Xia Mingyue, saying yes, especially around the new year, all kinds of troublemakers come out. It's better to be cautious. Xia Mingyue nodded and played with some hawthorn in her hand. The hawthorn was bought by Lu Qian. The fruit was big, fresh, and bright red. Just looking at it made her mouth water, with a sour feeling. She tried to hold back her saliva and thought about how to use these hawthorns without wasting them. But her mind was busy with other things and she didn't feel like cooking. So she decided to get some sugar and make some simple candied hawthorn sticks, which didn't require much thinking. Since it was cold outside, the candied hawthorn could last longer, and it was sweet and sour, suitable for all ages. They had bamboo skewers at home. She washed all the hawthorns, dried them, and used a small knife to cut a circle around each one to remove the seeds easily. Then she threaded them onto the skewers. She boiled sugar with water until it melted and turned amber, with a sticky, stringy texture. Then she dipped the hawthorn skewers into the syrup and placed them on a plate brushed with a little oil. After cooling for a while, the sugar hardened and the candied hawthorn sticks were ready. The hawthorns looked bright red, with a clear, shiny sugar coating that looked like a beautiful painting, making people crave them. Xia Mingyue called Jiang Ruo and the three children, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, to come and eat the candied hawthorn. The cool, sweet and sour taste spread in their mouths. They all squinted and chewed happily, praising how delicious it was. Aunt Xia, do we still have a lot of hawthorns? Zhao Eru asked. There are plenty, Xia Mingyue smiled. Eat as much as you want. Help yourself. Can we go sell these candied hawthorns outside? Zhao Eru scratched his ear and said, with the new year coming, the city is crowded. Even more people are here shopping for New Year supplies. Many bring their children, and when kids see candied hawthorn sticks, they definitely want to buy one. Candied hawthorn sticks are much cheaper than fancy snacks, making them a popular treat. Since it's the new year, many are willing to spend a little to buy some for their children to enjoy. That's a good idea, Xia Mingyue nodded. What's a good idea? Don't cause trouble. Madame Lu, busy with worries about the Yueran restaurant and the Xia family's affairs, dismissed the suggestion without much thought. Mother, let us go, Zhao Eru said. We walk around the streets and can help watch over Xia's shop too. If we see suspicious people or things, kids can run and report it, much better than adults doing it. Exactly, Zhao Dahu also agreed. Madame Lu didn't expect the two children to have such ideas. Surprised, she saw Xia Mingyue also liked the idea, so she relaxed and agreed to let the children go sell candied hawthorn sticks. They got to work quickly. Madame Lu and Zhang Luogua helped tie up a small bundle of sticks for making candied hawthorn. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru helped wash the hawthorn, remove the pits, and string them into hawthorn skewers. One string of candied hawthorn usually has 8 sticks, but Zhao Eru suggested making 9 sticks on a string to sell for the same price. Selling more at a small profit is a good business. Zhao Dahu said, I think we shouldn't put so many on one string. Let's make 4 sticks per string.
Why?
Zhao Eru asked, confused. Others sell big strings. If we make small ones, people will just buy the big ones. Won't we have trouble selling ours? Others sell a string for 12 coins, but ours is only 6 coins. When we call out the price, we can just say 6 coins per string. When people hear how cheap we are, they'll buy ours first. Zhao Dahu explained, and for just 6 coins you get a string of candied hawthorn. Would you buy one? But our candied hawthorn costs 6 coins, but only has 4 hawthorns. Zhao Eru hesitated, then suddenly looked surprised and patted his head. He realized the mistake. How could he not think of this? Yes, if kids want a string of candied hawthorn and adults buy one for them, the kids are happy. The adults only spend 6 coins and are happy too. It's the new year. What matters most is happiness. If there are many children at home, it's hard to go to the city. When the children want to eat candied hawthorn sticks, several kids share one stick, which looks messy and makes adults uncomfortable. The children also feel sad because they can only share one stick. But these small candied hawthorn sticks are different. Even if you buy 2 sticks, it costs just as much as one, and everyone can eat their own. No fighting, no fuss. It looks good, and when I tell my family I ate a stick of candied hawthorn, won't other children be jealous and wish they had one too? As for whether each stick has 4 or 8 hawthorns,
Who cares about that?
Besides, the first bite of a candied hawthorn stick tastes very good, sweet and sour. After 2 or 3 hawthorns, the sweetness lessens and the sourness becomes stronger. The mouth is almost filled with sour flavor. You might eat 1 or 2 more, but that's enough. You can't really eat much more after that. A candied hawthorn stick with 4 hawthorns is just right. That's great. Zhao Eru's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Zhao Dahu with admiration. You really thought of such a good idea. Because I'm the oldest. Zhao Dahu raised his chin proudly. As for you, Zhao Eru, if you want to catch up with me, you still have 18 streets to go. TSK, just a compliment, and he's already proud. Zhao Eru pouted, but a smile was almost bursting from the corner of his mouth. But as always, my big brother is my big brother. After hearing the brothers argue, Xia Mingyue clicked her tongue and shook her head. Honestly, these 2 brothers are quite good. Maybe they'll become good at doing business in the future. Usually they could do more work. In a couple of years, they could be trained well. Xia Minghua thought this and smiled. Following Zhao Dahu's suggestion, she made all the hawthorns into sticks of 4. Thread the hawthorns, boil sugar, coat with sugar, cool, and stack. Because she didn't know the market situation outside and was worried that the brothers might get tired stacking the candied hawthorns, Xia Minghua didn't make too many at first, only about 10 sticks, to let them try selling on the street. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru were used to Xia Minghua's usual business tricks, so they understood they needed to try first. They didn't take too many, just carried the candied hawthorn sticks and went out to the street happily. Candied hawthorns, 6 coins a stick. The street vendors' calls had already started ringing out. Wow, we haven't even left the alley yet, and they're already calling out, Lu Shi said, rubbing her forehead with a helpless smile. This is what you call not missing any opportunity, Xia Minghua said with a smile. Maybe someone inside the alley wants to eat candied hawthorn, so calling out early can bring in more customers. Sister-in-law, I'm not bragging, but Dahu and Heir who are good at doing business. They're better than most adults. From now on, you just stay at home counting money and enjoying yourself. Thank you for your kind words, Lu Shi said, feeling much lighter after Xia Minghua's words. Her worries about her brothers starting their own business eased a little. With this small distraction about making candied hawthorn, Xia Minghua and Lu Shi, though still worried about So Fuchuan and Xia Ji, felt less anxious and focused on managing the central kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahu and Zhao Er, who had already arrived on the street, calling out to sell candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn, 6 coins per bunch. Sweet and sour candied hawthorn, only 6 coins. Some people heard it was only 6 coins per bunch and got interested. They happily bought a bunch and quickly handed it to their noisy children to keep them quiet. Others, upon hearing 6 coins per bunch, saw only 4 hawthorn berries on the string and frowned. How can your business be so dishonest? They said. Why do you say that? Zhao Er, who raised his chin. 1 bunch has 8 hawthorn berries, but yours only has 4. Isn't that dishonest? The person asked with a frown. But I only sell for 6 coins. Others sell for 12 coins. You can't expect to buy 12-coin stuff with just 6 coins, Zhao Er who replied. Besides, I never said this bunch has 8 hawthorn berries, nor did I tell you to spend 12 coins for a string with only 4 berries. It's just 2 berries for 3 coins. Why call us dishonest? Are you thinking we're just kids selling hawthorn berries, and you want to find trouble with us? Zhao Er, who was quick-tongued, speaking rapidly like a stream of beads falling, leaving no chance for the other person to reply. The person was stunned for a moment, realizing they had no comeback, and shook their head. I really don't know whose kid this is. They were taught to be so shrewd. Anyway, since it's not your kid, you don't need to worry. Zhao Dahu also responded with a remark.
You.
The man was speechless after being spoken to by the 2 children, feeling embarrassed and wanting to have a proper talk with Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru. Hey, are you buying or not? If not, stop talking here. Someone nearby was about to buy 2 skewers of candied hawthorn to entertain the children, but when the children heard that the other place had 8 hawthorns per skewer, while here only had 4, they pouted and started to cry. The adults grew annoyed. If you dislike it, we still want to buy. Don't cause trouble here. Exactly, exactly. Others who shared the same idea agreed. Seeing that many people didn't think there was a problem with the candied hawthorns, but rather supported them, the man felt frustrated, his chest hurting from holding back words. He snorted coldly and strode away. Humph. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru hummed in unison, then continued selling candied hawthorns. The small skewers of candied hawthorn were more popular than expected. The dozen or so on the stand sold out quickly. The brothers hurried home to make more for Xia Minghua and the Lu family. Meanwhile, the sun had risen high, and the West Street food stall was already crowded. Mrs. Chow and Mrs. Chun, each with their daughters, were busy attending to customers at the food stall, working tirelessly. 3 burly men swaggered over, led by a bearded man with a fierce face and a tough look. Seeing such men come to eat at the food stall, everyone else felt a bit intimidated and moved aside, making space. But the 3 men thought there wasn't enough room. The bearded man exchanged a glance with the others and signaled them. The two groups quickly stepped forward, grabbing the collars of the people eating there and tossing them aside like chickens. One of them cursed loudly, "Move along. Don't you see Master Ma has arrived? Hurry up and get out of the way." As he spoke, he knocked over a bowl of hot wontons that had just been served, which was still steaming. The bowl flew directly onto a person nearby who was eating. Even through thick cotton clothes, the person was burned and grimaced, shouting loudly. "Why are you shouting? You're disturbing Master Ma's meal."
Can you handle that?
The burly men on both sides cursed again and started to threaten with fists. Some people eating here, upon seeing the scene, were afraid they might be affected. They stopped eating and quickly put their bowls back on the table, leaving hurriedly without finishing their food.
They didn't bother to pay.
Mrs. Chow was very anxious but still patiently said, "If you are here to eat, please be quiet and don't disturb others. The master is here to eat, not to listen to your lectures. If you keep talking, I will tear down your stall." The man with the bushy beard pushed his clothes aside and sat down directly. He even placed one foot on the bench beside him, glancing sideways at Mrs. Chow and Mrs. Chun. 2 steaming baskets of dumplings, 3 bowls of wonton, and 2 bowls of chicken noodles, no cilantro. Mrs. Chun frowned, not wanting to do business with the 3 of them. Why not? Not doing business? The bushy-bearded man seemed to realize and shouted to everyone present, "Everyone, disperse. Xia Ji is not doing business today." He then lifted a long table nearby. All the bowls, chopsticks, spoons, and steamers on the table were suddenly overturned onto the ground with a loud noise. The floor was immediately a mess, and the diners who were eating had all moved far away. "Why you?" Mrs. Chow gritted her teeth in anger and rolled up her sleeves. "What's wrong, little lady? Planning to fight?" The bushy-bearded man smiled mischievously. "I'm afraid your small frame isn't enough to be hit by just a finger. Why is the sky so dark today? Someone must be bragging, like the cows flying in the sky." 2 burly men approached and spat on the ground. The speaker was someone working under Wu Xiong, named Neo Dunzi. When he saw Xia Ji's stall overturned like this, his eyes widened in shock. Recently, he had been patrolling Xia Ji on the West Street. At first, there was nothing unusual, just taking the drinking money given by Wu Xiong and doing his job honestly. But Xia Ji on the West Street knew he was under Wu Xiong's command, and his purpose was for Xia Ji's safety. He was very friendly to him, serving good food and drinks, speaking kindly, and calling him Brother Neo. "You've worked hard." He kept saying things like "sorry for the trouble" and "it's you," which made Neo Dunzi feel a bit proud. The sense of pride in being respected and the responsibility of needing help made Ndunzi feel very protective of the 3 Xia Ji stalls and shops. Now, he felt as if his own home had been broken into, filled with anger. "How dare you vandalize and attack merchants in broad daylight?" Ndunzi rolled up his sleeves. "If I don't make you suffer some hardship, you wouldn't understand the law." Seeing Ndunzi speak so righteously, the 3 men with beards were momentarily stunned and even reached to scratch their ears. If they hadn't mistaken him, Ndunzi could be considered a local, a bully even. Why was he suddenly talking about the law? Does he really think he's a good person now? But this was actually a good opportunity, as it would make the situation bigger. First, it would show everyone that they weren't afraid of Wu Xiong and his group. Even though they knew Xia Ji was protected by Wu Xiong and others, they still had to fight back. Second, if they kept causing trouble every day, everyone in Jinqiu County would know Xia Ji was being targeted. Who would dare to eat there again? Those thinking of joining Xia Ji's business would also have to think carefully about whether they could make a profit. If Xia Ji's business failed, their plans would be ruined, and they'd have done a good job. Understanding this, the men with beards didn't hold back. They rolled up their sleeves, showing their fists like sandbags, and charged at Ndunzi and the others. Soon, the 5 of them were fighting fiercely. Neither side was gentle. They threw punches and kicks with full strength, startling the people around who stepped back several paces. Especially the bearded man was deliberately causing trouble, trying to attract attention to the food stall during the fight, attempting to smash some pots and pans to cause more damage to Xia Ji's stall. Ndunzi, seeing this, desperately tried to pull people away, hoping to have this lively fight on the street. The fight looked strange and even a little funny, with both sides acting oddly. Since it's gotten to this point, we should call the police, Chow and Chin discussed. They couldn't do much to help now. They called the officers to come, hoping they could assist Ndunzi and the others. Chun hesitated. In a fight like this, even if there was a reason, would they be taken to the county office for questioning? Would that be bad for Ndunzi and the others? While the two hesitated, Captain Han and several constables rushed over. Everyone stop. With a loud shout, the fighting continued. Stop. Captain Han yelled again, this time drawing his side sword with a swift motion. Several constables also drew their knives, aiming at the people still fighting and kicking on the ground. The sharp blades gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and with Captain Han and the others stern, almost water-dripping faces, it was very intimidating. Seeing this, people like Mustache and Ndunzi immediately stopped fighting and got up from the ground. The fight suddenly stopped, and everyone started to feel the pain from their injuries. They took deep breaths, but didn't dare to grimace or shout out loud to save face. Why are you fighting in the street? Captain Han asked sternly. Captain, it's these people, they started fighting us without reason. Mustache quickly lied, twisting the story. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth, Ndunzi said. Captain, don't listen to their nonsense. It was them who caused trouble at the Xiaji food stall. They were throwing things and chasing people away. We just tried to stop them, and then it turned into a fight. We're the ones who caused trouble. We'll pay for any damages. They hit us first. That's their fault. Mustache insisted. Hey, you little brat. Ndunzi was so angry his hands trembled. He had been a local for many years, but he'd never seen anyone as rough as them. It was really frustrating. Everyone stop arguing. Captain Han sheathed his sword. Come with me to the Yamen, official office. Let's go. The constables stepped forward, urging everyone to follow to the county office. Mustache, Ndunzi, and others didn't dare cause trouble in front of Captain Han and just followed him to the Yamen. When they arrived, they found that other people had been brought in too. Some were acquaintances of Mustache, and others, like Ndunzi, were from Wu Xiong's group. They had been taken because of a fight at the Xiaji food stall on South Street. After a while, more people arrived, this time from the Xiaji food stall on North Street. Wu Xiong immediately got up and went to the Yamen after hearing that his men had been taken. Also going were Xia Mingyue and several stall owners from the Xiaji food stall, including the Chow family. Wu Xiong is responsible for finding connections and making arrangements. Xia Mingyue is carrying heavy silver to manage matters upstairs, while the stall owners are witnesses at the scene. When they arrive at the government office, Wu Xiong states their purpose. After Xia Mingyue gives a small piece of silver to the guard at the gate, the guard quickly runs inside, then comes out shortly after. He runs out even faster than he went in, looking a bit out of breath. Lady Xia, Wu Xiong, everyone, the guard gasps a few times to catch his breath, then bows repeatedly. The magistrate is inside questioning and handling this matter. The magistrate also said, please rest assured, he will handle it fairly, so good people won't be wronged and bad people won't get away with it. After speaking, the guard returns the small piece of silver Xia Mingyue gave him earlier and adds, the magistrate asked me to tell you not to worry. Lady Xia, please go back now. The decision will be made soon. Just wait here a little longer. He returns the silver and tells them to go back. Both Xia Mingyue and Wu Xiong frown at this. Wu Xiong wants to say more, but the guard bows again. Please go back. It seems we can't get in, Xia Mingyue says quietly. Maybe we should go back first and wait to see what happens? The guard is firm, and they worry that arguing further might affect Ndunzi and others. The stall owners also nod in agreement. All right, let's go back first. They wait nearby, not right in front of the government office, just at the entrance of a small alley, waiting and observing, frowning and tense. The sun rises higher and then sets. By evening, Ndunzi and the others come out of the government office. Xia Mingyue and Wu Xiong quickly go to meet them. Boss, Lady Xia, Ndunzi and others greet with a bow, but their movements cause their injuries to hurt, and they grimace in pain. Wu Xiong notices many wounds on their faces and bodies and feels distressed. Did they beat you inside? No. Neo Dunzi hurriedly shakes his head. The magistrate and the guards were very polite. They asked questions loudly, but they didn't mistreat us. These injuries were caused by Ma Er and his gang. Where are Ma Er and the others?
Wu Xiong asked.
Have they been released too? No way. When the topic was mentioned, Ndunzi felt proud and even excited. The county magistrate sent someone to investigate and confirm that Ma Er and the others started the trouble first. They were first whipped, and then they had to compensate for the damages at Xia Ji's food stall today and our medical expenses. They will also be detained for a few more days. As for us, Ndunzi continued, the county magistrate said that although we hit people, it was out of justice to prevent Ma Er and his group from harming innocent people. It was done with good intentions, so we are released without punishment. So, it wasn't completely safe, but in the end, nothing serious happened. Wu Xiong immediately relaxed. I knew our county magistrate was a good person. Ndunzi and the others nodded repeatedly. After all, they were local thugs and usually had some reputation at the county office. They thought that once they entered the office today, even if they had good reasons, they would probably get whipped a few times first. But unexpectedly, the county magistrate didn't care about that. He only focused on the facts, not on other things. He is a good official. Yes, and the county magistrate also gave us another instruction, Ndunzi said. What is it? The magistrate said that things might be a bit unsettled in Xia Ji these days. We can stay here if we want, but if anything happens, don't take matters into your own hands. Just find the yamen runners or constables to handle it, so there won't be any misunderstandings or unnecessary trouble. Ndunzi turned to Xia Mingyue and said, the magistrate also told Lady Xia not to worry. As long as you do honest business in Jinqiu County, the county office will protect you. They won't let those with bad intentions cause trouble. Hearing this, Wu Xiong gave a big thumbs up to Magistrate Pei Qinghe. Knowing how to protect the people, the magistrate is truly a good official. Xia Mingyue was momentarily stunned. How did the magistrate know that Xia Ji had been troubled these days? He told Ndunzi and others not to interfere and to report to the officials, which meant the county office would step in. And earlier, that yamen runner kept telling her to rest assured. Now Ndunzi also said the same. Clearly, these words were emphasized by the magistrate himself. This was obviously showing favoritism. Xia Mingyue felt a bit confused. But despite her doubts, today's outcome was very good, and the county office also made their stance clear. Everyone's worries finally eased. Wu Xiong plans to take Neo Dunzi and others to see the doctor first to get medicine for their injuries. Xia Mingyue cannot go with them, so she simply gives Wu Xiong her money pouch to pay for medical expenses. She also asks him to take everyone out for a good meal, as thanks. Earlier, Lu Dutu already said that we can't take 2 payments from one family for this job. Wu Xiong firmly declines, not giving Xia Mingyue a second chance to give money. He then leaves with Neo Dunzi and the others. Xia Mingyue has to temporarily take back the money, planning to have Song and others prepare some marinated meats and dishes to send over for everyone to enjoy. Meanwhile, news spreads quickly that Ma Er and others are detained, but Neo Dunzi and others are released, reaching Yueran restaurant. This government office really is quite strict, Zhou Fuchuan snorts. But there's no need to be afraid. It's just a usual fight. They've already whipped and fined us, and we'll be out in a few days. Go buy some silver, and after Ma Er and the others are out, treat them well. Money is a good thing. It can buy labor and even life. It's just trouble and a few whips. As long as the money is in place, many people are willing to do these things, even fighting over it. Understood, Zhen Sheng replies, then asks, since the government is involved, should we send people again tomorrow? Same as usual, Zhou Fuchuan says, nonchalantly. The government's involvement is their matter. What they should do, they will do. They want everyone to see that even the government isn't afraid of those targeting Xia Ji. This way, no one will dare to eat at Xia Ji or join Xia Ji's business in the future. Just tell those people not to be too reckless. They should think carefully when necessary, Zhou Fuchuan adds. Causing trouble doesn't always mean thugs smashing tables and fighting. There are other ways to handle it. Don't limit your thinking too much. Yes, Jen Sheng agrees. The next day, Xiaoji's food stalls are open as usual. On East Street, Xiaoji's hot pot business is still booming. The Luo family who run it are busy and only call 2 children to help with some chores. The family of 3 is busy and working hard. A strong man suddenly covered his stomach and shouted, "Ouch, ouch," holding a half-eaten fish tofu skewer. His face looked pained, and his voice trembled. My stomach hurts badly. It must be your food that's not clean. The fish and meat used in the fish tofu are probably spoiled, which made my brother sick," someone said. Another thinner man nearby agreed and shouted at customers near the hot pot stand, "Stop eating. This is a shady shop selling bad food. Be careful, or you'll get sick or worse." The shout startled everyone present. The Luo family, who had been loyal customers of Xiaoji, were especially confused. They trusted the quality of Xiaoji's food, knowing everything was freshly made daily with fresh ingredients. There was no way they could have served spoiled food. There must be some misunderstanding, Luo's mother quickly explained. What misunderstanding? My older brother is like this now. Hurry up and pay us some money. I'm taking my brother to see a doctor, the thinner man demanded. He was clearly asking for money, seeming to want to scam or threaten. Based on what happened yesterday at Xiaoji's food stall, Luo's family knew someone was deliberately causing trouble, but they didn't know how to handle it. They felt anxious, like ants on a hot pan. At this moment, Niu Dunzi and his companions arrived. He had been injured yesterday, and Wu Xiong told him to rest today. Someone had been sent to patrol West Street, but Niu Dunzi couldn't sit still and decided to check East Street nearby. When he arrived, he found something unexpected. It was said that coming early is not as good as coming by chance. Niu Dunzi happily approached, and with his companions, he grabbed the arms of 2 men. Since you're going to the doctor, I'll take you there, he said. Actually, there's a clinic not far ahead. I'll take you to see it properly. But remember, the doctors here are very strict with medicine. Their medicine is meant to cure. If you're sick, it will help. But if you're not, the medicine can be harmful, and if it damages other parts, they won't care. Right now, you have a stomach ache, don't you? Niu Dunzi said sternly, warning them with a serious face. He even squeezed their arms tightly, making them grimace in pain. They accidentally bumped into a tough person guarding the area. Naturally, they felt very upset but refused to give up easily. Instead, they started shouting loudly, "Come see! Summer's hot pot made me sick, and now they want to call someone to fight. Everyone, judge, what's right? Oh no! My arm feels like it's about to break." Summer's hot pot fish tofu is made from rotten fish and meat. We're telling the truth, but they can't accept it. They want to beat us to death. Is there no law in this world? These 2 people cried and yelled, looking very pitiful. Some passers-by, unaware of the situation, saw someone attacking others, and since the attacker looked fierce, they looked at the bullies with suspicion. Some even pointed and whispered, wondering which local bully was so arrogant and domineering. Seeing this, the 2 continued crying and shouting even more loudly. "Shut up, old man." Bullied by the situation, Niu Dunzi saw how shameless they were and was so angry that his forehead veins bulged. He held back his anger and shouted, "Forget about whether Summer's hot pot food is clean or not. Even if there was a problem, you haven't finished eating your fish tofu, and your stomach already feels uncomfortable? Even if you're eating rat poison, the poison hasn't even reached your stomach yet. How can your stomach hurt?" His words hit the point. The 2 were stunned, and the people watching the scene also gasped in surprise. Next time you want to cheat someone, think carefully whether it's reasonable before doing it. Don't embarrass yourself. But this time, we won't let you go easily. We need to take you to see the officials and let the county magistrate give you a lesson, so you'll remember this. After saying that, Niu Dunzi and his companion dragged the 2 people toward the county office. They didn't care about the struggles and pleas of the 2. They brought the people to the county office, and Niu Dunzi explained the situation to the officer. The officer quickly detained the two and praised Neo Dunzi for his brave actions. Neo Dunzi, who had already been praised by the county magistrate yesterday, felt very proud and happy. However, he kept a serious face and said, "Punishing evil and promoting good is what every citizen should do." The officer smiled happily, but Neo Dunzi's companion shivered. What did Dunzi brother say? Punish evil and promote good? But, aren't they the villains? This sounds so strange. After Ndunzi and his companion left, the county office staff quickly got busy. First, they needed to question the two troublemakers who had been causing trouble, and second, more people kept being brought in one after another. One group was at the Xiaji food stall on North Street, where they secretly put dead bugs into their bowls while eating, trying to cheat the restaurant out of free food and claiming the place was dirty. However, Lu, under Wu Xiong's command, caught them in the act. Another group was at the Xiaji braised meat shop on West Street, where two people argued loudly after one accidentally stepped on the other's foot, eventually fighting and accidentally injuring a customer who was buying braised meat. There was also a woman at the Kandan Ju stall on South Street who was teasing the vendor selling hot pot. Listening to County Magistrate Feng Maokai report each incident one by one, Pei Qinghe frowned but smiled and shook his head. They really keep coming one after another, tireless. Sir, Feng Maokai said, these people have already admitted that their mastermind is Yuan Sheng from the Yueran restaurant. Why don't you let me go arrest him immediately? Someone like Yuan Sheng, who disrespects the law and ignores official authority, is truly despicable. He must be caught and properly punished. Pei Qinghe didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Yuan Sheng is just a worker at Yueran restaurant. How does he have so much silver, and why does he hold such a grudge against Xiaji? Feng Maokai thought for a moment. The person behind this must be the shopkeeper of Yueran restaurant, Zhou Fuchuan. Probably so, Pei Qinghe said. But even if you catch Yuan Sheng, he probably won't tell the truth. At most, he'll take all the blame himself. Even so, it's better to catch Yuan Sheng first, Feng Maokai said. Otherwise, we'd be letting such a wicked servant go free. Yes, he should be caught, Pei Qinghe agreed with a smile. The governor has sent another official document. They want another 200 laborers from Jinqiu County to help build the city walls of Changzhou Prefecture. I think, since the common people work so hard every day, maybe we shouldn't conscript them for this labor. That's true. Sending prisoners from jail can also be considered a way to atone for their crimes. Feng Maokai nodded in agreement, but frowned. But right now, there probably aren't enough prisoners in Jinqiu's jail who can be used for labor. Won't there be soon? Pei Qinghe said with a deep, mysterious smile. Feng Maokai paused briefly and immediately understood. In recent days, many troublemakers and ruffians have been in the jail. These people all have shady backgrounds. Besides the current issues, asking around casually often reveals past misdeeds, enough to convict them and send them to forced labor. Each of these men is tall and strong, with powerful builds and full of energy. Sending them to do hard work is a perfect use of their strength. Wait, the county magistrate just said not to rush to arrest this person. He is waiting for this person to buy more troublemakers to cause chaos, giving the county office a legitimate reason to arrest them all. They will slowly interrogate and question, then send each one to repair the city walls. Once this person stops his actions completely, based on the confessions, they will directly arrest the mastermind behind the scenes who ordered him. This way, they kill two birds with one stone. The county magistrate truly is a wise leader. Feng Maokai admired Pei Qinghe greatly and respectfully bowed. I understand, sir, he said. If you understand, then do your best to carry out your duties, Pei Qinghe replied with a smile. Also, remember to send more patrol officers to walk around the streets, so honest merchants won't be falsely accused or bullied without reason, he added. Yes, Feng Maokai responded again. After leaving, his expression became very serious. Under his leadership, honest businesspeople must not suffer unjust harm. Those causing trouble behind the scenes must be dealt with thoroughly, one by one. Feng Maokai, with his hands behind his back, headed to the detention house. He gathered the officials from various areas, patrol officers and constables, and gathered everyone together. He warned them to be very careful and diligent in the coming days. Meanwhile, in the evening, Xia Mingyue held a short meeting with the franchisees of Xiaji to discuss the next day's supply needs. She also kept everyone behind to talk. Recently, Xiaji's branches haven't been peaceful. Food stalls and snack carts have suffered some damage. It's clear they're targeted specifically at Xiaji. Although we don't know exactly how Xiaji offended the other side or what their real goal is, it's causing fear among everyone, and that's not good for us. On behalf of Xiaji, I want to apologize to everyone. Xia Mingyue bowed deeply to all present. Everyone hurriedly reached out to stop her. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Ernie spoke first, saying, "This is not young Lady Xia's fault." "Yes, it's not young Lady Xia's fault, Mr. and Mrs. Ding quickly added. "There are jealous people who dislike how well our Xia business is doing. They want to cause trouble. Young Lady Xia, don't blame yourself. We all must not blame her because of this. Those people just want us and young Lady Xia to fall out so they can be happy when Xia business is no longer successful. That's right. We must not fall for their tricks. The more difficult it gets, the more we need to stay united. We absolutely can't let those malicious people succeed. Young Lady Xia, please don't feel ashamed anymore. Everyone knows that our success was thanks to Xia business. We didn't give up just because some people dislike us. What would that be? Sharing happiness, but not suffering together? They are not such people and cannot do such things. Young Lady Xia, don't worry too much about this. I think the county magistrate is now protecting us. Those troublemakers, once they entered the government office, haven't come out again. This afternoon, I saw more officials patrolling the streets. With Wu Xiong and others helping, we're not afraid of those bad people. We should all be more cautious. Once we get through this difficult time, we'll be fine. Exactly. As long as we stick together, we're not afraid of those people. Everyone expressed their support, continuously comforting Xia Mingyue and discussing plans for the coming days. Seeing everyone so open and honest, Xia Mingyue no longer felt guilty or worried about being involved. She simply discussed what needed to be done now with everyone. First, when setting up the stall, bring more people along so they can help or report if something happens. Second, to avoid losing too much money, reduce the amount of food sold each day and shorten the stall hours. This way, they can maintain their daily business while avoiding accidents. Third, running the stall requires full attention. Be alert, think quickly, and respond to problems without fear or hesitation. After discussing all these matters, it was already dark outside. Everyone went home, and Xia Mingyue and others tidied up and prepared dinner. Over the past few days, because of the summer event, everyone has been tense and on edge. Except for the busy work in the central kitchen, even simple daily meals have become less important and less cared about. As long as the food is warm and can fill the stomach, that is enough. Today, during a short meeting with franchisees, Mingyue's mood eased a bit. She felt that in difficult times like these, it's even more important to lift everyone's spirits. One way to do this is by eating delicious food, which can boost dopamine, make people happy, and help them stay alert. However, at this moment, the ingredients at home are limited. After wandering around the kitchen, Mingyue decided to make spring pancakes with shredded pork for dinner. She used hot water to knead the flour into a smooth dough, then divided it into small pieces, rolled them into thin circles like cicada wings, brushed them with a little oil, and steamed them until cooked. For the shredded pork filling, Mingyue used a method similar to Beijing-style shredded pork. She cut lean pork into strips about chopstick width and finger length. The pork strips were mixed with egg whites, sweet potato starch, rice wine, salt, and pepper, then marinated for a while. Afterward, she stir-fried them in hot oil until they turned white, then added fragrant oil with chopped green onion and garlic. She poured in a sauce made of sweet bean paste, sugar, soy sauce, rice wine, and water, thickened the mixture with starch water, and cooked until the sauce became sticky and glossy, coating each of pork. When eating, she would open a thin spring pancake, place enough pork strips in the center, spreading them into a wide and add some shredded carrots and scallions as side ingredients. Since it is winter, without the crisp and fragrant cucumber, Manhwa sliced small pieces of cabbage stalks and blanched some long green bean sprouts to add a fresh, crunchy, and refreshing taste. This combination of meat and vegetables in the spring pancake is enough on its own. No need for other dishes or staples, just a pot of thick sweet potato and rice porridge to accompany it. The spring roll is chewy, the pork strips are fragrant, the sauce is rich, and the side vegetables are fresh and crisp. Overall, it's simply delicious. In these tense days with simple meals, eating such tasty food feels not just delicious, but also a wonderful comfort. Everyone's serious faces gradually softened into faint smiles. A sense of satisfaction filled the air. Seeing this, Xia Minghua felt even more pleased. In the following days, Xia's business was still not very peaceful, and troublemakers continued to be sent to the county office. However, all of Xia's partners remained calm and continued their business as usual. They handled their work easily, and the customers, influenced by this calmness, also remained untroubled. They bought food as they pleased, and since troublemakers appeared often these days, people had become used to it. Some even thought it was entertaining to come and watch the show, finding it quite fun to see what new excitement was happening each day. Sometimes, they would even cheer and make noise during these events. Meanwhile, the county office was busy and tired but secretly pleased. With the county magistrate's instructions and hints, the officials were very motivated. Whenever they heard about trouble at Xia's place, they would rush over like rabbits. After all, catching a troublemaker could reduce the workload for the laborers and spare honest citizens from suffering. Such good deeds motivated them to act eagerly. Soon, the officials started competing secretly to see which team could complete more tasks and earn greater honor. As days passed, nearing the middle of the month, Zhou Fuchuan could no longer sit still. Troublemakers sent to cause trouble were being caught one after another, and none of them seemed likely to be released soon. The officials seemed to have developed a habit of catching everyone, regardless of whether they had caused trouble or not, and they would first arrest them for questioning. In the past 2 days, there were even whispers that the officials planned to send all these troublemakers to do forced labor. When this news spread, the troublemakers who had initially received money to cause trouble at Xia's place and had promised to cause chaos the next day all suddenly stopped working. They refused to continue, saying they didn't want to risk their lives. Yes, money was tempting, and they wanted to earn more, but risking their lives was out of the question. Otherwise, they might earn money, but lose their lives in the process. Seeing no one willing to work anymore, Zhensheng looked worried and gloomy. All these people are just fair-weather friends. Where there's wind, they all that way. Shopkeeper, what should we do next? Zhou Fuchuan did not respond. Instead, he paced around the room thoughtfully for a few turns, then raised his eyes and said, "Prepare some things for me." "Is the shopkeeper going to the county office?" Zhensheng asked. "Not that I am going, but the county magistrate is waiting for me," Zhou Fuchuan sneered. "After so many people were arrested, those people must have already revealed your name. The officials surely know that all this was done by the Yueran restaurant, but they haven't taken any action. Are they just waiting for me to go? One trip won't hurt. I want to ask what Pei Qinghe is really thinking. Has he lost his mind? He dares to oppose the Yueran restaurant." Understood. Zhensheng nodded and immediately went to prepare the items. By evening, 2 beautifully crafted boxes were ready. One contained a fine wild ginseng, and the other held a somewhat famous painting. These 2 items were enough to give to a county magistrate. Under the starry sky, Zhou Fuchuan rode in a small sedan chair to the back gate of the county office. After a brief report, Zhou Fuchuan entered the back courtyard and saw Pei Qinghe sitting upright in the main hall. "County Magistrate Pei," Zhou Fuchuan bowed, quietly placing the items on the tea table between 2 chairs. As a commoner, Zhou Fuchuan should have knelt and paid respects to Magistrate Pei, but he only bowed with his hands. This was not proper. Such boldness. Pei Qinghe looked at him, but did not get angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "What brings you here, Zhou shopkeeper?" As the saying goes, no visit without a reason. I will be straightforward. Zhou Fuchuan said, regarding the matter of Yuan restaurant and Xiaji, I kindly ask Magistrate Pei not to interfere. Pei Qinghe smiled and said after a moment, that is quite confusing to hear. Recently, my men have reported that many people caused trouble at Xiaji food stall, were arrested and thrown into jail. After careful questioning, it was found that many of these people had committed crimes before. According to the laws of our dynasty, I have sentenced them to hard labor. Shopkeeper Zhou, are you here to talk about this? If so, I am very puzzled. Do you think I shouldn't follow the law fairly? From what I understand, the trouble at Xiaji was caused by a feud between Yuan restaurant and Xiaji. Is it not you, Shopkeeper Zhou, who is behind this? If that is the case, according to the laws of the current dynasty, I must also imprison Manager Zhou and investigate thoroughly.
Zhao Guan.
This statement sounds wrong, but upon closer thought, it seems not entirely unreasonable. However, why is he not following the usual way of doing things? Shouldn't he first ask about the reasons, then reveal the identity of the master to intimidate him, and then, feeling afraid, send him away properly? After that, he should quickly stop and no longer interfere with the affairs of the Yuan tavern? But now, Pei Qinghe's words make it impossible for him to respond. Zhou Guan clenched his teeth and had to speak himself. Deputy Magistrate Pei, your words are too harsh. It's just some small business disputes. Small disputes? Pei Qinghe interrupted Zhou Guan. Such frequent visits to cause trouble show premeditation and planning. It's clear they want to ruin the entire Xiaji business. Xiaji conducts honest business and has never interfered with others, yet suddenly suffers unjust damage. Manager Zhou, do you call this a small dispute? I can tell you now, this is not just a small dispute but a serious matter with extremely bad consequences. Such malicious acts, if minor, are malicious disturbances. If major, they violate the law, disturb the lives of the common people, and show no respect for the current laws and officials. They must be severely punished. Manager Zhou, your casual attitude now seems to be a sign of contempt for the law and officials, as if you do not take me seriously. This stern questioning made Zhou Guan feel nervous. But after a moment to steady himself, Zhou Guan calmed down and said, Deputy Magistrate Pei, you have not been in Jinqiu County for long, and may not know the background of our Yuan tavern. The current emperor once said that the emperor commits the same crimes as commoners. Pei Qinghe interrupted again. If the emperor is like this, is there anyone more respected than His Majesty, who can ignore these laws? If there really is someone, then I must see for myself. No, not only do I want to see, but I think a report should be sent to the officials above so that the governor and the criminal investigation department can also see this for themselves. Hearing this, Zhou Guan immediately frowned. This Pei Qinghe is truly an unyielding person. You will regret this sooner or later. Zhou Guan was so angry that his whole body trembled. After his lips moved several times, he couldn't say a word. Pei Qinghe saw that the conversation was almost over, so he adjusted his sleeve and said, Manager Zhou, if there is nothing else, please leave now. As for the Yuan restaurant and the Xiaji matter, I will handle it fairly. He then turned and walked toward the back hall with his hands behind his back. A young servant approached and bowed to Zhou Fuchuan, saying, Manager Zhou, please. He was very straightforward in asking him to leave. Zhou Fuchuan was already very angry, and his face looked worse. He glared and then angrily walked away. After a few steps, he turned back, picked up the silk box from the tea table, and then left confidently. The young servant accompanied Zhou Fuchuan out, while Pei Qinghe called Feng Maokai over. Earlier, Zhou Fuchuan came here, but the conversation was not smooth. He left angrily, but he understands our attitude. He probably will stop what he's doing now. You should immediately send someone to arrest Zhen Sheng to prevent him from fleeing out of fear. The operation must be done quickly and thoroughly. Every fish that needs to be caught must be caught. Yes, Feng Maokai hurriedly ordered people to go, but he was a bit worried. If we are too harsh, Zhou Fuchuan might exaggerate the situation. If Lord Zhao blames us later. Lord Zhao, Zhao Mingjie, was the inspector of the Chongping Division in Heong Road. He was a fifth-rank official, much higher than their seventh-rank positions. He was responsible for warehouse management, trade, river crossings, water conservancy, and other matters. He often interacted with local officials. If something happened, he could easily take control, which would be disastrous for officials like them. Being officials, do we really have to follow others blindly, bullying the weak and showing no principles? Pei Ching-he asked. Feng Maokai remained silent. He naturally did not want that. After 10 years of hard study, he finally passed the imperial exam and became an official. When he first wore the official hat, he wanted to serve the people and work for the court. But the official world is also a place of fame and profit, like a dying vat. Once inside, it's impossible to stay pure. All he could do was try not to get too stained, to keep his original intentions, and to serve the people fairly. However, serving the people depends on him still being an official. If one day he offended the powerful and was dismissed from his position, he would really be unable to do anything. This is a contradiction, and finding the balance point is very difficult. Feng Maokai thought about this and sighed deeply. Pei Ching-he walked forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. We just need to do what we should. Even if he is the head of the Chongping office, he can't find fault with us. Besides, he's just an official. There are people above him, and heaven beyond that. We shouldn't fear him. Feng Maokai was momentarily stunned. A county magistrate isn't afraid of a fifth-rank official? Pei Ching-he usually acts calmly, so saying such words at this moment could only mean one thing. He has found a strong supporter. But who this supporter is, Pei Ching-he didn't seem willing to reveal. It doesn't matter. Since Pei Ching-he is his superior, his supporter is his supporter. Just follow Pei Ching-he's instructions. I'll go right now. Feng Maokai clasped his hands and hurriedly gathered some officers, ordering them to arrest Zhen Sheng from the Yuran Tavern. The officers went very quickly, almost arriving at the same time as Zhou Fuquan. Because Zhou Fuquan was relaxed and casual when he went to the county office, as if strolling through his own garden, Zhen Sheng didn't suspect the officials. When he was caught, he didn't try to hide or resist. Instead, he looked full of disdain and mockery, even boldly saying, "Today you take me away. Tomorrow you'll send me back. And you'll apologize with tea, saying you were blind as a bat." The officers looked at each other and then burst into laughter. They had heard such words many times recently, so much so that their ears almost got calluses. But what was the result? Each time, they were arrogant and domineering when caught, full of wild words, but after interrogation and punishment, they all became meek as wilted eggplants. Zhen Sheng was not the only one. Perhaps he wouldn't be the last. Seeing that the officers ignored his words, Zhen Sheng's heart sank. But when he was taken away and saw Zhou Fuquan standing nearby with a grim face, his heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed. The shopkeeper. It seemed he had no intention of stopping or speaking up for him, just letting these officers take him away. So, this time, the shopkeeper's visit to the county office wasn't to reprimand Pei Ching-he, but to reach some kind of agreement and hand him over? Or did the shopkeeper and Pei Ching-he not come to an understanding, fearing the county magistrate, and now, with a desperate resolve? Whatever the case, his fate was very grim. Zhen Sheng opened his mouth but didn't say a word. After Zhen Sheng was taken away, Zhou Fuquan was so angry that he smashed a set of tea utensils on the table. This tea set was made by Ru Kiln, a gift from his master. Zhou Fuquan used it every day and loved it very much. The servant saw this and didn't dare make a sound, only quietly cleaning up the broken pieces. Pei Ching-he truly dared to act so boldly at Yuran Tavern. When he got the chance, Zhou Fuquan planned to tell his master everything about him. He was just waiting for the days to become difficult. Zhou Fuquan silently cursed in his heart, but his brows were tightly furrowed. No matter how much he vented his anger or planned to target Pei Ching-he later, those were things for the future. Right now, Pei Ching-he was acting very harshly. The gangsters who were locked up probably wouldn't be released. But that didn't matter. They had taken money to do their work and should face the consequences. As for Zhen Sheng, He could only try to manage the situation and see how far he could go. During this time, he couldn't find anyone to work at Yuan Tavern again, nor could he afford to cause trouble for Xiaoji. That was the most frustrating part. He couldn't destroy Xiaoji's business, but instead, he kept causing trouble, which made him look weak and foolish in others' eyes. Xiaoji might also use this incident to grow bigger and see Yuan Tavern as a thorn in their side. The future looked terrifying. Zhou Fuchuan was very restless and still surprised by Pei Qinghe's attitude. Pei Qinghe didn't give his master or Yuan Tavern face, probably not because he didn't know their background. Maybe he had reasons to side with Xiaoji. But Zhou Fuchuan had already looked into Xiaoji and the Xia family. The Xia family was made up of ordinary civilians, and Lu Qiyan was just a minor officer in the army, with no great power. The only one who could support Xiaoji and Xiacheng was Wu Xiong. Recently, Wu Xiong's men were actively blocking those sent by him. But a gangster like him certainly couldn't make the county magistrate listen to him. The remaining influence came from the Four Directions gambling houses. The real owner behind the Four Directions gambling houses was Ji Sanling, Jianjia. Jianjia was the governor of Yunzhou, a fifth-rank official, and his father served in the central secretariat in the capital. The Ji family was very powerful, not much less than the Zhao family. No wonder Pei Qinghe is so confident. But don't forget, behind the Zhao family is the Wen family. Zhou Fuchuan clenched his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Taking advantage of the night, he headed to the Four Directions gambling house. Guo the shopkeeper was on the second floor, sitting in a bamboo-woven rocking chair with a soft cushion made from a whole fox pelt. He was leisurely sipping tea with his feet up. When he learned Zhou Fuchuan was coming, Guo greeted him with a smile and a bow. "Shopkeeper Zhou, what wind brought you here? Planning to have a good game?" As the new year approached, business people who had worked hard all year were tired and worn out. Many wanted to play exciting, nerve-wracking games that made their hearts race. If they won, they could happily celebrate the new year. If they lost, the tense, exciting process would stir every nerve in their body, like waking up a dormant tree, making it decide to grow roots and sprout, hoping for a better harvest next year. So, after December, the gambling house's business was very good and many familiar faces appeared. Guo the shopkeeper naturally guessed Zhou Fuchuan's purpose for coming. "Just want to play a couple of rounds, but unfortunately, my hand is a bit long, so I can't let you bet too much," Zhou Fuchuan said sarcastically. His tone was full of irony. Guo narrowed his eyes, noticing Zhou's gloomy face and fiery eyes, instantly realizing that he was not welcome. But he still smiled kindly and raised his hand. "It's cold in winter, and the coal stove keeps the fire going. It's easy to get angry. I just received some good green tea. Would you like a cup to cool down?" This was clearly an invitation to go inside and talk. Zhou Fuchuan snorted coldly and followed Guo into a room. The gambling house staff quickly brought in the prepared tea and politely closed the door behind them. Inside, only Guo and Zhou Fuchuan remained. Guo, acting as a gracious host, poured a cup of tea for Zhou and said calmly, "Shopkeeper Zhou, feel free to speak plainly if you have something to say." Guo the shopkeeper knows what this is about. "No need for me to say more." Zhou Fuchuan sat on a stool, not even glancing at his tea. His arrogant attitude made Guo's expression turn cold. He could guess Zhou's purpose for coming this time. It was probably because Yuan Restaurant wanted to target Xiaoji Shi, and Wu Xiong and his men had taken some action. Although shopkeeper Ge didn't want to get involved in too many disputes, he chose to ignore what Wu Xiong did. After all, he saw no need for the recent trouble with Yuan Restaurant. It was a simple business, and Yuan Restaurant was just doing their own thing. They relied on connections behind the scenes to act freely, which seemed petty. Wu Xiong's food was really good, especially the new braised meats and dishes, which tasted much better than those in the city. Lady Xia was also a kind and hardworking woman, wise in managing her affairs, and she often sent food here. People tend to speak less when eating, so shopkeeper Ge thought about helping Lady Xia. He believed that Zhou Fuchuan, seeing the situation and knowing his attitude, along with interference from the county office, would reconsider and stop doing anything inappropriate. He thought the matter would just fade away as if it never happened, and they would continue their businesses peacefully. But now, Zhou Fuchuan came to confront him angrily, acting like a superior. It was unpleasant. Both had powerful backers from wealthy families, and both were managing large businesses. Who is more noble? And to come here and show off. Shopkeeper Go lowered his eyes and sneered, I truly don't understand what you're saying. Pretending to be deaf? It seemed that the real issue was indeed caused by Shopkeeper Go himself. Zhou Fuchuan was even more annoyed. Since you're so dismissive, I have nothing more to say. I'll take my leave. Don't bother, said Shopkeeper Go, picking up his teacup and drinking calmly, not even glancing at Zhou Fuchuan. Zhou Fuchuan snorted coldly and left angrily. Let's see what happens next. Until he heard the staff downstairs Zhou Fuchuan out, Shopkeeper Go put down his cup and ordered someone to call Wu Xiong. Shopkeeper, Wu Xiong came over when he saw his boss looking for him, feeling a bit uneasy. You called me? Sit, said Shopkeeper Go, raising his hand. Seeing his calm attitude, Wu Xiong relaxed a little and sat down on a nearby bench. How is the situation outside? Shopkeeper Go asked. Wu Xiong understood what he meant and answered honestly, I just heard that Zhou Fuchuan first went to the Yamen and later, the Yamen took Zhen Sheng from Yueran restaurant. So that's how it is. The government office was so disrespectful that no wonder Zhou Fuchuan was so angry and came to find him. Maybe he thought the reason the government was so tough was because he was secretly influencing them? TSK, he thinks everyone in the world wants to harm him. It's a sickness, and it needs treatment. However, this time the government was surprisingly fair. So fair that they even seemed to favor the Xia restaurant, which was a bit unusual. Perhaps. Shopkeeper Ge suddenly brightened his eyes and looked at Wu Xiong. Once the government steps in, Zhou Fuchuan will probably stay quiet for a few days. As the new year approaches, there are many things at the gambling houses, so we should keep a close watch here and prevent any trouble. Yes, Wu Xiong replied, his expression dark and unreadable. This afternoon, the salted duck you brought back tasted good, light, tasty, not greasy. It's perfect as a snack with wine. Tomorrow, go to Xia's marinated meat shop and buy some more. Shopkeeper Gus said, and also, get some of that spicy chicken too. The spicy chicken has a tangy sweet flavor, which suits his taste better than traditional marinated chicken. Yes. Wu Xiong responded again, his eyes shining brightly. The shopkeeper was still thinking about Xia's restaurant. Now he knew how to handle things. Regarding the government sending people to Yuran restaurant to arrest Zhen Sheng, this news spread like wildfire the next day, reaching every corner of Jinqiu County, becoming a common topic among people during their meals and chats. Why do you think Zhen Sheng was arrested at Yuran restaurant? What did he do wrong? No one knows. Zhen Sheng hired some thugs to cause trouble at Xia's food stalls. So, the stalls at Xia's restaurant haven't been peaceful these days. Was it all because of Zhen Sheng behind the scenes? Surprising. I figured Xia's restaurant must have made someone angry, but I never expected it was Zhen Sheng. I'm confused. Why does Zhen Sheng hate Xia's restaurant so much? Just say you're stupid. Zhen Sheng is just an employee. How could he have a big feud with Xia's restaurant? Even if he did, where would he get so much money to hire so many people to cause trouble? Clearly, Yuran restaurant is the one looking for trouble. But why would Yuran restaurant, which is perfectly fine, want to pick a fight with Xia's restaurant? Yes, I also can't understand it. Although Yuran restaurant's business is good, it is just a simple family meal for ordinary people. Summer Records food stall is for regular customers. There is no conflict here. You don't understand this. There's a saying, plan ahead. Yuran restaurant is worried that Summer Records business will grow, and they might open a restaurant too, competing for customers. So they want to settle things early. That sounds strange. Is it because they might do something in the future, so now they have to target us? What? Are you saying that if I look at you the wrong way today, you might hit someone tomorrow? Can they just hit you first to prevent trouble? Maybe Yuran restaurant is a bit crazy, thinking up such plans.
Just look at what they did this time.
It shows that Yuran restaurant isn't honest in doing business. Who knows what they might do next? No matter what they do, it's wrong and harmful. Doing bad things will eventually bring trouble. I think we should avoid eating there in the future so we don't get involved in any problems. That makes some sense. When rumors like this spread, everyone starts to think carefully. They become a bit dissatisfied with Yuran restaurant. Some stubborn people even decide never to go there again. Instead, they go to other restaurants or inns in the town for meals. Yuran restaurant's business visibly drops. Even now, near the new year, when many are inviting guests, Yuran restaurant still makes less money daily than last year. Zhou Fuchuan's face keeps getting darker each day. When he's angry, he even smashes his cups several times. Summer Mingyue doesn't know these details. She only knows that after Zhensheng was arrested, Yuran restaurant stopped making trouble. Business at Summer Records can go on smoothly. She breathes a sigh of relief and continues working with Lu's family and Jianghua. I heard that because of Yuran restaurant's bad behavior, rumors outside are spreading badly and their business has been affected. Serves them right. Lu feels very satisfied. Now they've learned their lesson and will know how to behave. They shouldn't keep doing bad business or thinking up crooked schemes. Running a business should be fair and honest. Doing sneaky tricks is just shameful. Xia Minghua listened to the two people chatting, pursed her lips, and looked thoughtful. Her actions paused for a moment. In her view, the current situation at Yuran restaurant was not enough. Simply bullying Xia's business was not enough. Besides legal and moral judgment, she needed to fight back to fully release her anger. But with her current strength and Xia's scale, she couldn't compete with Yuran restaurant. However, that didn't matter. There would be future opportunities. She wanted to make Yuran restaurant's biggest worries come true. Xia Mingyue clenched her teeth and continued cleaning the hawthorn in the basin. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru's candied hawthorn business was quite good, selling dozens of skewers every day. The brothers were very happy, waking early and sleeping late, working hard at their business. But soon others noticed the small skewers. Those who sold candied hawthorns started copying, making smaller skewers from the original large ones. Some even began fierce competition, selling low-priced candied hawthorn and taking away many customers. This made Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru feel annoyed. They discussed new strategies with Xia Mingyue. People are already lowering prices. If you lower yours again, it won't help much, Xia Mingyue said. When quality is the same, price should be the same. When price is the same, quality should be B. I think we need to think more carefully about the candied hawthorn and come up with some ideas. You're right, Aunt Xia, Zhao Dahu nodded. But how can we think of new ideas for the candied hawthorn? Zhao Eru asked, a bit confused. Candied hawthorn is basically just two things, hawthorn and sugar. No matter how you try, how can it be made more creative? Seeing this, Xia Mingyue didn't say directly. She just smiled mysteriously. Watch me. Aunt Xia has a plan. The brothers immediately brightened up, curious to see what Xia Mingyue would do. She brought over several prepared bowls, each filled with white sticky rice, fresh-looking mung bean paste, and rich, fragrant red bean paste. She still prepared the hawthorn as usual, picking out the core, skewering it with a bamboo stick, then carefully stuffing the center of each hawthorn half with sticky rice using a small spoon, filling it to match the size of the hawthorn, pressing it down, and scraping off excess. The mung bean paste and red bean paste were filled in the same way, then coated with a layer of sugar syrup just like regular candied hawthorn. Once the three types of candied hawthorn dried, Xia Mingyue picked them up from the board. Try it. Every sugar-coated fruit skewer has 3 or 4 sticks. Except for Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, Xia Mingyue gave 1 stick each to the Lu family, Jianghua, and a person working in the central kitchen. Jianghua received a glutinous rice sugar skewer with red and white colors that looked very beautiful. Besides the sweet and sour taste from the hawthorn and sugar, it also had the soft, fragrant taste of glutinous rice. The rice was coated with a layer of sugar, making it crispy on the outside and chewy inside, with a great texture. With the addition of the rice, Jianghua, who usually couldn't handle sour flavors, found his tongue had more room to breathe. He ended up eating a whole skewer in one go. After finishing, he still wanted more, wishing for another skewer. The others felt the same. They found it delicious and not enough. Seeing this, Xia Mingyue generously made more skewers. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru happily helped out. With such a new and interesting treat, business would definitely be good. They could finally reach their goal of earning some extra money before the new year. Xia Mingyue watched the two busy happily and decided to teach them all the details. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru paid close attention and learned even more seriously. When they took the new skewers to the street, their unique appearance made them more appealing and easier to eat. The flavor was no longer dull, so more people liked them. The brothers' business grew better and better. Every day, they earned much more money than before. Having money in their hands made them happy, but they still remembered what they needed to do. First, they paid Xia Mingyue for her goods, then bought some fresh meat from the street to bring home. Aunt Xia, we saw someone selling fresh donkey meat on the street, so we bought some to thank you for helping us earn money, the brothers said seriously. Lu Shi, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and said, I don't know about that. Did you buy the donkey meat to thank Aunt Xia, or just to make her cook something tasty to satisfy your cravings? There's no such thing as a mother trying to sabotage her children. The brothers felt caught and shyly scratched the back of their heads, then looked at Lu Shi with sad faces. Finally, they bravely admitted both. This morning I was thinking about eating donkey meat and luckily you bought some. It's a big help. Xia Mingyue was very supportive and took the large piece of donkey meat. After thinking for a moment, she said, I'll do it my way.
Great.
Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru quickly nodded in agreement. With Aunt Xia's cooking skills, no matter how she prepares the donkey meat, it will surely be delicious. Xia Mingyue first soaked the large piece of donkey meat in cold water to remove blood, then added old braised soup into the pot, preparing to make braised donkey meat. The braised donkey meat can be stored for a long time and eaten whenever desired, which is very convenient. Currently, Xia's braised food shop is doing very well, and Xia Mingyue plans to add more types of braised meat, creating 2 signature braised dishes. This donkey meat is just right for trying out her skills. She decided to start immediately. She put the blood-tinged raw donkey meat into the pot. While Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru carefully watched the fire, Xia Mingyue began making dough for some baked flatbreads. She mixed flour with warm water into a dough, brushed it with oil, then rolled it out into a large, evenly thick sheet. She spread a layer of oil paste made from scallion oil, flour, Sichuan pepper powder, salt, and 5-spice powder over it. She rolled the dough from the edge into a long, then cut it into individual pieces. She flattened each piece, folded the dough like paper, and rolled it out again. Repeating this 2 or 3 times, the dough became a rectangular flatbread. The flatbread rested for a moment, then was placed on a lightly oiled griddle and fried until both sides were golden. Once cooked through, it was ready. After all the baked flatbreads were prepared, they waited for about half an hour. Meanwhile, the donkey meat in the pot was braised until tender and flavorful. The donkey meat was taken out and left to cool. Once cooled, it was sliced thinly and chopped into small pieces. The crispy baked flatbread was split open, and the fragrant donkey meat was stuffed inside, ready to eat. The baked flatbread was crispy and tasty, with a rich, savory flavor. The tender, flavorful donkey meat inside made it delicious and satisfying. This donkey meat flatbread is really delicious, Lu said, with her mouth full and words a bit unclear. It's even better than those meat sandwiches. Earlier, she had eaten a meat sandwich filled with braised pork cooked by Xia Mingyue. She remembered how fragrant and tasty it was. Now, eating this donkey meat flatbread, she thought it was the best meat sandwich she had ever had, better than any other. There was no comparison. Indeed, it's very tasty, Jianghua also praised repeatedly. Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru didn't need to say anything. They were too busy eating, stuffing the donkey meat flatbread into their mouths nonstop. And Xia Mingyue herself was also eating happily. The meat of the donkey is quite tender, and after being braised, it has a rich flavor with a long aftertaste. It is truly oily but not greasy, and can be eaten many times without getting tired of it. People say that dragon meat is in the sky, and donkey meat is on the ground. This is indeed not false. It seems the braised food shop can add a new dish. For dinner, with donkey meat buns, everyone's eyes only focused on that and they didn't bother making other dishes. Instead, they just took some pickled mustard greens from the jar and cooked a pot of thin millet flour porridge to eat together. After dinner, everyone left after a short while of tidying up the kitchen. Xia Mingyue and Jianghua checked the place, then closed the door, bolted it, and went back to sleep. Just as she lay down, Xia Mingyue heard a knock on the door. At this time, hearing a knock, Xia Mingyue remembered how Lu Qian had returned late the night before and suddenly sat up. But when she went to open the door, she laughed at herself. Lu Qian had just returned a few days ago, and he was back so soon? When she opened the door and saw that it was indeed Lu Qian standing outside, Xia Mingyue raised her eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Big brother Lu is back." Seeing Xia Mingyue's happy face, clearly very pleased with his return, Lu Qian's lips also curved up unconsciously. Xia Mingyue's smile was bright and full of joy. She looked at the black dog walking towards the shelter and said, "Wu Jin is getting smarter. It knows to open the door for you." Earlier inside the house, she hadn't heard Lu Qian knocking or entering the yard. Yes, Lu Qian nodded and unconsciously touched his nose. Wu Jin paused for a moment before entering the shelter and looked at Lu Qian with a resentful gaze. Actually, it didn't want to be clever. But this conspicuous dog bag, it made the dog scared, eating all the food and making the dog hungry.
Which dog dares to try?
It was helpless. Xia Mingyue didn't notice Wu Jin's small actions or thoughts. She was immersed in the joy of Lu Qian's return. She invited him to sit at the main hall table, fiddled with the charcoal fire, and poured him a cup of hot tea. "Big brother Lu, have you had dinner?" "Not yet," Lu Qian answered honestly. He had been riding fast all the way, and when he left, it was still early in the evening. It wasn't dinner time yet, so he didn't deliberately ask the kitchen to prepare food, to avoid delaying the time. "Then I'll go prepare something for Big Brother Lu." Xia Mingyue spoke and then got up to go to the kitchen. She prepared some ready-made marinated donkey meat and reheated the cooled fire-baked bread in the pot. Soon, she could make a few donkey meat firebreads. For the soup, Xia Mingyue made sweet fermented egg drop soup, which can warm the body and help relieve fatigue. The donkey meat firebreads and sweet fermented egg drop soup were quickly served on the table. Lu Qian was already very hungry, so he picked up a firebread and started eating eagerly. "Big brother Lu, why are you back now? Is there something you need?" Xia Mingyue placed some shredded mustard greens in front of Lu Qian. Lu Qian swallowed the delicious donkey meat firebread and said, "I'm a bit worried, so I came back to check." Actually, he should have returned a couple of days ago, but when Jianxiao was about to lay the bridge, Lu Qian was worried someone might cause trouble, so he stayed alert and didn't leave. So, was he worried about her? Xia Mingyue smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, Big brother Lu. With brother Wu Xiong helping out and County Magistrate Pei being fair and just, those troublemakers have been severely punished." They also arrested the root of the Yueran Tavern. Now, the tavern is very well behaved and no longer causes any trouble. Lu Qian exhaled a breath. Pei Qinghe is quite a good person. Lu Qian lowered his eyes and smiled. "That's good. I think that lesson will make the Yueran Tavern more peaceful in the future."
"Yes."
Xia Mingyue nodded. Zhou Fuchuan is not the kind to stay calm easily, but now the public opinion is overwhelmingly against him. Any small disturbance makes people think the Yueran Tavern is causing trouble behind the scenes. So even if Zhou Fuchuan is unwilling, he can only swallow his anger and dare not act rashly. Besides, before and after the new year, there will be no trouble at the Yueran Tavern. "How are things on your side?" Xia Mingyue asked. "Everything is going smoothly," Lu Qian replied. "Except that Master Fong has been quite critical lately."
"Why?"
"He complains that the lamb soup cooked in the kitchen isn't as good as yours, criticizes the head cook's lamb soup and bread, saying it only looks like the real thing but lacks the essence. Also, he's upset that the sweet pickled garlic has run out and keeps asking when he can have more." Lu Qian honestly answered and took a big sip of the sweet fermented egg drop soup. The soup had a rich, mellow flavor with a strong aroma of wine. Surprisingly, none of it was related to bridge building. Fong Linwang really is a true foodie. Xia Mingyue rubbed her forehead. This is just how things are. The cooking time is too short. The team leader and others have already managed to make lamb soup taste quite good, which is quite impressive. As for the pickled garlic, we probably have to wait until next April or May to make it again. When the new garlic arrives, they can start making it anew. But since Chef Fong likes this pickled garlic, I think he also enjoys various pickled vegetables. When you go next time, I'll prepare some pickled mustard greens and watermelon bean paste. Bring them along. Mustard greens are common and easy to make, and can be pickled anytime during the winter, as much as needed. As for the watermelon bean paste, Xia Mingyue had made quite a bit during summer. Besides what she gave to others, there wasn't much left, but a small jar would be fine to give away.
Speaking of which,
Brother Lu, how many days will you stay at home this time? Xia Mingyue asked. Tomorrow morning. I'll leave, Lu Qian replied calmly, biting into a donkey meat bun. Xia Mingyue was momentarily stunned. Tomorrow morning? Does that mean Lu Qian came back just to see how she's doing now? To check if everything is okay? Lu Qian. Does he care about her? Feeling a bit awkward, Xia Mingyue lowered her head and tugged at her sleeve repeatedly. Only after she saw Lu Qian finish the large donkey meat bun and a big bowl of fermented egg flour soup did she change the subject. Are you full? Yes, I am. Actually, he wasn't completely full, but since Xia Mingyue only prepared so much, he thought it was probably because ingredients were limited, so he didn't ask for more. At night, it's better not to eat too much, or it might upset the stomach. Lu Qian comforted himself and reached out to help Xia Mingyue clean up the dishes, carrying them into the kitchen. Seeing Xia Mingyue about to wash the dishes, Lu Qian took a water bucket and went to fetch water from the water tank. In the cold winter, the water in the tank was icy and biting. Lu Qian frowned and grabbed Xia Mingyue, who was tying her apron. Let me do it. The water is too cold. Without waiting for her response, he poured water into a basin, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up the loofah on the nearby table. The loofah was soft and good for removing oil, a common tool for ordinary people to wash dishes and scrub pots. Lu Qian moved quickly and was very skilled at washing dishes. When I first arrived at the military camp, I was a little soldier. When the kitchen staff was short-handed, I often helped out.
I've done all these chores, he explained. I see.
Xia Mingyue took the clean dishes washed by Lu Qian, dried them with a towel, and placed each one back on the nearby dish rack. After tidying everything up, Lu Qian and Xia Mingyue went back to their rooms to rest. They each lay on their own beds, and Xia Mingyue turned off the lights. Tonight's sky was not very clear. Clouds covered the bright moon, and the whole land was in darkness. By midnight, cold winds began to, making the apricot tree branches in the yard sway and rustle. Even by early morning, the wind was still fierce, hitting people's faces like tiny knives, causing sharp pain. Xia Mingyue got up early to prepare breakfast and things for Lu Qian to take with him. Breakfast was hot spicy soup and flavorful steamed buns. Besides pickled mustard greens and watermelon jam, Xia Mingyue also prepared some braised pork knuckles, braised pig's head, and boiled eggs for Lu Qian. All these were packed in clay pots, wrapped in small baskets woven from bamboo leaves, then tied with cloth pouches and hung on the horse's saddle. This way, the pots wouldn't bump into each other or swing back and forth on the horse. The only downside was that the horses looked a bit like pack mules, lacking the elegance of true horses. Fortunately, Lu Qian didn't mind. After mounting his horse, he galloped westward. Once out of the city gates, he headed straight for Xiaohe village. He rode quickly, reaching the Yongfeng River before the sun was at its peak. Fong Linwang was standing by the river, watching soldiers work, when he saw the dusty, cold Lu Qian approaching. He snorted, "Head Lu, did you sleep in comfortably?" "I didn't sleep in. I just rode back quickly yesterday afternoon," Lu Qian replied. "Back?" Fong Linwang immediately perked up, even smiling. "Since you're back home, did you bring any pickled garlic?" "No," Lu Qian said. Fong Linwang's face immediately drooped. Lu Qian touched his nose. But my wife prepared some pickled mustard greens and watermelon jam, so I brought those. You should have told me earlier. Fong Linwang complained, glancing at Lu Qian with a smile. Then he chewed his lips and asked, did Lady Xia prepare any lamb stew? The lamb and lamb soup cooked in the kitchen couldn't compare to what Lady Xia made. No, Lu Qian said. Fong Linwang's smile faded a little, but he thought about the pickled mustard greens and watermelon sauce beans, and he sighed. Oh well, at least it's okay to make do. My wife prepared some braised pork knuckles and braised pig's head meat, Lu Qian said softly. Fong Linwang. Can he finish his sentences?
Can he?
Does he think he's a mule, just wandering around here for no reason? So annoying. Fong Linwang's face turned sour again, and his eyes nearly rolled out of his head. Meanwhile, Xia Mingyue was busy at home cleaning pig intestines. She tore off the fat, scraped off the grease, soaked them in coarse salt, rubbed them with ash, rinsed with water. After more than an hour of non-stop work, the pig intestines, which were originally a dark pink, became somewhat transparent, and the foul, bitter smell was completely gone. Seeing the intestines were now very clean and looked clear in the wooden basin, Xia Mingyue soaked them in clean water, then turned to prepare the pork. She used fresh pork leg meat, with about 20% fat and 80% lean, cut into small pieces, then chopped into tiny bits. She mixed in sweet potato starch, eggs, chopped green onions, minced rice wine, pepper, and other seasonings, stirring constantly in one direction until well combined. To keep the filling tender and juicy, she added some rich pork bone broth. Once the mixture was ready, Xia Mingyue took one pig intestine, tied a fine string at the end, and prepared her sausage stuffing tool, a modified bamboo tube. She took a long bamboo tube, hollowed out at both ends, split in the middle, filled it completely with the meat mixture, then tied the two ends with string. A small bamboo piece served as a piston to easily push the filling into the intestine. As she squeezed the mixture in, the empty intestine puffed up. Once she filled enough of it, she tied the long sausage into segments with string. She also poked small holes in the sausages with a bamboo skewer to allow air to escape, then placed them in a cool place to dry. Drying takes 3 or 4 hours, allowing the filling to shrink fully. When steamed or stir-fried later, the sausages will be firmer and more flavorful. Canning sausages is both a skillful and physical task. This time, Xia Mingyue brought quite a few pig intestines, which kept everyone busy for half a day before they finished completely. To reward everyone and let them taste the sausage, Xia Mingyue asked Jianghua to cook a piece first. Remember to cook it on low heat, or the sausage might. Just cook it for about 15 minutes. Don't overcook it, Xia Mingyue advised. I'll remember, Jianghua said, taking the sausage into the kitchen. Xia Mingyue washed her hands after grabbing the pig's stomach. Before she could dry her hands, someone arrived. Wu Xiong and Gu Zhongguan from the Four Directions gambling house. Since the incident at the Yuan restaurant, Xia Mingyue had shown her gratitude to Wu Xiong by giving him some marinated meat and dishes a few times, and she had also met Gu Zhongguan once. Now, seeing Gu Zhongguan at the door, she hurried to the main hall, brewed a pot of good tea, and welcomed them. May I ask what brings Gu Zhongguan and Brother Wu here today? Xia Mingyue asked politely. I came to visit Lady Xia today, mainly to thank her for the marinated meat she sent to the Four Directions gambling house a few days ago. It was very tasty, Gu Zhongguan said with a smile. And secondly, I want to discuss a business deal with Lady Xia. A business deal? Xia Mingyue blinked. Gu Zhongguan, are you planning to open a marinated food shop on East Street? First, he mentioned marinated meat, then he talked about business. Most likely, he wanted to open a marinated food shop on East Street. After all, most of the Four Directions gambling house's business happens at night. When people are hungry, whether they win or lose in gambling, they often drink some wine. Marinated food would be a very good choice for a snack. The gambling house also employs many people, and their meat needs are quite large daily. Furthermore, the marinated food shop run by Qian Zhongguan and his wife is gaining fame now, and many people from other districts come here to buy, though the number of customers from the East District is the smallest. It's not that the people in the East District are picky about the taste of Xia's marinated food, but they feel that the food sold on West Street looks more prestigious. If they could open another shop on East Street, the business would likely be good. Gu Zhongguan is also a shrewd businessman. As Xia Minghua thought, Gu Zhongguan took a sip of tea and then smiled. I'm not planning to open a marinated food shop. Summer Minghua was a bit surprised and froze for a moment. What exactly is the business that shopkeeper Gu mentioned? What is it really? I want to partner with Lady Xia to open a restaurant, shopkeeper Gu said with a smile. A restaurant better than Yueran restaurant. Open a restaurant? At first, Summer Minghua was stunned. Then a smile slowly appeared on her face. Since the Yueran restaurant incident, she had wanted to open her own place to compete with it. But her funds were limited, so she planned to save more money or find a suitable partner.
Now,
is a partner coming? And a good one at that. Someone with money, connections, and who trusts her. They also had some acquaintance. Summer Minghua smiled and agreed, all right. Seeing her agree so quickly, shopkeeper Gu let out a breath and felt much more relaxed. He laid out his conditions. I've almost decided on the location. It's right across from Yueran restaurant. Once we buy all the shops there and tear them down, we'll build a 4-story restaurant. Don't worry about the money, Lady Xia. I'll cover everything through the Sifong gambling house. You won't need to handle daily chores. I'll find the best restaurant manager and the smartest, most capable staff. You just focus on creating the menu and managing the kitchen. As for your pay, besides the monthly salary, we can split the profits 80 to 20. How does that sound? Also, if the restaurant makes a profit, I'll still give you your share of the 80 to 20 split. If it loses money, don't worry, Sifong Gambling House will bear the loss alone. Of course, Lady Xia, you need to make sure the kitchen and dishes are excellent. Otherwise, I can end our partnership at any time. Before opening, I want to taste your cooking. This was to ensure that Summer Minghua truly had the skill. When she heard this, Summer Minghua narrowed her eyes slightly. In other words, she appeared to be a partner, but in reality, she was mainly a profit seeker, completely beneficial for her. As long as she managed the kitchen well and made the dishes innovative enough to attract customers, she could focus on making the restaurant profitable.
Deal.
Summer Minghua agreed, without hesitation. In 3 days, invite shopkeeper Gu to taste the dishes. Lady Xia is straightforward. Shopkeeper Gu clapped his hands happily. Having been in business outside for many years, managing a gambling house, shopkeeper Gu generally prefers straightforward and honest people over overly complicated social manners. Currently, Xia Minghua, as a woman, appears more confident and decisive than most other shopkeepers, which is truly admirable. Shopkeeper Gu is kind-hearted, so I should be the same, Xia Minghua said with a smile. Since you and Brother Wu came just at the right time, I've just made some sausage. You should try it. If you like it, I'll give you both some more as a sign of my sincerity for this business partnership. As the saying goes, arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right time. Coming here to discuss business and tasting fresh food, why not? Shopkeeper Gu naturally agreed wholeheartedly, as Lady Xia says. Shopkeeper Gu and Brother Wu, please wait a moment. Xia Minghua stood up and went to the kitchen, retrieving a string of freshly cooked sausages from Jiang Luogua. She let them cool slightly, then used a knife to slice the sausages into pieces. The knife was crafted by Lu Qian, sharp and easy to handle. The slices were thin and even, perfectly preserving the shape of the sausages. The thin slices were arranged on a white ceramic plate, and Xia Minghua added a simple sauce made of minced garlic, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. She then brought the plate into the main hall. The sausage slices were arranged in a layered, petal-like pattern, looking very pleasing to the eye. The hot aroma still rose from the slices, filling the air with a rich scent that made everyone's stomach rumble with hunger. Because shopkeeper Gu had tasted Xia's marinated dishes and snacks before, he knew Xia Minghua's cooking skills were excellent. Now he was even more eager. Without waiting for Xia Minghua's invitation, he started eating. The sausage skin was chewy, and the meat inside was clearly visible. With each bite, the rich meat flavor filled his mouth, making it very satisfying. Even without any sauce, it was already quite delicious. Adding some sauce would make it even more flavorful and help cut through the greasiness. Lady Xia's cooking is truly superb, shopkeeper Go praised, but he kept eating without stopping. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices. All the sausage pieces quickly disappeared into shopkeeper Ge's mouth. He didn't realize it at first, but when he reached for another piece, he found his plate was already empty. But when Xia Mingyue first brought out the food, it was clearly piled high and looked quite substantial. Now, has he really finished it all? Does he have such a big appetite? Shopkeeper Go couldn't help but look at Wu Xiong, questioning with his eyes. It must be you, kid, who finished it, right? Wu Xiong. He hadn't even touched his chopsticks, so how could he be so wrongly accused? He felt very wronged. Seeing Wu Xiong look confused and helpless, seeming ready to defend himself, shopkeeper Go finally accepted the fact that he might also be a foodie. He cleared his throat and said, "The sausage made by Lady Xia is truly delicious. He just can't get enough. If shopkeeper Go likes it, then take some of these home," Xia Mingyue said, taking some of the freshly made, drying sausages and packing them into a small bamboo basket for shopkeeper Go. She also advised that the sausages should be hung to dry overnight and gave some tips for steaming and cooking them the next day. Wu Xiong, being a rough person, frowned when he heard about all these precautions. This seems so troublesome. Troublesome? It sounds simple to me, shopkeeper Go said with a light glare at Wu Xiong. He had no patience for making good food, yet he still called himself a foodie. How could he be so shameless? Then he smiled at Xia Mingyue and said, "Lady Xia, I've taken note of everything you said. I will follow your instructions when I go back." According to Xia Mingyue, these sausages can be boiled directly or sliced and stir-fried. By the way, in the past few days, the staff brought him some large, fresh winter bamboo shoots, which are best cooked in oil and braised. Since the sausages contain plenty of fat, stir-frying them together would make the dish even more delicious. Thinking of this, shopkeeper Go was already eager to try, but he also felt that the amount of sausages in the basket wasn't enough to fully satisfy him. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to be bold and shamelessly asked, "Lady Xia, if you make more sausages these days, could you save some for me?" Sure enough, no one can resist the charm of 5-spice sausages. Feeling confident about her cooking skills, Xia Mingyue was happy and smiled brightly. "I will definitely save some for shopkeeper Ge." Before the new year, besides eating her own, Xia Mingyue originally planned to give these unique sausages as a gift to friends and family during the new year. Currently, we are planning to open a restaurant together with shopkeeper Ge. Naturally, shopkeeper Ge also needs to send meat sausages. Seeing that Xia Mingyue agreed quickly, shopkeeper Ge became even happier. She stood up and bowed to Xia Mingyue, saying, "We will not disturb Lady Xia's busy day. We will take our leave now. Safe travels, shopkeeper Ge." "Safe travels, brother Wu." Xia Mingyue and Jianggu both saw the two off. Shopkeeper Ge and Wu Xiong left Xia Mingyue's house and walked slowly east along the street. Wu Xiong carried a small bamboo basket for shopkeeper Ge, his brow still slightly furrowed. Today, shopkeeper Ge called him to Xia Mingyue's house but didn't mention beforehand that they would open a restaurant together. So, Wu Xiong was a bit surprised by this sudden idea. Why did the shopkeeper suddenly think of opening a restaurant? Wu Xiong asked softly. "Although the gambling house makes money, we are not doing anything illegal. Still, this kind of business is not very proper, and it can't help the master build connections or gain influence. Sometimes, the master is even embarrassed to mention it." Shopkeeper Ge explained, "So, a couple of years ago, I started looking for other businesses to help the master. I had the intention but no opportunity. Now, with Lady Xia, I finally have a chance. Lady Xia is not only a great cook, but also has some background. Either of these qualities can rival the Yueran restaurant. With his help, opening this restaurant would be much easier and more effective. It's a great opportunity that must be seized firmly. But if that's the case, wouldn't we be directly competing with the Yueran restaurant?" Wu Xiong asked worriedly. He is a rough person and not very clever, but he understands that business involves many complicated relationships. A small mistake could lead to serious consequences. Even if I don't open a restaurant, Zhou Fuyuan still sees me as a thorn in his side, shopkeeper Ge said nonchalantly. After the Yueran restaurant's incident with Xiaji, Zhou Fuyuan blamed everything on the Four Directions gambling house and the Ji family. It might be better to do something else. At least, offending the Zhao family would bring some benefits. Moreover, official affairs often look peaceful on the surface, but are turbulent behind the scenes. It's all about competing for interests. True friendships are rare. The benefits that can be gained are the most real. Master Ge squinted and said, in the next few days, you must quickly negotiate to buy the shop. Be sure to finish all the talks. Yes, Wu Xiong hurriedly replied. Also, remember not to force people to sell or buy. Offer a fair price so they are willing to sell. But if someone tries to cause trouble, let them see some strength. In short, don't bully others intentionally, but don't let those with bad intentions take advantage at this critical time. Don't worry, shopkeeper. I know what to do, Wu Xiong assured. Wu Xiong understands how to handle many things in the market and knows the right approach. Master Ge nodded slightly and said, At Xia Mingyue's place, she started planning her next steps. First, she needed to talk to Hong Tuhu and He Shunzi to ask for more pig intestines. To save time and effort, she hoped to find intestines that were already processed, and she was willing to pay extra for that. Second, she needed to decide the menu for the tasting of her dishes in 3 days. This tasting is more important than a regular meal. She wanted to show her best cooking skills, including some rare and surprising dishes from the market. She also aimed to create 2 signature dishes that could become the restaurant's specialties. The dishes should include both meat and vegetables, balanced in hot and cold items, with appetizers before the meal and desserts afterward. Even the main dishes and soups need to match well. Overall, it's not easy and requires careful effort. Xia Mingyue spent half a day in her room, writing down all the dishes she planned to make and listing the ingredients needed. She prepared to go shopping early the next morning. While Xia Mingyue was busy with the upcoming event, Jiang Guoger cooked dinner. There was some leftover meat filling from the 5-spice sausage, so Jiang Guoger mixed it with tender cabbage hearts, stirred well, and made dumplings. When making the dough, Jiang Guoger added eggs and a little salt. After letting the dough rest enough, she made dumplings with very elastic skins that could be rolled thin without breaking easily. The dumplings turned out to be thin-skinned and large filling, very delicious. Jiang Guoger's cooking is getting better and better, Xia Mingyue praised the dumplings. Hearing the compliment, Jiang Guoger was very happy and smiled. That's thanks to Sister Xia's good teaching. Master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on oneself. You work diligently and have a talent for cooking. Fearing Jiang Guoger might not believe this, Xia Mingyue added, what I say is the truth. Lu nodded in agreement, saying, I testify to that. Me too, said brothers Zhao Dahu and Zhao Eru, speaking together. They were still chewing dumplings, speaking unclearly. Seeing this, Jiang Guoger smiled quietly. The young girl, full of life, smiled happily, looking lively and adorable. Xia Mingyue watched her and suddenly remembered how Jiang Guoger looked when she first came to do chores, weak and shy, compared to her now confident, bright, and lively appearance. They are like 2 different people. Environment influences people. This is not just talk. But I also wonder how Jiang Yihe and the Tian family are now. After Jiang Guoger last gave Tian a silver piece as a final act of filial piety and severed ties, Wu Xiong saw that Tian didn't care about her life or death and gave the silver to Jiang Yihe, who was not short of money. Later, news about these 2 spread. After Jiang Yihe lost his exam eligibility, he left the town's academy and sold his dilapidated house cheaply, then disappeared. Some say Jiang Yihe was angry and left for another place, vowing to return wealthy and restore his honor. Others say Jiang Yihe was depressed and, on a dark and windy night, decided to jump into the river, and no one knows where his body was carried away. Still, others believe Jiang Yihe, talented, was envied by others, which ruined his reputation, an unfair disaster. Fortunately, someone appreciated him, took him under their wing as an advisor, and now he's doing very well. There are many stories about Jiang Yihe and many about the Tian family. After Jiang Yihe lost his exam eligibility, people in Jiangjia village found that Tian had been missing for several days. Some say Tian was disgraced and too ashamed to face others, so she ran to the mountains and lived alone. Others say Tian saw Jiang Yihe had no future and felt her efforts over the years were wasted, so she ran away with a traveling merchant who sold goods. Some say her family was robbed by bandits. Seeing their poverty, the bandits couldn't find anything valuable and simply kidnapped Tian to sell her. And others say Tian went to find Jiang Yihe but couldn't find him, became mentally unstable, and turned into a beggar, looking very pitiful. These messages Xia Mingyue has heard about and Jiang Wu naturally also knows. Jiang Wu did not discuss it much, only sighed and continued to focus on her own tasks. As for this, Xia Mingyue did not bring it up again. Jiang Yihe and Tian's family are currently missing, but they are no longer at home. This may have freed Jiang Wu from her original family, which might be a good thing for her. While Xia Mingyue was lost in thought, the others had mostly finished eating and put down their bowls. Jiang Wu and Lu helped clean up the dishes. Seeing that the water in the basin was running low, Jiang Wu suggested, "Later, we should clean the basin." The water in the basin was freshly drawn from the well every day and was very clean, but over time, dust could settle in, so it needed regular cleaning to stay hygienic. Okay. Xia Mingyue quickly finished the remaining dumplings in her bowl and stood up to help. The basin was large, and since the kitchen used a lot of water, Xia Mingyue's family had 5 big basins. Cleaning them was not easy. First, they had to scoop out all the water, let it settle, then carefully scrub the inside with a broom, pour out the water, and rinse twice to remove all dust. Only then was the basin considered clean. After cleaning all 5 basins, night had fallen. They poured the water back into the basins, covered them, and everyone went home. Xia Mingyue and Jiang Wu went to rest. The next morning, everyone woke early and started working. They took on their tasks, fetching water, preparing food for the day's supply, and getting breakfast ready. While Xia Mingyue was planning how to buy ingredients for the next 2 days after breakfast, Jiang Wu hurried over, saying, "Sister Xia, something's wrong."
What is it?
Xia Mingyue's heart sank when she saw Jiang Wu's face, which looked unusually anxious. "Did something happen?" "The food today doesn't taste right," Jiang Wu said, sweating all over her forehead and pulling Xia Mingyue's sleeve. "Sister Xia, come in, take a look." At this moment, everyone working in the central kitchen was standing anxiously in the yard. When they saw Xia Mingyue, they hurriedly said, "Lady Xia, please come and see what's going on." Xia Mingyue frowned and approached. Jiang Wu then handed her freshly made fish balls. "Sister Xia, try one." Xia Mingyue took it and took a gentle bite. The fresh aroma of the fish balls quickly filled her mouth, but along with the fishy scent, there was a bitter taste. The bitterness was not strong, actually quite mild. If you weren't paying close attention, you might not notice it. But that was just a small bite. If she chewed and swallowed a whole string of fish balls, the bitter taste would become very strong and uncomfortable. Xia Mingyue frowned and spat out the fish ball that hadn't been fully chewed. Is it only the fish balls that taste this way, or is everything like this? The first to be taken away were 2 food stalls for breakfast. Before cooking, I followed Sister Xia's instructions and tasted and checked everything. There were no problems. Jiang Wu said, "Now, in the entire central kitchen, besides the fish balls, all the other hot pot ingredients, meat, noodles, broth, and dumpling fillings, have a bitter taste. Actually, I'm most worried about the marinated meats and various pickled vegetables, but they don't have any issues." Hearing this, Xia Mingyue's brow furrowed even more deeply. Following Jiang Wu's words, she carefully checked everything. Sure enough, all items had a bitter taste. The source of this bitterness was unknown, and Xia Mingyue dared not relax. She rinsed her mouth repeatedly and refused to swallow anything. "Sister Xia, what should we do?" Jiang Wu asked anxiously. Mrs. Lu also paced around in place, saying, "Everything was fine before, so why has it suddenly turned bitter and astringent? It couldn't be just normal. There must be a reason," Xia Mingyue said seriously. We need to find out what caused this. Since the fish balls, meats, and noodles all had problems, and these ingredients came from different suppliers, the issue wasn't just with the raw materials. Someone was deliberately causing trouble. We need to invite the master to come and take a look, to find out what's causing the bitterness and whether it's toxic. The problem with the food fell on brother Zhao Dahu and brother Zhao Eru. Both of them were very careful and called the most respected Dr. Du nearby to check the situation. When Dr. Du arrived, he listened to Xia Mingyue explain everything and looked serious. He took out silver needles from his box and tested each item. After confirming that none of the items were poisonous, Dr. Du sighed in relief. Fortunately, no one had poisoned the food. Then he tasted the bitter food himself and carefully compared and identified it. He stroked his beard and said, "If I am not mistaken, someone has added Huanglian water here. It's not poisonous, but it tastes very bad. These foods should not be sold anymore." Dr. Du also felt a bit sad about this. Xia Ji's food was quite popular, and now that something was wrong, they couldn't sell it today.
He would miss out on that.
Yes, it definitely can't be sold anymore, Xia Mingyue agreed. Dr. Du, don't worry. Huanglian has a very bitter taste that doesn't go away easily, no matter how much it's washed or soaked. Xia Ji's reputation depended on good quality, so they couldn't let this ruin their name. Dr. Du nodded and started packing his things. Xia Mingyue took out her money bag to pay for the consultation and saw him off. When she returned, her brow was still furrowed. They knew why the food was bitter, but they still had to find out who was responsible and how they secretly added Huanglian water to the food. Xia Mingyue thought deeply, observing everyone in the yard and then looking at the various items in the kitchen. She couldn't help but keep muttering to herself. Right now, the breakfast stall and the hot pot cart were fine, but the problem was with the food stall and the snack cart. Was this a conspiracy targeting just these two vendors, or was there more? Wait, besides the different types of food, it seemed that the preparation times were also different. The marinated foods were prepared the night before, and the dough for frying the breakfast foods was also mixed the night before. It seemed that only the foods prepared early in the morning had the problem. This meant the Huanglian water was added only this morning. When the pork was delivered, it was all cut into small pieces. The chickens used for braising were whole, and the fish were in individual pieces, packed in several baskets, not grouped together. Earlier, Xia Mingyue divided the work in the central kitchen. Each type of dish had a dedicated person responsible, so they collected ingredients from different stations as needed, never piling everything in one place. If someone tried to add a bitter herb solution to these ingredients separately, they would have to walk back and forth, which would be obvious. The only way to do it secretly was for that person to add the herb to an ingredient used in all the dishes. And if it's something used in all dishes. Xia Mingyue paused, then walked straight to the water jars. She lifted the lids of all the jars, took a scoop of water from each, and tasted them. The water was very bitter and all 5 jars tasted the same. It was clear that adding the herb to the water jars was clever because it was hard to notice, and it could affect many dishes at once, causing significant damage to the Xia family's business. Was this person really so smart? Holding the scoop, Xia Mingyue looked carefully at the workers in the kitchen and then asked loudly, "Who has come near the water jars today?" As soon as she asked, everyone remembered what had happened since morning. "I touched the water jar today," said Song. "I also went to fetch water," said Gua. "I saw Lady Wang go to get water." One by one, those who had been near the water jars admitted or pointed fingers, and soon, 5 people stood up. They made up half of the workers in the kitchen. Xia Mingyue's face darkened. She said, "Everyone knows what happened this morning. Anyone with bad intentions would put the bitter herb into the water jars. Today, many of our Xia family's businesses couldn't operate, and a lot of ingredients were wasted. It's really hateful. If this person has such dirty thoughts, they definitely won't admit it. But that's okay. I have a way to find out who it is." Xia Mingyue said this and called out to the dog's den nearby, "Wu Jin, come here."
Woof.
Wu Jin heard her call and quickly ran over, sitting beside her. The black dog at home is well known to everyone. It is smart, strong, and protective of the family. In the past, it helped catch thieves by biting their bottoms until they bled, almost injuring itself. Xia Mingyue said, but that's not the most impressive thing about black gold. Its best skill is its very sharp sense of smell. Whatever scent it has smelled before, it will never mistake. Even tiny differences that humans can't notice, black gold can detect. She continued, the person who added the yellow root water into the water jar was probably nervous and worried that the mixture might be uneven and noticed. So, they likely stirred the water thoroughly with a scoop, meaning the first touch of yellow root water was probably the strongest, and the scent on their hand is the most intense. Just let black gold sniff each of your hands, and it will easily find the real culprit. It's getting late. Da Hu and Air, who have already gone to report to the county office. We should start now, catch the person before the officials arrive, and save everyone some trouble. But still, the officials are here to arrest someone. You all work for me, and I pay you. We get along well most of the time. Suddenly doing something like this makes me unhappy. Xia Mingyue patted Black Gold's head. Once it sniffs out the person, don't hold back. Bite them a couple of times if needed. Do a good job, and I'll cook you some meat bones for lunch. Meat bones. And they're stewed. Black Gold's eyes immediately sparkled like stars. It stood straight and barked twice at Xia Mingyue, looking determined. Everyone looked at each other, unsure. Relying on a dog to find the culprit might seem a bit hasty. But Black Gold is much smarter than an ordinary dog, sometimes even smarter than people. Could Black Gold really find the culprit? While everyone hesitated, Black Gold carefully sniffed each of the 5 people's hands in turn, following the order they stood in. All of them had already extended their hands, waiting for Black Gold to identify the suspect. Only Madame Wang kept her hands hidden in her sleeves. When Wu Jin came close, she slowly took out her clasped hands from her sleeves and tremblingly extended them toward Wu Jin, leaning back involuntarily. Just as Wu Jin leaned in and his damp nose touched Madame Wang's fingers, her mind was filled with the vivid scene of Wu Jin's sharp teeth piercing her palm and drawing blood. She hurriedly pulled her hand back and let out a loud cry, collapsing onto the ground. Everyone was stunned, and Madame Wang suddenly burst into tears. In a flash, she hurried over to Xia Mingyue and knelt down with a loud thump. Lady Xia, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Then you admit that the yellow bitter water in the water jar is something you put in? Xia Mingyue asked with a frown. Madame Wang trembled, and her crying lessened a bit. Yes, I put it in. But I was also forced. Madame Wang sniffled again. Then tell me clearly, how were you forced? Xia Mingyue asked coldly, looking down with authority, calm but commanding. This made Madame Wang shiver again. After stammering for a while, she finally spoke. Zhao Guangfu from Yueran restaurant found me and paid me 20 taels of silver to put the yellow bitter water in. He said it wouldn't harm anyone, just make them feel bitter. The people who buy food at Xia's shop and taste the bitterness wouldn't like it, and they probably wouldn't buy from Xia's shop anymore. Lady Xia, I really didn't mean to hurt anyone. I even tasted the yellow bitter water myself to make sure it wouldn't kill anyone before I put it in the water jar. My son had a high fever when he was young and became A. Now he's almost 20 and still not engaged. With this 20 taels of silver, I could arrange a marriage for him, so someone would take care of him in the future. I really have no other way. My husband died early, and I am the only one supporting the family. If I don't earn this money and don't marry my son, after I die, how can I face my husband? Lady Xia, today is just the first day I put it in. You found out early. No one ate the food with the bitter water, and it didn't affect Xia's shop's reputation. It didn't cause much harm to Xia's shop. Please forgive me this time. If I really get taken away by the authorities, my family will fall apart. Lady Xia, you are a kind person. Please have mercy on me. I bow to you. I kowtow to you, and in my next life, I will work as a beast to repay your great kindness. Mrs. Wang spoke pitifully, tears and snot streaming down her face, her actions full of pleading, looking very sad. But none of this moved Xia Mingyue at all. Instead, her dislike grew clearer in her eyes. If she knew her family was poor, why didn't she work hard and cherish what she had? Instead, she chose to do bad things. Had she never thought about what would happen if her actions were exposed? Or did she believe she could do these wrongdoings without ever being caught? She kept saying she was pitiful and forced, but did she consider how her actions would ruin the reputation of the Xia family? Many Xia franchise partners might be scorned and insulted because of her, and if their businesses fail, how would they survive? If the Xia family can't continue, the central kitchen will also quickly decline. Those who work here have no other way to earn money. Their families are poor, relying on daily wages to get by. Xia Mingwa took a deep breath and spoke slowly. You haven't thought about it. You only want those 20 taels of silver. After your deeds are exposed, you show no guilt at all. Instead, you tell me your hardships and pressure me to forgive you. That is pure moral blackmail. You say I am a good person. I admit that, to some extent, I do try to be kind to those around me. But this kindness is based on mutual kindness, not on pity for those who hurt me.